Uber Eats has low fee products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Leafs tie it once again. Here's Robertson trying to dash in. Gets it back. Fired. Scores! Nick Robertson! And the Leafs have their first lead of the game.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is how we open the Thursday edition of Sean and Bobby. Choppy out this week. Jared Sandler will join us tomorrow in studio for all of your baseball fill and college football preview. Trying to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Thanks for waking up with us as part of the 6 a.m. club, our best audience of the entire show. We got Peyton Russell in the back, Caitlin live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. 3 goals for Toronto in the second period, and they hand the Dallas Stars a very rare home loss. 13-4 at home. For the good guys, they're 19-12 on the season, and the mighty Toronto Maple Leafs are 20-10. I hope that you've gone somewhere else for your information and research, because not only is it lazy, but now it has been inaccurate with moneypuck.com.
Nope, over here, Sean. Yeah, I got it for you right here.
My man!
Yeah, the bad night for Otter. Bad night for Otter. He, I think in 9 shots, he had, hey, stop talking to me, Bobby. He had 9 shots on goal, and he had allowed 4 goals. And the Leafs score in 2 goals in 16 seconds. Joe William Nylander score a game-tying goal, and then Jason Robertson's brother, Nick Robertson, was on the ice. He scored the go-ahead goal. Yeah, it was weird on TV because after the Leafs scored the go-ahead goal, they showed a couple Stars parents who had Stars jerseys on, and they were clapping. I was like, who is that? It was Jason Robertson's parents. Because they're brothers. It was his brothers in town.
They didn't wear the split jerseys?
I don't think so. No, the mom had the Stars jersey on.
Now, Peyton, that is great Stars analysis.
Is it great Stars analysis to read a box score? That was great. They had 9 shots on goal. They made 4 of them.
He noticed the parents. He obviously watched it.
Yeah.
And the Leafs won for the 4th time in 5 games.
Here's my analysis. You jinxed the Stars. This is a couple days ago. You talked about best team in the Metroplex. No doubt about it. Now they've dropped 2 out of their last 4 at home.
Yeah, and that still makes them easily the best team in the Metroplex.
That seems like a you issue.
Luke is out tomorrow night against the Clippers.
By the way, 78% Money Puck said that the Stars deserve to win, so they were way off.
You got to stop.
Spits and suds.
You got to stop. You're making a mockery of it. You're pissing off whatever hockey fans are listening right now, and it's lazy. All right, let's go around the NFL here on DFW Sports Station. Brian Broaddus, I guess, is being given the credit for the report that DeMarcus Lawrence will be shut down for the rest of the season. Not surprising.
No more DeMarcus Lawrence, and this is something that we kind of got a sense of. But again, weren't they talking 2 weeks ago about we should be getting D-Law back this week or next week, and then they just shut it down, which to me says they're just. They've
turned into Chris Young with their injuries.
It's just they go, it's not worth it. It's not worth trying to cram it back in for 2 games or a game or whatever else it would be. I saw him last night actually, DeMarcus Lawrence, just walking around Cowboys Club.
Oh,
he was big old smile on his face, saluted Nate Newton walking by, and so but it's sad because I think this is probably it. This is probably the end of DeMarcus Lawrence's Cowboys career, which was it always felt like was unfairly discussed by a lot of the fan base, because I think he was consistently one of the hardest workers on defense on the team, one of the better performers. It's just it wasn't 15 sacks every year, but he was always good in the run game. He was always getting pressure. He was always doing his job. He was always holding other guys accountable. And so this is a massive season of change for them. You talk about I believe the longest tenured player on offense and defense both are probably ending their run here in Zach Martin and DeMarcus Lawrence. And so it's a weird period for them.
What difference in percentage do you have between Tank and Zach both being done? Like Tank way more? Or close?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think there's a good shot Zach is done with the NFL. I think Tank is going to play somewhere else. And so I think that right now I'd say better shot that Zach is out of here, but not that much more. I think it's pretty solid that DeMarcus Lawrence isn't going to be back.
Jordan Schultz, NFL reporter, I think obviously getting this from Overshown's agent, tweeted he underwent successful knee surgery and there's hope he could return by mid to late next season, a far more optimistic timeline than initially expected after the diagnosis.
What's funny about this is they always talk about the rehab and the different things there, and maybe some orthopedic surgeon or somebody's going to jump down my throat here when I say this.
Maybe Choppy's finger doctor could check in.
Yeah, exactly. But maybe I look at that and I say, how can you know just right after that be like, oh, we can shave 6 months off this. Now next season is in play. Is it because you got in there and you could see things that it wasn't as bad as the imaging said it was? Or are you saying...
They watched the Aaron Rodgers doc, unlike you.
Gosh. No, I watched it. I watched that part of it.
1/3 of it doesn't count as watching it. You were supposed to watch it so we could discuss it today. I held back my own segment to let you participate today, and now I'm just going to have to count on Jared Sandler tomorrow, as I already texted him. If I ask Jared to do something, he'll most certainly do it, not just do 1/3 of it.
I have Cowboys grass.
Well, then don't tell me you're going to do it. Then don't tell me you're going to watch it.
Because I didn't know it was 3.5 hours.
I told you it was a 3-part series.
But yeah, and I thought there were 30-minute episodes. I was like, surely Sean does not expect me to do 4 hours with a nap and 2 hours of prep.
I just expect you to do what you tell me.
You're trying to have G-bag fights up here. But I think that when you watch them getting in there and seeing that with Overshown, I don't know how all of a sudden they can be like, oh, maybe even middle of next year. Really? Because this was a pretty devastating knee injury where they knew those ligaments had been shredded essentially, and this was just going to be about rehab and how he was going to be able to bounce back. The last thing I want is trying to push an optimistic timeline with him. This couple injuries he's had now. He had some injuries at Texas. This is a guy who has a really bright future. Do not push this any quicker than it needs to be. Take your time with DeMarvin Overshown. I don't care. I don't need him next year if it's going to be like, we can have him for the last 4 games. Don't push it.
Micah Parsons keeps tweeting, and it just generates more eye rolls. Someone put out some numbers. Pass defense in weeks 9 to 15 compared to weeks 1 through 8 in terms of EPA allowed per dropback. Most improved teams in the league defensively: Cardinals, Ravens, Cowboys. Biggest drop-offs: Bears, Jets, Bills. To that, Micah responded with the Lion. Like I said, this is a good football team. So, man, him and Jerry got that same damn optimism. It never wavers.
You ever watch Remember the Titans?
You gonna apologize now? We gotta apologize for calling him out. He was right.
Calling who out?
Micah Parsons. Damn good football team. He said, watch, you're gonna see it. You're gonna see here in a couple weeks. And he's right so far. His timeline, he's right. They're playing better football. They're playing hard for Mike McCarthy. They're playing hard for Mike Zimmer.
Are they a good football team?
No, they're not. I'm more just being sarcastic. But it's one of those things where I do understand what Micah was initially saying. The idea
they've improved, and
that basically to him, he's like, it's such a, and he had clarified this at his locker later that week, where he's like, it's such a struggle, the NFL, that like people don't understand the value of improvement, especially in-season improvement. Like those are things that matter.
And he's talking again about Jerry's theory of it carrying over, right? Jerry said that to us, and a lot of people rolled their eyes. I think the Green Bay playoff loss may have carried over to the beginning of this year. And Micah keeps saying, imagine we get guys back. We keep getting better. We keep improving to finish out this season for the start of next season. It's like Jerry's mini-me.
One of the all-time famous McCarthy quotes, apparently.
Except much bigger and black.
One of the all-time famous Jerry or McCarthy quotes when he was in Green Bay all the time. We know he does. It's just like anything here in Dallas. Apparently in Green Bay, his old quote used to be convenient criticism, which I've heard him use twice here in Dallas, but he used to drop it frequently in Green Bay, according to Packers reporters. But the idea of convenient criticism and that whole idea of just I don't even remember where I was going with that, to be honest. You said that you threw me off so bad when you said the Jerry thing.
Well, it's
no, it's
not an exact mini-me.
It rattled me so bad. I can't even remember where I was going with that. It was about Micah and the way that he had tried to set things up. I don't remember. Now you throw me off.
Look at this guy. Look at this Mr. Broadcast Professional over here, already slipping.
I tried to salvage it. I tried to talk in circles for about 10 seconds. I was like, all right, I've lost it.
Bill Barnwell with Cowboy fixes for this offseason.
Yep, and the number one agenda item. This seems very convenient criticism. The number one agenda item, undo the 2024 offseason. He's got a list of 5 things that he wants the Cowboys to do to fix things. He's like, hey, this team is in a lot of disarray right now, as well as he's got the 49ers, Bengals, and Jets. And he says, here's 5 steps that you can take immediately that will best put you in position to be able to challenge again. So number 1, he says, undo the 2024 offseason. He says, obviously you can't undo the contracts of CD and Dak and things like that, but everything else that didn't pan out for the Cowboys. So Ezekiel Elliott, he says, Mike Zimmer, go ahead and move on from Mike Zimmer. He's not a fan of Zimmer. He says the Eric Kendricks thing, he excelled in Minnesota. He says the analytics say that Eric Kendricks has been a bad player, which I look at that and I go, I don't think I agree with that. I don't think I agree that Kendricks has been bad. And this is where Barnwell can sometimes get himself in trouble, is when you're having to write deep dives on 32 teams.
Yeah.
And you have to lean so much on just a data point.
Because Eric Kendricks' PFF grade is a 72.5. That's good. That's 35th out of 177 linebackers. So what analytics is he talking about?
Yeah, exactly. So like what he'll look at a lot of times is he'll look at just general like season-long numbers of what does the defense do when he's on the field versus off the field? What has happened here? Missed tackles, this or that. And he doesn't necessarily see, a large chunk of that happened against Baltimore and New Orleans. And a lot of this has been over the course of the season. He's been steady and improved. It'd be like looking at some of the stuff that Mozzie Smith did early in the season. And if it was really, really bad and you've had seen steady improvement, that you take it as a big picture thing, and you can't really do that. But the other issue, he says, number 2, the thing to fix him, got to move on from Mike McCarthy. Which Barnwell, I feel like, has been a McCarthy supporter for the most part. But he basically says that he sold himself to the Cowboys. He was an analytics reformed thinker. That didn't happen in practice. And when you see what he's done here in Dallas, it's just basically been sold a bill of goods, and it's time to move on. So number 3, and this is tied to number 2, offer Ben Johnson. And this is absurd to me to think you would do this. Not just Dallas, any team.
$25 million.
5 years and $125 million. 5 years and I need to.
It's not our money.
That is, I believe he'd be that's
25 a year.
Yeah, and he would qualify as like the 3rd or 4th highest paid player on the Cowboys roster at that point before Micah signs his deal. That's to think anybody would give him Bill Belichick. There's got to be some. I'm trying to think of this. Who's the last? Was it McVay? Was the last just hot shot best coordinator in the league who immediately went to his job and it was like, that's one of the best coaches in the NFL? McVay or maybe Shanahan wasn't even it right away. But I'm trying to sit here and think of like who jumped in and immediately it's like, whoa, that guy took over the NFL. He's the best coach in the NFL or one of them.
Yeah.
And so because that happens so rarely, I don't know. I'm starting to get bad vibes about the Ben Johnson thing. Just the idea of, I didn't like the way he handled the Washington situation last year where they're on a plane. He goes, turn around. Never mind. I changed my mind. That tells me like, okay, how steady are your nerves here of just the responsibility of being the head coach? And as good as he is as a coordinator, you got to remember that they continue to lose pieces in Detroit. They continue to play well. That's clearly a deep, talented roster that he's not going to necessarily have everywhere else. And I don't know how much you can just say a genius play designer or play caller is going to have a ton of success as a head coach.
I got to hear him in sit-down interviews. I got to hear how he is in terms of managing people. I have no idea about his personality. That's what I care about when it comes to the head coach.
Now, we did talk about the idea of Zach Martin and DeMarcus Lawrence and them both moving on. He wants you to move on from one of them. He says allow Brandon Cooks and Zach Martin to go ahead and leave. And he says potentially Terrence Steele. He talks about that. You've got the right side of the offensive line that's had a lot of different struggles throughout the year, and talks about Martin dealing with the injuries and his age and his declining play, how Steele hasn't necessarily bounced back from his surgeries, which the last 2 weeks he's been better, 2 to 3 weeks he's been better in the run game. But he basically thinks you need a reset on the right side of the offensive line. Figure that out because committing to that is only going to get worse. And then with Brandon Cooks, you've got a declining player who continues to get hurt. And then his last...
Where are the additions? Well, we know about all these subtractions. We know about cutting the fat.
The solution?
Yeah.
Bring back DeMarcus Lawrence on a 1-year extension and re-sign Micah Parsons before he gets too much more expensive. So Barnwell's idea, just to recap, you should get rid of Zeke. You should get rid of Zach Martin. You should get rid of Terrence Steele. You should re-sign Lawrence and Parsons.
Yeah.
And you need to hire Ben Johnson. That's the addition. Ben Johnson for $125 million over 5 years, having never coached, coming into Dallas, a place where Mike McCarthy, with 30-plus years of experience in the NFL, still has not totally adjusted to what it's like to be here. They want to just drop Ben Johnson in here on his first job with a roster where you've basically just subtracted a lot of veterans and said, here, go figure it out.
May have to do the Barnwell ban, as you originally suggested here on the show. 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Your producer, basically, for Cowboys Hour, Yvonne/Ivan, has texted us. Good morning, rise and shine, B-word. That was a 5:59, so he's ready to go, unlike Bobby Roberto Bell.
I'm ready.
Bob, you want around the NFL or college? You get to pick.
Let's do college.
All right. Is SMU getting disrespected again? A little college football playoff kegger is next.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Preterm?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
College football playoff. I can't wait for this. I cannot wait for all the games. Give me more games. Just like the NFL season, except these are going to matter that much more. By the way, as everyone was trying to tie Mike Vrabel to Ohio State yesterday, Tom Curran out of Boston reports Mike Vrabel would have interest in coaching the Patriots. So the Mike Vrabel PR team is doing their work.
Including Dan Orlovsky and his little hints that he's dropped. Which, by the way, I was trying to figure that out. Where is the connection with Orlovsky and Vrabel?
You think two totally opposite guys. Dan's doing like yoga, and Vrabel is rotting out his bottom teeth like Dan Campbell.
Vrabel showers, though. Orlovsky does not. Just whatever else you can throw.
Orlovsky doesn't shower.
Remember, Orlovsky's the one who's like, yeah, I go long time. I just jump in the pool, or I'll do this. Like, he's got the choppy theory about showering and just gross stuff like that. Over at ESPN, they've got for the CFP coming up, they ranked the top 50 players that will be participating in the playoff, which I think is a good way to say, okay, let's look at this exercise and see what kind of top-end talent do you have on your football team. And there were a few different things in this that I kind of raised an eyebrow at. This is I'm going to start with the Texas angle. There are 8 of the 12 CFP quarterbacks on this list. So 2/3 of the teams are represented at quarterback. Quinn Ewers is not in the top 50 players in the CFP.
What?
He's not listed here. And it's not like, well, because we think Arch is going to represent. Arch isn't in here either. Texas doesn't have a quarterback represented in this top 50
And
list.
how many quarterbacks are there?
There's 8. They've got Cade Klubnik from Clemson on here. They've got Will Howard from Ohio State, Dylan Gabriel from Oregon, Kevin Jennings at SMU. So this is, now there's obviously a difference between Kevin Jennings, for instance, probably is not going to be the same NFL prospect that Quinn Ewers might be. So this is more about how you're playing as a college football player, how you're contributing to your team, whatever. And that's fair because there's been questions about Quinn, but man, I would not think that there's a justification to say Quinn Ewers isn't one of the 50 best players out of the top 12 teams in the country.
Because out in Vegas, with the odds, most passing yards during the 2025 CFP playoffs, Quinn Ewers is number 1.
Boy, his stock nationally and just discussion about the Texas football team, that's got to suck a little bit where you're entering the CFP. You're entering the CFP as one of the betting favorites, and
everyone thinks that you're something that holds them back.
There's this sense of just like, can we get through this so we can get on to the next thing and get you out of here?
That's why I said, like, if you're Texas and you're having these discussions with the reports that it's going to be Arch's team next year, like, how do you? It's like going on vacation, but you're like, we're going to get separated.
Yeah.
You have this discussion like, all right, when we get back, we'll work out the kids' arrangement and the details and who takes what. But you have that talk before going on vacation. That's what this is.
Yeah, this is and this is one where I hate that. I hate the idea of just either he's going to level up is what I think. It'll do one of two things. There's no way he's not hearing the discussion about him. When the rumors start out there, Quinn might be coming back to school. Oh, but Texas doesn't want him, so now he's getting Big Ten. Like, Quinn has to hear that. Quinn knows that exists.
Yeah.
And so
everyone is waiting to push Quinn out the door.
And I don't know what his mental makeup is does he just say, I'll show you?
Right.
Like Aaron Rodgers was doing in the first part of that documentary series yesterday when Purdue blew him off, Sean.
First and only.
When that happened, is it something where Quinn Ewers can say, all right, screw this, I'm going to push past it? Or is it something that breaks him and causes tension within that locker room?
Yes. I think that's a big storyline.
Yeah.
I think that's a big factor.
And we'll know really quick. Like when you're going against Clemson, which Clemson was what? I think in the final CFP rankings, they were like 15th or something. I mean, they weren't super high up. But when you look at that, do you say, okay, well, is Dabo and that veteran group and that talented squad, do they pressure him pretty quickly to where he kind of just falters and breaks? And that's been an issue for him late in the season. Just it feels like in big moments, he kind of breaks a little bit.
Because this is a game where you're not expecting a ton of struggle. So if there is struggle, maybe this factors in a little bit. What is the spread, Pepe? What's the spread for y'all versus Clemson?
Oh, is it 12 now? 12 and a half?
It's 12.
Wow.
Good job. That's a damn big point spread. 8.5 for Penn State, SMU. Notre Dame is favored by 7. Ohio State is favored by 7.5.
And maybe it's too big of a spread if this list is to be believed, Sean. Because if you look at the most players on this top 50 list, Clemson has more players in the top 50 than every team except for Ohio State and Oregon.
Whoa!
They have 5 of the 50 on this. Ohio State and Oregon have 6 each. But they have more players on this list than Texas does. Texas has 4.
Which is the total opposite of what you think in terms of Dabo talent acquisition over the years.
Oh, yeah.
Stuck in the Stone Age.
There was it ended up being a piece where I looked at it and was like, oh, okay, this is just kind of like a PR piece. There's not a lot of like interesting details or depth in this.
All right,
but
so we started off the show with 2 crappy pieces from ESPN.
I'm not going to read it. I'm just saying, but there was a headline yesterday, like just on the conversation that's changed about Dabo, that said, Dabo was once the biggest laughing stock of the NIL era. Now he's owning it or something to that effect. Where it's like, oh, Dabo is you guys owe Dabo an apology now. Which Dabo tried to lay that foundation. Boy, could you imagine how mad everybody would be if this Clemson team went on a run in the CFP and won it all? Ooh, y'all would have to apologize. They're so petty. I kind of like that, but that needs to come from Dabo Swinney last of anybody. But Clemson has 5 different players on this list. Wide receiver Antonio Williams, defensive lineman Peter Woods, defensive end TJ Parker, linebacker Barrett Carter, and quarterback Cade Klubnik, who Klubnik played better this year than he had in recent years. And Klubnik has been able to kind of rally and save his career a little bit at Clemson, unlike a guy like DJ Uiagalelei or some of the other issues that they've had at Clemson in the post-Trevor Lawrence era. But Klubnik has been, for the most part, kind of a disappointment. And in bigger games, Klubnik has struggled. And so to me, it's like, I don't see a big enough gap that you would justify saying Quinn Ewers is not on this list, but Cade Klubnik is the 26th best player.
Yeah, in terms of the lowest scoring team that's expected to... now, I guess they're combining all the games and taking their cumulative point totals in Vegas, but Clemson's 2 behind Tennessee in terms of who is expected to score the least. So tie that to the quarterback discussion. Lowest scoring game, Texas-Clemson is supposed to be the third lowest scoring game. Pepe, are you worried? Are you worried at all about Saturday?
I'm worried about Quinn. I really am. Even though it being a home game, I'm worried that, in the big moment, I just don't know if he's going to crumble or rise to the occasion. I mean, Texas really needs their defense to lead them to victory here because I just don't have much trust in Quinn right now.
Now, the benefit for Texas, when we mentioned how they've got 4 players in the top 50, which is actually fewer than Clemson, Texas on this list actually ends up with a couple players near the top of the list. So they've got, Kelvin Banks Jr., who is the 5th overall player, their offensive lineman, who's actually been banged up the last couple weeks. Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker, he's on here as the 9th overall player. So they've got a couple guys in the top 10 there. SMU is the one who, if you look at this list, they're telling you SMU has the least amount of top-end talent of any team in this CFP. So they have 3 players in the top 50, which is the same as Arizona State and Boise State. And so they're right there at the bottom. The problem is that SMU's best player on this list, which is their running back, Brashard Smith, who had almost 1,300 yards this year, 14 touchdowns. He's their highest-ranked player on this list at 18. The highest-ranked player on this list for Arizona State is the 3rd overall player, and that's Cam Scatabo. And then number 2 is Dylan Gabriel from Oregon. The number 1 player on the list, the number 1 player in all of the CFP is Ashton Genty, according to this list, who was pretty salty recently with the Heisman Trophy race, saying, I thought I should have won, but, congrats to Travis Hunter, which I like that edge a little bit.
Yeah.
I like seeing that, but...
Only one who was wearing, the team gear, saying, I got to pay homage to the university for helping me get here. I like that as well.
Yeah, and that was the Heisman Trophy show. I did not anticipate being as interested in it as I was when I turned it on. I was just sitting in the hotel in Carolina, and I turned it on. The backstories were actually really interesting. I thought of all of those guys and the way that they talk about it. And Genty was a guy who struck me as it seemed like he had a long memory of appreciating who put him in places, how much respect he had for things. It was nice, like you mentioned, about the Boise State thing, to be there and represent it. He represents Texas really strong, and the appreciation there, and clearly has parents who did a lot for him. So I love him.
Is he better than Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yeah,
because I love Jahmyr Gibbs.
Obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs has become a really good player. He's hit a lot of his potential, but as a player coming out as a prospect, yes, I think Genty's better.
And better than Bijan?
Right there, as a prospect. Genty. The thing about Genty, and you may see some of it on during the CFP, because I'm sure there just has been a lot of Boise State games that you've been locked into this year.
No,
but when you watch Genty, the pass protection highlights are almost as much fun as watching him run. He as a pass protector is.
So he's a 3-down back.
He's violent. He will just knock 290-pound defensive ends off the ball. He will go out there on routes. So he's shorter, but he'll run routes and he'll go up for the ball. He'll attack the football as a receiver. He'll run the ball inside, outside. He's got burst. He's got the ability to stay on his feet. His contact bounce, he bounces off. It looks like a pinball sometimes, the way he just bounces off of people. But this was the write-up on Genty. They say there's not much more to be said about Genty that hasn't been said this season, and yet it bears repeating, re-emphasizing, and reiterating just what kind of a year Genty has put together. Genty carried the ball 344 times this season for 2,497 yards and 29 touchdowns. It's arguably the best single season by a running back since Barry Sanders in 1988 when he ran for 2,850 yards. Now, here's the thing that'll come up where people are going to asterisk this a little bit. Genty playing in the CFP, this will continue to go towards his season totals. He can still pass Barry Sanders for the most rushing yards in the season. Are we going to talk about that with an asterisk, though? Because we didn't talk about...
Man, it feels like we just don't care. I don't care anymore about how many games you play and comparing it. I'm trying to think of the record that I would get worked up about and be like, no. Not a fair comparison. But when we go to 17 games in the NFL, when you talk about this with the extension of the college football playoffs, when you talk about Caitlin Clark and her numbers, it's unfair to the original record holder, but I'm not a stickler for that now.
Think about how nuts the discussion used to be about Babe Ruth and Roger Maris. People were so mad about Maris playing 162 games to 154. And you got to asterisk it for 8 more baseball games.
By the way, can't be everything Texas here with Bobby and Pepe in the college football kegger. The Oklahoma Sooners, congratulations, Carter. They get the top player, the number 1 overall player in the transfer ranking portal to go to their school. Washington State transfer QB, John Mateer. So congrats, Carter Freeman.
Congrats on dominating the transportal there, Oklahoma.
All that to go 5-7 next year.
God, y'all just don't even wait. All right. It's a Thursday, so it's time for the payload. Peyton says if you're posting a lot about your relationship, you're headed for a breakup, and why he wants to be insensitive and break out the alcohol at all the funeral homes. Philip Peyton Russell with the payload is next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right, is the Payload every Thursday at this time. And gentlemen, we start off by pouring one out for the deceased here. Don't want to bring the mood down or anything, but we're pouring one out for them because we're talking drinking alcohol at funerals, changing the game in 2025. Now, I got to ask this question. You know, it's always brought up. My parents seem to always bring it up, and I hate talking about it, but
they always bring up their death and demise.
Yes, exactly. And I hate when they do it. But how do you guys want to? Have you thought about the process of when you do go, like how you want to be buried? Do you want it to be a party? Or do you just want, hey, don't spend a whole lot of money on a casket. Just put me in the ground. Go about your business.
This is actually, you know how we were talking. I don't can't remember if this was on the air or off the air. We talked about how Kristen is just like totally opposed to spending money.
Yeah.
She's so cheap.
Yeah.
Kristen, this has come up with Kristen several times where she's like, do not, if I die, don't even cremate me. That is a waste of money. You need to just find a spot in the dirt. Just go find somebody where you can dump my body.
I'll just throw in the big green egg.
Cover it up with dirt or just throw me in the ocean, something like that. I was like, gosh, but
don't even waste money on the cinder block to tie around my leg.
But it apparently doesn't matter what my wishes are, which I don't really care what happens after. But it doesn't matter what my wishes are.
What happens to her after?
No, for me.
Oh.
She said that she was like, yeah, I just want you to know, like, if you die, you're not getting a funeral. I was like, really?
Wow.
She's like, I can't handle it. She's like, I'm not going to be able to handle standing up there and doing a funeral and everything else. So I was like, okay, well, I didn't want one.
You have to abide by her wishes, but you have no say in what would you want? What would you want? You probably
no service, cremate. Just that's fine.
No one gathering.
Mm-mm. Oh God!
Gather the sufferers.
You know how embarrassing it would be.
Yeah,
all the RSVPs of like can't make it. No, I'm not going to give y'all an opportunity to dunk on me when I don't have an ability to say anything back.
It'd be great show content.
I would haunt y'all's asses.
Everyone shows up in their Dak jersey, their Orlovsky signs. They hold up like PTI.
I want everybody at the funeral just hoodies and shorts. That's what I want.
Yeah, I have not thought of it, and I do think, you probably have to. I've recently had this conversation with my parents as well when they came for Thanksgiving. I do think, you probably should abide by their wishes, but I'm trying to decide how much I would blame someone if they did not abide by the wishes. If the parent was like, I just want a big party. I want a big, huge party and celebration. I think that's something like my mom would say and do. And I'm like, would I blame you if you were like, no, I'm not doing this. But I hate funerals. One of the first big fights I got into with my mom was like not wanting to go to my grandmother's funeral. And I'm like, I don't have to go to prove that like we loved each other or had this relationship. I don't have to. Who am I showing respect to? She's dead. So I have that uneasy feeling. But no, I have not thought about it for myself. Have you, Pepe?
I have not. I mean,
and what do your parents want, more importantly?
Nothing. They were like, please do not spend a whole bunch of money. It needs to be
you kind of like have to, right? Like, how much is a casket?
That's why Kristen doesn't want to do it, because she's like, she watched this show Adam Ruins Everything, where he ruins different industries with here's the inside of why it's all a racket. And she learned all about the funeral industry, and she's like, none of this should cost as much as it does.
Yo, Scotty Long, can we get a funeral home sponsor over here? Can we get someone tied to the station? If someone kicks the bucket, bam, we got you hooked up.
Perfect.
Special code Philip.
Philip. Oh,
because you have to get a casket.
Right, yeah. It's just because, I mean, I guess I've never gone shopping for a casket, but there's a size thing. So I don't know. I mean, I guess you can get
What are you doing today? I'm going casket shopping.
You can get a nice bed inside, memory foam pillow, I guess. But no, they just
get RJ's TikTok pillow.
If my wishes were to be cremated and placed in an urn that I wanted right in the center of the console here for y'all to broadcast with every day, would you guys listen to it? Or would you just be like, we're not doing that?
I do want my parents' ashes some of them somewhere in my house. I do think psychologically that will help me if I like look on the mantle or be like, okay, they're in some way they are here in the house with me, or to give me a reminder of them a lot. I don't know. This stuff is really morbid, but I give props to your parents for having that discussion versus just leaving it up in the air and then having you and your siblings fight over everything afterwards.
Yeah, so this is Columbus Funeral Homes. They become the first funeral home in Ohio to apply for a liquor license. And there's been a bunch of states like New York and New Jersey who have declined to apply or haven't been given the appeal yet. But as soon as early as 2025, they could be serving alcohol in your funeral services. This is about, the price range about $5,000 for this service, to have food and beverage and stuff given to you. I guess it all depends on the party size as well, but this is more for the crowd of, like you said, Sean, celebration of life. A lot of people are morbid, they're down, they're depressed, obviously, with funerals, but...
And then the lunch and the snacks after, like the eating after, I always bail. I never go. Fortunately, I haven't had someone really, really close to me pass away recently in which you have to stick around for the whole thing, but Roger Emmerich, that was like tough enough. I'm like, I can't go and chit chat and do all this small talk afterwards. Ted Emmerich, not Ted Emmerich. Sorry, Ted, not trying to kill you off. Ted Nichols Payne, TMP, couldn't do it. Go there for it, stand in the back, and roll out.
And it's not about being rude or anything. It's just it's a really tough situation, obviously. But I do have to make light of the situation. But what would your drink of choice be if you were at one of these services here? I just got to know. What's the drink of choice? Is it wine? Is that what we're because
Bloody Mary?
I'm not. I'm not. I want to just get the hell out of there.
You got to pick a drink. You got to play along
Double
with the
Tito's
segment.
vodka, man.
No,
Tito soda.
I'm trying to think.
Dark brown 100 proof liquor.
Yeah, make it harsh.
Hennessy probably for me.
Hennessy?
Taking shots.
Where's this funeral? I'm not.
It's the Payload here on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, we go from talking about funeral homes to social media relationships, basically. This is apparently how often you post about your relationship online could mean it's heading for disaster. How big are we into posting our relationships online? I know Instagram, obviously, Twitter, you're not put a lot, but, Instagram, Facebook, are you tweeting or putting out there?
You probably post the most about your relationship. It's also the newest. Then I would probably say RJ. Then probably me. Then Bobby last. I had to give Bobby a big lecture yesterday in a commercial break about posting more about his relationship. But I would probably say you, but also you're the newest to it. I know that people get sick and tired of me and Amanda. She said, I know people hate. They got to get sick of posting about our kids. I don't care. My kids are fantastic model looking, so I'm going to keep posting about it. I'm proud of it.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody complain about that, though. Like in general,
they're not going to loudly.
No, but I think people do look at it and go like, oh, how cute. Like, I don't think they even think about it.
And I would do it, too, if someone kept posting. I would say enough.
You would comment underneath it, hey, enough, Peyton.
Enough.
So this is Chelsea Berman, who shared her theory online that if someone was excessively on social media with paragraphs about their partners being their soulmates, it was a sign that the relationship was in trouble. I mean, this is more for the people of like a private life is a happy life. I hear that sometimes.
Yeah.
But I do think she has a point here. I think some people post a lot about the relationships on social media because they want people to think everything's going right.
Yeah.
Because if you're not posting a bunch, and this was big when I was, in high school and early college, if I don't see someone post a lot about their significant other, I'm like, hitting them up like, hey, is everything right here? You're not posting a lot? And they're like, no, I'm just normal. I'm just not posting.
Yeah, I know this is really sick. But y'all know this about me already. My brain works like this. I love the couple who post that everything is so perfect. I love when I hear that they break up. I honestly, I love when I hear it falls apart.
I knew it. I called it.
You sitting there and you're trying to sit there and flaunt it all in our faces, and you live in this fake ass life. The social media judgment I make, fair or not, is when someone has the dual Facebook account. I think that person has messed up or they're whipped and they're totally under control. I'm like, you have lost your balls when she and you have the same exact, Chris and Becky, Chris and Becky together, and they're subsequently divorced. And that was an old couple from my hometown. That's the social media judgment that I make.
Yeah, and I don't think that's a new concept or anything, though. The idea that just in general, if you're posting large paragraphs of how whatever it is, your relationship, how fun your life is, how great this was or that was. People feel like, all right, you're trying too hard. You don't have to sell me so hard. If the experience was that great, why are you not just enjoying that experience or whatever else? But yeah, I
always used to say for like these long write-ups, and I'm going to probably do one on Saturday for Amanda's 40th, like, why don't you just yell it across the room? Why don't you just say it? She's sitting right there across from you in person. But it's nice to publicly acknowledge also the other person and let them know how beautiful, cool, and fun that they are. That's, a lecture that I give to some people.
Yeah, that's what we got in a fight about over the weekend, was when I was complaining about a picture being posted.
Yeah, at a wedding.
Yeah, and then she deleted it, and she's like, fine, that way nobody has to know we're together. And I was like, okay.
All right, it's the Payload every Thursday at this time. Last one here, guys. I have a final update, my gas bill. Doesn't look like it's going to be fixed anytime soon, but I had an AC guy come over yesterday afternoon, and he said, yeah, this thermostat upstairs is wrong. It's the wrong one. I didn't know you could have wrong thermostats up there, but it says emergency heat on the thermostat, but I don't have emergency heat. It says it's a gas furnace, but I have a heat pump thermostat. And I remember back in April, we had an issue with that thermostat, and the landlord, because if people don't know, this is a rental home, so I go everything through my landlord. He tries to fix everything, and he put a thermostat that he had at his house, just a random one. He's like, yeah, this will work here. And it was working at first, but I guess every time I had it on heat, it was really using auxiliary heat. Like it was wired differently than what was said on the screen in front of me. And this is an old school thermostat. This isn't just all touchscreen. It's the only thing digital on there is just the temperature itself. But I do have an argument to make that.
Yeah.
Should I send the gas bill to my landlord and be like, hey, honestly, technically, this is on you, dude. Like, this is why the gas bill's real high.
You got good news and bad news. The great news is you found the source of it. That's awesome because you had a $400 gas bill. But now you have, and I would absolutely send it to him, but now you have another fight on your hands.
Yeah.
It starts building up, right? Then does he look for an excuse to get rid of you? And you're that annoying, because that's who I am, to many people. I'm sure, Billy, if you're listening, I'm that annoying pest who just picking away. Like they can't wait to be done with you. Can't wait to have you out as a tenant. But dude, there's nothing in that scenario that you messed up, right?
Right. No, I was doing everything. Like it was obviously I had it on heat. Like it said heat in front of me, so I put on heat and it would heat the house. But it was, using obviously a lot of gas there. And it's all because like it was wired correctly, but the thermostat was just wrong. He didn't read it all the way. But yeah, it's cost me $400 here. So
got to submit it. Got to submit it and ask for the money back.
I'm contributing $20 to your fund right now, Peyton, as I forgot to pay you for the napalm chicken. And it sounds like you could use it.
He didn't do the chicken bet correctly.
I would have died if I did the chicken bet
It was
correctly.
a chicken sandwich he was supposed to eat. Your girlfriend, by the way, she is feisty because she was sitting there and she goes, I can't believe you didn't pay him for that. I can't believe you didn't pay him for I said he didn't do what he was supposed to. He ate a chicken strip. And she was like, the frugality amongst the women on this show is amazing. We are the tightest Scrooge McDuck show.
We have the tightest women at the station.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco, injury attorney text. I'm sure my wife will smack you for that on Saturday. We have a Boys to Men ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway. The armpit gets rejected. Rangers Nation can laugh at that. And high school football state championship weekend is here. Are we getting a huge change to high school football in the Mecca? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Thursday to you. Trying to get you to your weekend and your holiday as quickly as possible here on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Choppy's out on Christmas vacay. We got Peyton and Caitlin in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Atlanta Falcons fallout to the benching of Kirk Cousins. Michael Penix is going to start against the New York Football Giants. This was, by the way, the G-Bag fight that Bobby has been asking me every break. When are we playing G-Bag? When do we get into the fight? When do we get into the argument? The G-Bag fight coming up 7:20, commercial-free, Expressway, along with our Boys the Men ticket giveaway. The great Mike Trout previews Sunday Night Football at 8 this morning. Stuart Mandel, who destroyed the Belichick hire. We'll talk college and the football playoffs at 9:20, a stacked Thursday edition. Here's Kirk Cousins' reaction to getting benched.
You know, it's pro football. You know, there's a standard that, you know, I have for myself, that the team has for me, that unfortunately, I wasn't playing up to that standard consistently enough. You know, it is what it is. You know, you still get ready, you know, one play away kind of a thing, and support Mike and just try to help our team, you know, be able to find a way to win these last three to get in the playoffs. And that's what it's all about.
You feel like you hope to still be a starter in the future in the NFL?
I didn't forget how to play quarterback. You know, certainly the turnovers were not what you want, but I didn't forget how to play.
Andrew Brandt, NFL money guy, who, Bobby, I know you respect, said this. Here's what's most likely to happen with Cousins. He'll be released in March with a post-June 1 designation. He'll make $27.5 million next year from the Falcons or other team after making $62.5 million this year. He will not make $10 million guaranteed in 2026. The Falcons will have paid $90 million for a partial season. That is what everyone was making fun of them over when they drafted Penix.
Yeah, that's the laughable aspect of this. It's like, all right, if you're going to take Penix, it was so much less about taking Penix and taking somebody for the future. That makes sense. Why didn't you get a cheaper bridge quarterback? Why did you get that guy? Like, there was so much, and it's like, well, that's all in. We got to be all in. Okay, then why didn't you go get Belichick either? If you were that all in, why didn't you go get the guy to push it over the edge in Belichick? Why did you have to go get Raheem Morris? There was so much about what Atlanta did. Atlanta seems really dysfunctional. There's a lot about that organization where it's like, I don't think I'd want to touch that job.
Rich Cimini in New York apparently said people within Garrett Wilson's circle believe he will request a trade from the Jets this offseason.
Look, if you want to be all in over here, Dallas, that's a guy I'd call about. You need a receiver. I don't know how much Garrett Wilson would cost. Have no clue.
A lot.
I'm sure. But I'm trying to think back over. We'll have to look at. I got to look back and figure out what has the market been like for a young receiver to get moved. Obviously, Amari was before the end of his rookie contract was a 1.
I mean, you don't really have to look it up. I'm the master of trade compensation. He's 24.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at least talking a 1. I mean, off the top of my head, I haven't put too much thought into it. That's a 1 and a 2, I feel like, at least.
Then I'm probably passing.
Yeah, it's going to cost you.
But if Dallas is...
And when's he getting paid? You going to have 2 $35 million receivers?
I'll say this. If Dallas ends up picking... If Dallas really screws this up and picks 17, and they just tell you it's a 1, if they say we'll take a 1 for Garrett Wilson, I would trade that 17 for Garrett Wilson. No problem.
Kyle Shanahan tells reporters Trent Williams may not play again this season. Of course, the Cowboy news from our very own Brian Broaddus is that DeMarcus Lawrence is not going to play again this season. Max Crosby ankle surgery, going to miss the remainder of the year. The Dolphins may do Calais Campbell a favor, who many people talk about as a locked-in future Hall of Famer. They may release him before the playoffs start to let him sign with a contender because he wants a chance at a ring.
That's so... When you say that, Hall of Famer, I immediately go visceral reaction, no. But then I start thinking about it, I know he did stack... Gosh, he's been to 6 Pro Bowls. He was on the all-decade team. He has compiled a lot. He's over 100 sacks now. He might have a case for it. He's been... I can't believe how long he's been in the league. He was on that...
He's 38.
He was on that Super Bowl team with Kurt Warner against the Steelers. He was on that Arizona team. That's how long ago it was.
Jonathan Jones, CBS, reports that reigning NFL Coach of the Year, that doesn't sound right, Kevin Stefanski, their general manager, and Deshaun Watson are all expected back for the Browns next season. It's unclear what Watson's role will be as he recovers from Achilles surgery, but Stefanski and Andrew Berry, the GM, signed contract extensions in the off season, and they're planning for the return. Mike Vrabel was a Browns consultant there too.
Yeah.
They had Vrabel in the building. They could just go ahead and try to promote him.
That was where he was tacked on there. I don't know that anybody's had a quicker shift in the perspective of what kind of coach they are than Stefanski, to where he was like, man, look at what a miracle worker he's been in Cleveland. And they see how bad things have gone. You start looking at, well, why did Baker click after he left? Like why did things work out so much for him after he left? And then that penalty situation we talked about, those stupid penalties we talked about at 840 yesterday, the stuff like illegal formation. Cleveland's been number 1 in the league in those for 3 straight years.
Yeah.
So it's like, maybe Stefanski isn't quite the guy that everybody was making him out to be, but you make the interesting point about Vrabel, who's become the top name for consideration out there. ESPN.
Well, second. Ben Johnson's always going to be one.
Sure. Oh, yeah. I guess I divide them off into 2 categories, guys with experience and guys with none. And so I just kind of think of Vrabel as he's the top guy with experience now. But NFL coaching buzz over from ESPN. Dan Graziano and Jeremy Fowler were doing their typical ping pong back and forth. By the way, have you come around on Graziano at all?
No.
He's been right on a couple things.
No, I'm kind of jealous of his position over there, that he gets to be on TV every day for really nothing. He's the NFL version of Chris Broussard.
That's the meanest thing you can say.
Chris Broussard breaks nothing. Like, how did you all of a sudden not become a reporter? Did you lose all your connections and now you're this analyst on TV? Same thing for Graziano, in my opinion.
So they were both ping-ponging back and forth, and they always...
I don't think nothing personal. Like, I don't think that they're jerks or bad guys or anything. It's just like you got
give me nothing.
You got a sweet gig.
Yeah, sure, I understood it. So Dan Graziano talked specifically about Mike Vrabel and said his name is starting to generate a ton of buzz around the coaching carousel. It said some believe the Titans coach would be the former Titans coach would be a candidate in Dallas if the Cowboys were to move on from Mike McCarthy. That's obviously been a connection that we've heard a lot of. I think that's who we would all default expect would be the hire if they moved on from McCarthy. Others believe he'd be a candidate in Las Vegas if the Raiders move on from Antonio Pierce after only one season. The connection there is the Tom Brady thing, which the Raiders have apparently been really insistent behind the scenes. Like, no, Brady's going to have a major voice in stuff we do. Like, big moves we make, he's going to have a say in that. So what does Tom Brady think about Shedeur Sanders? What does Tom Brady think about the next head coach? Those are all going to matter to them.
Has Tom Brady in his broadcasting career struck you as a guy where you're like, okay, I'm convinced Troy Aikman would turn into a great general manager.
Yeah.
I get that from listening to Troy. The principles, the toughness, the ideas, the culture. Have you gotten that from Tom? Have you been able to pick up on, or is it just kind of generic broadcaster guy?
No, and Tom deserves a lot of credit because we were dumping on him so much in the first 3-4 weeks of the season. And when I've heard him since, I'm like, it's not bad. Like, he's improved. He has definitely improved more than I was anticipating he would based on hearing him.
I agree.
I wonder if he's just so focused on getting like, I'm trying to think back when Aikman first started.
Yeah.
Did I feel like Aikman was that in depth early on, or has Aikman just got to a point of comfort that you can hear all that come through? So I think hearing Tom Brady talk over the years about all the ideas of culture and winning, and I think he probably has some of those same traits, and it's just he's not comfortable enough.
I totally agree. Troy's like just so much more real right now on TV and comfortable with letting it loose. And Tom's still probably thinking about, not stumbling and fumbling over words.
Right. No, I think it's really fascinating to talk to guys who spend a lot of time in the league for an extended period. Like, even sitting there and talking at Cowboys Crosstalk every week with Nate Newton, hearing the way players just think about this is how you have to win. They all have like philosophies and guiding principles. And so I'm sure Tom's got a ton of that he really leans into. They also mentioned here the Vrabel connection to Ohio State that you were talking about yesterday, that was the thing that people might be thinking is the connection that Orlovsky was talking about. And he points to a couple of, Mike Vrabel connections, coaching connections that he's had that he's seen have success going to the college level or have chosen the college level. You've got Bill Belichick going to UNC, and then you've got Bill O'Brien, who has had some success going down to Boston College. And so the idea being, would Vrabel want to follow that kind of a path? So that's the one angle there with Vrabel and the stuff that Graziano covered. Jeremy Fowler says that a league source has told him this week that he thinks teams are going to want to hear from Deion Sanders. That it's like, I don't know if we'll hire him, but we're at least interested. So the common team we keep hearing the connection is the Raiders, because Deion speaks really highly of the Raiders. Good relationship with Mark Davis.
Deion seemed to also tell Pac-Man the other day in their podcast that Shedeur would play for the Giants. That's what I was kind of picking up on. He goes, he's going number one. Either way, he's going number one.
So Fowler says that there's two possibilities other than the Raiders that might cast their wide net and say, we're going to at least call and ask to talk to Deion. And those two that he anticipates could request interviews with prime time, the Jets and the Saints could both talk to Deion Sanders, which I wouldn't think. I mean, honestly, especially let's say Shedeur goes to the Giants. Giants finish number one, Shedeur goes there. If you're Deion, do you leave the building cult you almost have in Colorado in terms of just the can't do no wrong at this point? Like, it feels like people are just in love with what you're doing. Do you leave that?
Can't do no wrong with Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter.
Yes. Do you? Well, and he also just got the big time recruit in the portal from Alabama. Do you look at that and say, I would rather try and salvage things with the Raiders, Saints, or Jets?
I think it goes back to what Deion first said about coaching in the pros. And he's like, that's not for me. I can't. Can he control those guys? Can he be Deion in the pros? Probably not. He's like, I don't want to deal with those egos. I don't want to deal with those attitudes. And that's why Belichick may not, I don't know, in the world of NILs, can he control them and boss them around and bully them the way that Nick Saban did? I'm not sure. So there it is, around the NFL with the buzz and the different circles. Is that everything?
There's one other quick note here. He listed off Jeremy Fowler.
I do absolutely believe people should talk with Dion, though.
Oh, yeah. At the very least.
That's the Derrick Henry thing that infuriated us. The Cowboys not making a call. Like, man, like I'm watching this Netflix series about like chefs, and it's just going from chef to chef to chef. And I find like, even if I find their like cuisine boring or something, they're giving you their whole life story and a couple of lessons. There's like a couple of golden nuggets in each episode where I'm like, okay, I can steal that and apply that. Why would you not talk to Deion Sanders and be like, what do you think? How would you do it in the NFL? What do you think is missing? What do you think would work? And even if you're not going to hire him, you take that information and apply it.
Yeah. I don't understand why you wouldn't at the very least go.
9 heads are better than 1.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at? What's going on? What's so funny?
I was laughing. I was just scratching my chin hair.
Oh.
But it
Did you say my chin here or my one chin hair?
1, 2, 3. There's like 6 there, chin hairs.
Oh, okay, chin hair.
He shaved.
Yeah.
He's good. No, but I think that's a good point. Just in general, the idea of bring him in here and at least find out away from all the prime time public persona.
Yeah.
Let me just sit you down in a room and talk to you and hear what your ideas are about team building and everything else. But really quickly, Jeremy Fowler lists the other names that are going to be really hot this coaching cycle. He said it's a big theme. The big theme this time is second chances. So he said the names that you're going to hear interviewed a lot: Mike Vrabel, Brian Flores, Matt Nagy, Vance Joseph, Cliff Kingsbury, Kellen Moore, Joe Brady, and then Arthur Smith are all going to get interviews. The guy that I would be thrilled if Dallas would interview, if Mike McCarthy does go on, I would want them to interview Matt Nagy. That guy got, I thought, a raw deal mostly in Chicago.
Nolan Arenado used his no trade to block a move to the armpit. Said no to the Astros. Jared Sandler in studio tomorrow thinks that Houston may have actually caught the break there. I've always been a huge Arenado fan, but 272, 16 home runs, 71 runs batted in last year in 152 games. The WAR has been at basically 2.5 for the past 2 seasons. All right, we are your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. It's DFW Sports Station, which includes an afternoon show that went to battle yesterday. One of our favorite things to do, Bobby's most anticipated segment of the day, the fight. On the G-Bag Nation, we have the audio and a Boys to Men ticket giveaway next.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free up until Mike Tirico at 8 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station. He'll have the TV call of Cowboys Buccaneers. Thanks to Tim Collins for setting that up. So Tim Collins getting us Mike Tirico, and we'll preview Sunday night with the broadcast Hall of Famer at 8. Stuart Mandel, College Football Insider at 9:20, and a Boys to Men ticket giveaway during this segment. Sean Sharif, Cowboys Insider, Bobby Belt, along with Peyton and Caitlin in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Bobby, how did you stumble upon this G-Bag Nation dispute yesterday?
I didn't stumble onto anything. I was alerted to it. Shout out to Eric Chiafalo.
Oh, an inside job like Lucius. Usually it's Lucius with the inside jobs there.
Lucius is a savage. Where we talked about a couple weeks ago when he would put the G-Bag fight up on the Fan Cam just subtly, like during a commercial break. He'll hit the space bar and put the camera up there. And we asked him about it out at Sandler's event. He goes, "Hey, streets got to eat. They need to be fed."
Have you seen that viral house that is lit up with the Christmas lights? It looks like a mansion, and it's like this mind-blowing Christmas light display. Have either of you seen this? Do you know what I'm talking about?
The one at, like in Preston Hollow, like is it Dallas?
I'm assuming.
Okay.
I mean, it's a freaking estate.
I saw one that was impressive.
Amanda told me there was like a rumor there that like there was like a dispute amongst the couple or people that live there. Lucius is the person that would be in the house and he would slowly open up the curtain and let the neighbors see the people inside the house fighting. That's what he does to G-Bag.
He loves it. He loves the tea. He loves spilling all the tea. And Eric loves it too. And Eric is probably, I would say Eric's probably the one seat at the station in terms of alerting people to, hey, there's content here if you want to come grab it.
Will he do it if he's involved?
Yes, he'll mention if he got involved.
Because a lot of times, I know I'll speak for myself. I don't want to replay and rehear the fight or the argument. Though I watch more football, I take the headphones off every time it's played. A lot of us don't like hearing.
You won though.
Did I win that?
Yeah,
I think I
sounded.
I sounded the pettiest.
You sounded the pettiest.
To say I watch more football than you, a lot of people take that as you could take that as a really douchey statement.
Sure, but you were. Right.
I mean, it's true.
You were right though.
Yeah.
So that's what.
But that's where you probably need to readjust. Just because you're right doesn't mean. Sometimes it's not worth sounding douchey to prove that you were right.
Oh,
my wife tells me this all the time. Like, stop trying to be right in the argument.
What I learned from watching the one episode of the Aaron Rodgers documentary, Sean, was that he wants to be right more than anything else, and so I'm going to take my cues there from a Super Bowl champion.
All right,
somebody who actually dragged Mike McCarthy to a Super Bowl title,
not a radio champ.
All right, so Eric Giafalo texted me yesterday in the middle of this fight. He's like, hey, you're going to want to pull this. But I'm driving to Cowboys Crosstalk. I see Eric. I'm like, what the heck is this? So I go and rewind the app a little bit, and I'm listening to it, and I'm like, this isn't... They're having a disagreement about Travis Hunter. So the setup to this, because this is about 2.5 minutes long, the setup to it, it's a slow burn for about 4 minutes of them talking about Broadus would play Travis Hunter at receiver and let him play some snaps at corner. Zach wants to play...
Wait. Primary position wideout?
Yes. He thinks that Travis Hunter is a better receiver.
Wow.
So he would play Travis Hunter at receiver, give him some snaps at corner. Zach wants to play Travis Hunter at corner and then give him some snaps at receiver.
Okay.
Well, this then turns into a discussion of... Brian said...
By the way, to break the tie, have you how much Travis Hunter have you watched?
I finished him.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did. It's always a great line.
And which position is he... His girlfriend about to make another video. Which position is he better?
I want to turn him around on defense. No, I think he could be Jalen Ramsey at corner. I think he'd be Chris Godwin at receiver.
All right,
so I'd play him at corner.
Okay, so you agree a little. You agree more so with Zach.
Yes, and I think he could be a Pro Bowl receiver if he wanted.
Open up your damn ears and listen.
I think he could be a Pro Bowl receiver.
Open up more than that. Ivan texted us on his way to Mexico. He goes, let's see how edgy y'all can get. There you go for your drive, Yvonne.
I think he could be a Pro Bowl receiver. I think he could absolutely be that. But I think he could be a Hall of Fame corner. Like that's the kind of capability he has. But
I'm sorry.
I know you're breaking here.
Yeah.
So I think that when they go back and forth on this, Brian brought up the point. He's like, aren't you worried about him breaking down at corner? Which I thought was a little odd, but then I understood what they're saying. Just in general, you get a rash of corner injuries. But Zach's whole thing was like, no, I worry about him if he's on receiver getting hits more than I worry about him breaking down over at corner.
Which I agree with.
And so they were going back and forth about that a little bit. When they finally settled that, after it got a little testy on the edge of it, it then turned to the discussion of punt returning. And Walchuk was like, man, I'd let Travis Hunter return punts, put the ball in his hands as much as he can, make some plays. Broadus is like, absolutely not. I wouldn't do that. You're going to put him in a compromising position. So that sets up the fight for Walchuk now is getting a little irritated at stop trying to limit what Travis Hunter can do, Brian Broadus.
It's so fascinating. Deion Sanders never was a punt returner. Just because we were scared. We didn't want to play the best corner of all time on special teams to help us score touchdowns and win games because we were scared that he was going to get hurt.
Yeah. Not scared at all. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you though. When you, it would be weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It'd be real weird, though, when you put him back there to punt return in week 2, and then he blows out his knee, and then we don't have him the rest of the year. And then we'll talk about, then you could be scared for your job. How about that one?
Okay, well, if he goes out there and is covering a play and tears his ACL, gosh, that also sucks,
If you would listen to me, I told you that I have no problem.
I don't see the difference.
I have no problem in the field of play.
Stop. All right, right now, in my opinion, Zach is he's been an irritant a little bit with the scared. You're basically calling Brian scared, and then with your weird. He being sarcastic. He being a little smart ass a little bit. Yeah, interjecting all those little words. And there is a difference, Zach. There is a difference if Travis Hunter gets hurt playing his position versus the unnecessary move. You don't have to have him return the kicks. You don't have to have him return punts. So far with this, I'm Team Broadus because it sounds like Zach is trying to fight.
Have you ever heard the song Porky Pig's Blue Christmas? Where Porky Pig sings the Blue Christmas song, and in the background, it's this very famous clip of somebody giggling, like the producer giggling in the background and getting louder and louder laughing. That's Lucius in this clip. You hear 3 different times where
in that clip so far, Lucius is laughing.
It's very, but you hear him go like, "I'm not scared," and then you hear Lucius with his mic open go, like Lucius just starts like giggling, like, "Oh, we're gonna fight! Yeah. Here we go! I know I'm getting it." He's getting excited.
Let's continue.
I have no problem.
I don't see the difference.
I have no problem in the field of play. I have no problem in the field of play. I said that earlier. I'm just telling you, as a returner.
So situationally, you would never put him out there either.
No, the situation is part of being in the field. I'm just telling you, as a returner, I wouldn't do it. I would absolutely, but go ahead and do it.
Dion path.
Go ahead and do it though. And if he gets hurt, I'll remind you about it when I'm firing you for doing it.
That's fine.
Okay.
Hey, I didn't play like a coward.
Nope.
Yeah.
And if you want to have the coward attitude, that's why you're not going to win a damn championship.
Coward.
That's fine with me.
I did win a championship, if you remember that.
Oh!
I do have a Super Bowl ring, right?
You do.
I did. I was part of this.
You do.
I do.
You were part of that.
I was part of that.
You sure remind all of us that you were part of it.
Whoa! Stop! Whoa! Whoa! Oh man, this is Zach's stepping over the line here. He's stepping coward. So you've gone scared, you've gone coward, and then you keep reminding us. I think it's us who goes super winning scout. Who reminds the audience more of what they did between Broadus or Bassick?
Oh. Are you kidding me?
My wife would call the hotline right now to answer this.
This is Mike Bassick. It's not even close.
I just had to see your facial reaction to that. I wanted to see if there's going to be any intrigue or any hesitation in answering that. All right, so, man, we've got Zach he's poking here, and he is prodding. Scared, coward, and you remind us of that. That's good. This is good.
If you're in
Gianfalo, shout out to you for the assist.
If you're in Broadus's position, as soon as is that the moment where you're snapping? Is we hear that you sure like to remind us about it? Is that where you're like, all right, dude, this is you want.
You know what? And this is, you know what I would do if I was Broadus? I'd be like, you're out of the film study. I brought you along. This is your protege turning against you. You know, he grows all these cats. And all these cats become super. I'm not talking about Zach here. I'm talking about some others. They become super arrogant, and they deep down believe I'm better at this than Brian Broadus is.
You messy.
He grows. He takes all of his time. He mentors and plants all these seeds. And then how do they grow up? They grow up and feel empowered, and then they sit there and stab you in the back with a telestrator.
And look, I just like to point out, Gavin Dawson, somewhat famously over the last few months, has nicknamed us the most toxic show at the station. I don't know that any of us are taking as direct a swipe on this show as something like, that, or you remember back
what's the most personal thing? Like, all right, I probably say a lot of personal. Some people even write back on Twitch, the Bobby Defenders. They're like, I get really personal with you.
Love y'all dark web twirlos.
And it sounds personal, but it's not really it's hard to explain. I mean, you might take it as personal. I don't think it's that personal. To me, it's high level of joking.
I gasp every time I just think back to a year and a half ago when they're at training camp and they're fighting about Sean Payton, and Broadus is telling Eric, like, you've never done this before. You've never lived it. You have no idea what it's like. And then Eric goes, you're right. I have no idea what it's like to tank an organization with bad drafts 3 years in a row. It's like, God,
what you're trying to say is we can't compare to them.
Woo!
we can't compare to them in terms of
their toxicity is so much worse. It's just not as frequent where they're snipping at each other.
Travis Hunter argument yesterday on the G-Bag Nation during the commercial-free Expressway. We have a Boys to Men ticket giveaway and the neighborhood watch coming up. Let's continue.
You were part of that.
I was part of that.
You sure remind all of us that you were part of it.
You know why? Because I'm proud of that.
You should be.
I'm very proud of that.
Absolutely.
Are you proud of anything?
I'm proud of a lot of things.
Are you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
Proud
You
of
should
sitting
be.
here right now.
Good.
Proud
Good for
of
you.
Proud of what we've done here.
Good.
Proud of my daughter at home.
Proud
of my family.
They should be.
Proud of a lot.
Be proud of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I am.
Good.
I'm also not scared to put my best player out there in a game-altering moment to return a kick.
It's not
not a coward.
You should. It's not a coward play. It's if you don't have that player anymore, you lose him in week 2 or week 3.
Yeah, I get
then
that.
You're going to be like,
He could also blow out his knee running onto the field.
I absolutely have no problem with. I mean,
like Dre Greenlaw did.
But if you're in a situation
That's
right
part
now,
of the game.
it's part. But returning when you put him in harm's way as a returner, that's your fault.
But
and
he's
if he
not in
gets
harm's way every time he's on the field.
Stop. I hate when people do this. I hate when people go, "Oh, you could die crossing the street." So it's like me at my house yesterday. I'm trying to fix one of the blinds, and my wife. It's one thing if I slip in the shower accidentally and get hurt versus stack up a chair on top of a box, and I'm trying to climb that. And I'm trying to act like Home Depot man over here, and I get hurt doing that where my wife is looking at me, waiting for me to fall and break my arm versus slipping in. I hate when people say that, like, oh, you play football, you can get hurt crossing the street too. That's a stupid comparison.
I get it. Here's where I was coming down on this thought, though.
And I also dislike Zach's point of, It's like us with the Jerry interviews or Steven or anyone who interviews these guys, and people are like, just tell them that you effing suck. Drop dead, do us all a favor. I always respect, and I always get like a call from Newey Scruggs or something. I'm sorry, New, I didn't call you back yesterday. Or a text message from someone who understands it, or a listener like Total Eric right now, and they get the overall situation of having a partnership and contracts, and we want to have Jerry on the station twice a week moving forward. And Zach sounds like that dumb fan who is like, no, who cares? I don't care about my job status. Like, Bros is trying to come at it from the perspective of keeping your employment and staying, having a job. And Zach, I don't care. It means more to me. I don't care if I don't collect insurance or, collect a paycheck because I'm a man and I have a big backbone and big stones.
Well, so here's also, I get from this perspective. And Zach texted me last night. He's like, "Did you hear it?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "What did I think? Did it? Was I coming off too B-word?"
I'm blaming this on Zach's baby. I'm blaming this whole thing. I can tell something's happening at home. It's probably a lack of sleep. Eliza is probably, not eating correctly. Something is happening with the baby, causing some extra irritation, and Zach came in wanting to fight.
I think that I can tell.
Eliza's fault.
So I get what he means when...
Just like when she went swimming in my pool. Bassick texted, I can't believe you took a shot at me, a former MLB pitcher who won 10 games, who had an ERA under 6. I didn't take the shot. Bobby said it, and my wife.
I think
Zach sounds like a pissed off baby mama.
Zach, there. Here's what I think. I agree with the general thought of just like, why are you not concerned about having him run routes as a receiver? Like, you're more concerned about that than corner, but then you don't want to have him return punts. Like, I do get where it seems counterintuitive, the line of thinking. But Zach, right there, there's two things I noticed there. One, when Brian throws out, "You proud of anything?" Zach backtracks a little. He's just going, "I'm proud of my baby. I'm proud of
what
family.
We're doing here, what we've established as a show."
And he's starting to get a little, gotta make this light. But then he remembers, no, I think I want to fight. Because then after joking for a sec, he goes like, "But I'm not a coward. Not afraid to lose games." It's like, he got hooked back in. He tried to make it light, then he went, "No, you know what? I want to fight again. I want to jump back in."
All right, let's hear the end.
But he's not in harm's way every time he's on the field?
Absolutely. But he's playing offense, he's playing defense. I'm totally cool. That's what he does. But if he's not a returner,
Super Bowl, you don't want him to return a punt for you if he's your best option?
You're saying he's a returner every damn time.
I'm saying situationally, at least, I'm definitely doing it.
Situationally, okay.
And I brought that up to you. I threw out situationally.
You've gone from him being the returner, primary returner, to situational.
Hey, I'd have him as primary too.
I understand.
But I think at the very least,
we're good. No, we're good.
You could compromise and say situational.
Stop.
Great.
All right, Broadus right there thinks he won the case. He's in court. The glove did fit. And all of a sudden, he thinks he got Zach backtracking now, going from every time returner to situational. It did sound like that a little bit.
There's that means he thinks he won. I will also tell you, and you've experienced this before. You've seen it before. We all saw it at a dinner in Oxnard one time when Jane talked too much. There was the moment where Jane was having to backtrack on something, and Brian goes,
I wasn't at that dinner.
You were. He goes, you're good. You're good. And when he goes you're good or we're good, he's like, I'm stopping this because I'm mad. And I was like,
what was the restaurant?
It was when we were in Oxnard and
the back Italian place.
Yeah, there was. I'm just gonna text you the name.
Okay. I thought you meant the pizza place.
No. This was at the Italian place that and she realized, oops, step to that. Shouldn't have said that.
All right, let's go.
I understand.
But I think at the very least,
we're good. No, we're good.
You could compromise and say
you're not situationally great. We're good. You made it sound like you wanted him to do it every damn time.
I probably would start that, just like the Cowboys did with
now
Daz.
you're walking that back?
And I thought it was great. I'm not walking it back. I'm having to return punts and kicks.
All right, good enough.
It's good compromise, gentlemen. That's the holiday spirit. I love it.
Freaking Dawson.
Hey,
good compromise, gentlemen.
As toxic,
freaking Dawson comes in.
As toxic as Dawson says we are, he will let all of that let's back off. Let's
at least we involve ourselves in it. Dawson is the biggest gaslighter here. And he sits there and he starts and acts all innocent. At least I participate.
Dawson is like the person who will go to somebody else and be like, did you hear what so and so said about you?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't want to say anything,
but
I thought it was a little over the top. I actually love how much Dawson low key stirs things up. It's entertaining.
I'm Team Broadus in this. I'm giving Broadus the scorecard here. We all got to vote. Don't be scared.
I do I see what both of them are saying, but I think Zach clearly was just reached a point where he's like, I'm tired of disagreeing for 6 minutes. Let's make it a nasty disagreement. And so in that sense, Zach won in successfully trying to get Brian off sides and snap a little bit. But yeah, ultimately, I think I leaned a little more with Zach.
Okay,
a little.
Pepe, break the tie.
I give Waltrip credit, like Bobby said, but yeah, I'm Team Brian here.
Why?
Because I'm Team Brian.
He's afraid of him.
He's afraid of him. Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Boys to Men at WinStar on Saturday, April 19th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Mike Tirico previewing. We'll ask him if Travis Hunter should return kicks at 8 o'clock. And by the way, my first reaction to all of this, because I can't stand scared patty cake radio from a lot of people in this city, the fact that they're willing to go back and forth, I love it. I love it. So I give people props all the time when they're not afraid to have that fight and that battle. That's something I always applaud. So props to G-Bag.
Yeah, I want more of it. 972 with a great description of what we were just talking about with Dawson, where he's kind of egging it on a little bit for entertainment. He goes, I'm like Dawson. We call that an agitainer. It's somebody who's agitating for entertainment. I like it.
I like it. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Oh, man. The drones have migrated south for the winter.
I heard this.
Dude, this is coming to Texas now. Where they would pick naturally, I might go, that doesn't sound that intriguing. Why would the drones decide that they're going to go to Midlothian of all places? Or not Midlothian. Midlothian's the other story. We're going to talk about White Settlement. Why would they want to go to White Settlement of all places? I can't figure out how that would be the area. Well, it makes a little bit more sense when you consider that the city is home to the Naval Air Station Joint Reserve Base in Fort Worth. which is a designated no-fly zone in that area. And there have been confirmed drones for the last several nights flying over White Settlement. Multiple drones spotted flying in North Texas, and federal investigators are already there checking it out, trying to figure out where things go. White Settlement Police Chief Christopher Cook said in a statement that officers saw drones flying near Bomber Road, Silver Creek, and North Las Vegas Trail, and they began working with staff and at federal and military property to try to find the pilot. They responded to more reports of drone sightings before 9 p.m. and shortly before 10:30 p.m. They said, as a reminder, the city of White Settlement and adjacent areas near federal and military properties are no-fly zones due to being a military operation area in the national airspace. So now we've got the feds in here. We got the feds in North Texas. We got the drones flying around here. And is this a tie-in at all to what we're seeing on the East Coast?
Were they flying over those types of...
They were. I mean, I don't think they were directly over the airbase, but they're in an airspace that they are not allowed to be in.
So that would seem to invite you. This is all very ignorant questioning on my behalf.
That's ignorant.
And this might be the only time in my life I would want to listen to Alex Jones to see what that guy thinks. Why not just go up and get it? Why not shoot him down? Why not destroy it? Then would you lose any information you could get from it? Like, why are we not just going up and snatching it out of the air? That's like the number one basic question.
There have been so many different theories.
And why are they flying over these areas?
Well, I mean, a military area would seem to if that's obviously some bad actor, that would seem to be some sort of
like obtaining information,
an intelligence thing potentially. Yeah, no telling, but it's obviously clearly those are no-fly zones and federal areas for a reason. But it's one of those things where I would lean more. My first inclination when I saw this headline was, oh, this is some dummy in the area who's trying to be a copycat and like, ooh, let's see if my drones will get on the news. I'm going to fly some up there and then I'm going to freak people out, and maybe didn't realize the no-fly zone that they were in.
And how does drone tracing work? Like, let's say I shoot it down, I get the drone. Is it like a computer to where I can easily trace it back with a serial number to the owner of it? Like, would I easily catch you? These are all questions that I have.
Well, this is interesting.
This is some Joe Rogan. This is probably a Joe Rogan day.
A couple people
after our show.
A couple people here on the fan text are also pointing out. They say that's also the Lockheed Martin area, and so I mean that there is obviously going to have a big part of just the defense stuff that will be. You wouldn't want that sensitive information being out there if they're flying around there. 469. I work here at Lockheed Martin where we make the F-35 stealth fighter jet.
Whoa.
He says he can give us a tour too, or he or she doesn't identify, but says they can give us a tour too. So that's good. Said these can be military drones our government is working on, is what 214 says. See, that's the other thing though, is that why then are investigators coming in?
Right.
If they're their own, I wouldn't think that investigators were coming in. Have you developed any sort of a theory for what's been going on? Not here in Texas, but in the New Jersey ones?
No, I haven't developed a theory. I'm just trying to evaluate my fear level. My fear level is getting to be at like a 3, like of what's happening and what's going to happen.
Yeah, the New Jersey one is concerning because it's just, you see some of these videos too of like, oh, there's one that they're tracking and now just disappears. Or, oh, now they're doing this. Or, oh, like why are people like, we have no idea what this is. We have no clue why these are here. We've not been able to, knock them out. There are just multiple of them coming around where they're humming through the air and residents were hearing them. It's like, that's concerning. And so now it's right here on your doorstep, basically, over there in White Settlement. Over on Reddit, there was a discussion that when I saw this, I was like, I don't even know where I would begin. So I've been out of the dating game for so long, Sean. I have. I got out of this. I'm married now. Taken. You are as well.
Sure. Yep.
When did you and Amanda start dating? When was that? Like 20.
I'm not good with dates.
Was it 2018, 2017, something like that?
Probably like 8 years ago. seven maybe.
So 20. Yeah, because I mean, I'm thinking back timeline just listening to the show. I think it was like 2017 roughly. Peyton, you've been with Mackenzie how long now?
A year and almost 2 months.
Okay, year and 2 months. So somebody on the Reddit Dallas forum, it was blowing up yesterday. They had posted the title, dating apps are absolutely fried in Dallas Fort Worth. Where can I go to meet people that aren't too crazy about partying but don't mind having a beer once in a while? So this person went on there, was just written and said, all right, I've been trying to date again. For the week I spent on Bumble and Hinge, it's atrocious in Dallas Fort Worth. It's absolutely awful.
Really?
Mainly because I think I just have no energy to do the same old thing on here. Really appreciate some advice from locals. Either had luck dating out here, trying to figure out where do you meet people around here if they're not on the apps. And that is the fascinating thing, is that I've always felt like if I were single right now, I don't know.
I have a solution to this. We need to come up with like a dot or something that you wear out in public to say, I'm single and I'm down for a bar discussion. Like if I'm sitting at the bar and I'm wearing this necklace, or I'm wearing, I'm wearing some symbol.
A pineapple, maybe.
A pineapple, maybe not a pineapple, but I'm wearing something. It's like,
Daddy.
I'm open for business. I'm trying to date. You know what I mean? Because there's nothing worse than like trying to figure out that awkwardness stops so many relationships from probably happening when you're in a bar, you're out in a social setting. And I know you probably feel like a loser wearing it or whatever, but I think it'd be kind of cool. Like, hey, that girl over there is wearing that. And it would not be the weirdest thing in the world for me to go up and talk to her because she's single. It's not going to be a fight with her man in the bathroom. And she's trying to date like I am.
Because there's no worse feeling, this is just from me being single in college, is going to the bars, talking to a girl, and then 5 minutes in the conversation, she going, oh, I have a boyfriend.
Yeah.
Now, if she's lying or not, then that's a different story. But like, it's like, you assume everyone's single there until they tell you they're not, and you're like, well, crap. Now I got to move on.
We need the new Scarlet letter.
Somebody on the fan text says we already have that. It's called a ring. That's the 817.
No, because what do you mean a ring?
Like the ring means you're taken. So if you're not wearing one, you're one of the single people.
No, because you have a boyfriend. Peyton and Mackenzie don't have rings.
I think that's somebody who probably is of the belief of like, if they don't have a ring, then they're effectively single.
Right,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, and that's one of those where I was so glad that I don't have to deal with that anymore. Just in general, the figuring out the approach, or like, does it have, because the going out, there's no greater intimidation factor to me. There wasn't than I'm going to go up and start talking to the stranger and just see if I can make something happen, a connection happen. We need
to change the symbol or the sign per month. Like, this month is green, and next month is yellow, and next month is red. And if you're wearing that color, like that necklace or that dot or something, maybe not a dot, then
of course you'd suggest a dot. Yeah. 972. Sean, that is good. 972 says, Sean, that is a genius idea. I'm a 29-year-old single guy, and I would totally be game if we could get people down with
right,
this.
Ladies?
I don't think this is a bad idea.
It's not just for guys. Like, wear something to where I know. You're essentially turning every single bar into one of those dating chair things where you speed dating.
Yeah.
And everyone in there is in there for the same purpose and reason.
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't think it's a bad idea. And that's what the idea of the apps were supposed to...
I'll call it Shark Skank.
That's good. That's what the idea of the apps were supposed to be at first, though, was the idea of like, oh, everybody's single on here and you can just figure out the connection, cut through all the... But now it's also cut down the... Peyton's talked about it before in the Payload, the idea of like, well, I want to go on a Zoom date first before I do anything. Yeah. It's also turned into very much... Those apps, I feel like, have turned into like hookup culture where it's just like you're not even looking for a relationship with anybody or trying to find somebody.
What if I started a site? I'm onto something. Now, what if I don't know what the more expensive ones are, Hinge or whatever. What if I started a site to where like, I send you shoes. Like, you got the coolest type of these Nikes this month represent. You're sitting out at the Katy Trail. If you're out at Boomer Jacks, if you're out at Hurtado, you're wearing these shoes. Boom. And then we just change it up per month. You subscribe to get the style, and you know that you're all in the same dating pool. This is not bad.
It's not bad. It might be it might be your big break. You might be able to.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll go home and tell my wife, I'm quitting my job to start a dating service. I'm sure she'll love that.
I'm going to try and find single ladies. They're one.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to pursue. All right, if you are in Midlothian, Texas, I accidentally said Midlothian earlier instead of White Settlement. If you are in Midlothian, Texas, you need to be hiding your pills, because they are getting snatched up everywhere, left and right. And there's an organized crime ring that is targeting Midlothian pharmacies. There are 5 suspects right now still on the run, according to Fox 4. So in Midlothian, police are on the hunt for 5 men accused of being part of a pharmacy burglary crime ring that has plagued the area since July. So in the last 6 months, they have these 5 suspects who have broken into several different pharmacies, and they're going in there and then stealing controlled substances. And that's one of those things where I've always been stunned that doesn't happen more. Like when you watch Breaking Bad and you see, where they're stealing stuff or they're doing different things. I've always been like, I wonder, like, that's just sitting in it. For all the things where people break into a convenience store, do different things, I'm always like, I'm just floored that you don't have people going like, there's expensive controlled substances back here that I can get onto the streets. I'm going to just bust and do this. But they're now facing several serious charges. They've got 5 men identified: Jerry Collins, Christopher McCoy, Kalen
you
Rowland.
naming them.
They did. Raymond Williams, and then Bradford Wines. They said that all 5 of these guys are on the run facing serious charges, including burglary of buildings, storing controlled substances, and engaging in organized criminal activity.
Tolo Chris is poking holes in my shark skank. He says, issue is women get hit on pretty much all the time anyways, and that's just inviting all the riffraff to be even more aggressive since they know they're single.
Really quickly here, since we are going to have Christmas next week, and so the Christmas lights, which, by the way, do you guys enjoy the go and looking at Christmas lights experience, or is that more of a beat down to you?
My wife loves it. You're going to find out on Saturday.
Oh, is that what we're going to do for her birthday?
Well, we have probably 8 hours to kill on a party bus out of the limo.
I'm all for it.
She loves it.
Some of the area, WFAA has a list of the different areas that are doing holiday lights this week. If you're looking for some of the area to take the family to, they've got holiday at the Arboretum. The Dallas Zoo lights are doing them. You've also got lights on the farm in Plano, merry and bright drone shows in Grapevine. That's not a no-fly space. You can't actually put the drones up there in Grapevine. And then in Addison, they've got holiday lights spectacular at Vitruvian Park. That's over right where near I used to grow up. And then I know it's not listed on here, but I know mine in Farmers Branch where I grew up, they've got a really good tour of lights with things. That's always just a really long line.
I feel like there's always some of the Cotton Bowl that every year we say, we're going to do it. We never end up doing it.
Yeah, they've got some good over there.
I did one in Arlington once, and it was pretty impressive.
Texas Motor Speedway has one as well, where they used to.
Neighborhood Watch with Bobby Roberto Belt. If you want something local, hit him up in order to get included every Thursday during the commercial-free Expressway. The absolute broadcasting legend has the TV call of Cowboys Buccaneers. Mike Tirico joins us next on Sean and Bobby 105.3 The
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks to all of you who are Toloing. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Cowboys, Buccaneers, Sunday night football on this radio station. But this man will have the TV call we absolutely love whenever we're able to track him down. He is the broadcasting legend, Mike Trout, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on the Fan. Good morning, Mike. How are you, sir?
Sean and Bobby, morning. How we doing? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. What does Jim Nantz the other day said, the winner of Bills-Lions, it's time for them to be America's team. How do you define America's team?
I don't care. I don't. Maybe it's getting too old, or maybe it's watching too much of the noise on TV in the mornings. I've stopped investing any emotional energy in circular conversations that don't mean a damn thing. I'd rather talk about offensive lines and all that stuff. I mean, the whole America's team thing was generations ago, and we understand it. The Cowboys have always had a great appeal across the country because of the 5 Super Bowls, because of more playoff games than anyone. So it's just developed generations of Cowboy fans. You know, the team America likes at the moment, the Lions and Bills, are great to root for. So too would a Cleveland be. I know what Jimmy said. I love Jim. Jim's a friend. I love him. I know exactly what he's saying. Like, the team that America is rooting for, or pulling for, because they'd like to see, I think we all like to see, teams that don't win get a chance on that big stage and have their moments. Those are great stories. But, like, dude, we don't walk around with a trophy saying who's America's team at the moment. So I invest zero energy into such conversations. Cowboys will always draw. They still do. And I'm sure I have a bunch of people watching Sunday night.
There's been a lot of growing momentum, kind of starting with Jerry on this program, about Mike McCarthy returning. Then you have Aikman and Dak and Micah all coming out. What are your thoughts, and how do you approach that when you do the McCarthy sit down, and just your overall thoughts on Mike's status?
No, hell, I've been doing this with Mike for 19 years on and off. So there's certainly, a trust, I think, a professional relationship, and Chris is with me as well. I'm sure we can ask Mike a question, get an honest answer, and he wants to keep going, right? So there's not much for him to say, right? And it's not for us to make the decision on what Jerry and Steve and everybody else see going forward. You try to look at facts, and to coach a team to 12 plus wins for 3 straight years, that's a fact, right? To know that injuries on both ends of that derailed seasons, that's a fact. I see a very positive in how the team has played here down the stretch. Yes, the competition has not been as good as the competition earlier in the season, but with a number 2 quarterback, we see teams just fall off the map, and that has not happened twice now here with Mike. So I look at that. I look at a guy who is tied for, I think, 13th now in wins in the NFL. The guy knows how to win. He's produced winners. He produces a good program. Where the questions were this year is, why was the defense so bad early on? Was it, once you lost Micah in there, that changed a lot of things. Now, when he comes back, you see a lot of positives. A defense that's statistically really good here in the stretches, especially the number of sacks since Mike has come back. Missing DeMarcus Lawrence, the guys who changed over. So I think what you really have to assess, what I would assess, is how much of that slow start on defense, injury-related, yes, also personnel getting adjusted to Zimmer compared to what they had with DQ. A lot of that goes into it. I think in the overall, you have to look at this. What's the market? Who's out there? Are you upgrading at head coach, or are you resetting and restarting the wheel? Does this group deserve one more shot after one bad year? That's the question that only Jerry and Steve and everybody else can answer. I like Mike McCarthy as head coach of my football team. I always have. I thought they were always well prepared. I thought you had the best chance to win football games. And if it was up to me, given the extenuating circumstances of losing key players during the season, I'd keep it going. I do think there's a bigger issue. And the bigger issue is having three, assuming Micah resigns, having three big-ticket players in the salary cap. Yep. That limits the amount of talent you can have on the rest of a football team. That's the thing that concerns me. And guys, I'm sorry to belabor this, that might lead you to keeping Mike, because Mike has dealt with that in Green Bay. Green Bay was a draft and developed, not a lot of free agent teams, and those teams played well. That might be a tipping point to keep Mike if you know that we're going to be paying Dak, CD, and Micah in the top 1, 2, or 3 at their position as we go into the next couple of years.
Well said. And Stephen Jones created a lot of waves in bringing up that salary cap point the other day. Mike Tirico here on 105.3 The Fan. I just want to ask you a side question, since you're a Michigan guy, about Ben Johnson. I don't know if you guys get to sit down a lot with the coordinators. My whole thing about Ben Johnson is, like, what is his, because he's the number one sexy pick for everybody.
Yep.
What is his personality? How would he run a team? How would he lead a team? We know about the X's and O's, the Great Lions offense. Yeah. Do you know anything about Ben Johnson?
I do. I've been around him a bit, living here in Michigan and covering the Lions. Gosh, I guess we've had him 5 times in their last year plus.
Yeah.
2 playoff games last year and a couple of times this year, and then I was over at camp this year as well. Ben's a really good guy. His players like him. His offensive players like him. Look, he brings creativity and energy to it. You never know what a guy's personality is going to be like when facing the media after losing a game where a special teamer happens to touch a punt because they didn't know what happened and they were just acting on instinct, right?
Yeah.
Those are the things that often, the crises are often what define your coaches short, medium, and long term. And we haven't seen Ben Johnson handle a crisis in front of the media. It doesn't mean that behind the scenes, when your offense is struggling, you deal with the mini stuff, right? What everyone has said is very positive. Ben Johnson's lack of a head coaching job at this very second is purely based on his desire to stay here and see this out in Detroit and not go to a place where he didn't feel everything was in alignment or he wasn't ready. So all positives. I would not blink for a second if I owned a team. Well, if I owned a team, I'd be blinking a lot because I'd be sitting in the sun. I wouldn't blink for a second if Ben was my head coach. Not at all.
Mike, I'm curious, you mentioned 19 years now that you've had interactions with Mike McCarthy from Green Bay into Dallas. And a lot of the discussion when Mike McCarthy came here was just the culture shock of, boy, being the head coach for the Packers and in that community compared to Dallas is so radical and so different. How have you seen McCarthy evolve, I guess, in terms of his perspective of what it means to coach the Cowboys or to handle this job over the 5 years that he's been here?
Yeah, and I'm going to double down on this. Let me answer your question, then I'll double down on it a bit. I think Mike figured it out right away. I really do. Especially, he understands things are different, right? It's the only team where the owner / president / GM talks to the media before you do as the head coach. So sometimes you're in there playing defense against what your boss said without knowing what your boss said, or maybe just hearing it and not getting to process it. Right? That's a hard deal, and it's different than anybody in any sport has. And you mentioned Jerry and Steven coming on the station here, which is great. Look, Jerry has said openly, if we're talking about the Cowboys, it's a good thing, right? It's the old no publicity is bad publicity. And that changes the calculus of everything that head coaches deal with. Because head coaches usually set the tone for the organization, what they say in the media, how they project in the media. Look at Dan Campbell a day or two ago in Detroit, where he went out there and used a couple of expletives to just say, we're staying the course here, guys. There's a pity party, sure, for losing 21 players on defense, or 21 players total, a bunch on defense. But the season's not over. Like, we're going to keep going out and give it our best. That was messaging to the team, in addition to the fan base and the guys hosting the show. So you can't do that to the same extent when the owner and the GM and the number 2 in charge are on doing that all the time. But Mike figured that out. Mike knows that. Mike has adjusted to that. which is a good thing. And that's why I think when you look at head coaches in Dallas, you need to have one of two things. Somebody who has been a head coach, understands what the fire's like. Think of Jimmy, think of Parcells, think of Switzer, right? Think of the guys who've been around and had that head coach understanding of how to manage stuff, and we're not going to let this little thing rattle us.
Yeah.
Or like Jason, a guy who was around and understood the dynamic, and that's what I was going to add to your question. Doing the Thanksgiving night game with Jason, who, by the way, is the best guy in the world.
Yeah.
And by the way, like you go back and listen to the games that I've done with Jason. Jason does a tremendous job in the booth doing it. I've had so much fun and learned so much doing it. We had a blast on Thanksgiving night in Green Bay. Being around Jason and understanding that, you've got to understand this is a different job. And if you don't have the temperament of a Jason Garrett or the experience of a McCarthy or the other guys I mentioned, I think it's a hard job. It's a hard job for the young, hot guy to come in and figure out, because there is an extra dimension to figure out.
Mike Tirico, NBC, he'll have the call of Cowboys, Buccaneers. We'll have the radio side, 105 through the Fan. Mike, we have said Tampa Bay may be the most difficult team for us to figure out. Dangerous. They lose 4 in a row. They come back there on a 4-game winning streak. What are the Bucs?
They're good. I think they're good. I think their offense is very good. And you're talking young offensive coordinators and guys who are good. Liam Cohen is right there. And Liam Cohen's name will be on the list here, if not this year, next year, for guys who get interviews for head coaching jobs. Because remember, this was an offense that was driven, defined by Godwin and Evans, 2 very good receivers. Mike Evans is putting up a Hall of Fame over 100 touchdown catch career here.
Yeah.
And then they go out. And so they've got to pivot. And now they pivot to young running backs and an offensive line that they kind of acquired many of the pieces during the Brady days, developed a couple, and they have stayed the course and now helped this team turn it around. And same thing like Dallas, last 4 games on defense, they've been much better. Todd Bowles has them giving up 15, 16 a game. So both sides of the ball have had to do a little bit of a pivot. And offensive was injury-driven in the first middle chunk of the season, let's say, because they got off to a good start. Heck, they beat Detroit and Philadelphia at the start of the season. Nobody else can say that in the NFL. And as they've kind of pivoted here through their midseason struggles, it's a good football team, solid football team, looking to close strong and win the division. They'll be a tough out at home if they win the South, and they'll be a tough out on Sunday night for the Cowboys.
Mike, while we have you, I have to take advantage of your all-around sports knowledge and ask you 2 non-Cowboy questions. The first is, how stunned are you, and why is Bill Belichick in college?
Interesting. First off, I would guess that the noise of not many people inquiring softly about the NFL was real.
Yeah.
And I think Bill wants to coach. And I think the way college is right now, Bill's approach is perfect. If you want to be an NFL player, come here, period. NIL money will come because of Belichick. Carolina's got a significant alumni base that they can dip into that wants to be around something that's a winner and successful. Carolina's had a good program at different points in the past. And if you think of the schools that have turned out the NFL guys, look at the rosters of any NFL team. Bunch of Bama guys, bunch of Georgia guys off the championship teams, significant number of Clemson guys. Guys want to be in the NFL, so that's where they want to go. And in this day and age where you no longer have to just recruit, you can have annual free agency with the absolute stupidity that college football has become, ruined by a bunch of folks sitting on the side of the road with no guardrails put up. You can go in and do this. So Bill can be a free agent and sign a bunch of guys, or a free agent coach and sign a bunch of guys who he wants right away, as opposed to, I've got the 17th pick in the draft, I've got to wait for somebody to fall for me. So that plus his desire to coach. Look, do I think he wanted to set the all-time coaching wins thing? Of course. That's why he did all the interviews last year. That's why he was down the road. But when you see that there aren't a lot of people making these quiet reach outs to, hey, maybe we should talk at the end of the year, you don't want to sit on the side of the road the next year. Great place to live, tie with his dad that he talked about, ability to coach people, make a ton of money. Why not? I think it was brilliant by Carolina's folks, whoever drove it on their side. And I think it's good for college football because it'll have that energy like Dion brought to Colorado, where everybody wants to see what Carolina does at the start of next season.
And then finally, Mike, baseball had this issue. They addressed it with some changes. People are now taking that discussion to basketball and the NBA.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the quote-unquote NBA problem right now?
Well, before we answer that, do you guys like the idea of you can put anybody up at any point in a baseball game? That rule that they're talking about?
No.
I mean, let's stop. What are we doing? I was okay with the ghost runner at second and extra innings, so we don't burn through a bullpen on a 19-inning game in August. I got that. That makes some logical sense. Like changing the order of the lineup, it's like it's akin to it's an NBA rule that's fun, it's entertaining, but I don't love it when you can advance the ball after a timeout in the last 2 minutes. Well, that's great. Can you imagine if it was football? You can call a timeout, and McCarthy will now take the ball at the opponent's 25-yard line. What happened in the first 46 minutes of the game we play in the NBA? That always has driven me nuts. But to your point, yes, there are too many three-pointers taken by some teams, but I lived through the San Antonio Nets NBA Finals when it was in the Pacers-Nets Conference Finals in 2003. And if you need to dust that off, it was like 39-35 at half. The basketball was so dry. It was like 74-72 late in games. You go, this is bad. The product was really bad at that point. At least this product is entertaining. It's up and down. What happens is in the playoffs, we get less of this, right? And think back to the finals. Games kind of in conference finals. Games come back to half-court games.
Yeah.
When the money's down, right? So it's part of the regular season. I don't know if you can legislate how many threes you can take. Could you bump the line back a foot? Of course you can. Change the percentages. But guys will continue to adjust. We have better athletes. The game needs to be tweaked because the court is still as wide as it was when Bob Cousy played and those guys. So we need to make adjustments in general in the game. But I don't think the game is all that broken at this point. I think you're just going through, if you're looking at the ratings-only causation of this, I think you're looking at just a wave of players like Giannis and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and other players being on teams that aren't the highest profile teams. Boston's terrific. Philly has struggled. The Knicks have changed characters. There's a lot of changing teams, and you don't develop guys out of college to the NBA as future stars. It's why it took Luka a couple of years to become a national star. It's why it took Jokic a couple of years to become a national star. But now they're there, and when they're on, you want to watch them. So I think it's just a cyclical thing. It's not overreact. And let's not say, hey, the number 8 hitter's up. Let's bring in the cleanup hitter to hit a grand slam in the 9th inning. Just pump the brakes and calm down. I think it's going to be all right.
Incredible as always. Thank you so much, Mike. We appreciate you, man. Have a great call Sunday.
Great to be on with you guys. Happy holidays. We look forward to being down there this week, and we wish everybody all the best. We'll talk to you in 2025.
The great Mike Tirico on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Stars in their heavyweight fight at home, and could you work together having dated or play together having dated the same girl? Next on The Fan.
Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the Leafs tie it once again. Here's Robertson trying to dash in, gets it back, fired, scores! Nick Robertson! And the Leafs have their first lead of the game.
It was the dreaded second period where teams seem to be scoring in bunches lately against the Stars. Last night, 3 goals in 5 minutes and 46 seconds, and the Stars just could not catch up after that, losing to the Leafs at the AAC 5-3. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and Bobby. Choppy out this week for his Christmas vacay. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Below the Belt coming up at 8:40, and Spittle said that the flu bug is going around their locker room as well. Thomas Harley, Lundqvist were out due to illness. 0 for 4 on the power play last night for the Stars, as the woes with the extra man advantage continue to be an ongoing story this year. They are now 0-5-2 in their last 7 games against Toronto, and this is the longest homestand of the season. Next one is going to take place against the Rangers on Friday night.
Yeah, I mean,
Spits and Suds with the podcast out.
Look, I mean, when Bobby McMahon scored that 4th Toronto goal in its first 8 shots on Ottinger on his 26th birthday, no less, I was just like, man, this is. I believe this is only the second time that he's lost in 14 starts at the AAC. Is what I thought to myself in that moment.
We're going to have a talk in the commercial.
Spits and suds.
Spittle, get up here a little bit early today. 8:35 meeting, I'm calling it. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Could you do this at your job? The Yankees go and get Cody Bellinger. Well, apparently Cody Bellinger's ex, mother of 2 of his kids, is now with Giancarlo Stanton. How the heck has that gone in your workplace? Need you on the fan text. And how could this ever work? How could this ever work?
Has this ever...
And would this ever stop you as a general manager from making a deal?
I mean, if it would disrupt chemistry, like if it would cause a fight, that
you don't know.
That broke up the 3 J's here in Dallas. Jim Jackson, Jamal Mashburn, and Jason Kidd.
Would you ask that in the interview if you knew it beforehand? I would if I knew it beforehand. I would say, hey, we got this female situation. How you feel about it? Is this going to be a problem?
Maybe. Do you think he knew?
The GM?
Yeah. Do you think
Ashman?
Do you think they knew that relationship?
I have no idea.
I would guess.
I have no idea. I would hope that my social media team was like on it, and someone sent me a note like, "Hey, just so you know, Giancarlo is with the mother of his children."
Man, that would be
right.
Like, could you imagine, like if the Steelers traded for Future, and then he had to like share a locker with Russell Wilson? That might be a little. You'd hope they could be mature. You'd hope that Bellinger is like, hey man, good for you. Hope that Giancarlo doesn't rub it in or make any little smart aleck statement. But woo, imagine that. Like, you're not even supposed to date at the workplace. So this is like kind of the same thing. Forget maturity though. Like when you're like they should be mature. Imagine like you have 2 kids, right? Like imagine that.
Yes.
You and Amanda, God forbid, were to split up.
Ask your mama, Pace.
You and Amanda.
I'm your stepdad.
Ask her in her casket. Nope, mine's already in the casket. Imagine if like you and Amanda split up, God forbid, and then Amanda like started dating somebody here in the station. You would. I don't think that's a question of maturity. If you're like, I'm not going to have interaction with this dude.
I think it all has to do with like me. I think it has to do with how I am over the breakup. Like, is it a mature mutual thing, which is very rare in my opinion nowadays? Is it like, look, let's be adults about this. We have to co-parent. You do your thing. You be cool with me dating someone else and vice versa. Then I think that makes it so much easier. But if it's typical and it's not very mature like that, it's going to be a humongous problem and fight.
Well, think about it. They broke up for a reason. So she clearly, they must have some sort of negative feelings towards each other on some level.
It's probably much easier if he broke up with her.
Yes. That'd be.
If she broke up with Bellinger, then that's more problematic.
But either way, I would imagine she's got to be in Giancarlo Stanton's ear a little bit. Right? Like she's got to be saying, there's no way that she's not going like.
She better not be too much in his ear.
Oh yeah, what did Cody say about that? In the, like when you guys were at dinner? Oh, you went to dinner with Cody.
Yeah,
how was that?
Compare.
Yeah.
You guys can compare notes.
What did he say about me? Did he have anything to say about me? Like that's. And then what's Giancarlo Stanton going to do? He's going to have to be like, honey, I think you need to side. Oh, so now you're siding with Cody. You're just going to side with Cody then. Why don't you guys get together?
Yeah,
then?
You guys besties.
Oh my gosh, no! This might cause more issues for Giancarlo Stanton and her than it does for them as teammates. That might end his relationship.
Anyone else where they shared similar experience on the fan text, Peyton?
The 817 says if it's a respectful relationship, it should be fine, saying there shouldn't be any issues. They're grown men. They should just get over it.
Well, that's not realistic.
You got people that it's an ex, move on. But yeah, and I expect Cashman or Aaron Boone to like pull both aside and just be like, hey, we're trying to win a championship here. Let's get over this. I haven't heard anything that there's an issue already.
I bet they don't even bring it up.
Forget workplace, though. I've just had friend group where 2 people dated the same person, and it was weird. Like, it was always, even when it ended, like, it was a relationship that didn't end poorly, but they started dating somebody else, like, 2 years later, and it was weird.
Do Bellinger and Giancarlo have to initiate a convo? The best case scenario is Bellinger going up to him and being like, hey man, obviously this is a thing, it's all good.
Yes, I think
or does Giancarlo have to initiate
They do need to have a discussion. I think Bellinger needs to have it I think Bellinger has to initiate because Giancarlo initiating, you run the risk of bro, who do you think you stop?
Yeah.
Like, you're already around my kids. You don't need to also now walk up to him and be like, hey, we're cool, man. You don't get to tell me if we're cool. It's Bellinger who probably needs to go stand and be like, hey, dude, I'm good. I'm good.
My weird, eerie story of the day has to do with Oscar Pistorius.
Blade Runner.
Does everyone remember Oscar Pistorius? And the girlfriend who everyone thinks he killed in Riva Steenkamp. Well, what is why would you in that moment do that?
I was not laughing.
Why would you in that moment freaking crack any type of smile?
I was not.
It doesn't matter what you're laughing at. It's like the dumbest, worst thing you could have possibly done. Now you put me in this awkward predicament.
Because when you said Oscar Pistorius, does anybody remember him? And then you mentioned what the crime was. It popped into my head, the viral tweet that went out after that happened, and somebody said he went from running on bars to living behind them. So that's what popped in my head. It made me laugh, and I was trying to avoid it.
Thank you for at least explaining it. Well, he's dating someone else now named Rita Grayling. Rita Grayling. The reason I'm telling you the spelling is to look it up because Riva's mother says that Oscar Pistorius is so sick, he went and got a Riva lookalike. That they're basically the exact same person. He still has the same anger problem. He has not been, doing his anger management. This is all according to the slain girlfriend's mother. As she's saying, look at this girl's photographs. I have goosebumps, shivers down my spine. Same build, same face, same hair, same eyes. Is he that sick? He wanted to find a lookalike, and this story disturbed me.
Bro, if you told me these side-by-side photos, if you told me this is the same person just in two different, I would believe it. I wouldn't even question it.
Like, even if you think it's legit.
They look, have you seen the photo?
I looked up one yesterday, yeah.
They look, to me anyway.
Doesn't Oscar Pistorius, we all have types, right? Doesn't he have to...
You told me that's the same person, I'm believing you.
Doesn't he have to abandon his type just for public perception?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude, okay.
You cannot... And what is up with this girl's thinking?
Dude, here's there's that angle of it. When you talk about, like you mentioned, a type, like this looks identical. I don't think Kristen and I have had this discussion.
Isn't this crazy?
If I would have shared the name of her ex, she doesn't think she could have dated me in that moment. Where it's like I can't even. I know somebody.
What do you mean?
Like I'm saying, he's fine. That it's like no problem. Like, oh, I'm gonna marry somebody who looks exactly like me. A lot of people are worried about the optics of just dating somebody who, this has the same name of somebody where it ended poorly. I had the girl that I was with before Kristen. She ended up getting married to somebody who was named Bobby, and everybody in our friend was like, that's weird.
Oh.
Like, that's weird you ended up with a Bobby.
I need to apologize. Tolo Matt Thomas said I had it backwards. It's Bellinger's current is Giancarlo's ex.
Then Giancarlo needs to initiate the conversation.
So it's not Bellinger's ex. It's Cody's fiance is Giancarlo's ex. So thank you for tweeting me that and letting me know. All the same guy principles and discussions still apply. But look at the lookalikes here.
Yeah, Pistorius needs to...
Does that right there make you think he's sick?
Brunettes. He needs to check out some brunettes.
Go straight to brunettes. RJ Choppy Path.
Yeah, you gotta find a brunette instead of go. This is creepy. It's more creepy than the Lamar Odom thing.
What is the steer of the year? And if the Cowboy, you mean getting the plastic doll that looks like Chloe?
Yes.
If the Cowboys' budget continues to tighten, can they afford to keep players who are stepping up for them right now? That's next in Below the Belt. Right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Rose.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and the Fan replays, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Jerry Jones has just secured a prestigious award. That's not prestigious. It's actually pretty bad, but it's an award nonetheless. So for all of you who said he can't collect hardware, you are wrong. We'll tell you about that here in just a sec. First, I saw something right before we went to break, and I said this has to surpass anything else that we talk about. This has to take the lead, and I need to have Sean not look at Twitter and see this report because this is the wildest thing I've heard in a long time from an NFL owner. This is a story from The Athletic. It's Diana Rossini, but it's also Zach Rosenblatt, and it's Michael Silver. Michael Silver's attaching his name to this. I feel pretty solid that Silver feels like it's there.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to read the opening line of this Woody Johnson piece about just a dysfunctional Jets program that exists right now. Woody Johnson decided to do his own research. The New York Jets owner was at his house in Palm Beach, Florida last February, discussing potential offseason acquisitions with team decision makers as they watched game tape. Wide receiver Jerry Jeudy, a former Denver Broncos first-round pick.
Who's killing it.
Absolutely. I think he's fourth in the NFL in receiving yards right now, and the last 6 weeks he's been dominant. Wide receiver Jerry Jeudy, a former Denver Broncos first-round pick, flashed on the screen. Jets general manager Joe Douglas expressed interest, according to someone familiar with the meeting. Johnson took out his phone and started typing. A few weeks later, Douglas and his Broncos counterpart, George Payton, were deep in negotiations for a trade that would have sent Jeudy to the Jets and given future Hall of Fame quarterback Aaron Rodgers another potential playmaker. The Broncos felt a deal was near, then abruptly it all fell apart. In Denver's executive offices, they could not believe the reason why. Douglas told the Broncos that Woody Johnson didn't want to make the trade because the owner felt like Jerry Jeudy's player rating in Madden 2024, the popular video game, wasn't high enough to acquire, according to multiple sources around the league.
And Michael Silver's putting his name on
Michael Silver's putting his name on. Woody Johnson blocked a trade because he Googled the Madden rating and said, nope, not good enough.
Are you embarrassed?
Who is someone just older who's just dying to act younger?
Choppy.
Okay.
Bill Belichick.
Honestly, Belichick, yeah, you could say Belichick.
He's not trying to act younger. He's trying to date younger. I'm talking about someone who just, like, midlife crisis guy with the sports car at 65. You know, it can be a movie character. It can be a fictional character.
Sure, yeah.
That's who Woody Johnson is. He is a tool. He is a freaking tool. Wearing the chains like that, trying to be Mr. Cool, and now all of a sudden you go to that's what a teenager would do. Go to the Madden ratings and see that. Is there anything Jerry Jones has done in the past 10 years that is as frightening as that we know of? As silly.
No, nothing
Anything
as
silly
to that
as
level.
that.
No. Nothing. And I mean, that's it. We used to clown people you said it's a teenager thing. We used to clown people who were teenagers when we would argue about sports, whatever else, when somebody would invoke a Madden rating. We're like, dude, shut up. Like, you think that matters?
Wow.
So you blocked a trade for a guy who is now one of the better receivers in the NFL this year and is just thriving in what is kind of a bad situation. Like, it's all falling apart around him and he's still thriving. And Woody Johnson blocked it just because of what EA Sports told him the number applied to the player was. They are screwed in New York.
Yes.
You're absolutely screwed if that's the guy that
and then
is running
you
your
go
organization.
and get Mike Tannenbaum, who you fired, to lead up the GM search through his website?
Yeah, the 33rd team, which they've been involved
Although it would be pretty backwards if Jerry Jones gives Mike McCarthy an extension this offseason compared to last offseason.
So, yeah, it's something where the 33rd team has been a like rehab area for a number of coaches. Mike Zimmer went and did stuff with them for a little bit when he was away. It's just to keep sharp. Guys will use it. But now I guess they are being used as like a search firm to talk to and do different research for. And so the Jets are actually having the 33rd team lead that. By the way, I asked Chat GPT for you. I was like, give me an example of a famous person who's old trying to act young. And the first name they threw out was Guy Fieri. So that's Woody Johnson. Or Elon Musk they threw out, and Madonna. So he's in that group right there.
All right.
But still, Woody Johnson, that is completely embarrassing. Okay, so over at Texas Monthly, every year they hand out the award for their bum steer of the year.
We'll do your other Cowboy topic at 9, by the way.
Okay, and this is where they call out and shame the worst of Texas, and they say this is the worst individual who represents the state of Texas. And a lot of times it becomes something political, or there's something there. This time they picked.
So you've heard of this before?
Yes, yeah. So this time they picked a unifying figure and announced earlier this week that their bum steer of the year is none other than Gerald Wayne Jones.
And Bobby wanted to ask Jerry about this on Tuesday, and I was like, no.
I think it's I would have wanted to.
Is it that big of a thing? Would he have known what the award is? No doubt.
I don't know if he would have known what the award was,
because we can't just throw out random sounds, made up things.
No, I'm sure
Jerry, you were nominated for,
I don't
Zach
know.
Wilczuk's top 10 list.
I don't know if he would have known what it was before this, but I'm certain it's a prominent enough thing that I'm sure he heard about it Monday. Like that he was told, oh yeah, Texas Monthly hit you with this. So no, this is somebody that in the past they've used different political figures or pointed to other different people in Texas. This one is just an absolute takedown. This is what they write. In 2001, this magazine put Jerry Jones on its cover dressed as Satan alongside the headline, "Is Jerry Jones the Devil?" But Cowboys fans aren't in hell. They're trapped in a purgatory from which there's little hope of escape. Even the eventual passing of the aged Arkansan might not bring relief from this mediocrity. Given that Jones has made ruining the Cowboys a family business, he is all but certain to be succeeded by his son Steven, the team's director of player personnel, who has had a hand in the same decisions that have made his father's name a curse uttered throughout the state of Texas. The Cowboys roster choices and coaching decisions might be made for generations to come by hobbyists accountable to no one. Like the vampires of lore, Jerry Jones's legacy may well be eternal. I would not feel comfortable saying half of these things here as an opinion on the air.
Really?
Oh, no.
Like what?
I wouldn't feel comfortable just talking about, even with using more flippant language. I wouldn't feel comfortable saying, even when Jerry dies, his son will probably screw it up. Like, just to talk in those fatalistic terms.
Well, to say how different do you think Steven will be? I mean, you're saying the same thing. It does feel like a purgatory.
Yes, they're stuck on the hamster wheel for sure. And that part of it is accurate. I think in general, the idea of...
The legacy stuff is true. I'm not going to call him the devil. That's a little overboard, but... the legacy stuff is true. The purgatory stuff is true. That's how Cowboy fans feel.
Have you?
And when those two are brought up, it would be more followed by a curse word than praise. That's all true. It might be harsh sounding, but it's true.
Have you considered at all?
That's why I keep talking about Jerry and his legacy every week here. Like, okay, you want to do it the way you want to do it. Like, you may not care about your legacy, or he may not have people around him. Look, he pays attention enough to the media to know what is said about him and what is thought about him. He may not care, although he says he's very sensitive to it. How much do you care about turning your legacy around? Because your legacy in Dallas-Fort Worth is negative, not positive.
Well, and I think he thinks...
Am I wrong on that?
No, I don't think you're wrong. I think he believes his legacy has to be, though, I did it. Me. So I got to take all the criticism and everything else. I got to shoulder it so that when we get success, I have to see this through regardless of just me doing it this way. I cannot cede any of this to anyone because then they get the credit, and that tarnishes my legacy. So I think he just thinks this is a calculated gamble that I have to risk. Now, they actually, right here in Texas Monthly, they said that the death of hope among Cowboys fans can be traced to an exact date, time, and place.
Gimme?
No, more recent than that. January 14th, 2024. During the wild card round for the playoffs, as they watched as the underdog Green Bay Packers scored 4 touchdowns in the first half while the Cowboys squatted over their helmets. They said the offseason that followed inspired no hope. Despite the playoff disaster, Jones retained head coach Mike McCarthy, but dithered for months over whether or not to sign Lamb and Prescott to new contracts, leaving the team's best players in limbo and the organization's salary cap too uncertain for it to pursue free agents. Cowboys fans who had stuck around through decades of thick and thin and thinner grew restless. Spectator attendance at training camp this past summer in Oxnard was lower than ever as photos of empty bleacher seats circulated on social media. If Jones couldn't be bothered to make changes during the offseason, even the diehards wondered what would be different this year. Well, here's what turned out to be different. The Cowboys didn't wait until the playoffs to tarnish the stars on their helmets. Woo! That's strong.
It's true, though.
No, it's
all true. We've all basically said the same thing.
No, it's all absolutely true. I mean, I think that's the part that probably irritates them the most this season. You remember how we said we felt like this offseason they heard the criticism more than in years past?
Yeah.
Even if they didn't react the right way, we didn't think. I think that aspect of it is what they heard and what bugged them was the idea of you nothing us. It's not that you're mad at us. You nothing us, basically. You've got no point of just fatigue. Like, I think that irritates
what do you mean,
them more.
Nothing us?
Like the idea of like, I don't love you. I don't hate you. I nothing you.
Oh.
You have killed any sort of even emotion tied to what you do.
Yeah, killed the care.
And I think that's what destroys them more than anything else. One of the things we need to discuss at some point, because can't fit it in here, the idea that they mentioned here of when Steven takes over, they're like, no guarantee that'll get better. I am interested. I'm curious how Cowboys fans view if they believe Steven would be better.
They don't.
I don't think
I can answer it for you right now.
I think it would probably be worse.
Worse?
Yes. I think that's if it were to happen right now, I think things might be worse.
Whoa. All right, mark that down as a future topic. Below the belt, literally, right here on your home of the Cowboys with Sean Treef and our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. Stuart Mandel, all over college football at 9:20. He destroyed the Bill Belichick move at North Carolina, but the Dallas Mavericks have a new hire, and Roberto gets you set for the high school football state championships as well. Final hour, Thursday edition, next.
Miss any part of the boys?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, Cowboys Insider, Bobby Belt, Chris Arnold in the building. We got Peyton and Caitlin. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan. Corey Major, stick in here for 1 second, please, because you and Kevin Hagelin covering high school football for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
How do you feel about this? This is kind of going around and circulating. Tolo, Jonathan, and others sent it to me. A proposed House bill will allow Texas high school athletes to transfer once to another school district for athletic purposes. House Bill 619. What do you think about that?
I mean, they're already doing it illegal anyway. So having it be a legal reason and allowing it only to happen once, I really don't have a problem with that. I mean, the weird thing was, like, you go Marcus Smart. I believe Kevin was the one tracking that story down back then. And he showed up. They said, hey, here's the address. And he's like, all right, sweet. I'm going to go to that address and get this story. And he showed up, and it was a mailbox and an empty lot. And so, like, somebody was paying for an empty lot and was like, hey, he's living here. And so, like, those kinds of things have happened all over the place, and they're doing it what would be considered illegally. Why not make it legal? Now, if it comes to, are we paying these high school players? That's where I'm like, oh, what are we really doing at this point? Because they're not bringing in as much money as college by any means. They're bringing in enough to keep their programs afloat. Some of them bring in lots of money, Highland Parks and stuff like that. But I have no problem with that at all.
What do you think, Bob? You like to go sit by yourself in the corner at these games?
What was the question? I was getting an article ready and I missed you even setting it up.
You see, if you stop being a smartass with Corey's baseball and focus on the damn show you're supposed to be doing.
I was pulling up the article I needed to have ready, and I was getting it set up, so I missed what you had said.
There's an article that basically says a high school player can transfer one time.
Oh, the transfer story. Yeah.
Thanks, Corey.
I mean, it goes on in real life. Like, I mean, there was a time. Go look at what happened at. I don't want to say which specific school. There was a school a couple years ago. A couple of coaches left a program, a high school program, a private school program. You can narrow it down like that if you want. And when they left, you immediately saw all of those players, miraculously, their parents moved and half the roster left the team. And that was a case where before that, half of the roster had been brought in a year before. And so this goes on a lot. There's a lot of, we opened this up to the fan text one time. The stories people have on the fan text of money that gets exchanged in these high school areas, jobs that are given to parents to have somebody live somewhere. So that, I mean, it is rampant in every sport in every high school in this city.
Chris Arnold is walking around the building. So CA, I'm sure you have some tales about this type of stuff.
Bobby basically broke it down. And to tell you how crazy it can be, just know that there's a kid in the NBA right now who went to high school down here, transferred to that school. They won the state title. He goes off to Arkansas to play for 1 year, one done, lottery pick. He's playing in the NBA. And the coach got suspended, high school coach. The quote-unquote title is supposedly, not real, even though they won it.
Yeah.
And it's because he wasn't living in the district. He's like, wait a minute. But this happens all the time, everywhere.
And Bassick was talking about in the commercial break and Choppy, the amount of parents who I would think, as a parent, the number one thing for my kid in high school would be the education, or middle school, right? Hey, are they keeping up? Are they on the right pace? But the amount of parents who the guys told me hold their kid back for the athletic purposes.
That's dumb.
First and foremost, like,
I get
is that, I don't, maybe I'll change. You all have kids that are older. Is that questionable parenting?
I'm not going to do that. Okay, Carter's
because I think Bassick said he even considered it or did it, but I was like, wow, shouldn't it be like the grades and education and maturation first?
Yeah.
Unless do you really? Are you thinking that your kid's going to be a pro athlete?
Yeah,
there's a lot of parents who think my kid's going to be a pro, even if it doesn't last long. He gonna buy us a new house. I'm serious.
Yeah,
they're like, he may not last long, but he's talented. We got to take advantage of the talent. And there are actually some people who truly believe you must need an education if you turn down guaranteed $1 million. This kid's that good.
I think Mike's kid may have been, I want to get it right, or he'll correct me in crosstalk, like a later birthday year, like mine is anyway, so you're like not aligned age-wise, but I know that there are other parents who hold the kid back for the athletic purposes versus, hey, they need to mature more.
Yeah, because then they're the big fish in the big pond.
Yeah.
You know, and that, like, that's what the idea of taking like a Julius Randle. Why would he go to Prestonwood Christian? Because he's the big fish in a little pond, and everybody sees him. He gets highlighted. And like my middle kid Carter, I think he's very good at football. I'm watching him and I'm like, damn, he's good. I didn't expect it. But I want him to compete at a playing level, see how that goes through his high school career. He's at a good school, but man, his grades right now, crap. So that's where we're like, look, you keep a B average or you lose your phone or you lose football. And that's where he's turned it around real fast. So he's focused on that. And that's what Tarico was kind of talking about with you guys this morning on what Belichick has. He has this ability to move them from one place to another, but he also now has the power again over the men in that room because he still has the ability to make sure I got a lot of money coming into this program because of me. And that money is going to be here for you as long as you're doing what I tell you to do. But once you get to the pros, it changes.
Thank you, brother. Go get ready for your show. CA, stick around.
Sure.
Go ahead and also get us set for how to watch high school state championship weekend.
Yeah, there's a lot of people poured in on the fan text here. Some people saying reclassification is not a bad thing. It's just good parenting. Somebody else, they've all got these stories here. Somebody said, I grew up and played with Kerry Wood and Irving all the way through his junior year of high school, and his dad, quote, got a job in Grand Prairie, and the rest is history. Somebody else said, I still have emails from a school. I don't want to say which one specifically. I still got emails from a school from the early 2000s where they were offering a house for his family to live in if they would transfer. So it's like, that's common with all the just, somebody found a job for you in this city, or somebody found a job for you here, and all of a sudden you qualify for this district.
Yeah.
It's
like the high school version of the Brunsons.
There's a big name player in the CFP right now who the discussion behind the scenes is when he was in high school, it was
here
in the state of Texas, he was given an address that he did not live at all. And that's a very common thing in all levels of all sports.
Do they have state officials go around and like check that?
Yeah.
Which
is how they get busted sometimes.
They get busted.
Again, they come with all kinds of well, you know, my auntie, I'm living with my auntie. She's my guardian now, and I'm living in her apartment. It's in the district.
No,
usually high school coaches will ask straight up and down, do you live in this district? Because they definitely want to know yes or no. And sometimes there's plausible deniability, just like in colleges where the coaches don't want to know.
How do they watch all the games, Bobby?
All right, so we actually had we had the state titles, a couple of these UIL state championships for football get going on Wednesday night. I know somebody already texted in and said Munster is the state champion. I assume that's how you pronounce it. Munster is the state champion over Shiner yesterday. They won in 2A D2. But we've got several games coming up here. Today you've got Gunter and Woodville playing at 3 p.m. You can get tickets there on WFA. In fact, I'll put this on the Facebook page so that people can get that there, but you can get tickets through SeatGeek if you want to go through there. State championships will be going on over at AT&T Stadium. Friday, you've got Carthage versus Waco. 4A D1 at 3 p.m. is Salina versus Kilgore, and then South Oak Cliff is going for another title against Richmond Randall at 7 p.m. on Friday. And then this weekend, this is the big set of games. This is the big A. This is 5A D1, 6A D2, and 6A D1. Highland Park versus Smithson Valley is 11 a.m. on Saturday. If you want to go out to AT&T Stadium, check that out. 6A D2 is South Lake Carroll versus Vandergrift. South Lake Carroll got there in wild fashion last week. So they actually had missed a kick that would have won the game for them as time expired, and it was running into the kicker. And so South Lake Carroll got the ball 5 yards forward, got to kick it again, made it. They're onto the state title now. And then the final game, North Crowley versus Westlake at 7 p.m. Tyler Smith was all locked into that game on the plane last week.
Really?
The North Crowley game. Following along with that, he looked nervous about that, more nervous than anything else. He was just like glued to his phone in the back of the plane trying to keep
game.
up. It's massive.
North Crowley knocked out Duncanville at Bassett School, ended their dynasty. Because they had been the state championship game like 4 or 5. Yeah. And so literally North Crowley, and both teams were undefeated last week at the time. North Crowley's been doing some things this year, knocking off people left and right. And Westlake knocked off the team that was always playing up against Duncanville in the state championship. So 2 new teams in the state title for this one.
If you want to watch these games, you can hear Craig Way, friend of the show, call play-by-play, along with, as Sean called him earlier, the late Ted Emmerich. He will be on the call as well on the FanDuel Sports Network. So they say if you get the FanDuel Sports Network app or go to getmyhometeams.com and enter your zip code, then you can find where you get channel access. But you can watch all these games over on the FanDuel app.
Mavs insider Chris Arnold in studio. They hired a new CEO yesterday.
Yes.
Who is Rick Welts?
He is amazing. First of all, I have to give them props because it's hard to follow a St. Marshall. But just like a lot of Maverick fans or different media people didn't know anything about Nico Harrison. It's like, who's Nico Harrison? Looked how it turned out. A lot of people didn't know who St. Marshall was. Look how it turned out. Rick is a Hall of Famer. He's in the Basketball Hall of Fame as an executive, which is rare. But more importantly, why is he in there in the Hall of Fame as an executive who he had retired to come out of retirement to be the CEO for the Mavericks? Props to Patrick Dumont for finding him and working this thing out. He created All-Star Weekend. Back in the 80s, it was only an All-Star game.
Wow.
He added the slam dunk, the three-point shot. He's the one that came up to extended it through the weekend. He was working in the NBA front office at that time. He also co-created the WNBA. He made that thing happen with the NBA.
Well,
he
one
also
for two.
Yeah,
Caitlin Clark made the WNBA. Come on, Chris.
And he also was a part of the people that put together the Dream Team with
Colangelo.
Yeah, exactly. He was part of that. And he also was a part of the Phoenix Suns becoming relevant again in the 2000s. This is before they got good. He was there when Nash got there. And he was also a part of the Golden State Warriors when they had their renaissance, the last 10 years ago. And so he's won all these different championships as being the CEO or an executive in the front office. And he also helped put together the crew and the people who funded the Chase Center that the Golden State Warriors moved from Oakland to San Francisco. That thing cost like $1.4 billion or something like that. His fingerprints were all over that. That's when he said, I've done it all. I'm going to retire. Well, a friend of his who's a friend of Patrick Dumont's, they wound up getting together, talking, and Patrick said, hey. And he also knew St. Marshall. So St. Marshall also was behind this in a way as well. She's like, oh, if there's somebody I had to follow, this is the guy. So he loves the fact that the Mavericks are basically in place. He didn't have to, quote unquote, build it up like he helped did with Golden State or with Phoenix. And he's been a lifer because he started out in the NBA as a ball kid, 16 years old, for Seattle Supersonics back then.
Wow.
So he's in other words, they got a guy that knows everything, and everybody in the NBA already knows. He's not an outsider. He's a CEO. He knows how to build buildings, like build a resort, the whole 9 yards.
Chris, we got about a minute left. What do you say to the NBA declining problem that people are talking about? Ratings, entertainment. What do you notice at the AAC?
AAC is like playoff games every night, so there's no issue with the attendance. I think my take on it is it's not even the play on the court. That might be a small part of it. I look at it a combination of two things. All these different teams in basketball, baseball, and hockey are on regional networks, and people can't find their games.
Yeah.
That's a huge thing that people aren't talking about. And then you look at the continued dominance of the NFL. The NFL is on even nights that you don't expect anymore. And it's such a soap opera that people are totally locked in more than ever. Because look at the NFL ratings are through the roof. But I feel bad for the other different leagues because it's hard to find their product, let alone having people can find it on streaming services. So
you think availability is huge?
It's huge, and props to the Mavs for coming up with Mavs TV and that app and put it on Channel 8 and that relationship with that group. So I think they're all the different leagues are sorting out how to find their audience or how their audience gets to find them.
The Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, thanks to Corey Majors for stopping in as well here on Sean and Bobby. This guy came out, and it's going to be his neck on the line if Bill Belichick wins at Carolina. Stuart Mandel on why it was a catastrophic mistake for the Tar Heels, and we preview the rest of the college football playoff weekend next on The Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
was it? Pepper Lady.
What are the Singing Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-323-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We are about to get to college football insider from The Athletic, Stuart Mandel, and he had the number one headline after the hire of Bill Belichick at North Carolina. Bobby, he absolutely torched it.
Yep, this is the headline. It said, here's why North Carolina is going to regret hiring Bill Belichick. And the opening line is, it's savage. He says, congratulations, North Carolina. You managed to hire someone completely unqualified to be your next football coach. You did that thing so many schools do where they try to win the press conference instead of win football games. It rarely works.
Wow.
Strong.
And if Bill wins, Stuart Mandel will be the first one that people point at and laugh at. And he's about to join us on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on DFW Sports Station. How is he unqualified? He's unqualified to win in college. And I would argue North Carolina is a football program where it's fine for them to try to win the press conference. You know, what is North Carolina's ceiling? Well, what has North Carolina football really ever been? Nothing. You could argue like this has already been a grand slam for them in terms of the publicity.
But they could be. I think some people think
then
like,
why haven't they for their whole history, their whole time?
Because I think that they're a program that has been, bubbling up. Like they've been near the surface. It's just it hasn't been pushed over the top, and that's I think why he says the point that it is. He says you're talking about a guy who is. He said just take Belichick's name out of it, make it Coach X. He says Coach X has never coached a day in college football.
Okay.
Coach X has never recruited an athlete.
Yeah.
Coach X has never had to deal with the transfer portal or NIL collectives. Coach X is known for being grumpy and introverted, two traits that often go hand in hand with wooing recruits.
Saban.
Coach X made his first post on Instagram on September 4th of this year. He has since posted 8 more times. He may not realize that many college athletes, particularly recruits, communicate primarily via social media. And Coach X is 72 years old, just 1 year younger than the guy he's replacing, Mac Brown, as well as his buddy Nick Saban, who got out of coaching last year in part because he said when you're 72 years old, it gets harder and harder to promise people you're going to be there for 4 or 5 more years. And so, I think it's going to be a struggle.
Do you consider, because this is all going to have to be subjective. By the way, I want to make this very clear. Bill Belichick, and I need you to sign off on this in agreement.
Okay.
Bill Belichick failing or succeeding in college will not have any impact on my NFL argument that I wanted him to coach the Cowboys.
Correct.
Okay.
I think Bill Belichick having to go to college might indicate, though, that the large opinion in the NFL isn't on your side is all.
Well, that's clear. Stuart Mandel is now joining us, college football insider from The Athletic here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Stuart. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing okay. Why were you so against the Belichick North Carolina hire?
Just because I've seen this movie so many times before. Anytime an NFL coach comes into college pledging to basically run an NFL organization in college football, it never goes well. The most recent example being Herm Edwards. Now people say to me, oh, Bill Belichick's such a better coach. He's right. They're right. And he's also right that there are aspects to college football now that are very NFL-like. They're probably going to have the equivalent of a salary cap here pretty soon, but he's never coached in college football. He's never recruited. And really recruiting is still, despite the transfer portal, is still the lifeblood of college football programs. That's my biggest concern.
The early buzz that you've gotten from people on your cell phone, do they agree with you? Do they disagree with you? What's been the college reaction that you've gotten?
That's really interesting because what I would say is people who primarily cover or follow the NFL don't agree with me. People who primarily cover or follow college football do agree with me. So we'll see. We'll see how it pans out.
Do you consider Dion a success at Colorado?
Absolutely. I mean, to think about where that program was, first of all, they've been irrelevant for most of the last 30 years, and they were the worst Power 5 team. They were non-competitive under Karl Dorrell. So for 2 years later, for them to be 9-3, going to a decent bowl game, producing a Heisman Trophy winner, absolute success.
Stuart, what do you think success at Carolina would look like or qualify as for Belichick?
A step up, a step up from what Mac Brown was doing. Mac Brown actually started out pretty well there, got them to the Orange Bowl during the COVID season. But the plateau or the ceiling was 8-9 wins, and it didn't even last that long. If he has UNC solid top 25 team, even contending for an ACC title, which would mean the college football playoff, that would be very impressive.
Stuart Mandel joining us here from The Athletic on 105.3 The Fan. What do you think about the possibility or possible fit of Deion as a pro coach and Shador being the number one pick and a pro quarterback? How do you see Shador and possibly Deion fitting in the NFL?
Very bullish on Shador. I think he's been one of, if not the best quarterback in college football for the last couple of years. I think if not for Travis Hunter, he would have been in New York. Deion, who knows? I mean, the NFL is a much, as we just talked about, much different sport than college football. Remember, Deion did have college coaching experience before he got to Colorado. Some people might be dismissive of Jackson State, but that was a college job, and he did very well there. We have not really seen, just like I was saying, we haven't seen NFL coaches succeed in college recently. We definitely have not seen college coaches succeed in the NFL. But, of course, he would have a much different profile than Urban Meyer or Matt Rule or any of the recent college hires that didn't work out there.
Stuart Mandel from The Athletic joining us here on 105 The Fan. Okay, Stuart, with the CFP coming up this weekend, back in the day with BCS and then with the smaller CFP, it felt like people would always argue, man, you got to have the big time programs involved. Like nobody wants the smaller program coming up and invading this 4-team CFP or invading the BCS. With the expanded CFP, do you think college football is rooting for or against the idea of a team like an SMU making some sort of a run here in the playoff?
Well, to this point, I think people have liked that those teams can get in now. That's the single biggest difference, 4 teams to 12 teams, is that it's not just Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, Clemson. We've got Arizona State. We've got Boise State. We've got SMU. The whole country is represented. So now that that's happening, I would think there's going to be a little bit of March Madness mentality of you want to see the quote-unquote Cinderellas advance. I don't, other than Boise, I wouldn't necessarily consider these teams to be Cinderellas like, George Mason in basketball. But it's similar. It's a similar feeling because we're so used to a small select club of teams contending for the national title. I don't think any of those teams are going to win the national title. And frankly, if they lose by 30 in the first round, I'm still happy that they made it and that the playoff doesn't feel like such a closed circuit anymore.
Do you have any type of just that gut feeling on any of the underdogs this weekend?
If Tennessee's considered an underdog, definitely Tennessee. And then the other one, though, that's more of an underdog is SMU. Because they've got a quarterback. If you think about the quarterbacks on these 12 playoff teams, it's surprisingly not star-heavy. Dylan Gabriel is a star. He's a Heisman finalist. Quinn Ewers is a big name, but he hasn't necessarily played that well recently. I think Jennings is one of the best quarterbacks in the whole playoff. And if you've got the quarterback and you've got a great run defense like they have, so that I don't think Penn State will be able to break off so many explosive runs like they did in the Big Ten title game, then you've got a chance even on the road.
Which game are you going to?
I'm not going to a game this weekend. I'm going to sit back and enjoy the sight of the cold and possibly snow on TV. I will be in your neck of the woods, though, for the Cotton Bowl in a couple weeks.
Oh, okay.
So, Stuart, you mentioned there a little bit Quinn Ewers and how he's not playing as well. There has started to be there's unrest in Longhorn Nation right now about Quinn, it feels like. And there's a growing push for, hey, come on, we got to give Arch a shot. Somebody just texted in on our listener line earlier today and said, I don't know if Arch can win a title, but I know Quinn Ewers can't. What do you think Texas is looking at? Do you think there's any question as they get into this playoff and if they start making a little bit of a run here and they go the course of a couple games, do you think there's anything that could cause Sark to say, I've got to switch it to Arch if we want a shot?
I mean, we've seen him do that in a game when Quinn Ewers was struggling against Georgia. And we've seen him put Arch Manning in as part of the game plan. And that's the part I would absolutely expect. We will see him on the field at some point. But, you ride with the guy who's been your starting quarterback for 3 years, who's, this is the second straight year he's taken them to the playoffs. Like, I don't think you bench him, before the game. But if he gets in there and he struggles, if he has turnovers, it's good to have Arch Manning as your second option.
You mentioned this could end up having a little bit of a March Madness feel where people are nationally saying like, oh, come on, I want the underdog here to win. Similarly, we always talk every tournament about, man, that guy became the star of March or he was the focus of March. When you look at the CFP, who do you look at and say, man, that guy right there, that's the best candidate for nationally. People are going to fall in love with him over the course of a playoff run.
Definitely Cam Scatterbu if ASU can, obviously advance from their first game. I mean, everybody knows Ashton Genty, and Ashton Genty is phenomenal, and I expect him to perform well. I was surprised Cam Scatterbu didn't make it to New York, given he's just taken Arizona State on his shoulders and took them to the playoff when they were picked dead last in their conference. So that tells me, Arizona State was not in the national conversation for the first 2/3 of the season. I'm sure nobody was watching them, which means they haven't seen enough of Cam yet.
Which one do you feel? First off, I asked you a gut feeling about an upset. Do you have a gut feeling about a favorite? This team is going to win the national championship, or do you think it's completely wide open?
There's no overwhelming favorite. I also wouldn't say it's completely wide open. This sport is such that you've only got a few teams that recruit at the absolute highest level, even in the 14 playoff. So now to win 3 or 4 straight games against other great teams, I mean, it's Ohio State, it's Georgia, it's Oregon, it's Texas possibly, though they haven't really beaten a great team this season. And that's about it. It's not like it goes 8-9 deep of teams that can run the table.
Are you more certain about Ryan Day or Lincoln Riley being at their school next year?
I think USC stuck with Lincoln Riley. I mean, he had this ridiculous 10-year guaranteed contract that's still got, I believe, $70 million left on it. They can't fire him. If he decides to leave, okay, but they can't fire him. Ryan Day, even though the AD came out and said there's no way they would fire him, if he loses this first game on the home field right after the Michigan game where they got booed off the field, I just don't know how he comes back. I don't know how they would make that work. So definitely the answer to your question is Ryan Day.
Are you hearing Vrabel noise there?
Yeah, definitely, but I don't know if it might just be from Vrabel's camp. I genuinely don't think Ross Bjork is. I think he's really hoping to avoid having to make a coaching change.
Stuart, we talk about how there's no overwhelming favorite. Have we not given enough respect overall, though, just in general nationally this year in the conversation to what Oregon's done, going undefeated in a year where it felt like every week somebody in the top 5 was getting upset in the back half of the year, and Dylan Gabriel stepping up in really big games and playing some of his best football. Have we not talked enough about how good Oregon's been overall?
Yes, I agree. I think because they were the rare team that just went out and took care of business every week, they didn't get nearly as much attention as the teams that were, that had drama, right? The drama of Ohio State, the drama of Georgia week in and week out. Like those teams, I know in our podcast, those are the teams we ended up talking about the most because there was so much to talk about, whereas Oregon just took care of business. The only reason I wouldn't say they're an overwhelming favorite is we watched the Oregon-Ohio State game. They played, right down to the wire in Austin, and that's who they could possibly draw in their first playoff game. So it's hard for me to say that they would necessarily automatically win that game, much less the national title.
Stuart, thanks so much for joining us, man. We appreciate it, and enjoy the couch on Saturday.
All right. Thank you very much.
College football insider for The Athletic, longtime writer Stuart Mandel, torching the Belichick hire at Carolina. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. They've been listening all morning. Let's see what we get into next.
Come.
to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
What amazing, compelling commercial talk.
Thank you.
We're going to carry it over.
I don't know. That's the major problem in question.
No.
Can Crosstalk live up to the commercial break? Here with Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. Good morning. What's coming up today?
Typed in the wrong password, Sean, so I don't really know. The great Christmas movie bracket today, though.
Oh,
Okay.
what time?
12:20. We're going to take up the whole expressway. I got 20 votes from people across the station. We've narrowed it down to 16. Christmas Story. Well, that movie sucks.
Did you get Reggie's vote, too?
He couldn't do it.
Okay, good. He's not
It's part of his contract. He can't participate with us anymore.
Well, just Reggie has a tough time defining best. And I was like, what are your top 5 Christmas movies? And look, I love Reggie, but it wouldn't surprise you. He texted back and goes, oh,
He overthought it.
best is a difficult construct. And you're like, oh my God, just the 5 you like the most.
I don't know if best is the way we should be looking at this. Like, we should probably be looking at this more from an angle of influence. But even influence, which cultures did you influence? Which people did you influence? And how do we even?
That was going to be the next step of our conversation.
How do we even determine which people groups we're ranking as more important than the others? If you influence them, that just inherently feels wrong. So, Home Alone, I guess.
Was there a clear-cut one?
No. The 1 and 2 were neck and neck. What do you think it was? Like, they were 1 point apart. So basically, I did kind of like the sliding scale. So first place vote, 5 points, 4, 3, 2, 1, etc.
Home Alone and Die Hard.
No. Home Alone, I think, was 4.
Oh, because I left it off by accident. I forgot.
Christmas Vacation is won by 1 point over Die Hard.
Are you supposed to be giving away the results?
Just the first bracket announcement.
Yeah, we're going to do the bracket.
He's going Brett McMurphy here.
You weren't saying who the overall #1 is. It's not Christmas Story.
No, Christmas Story didn't make it.
Oh!
Christmas Story didn't make the top 16 because that piece of junk is terrible.
Wow.
What else you got, Corey?
Hold on, let me just get my Christmas Story burn in. You know how they'll be like, oh, we're showing Christmas Story 24 hours. Not really. They're showing it one time. It just feels like it's 24 hours long because it's so boring.
Right out of the gate, are folks sleeping on the defense Luka's playing right now? We'll dive into how well Luka's actually playing.
Or not playing tonight.
Oh, man.
That's true. And we might just talk about general NBA health.
Did you guys hear the G-Bag fight?
No, you haven't?
It's so good.
I heard it today on y'all's show.
It was good, didn't you think?
It was unbelievable.
Was Broadus involved?
Can we replay? Should we just replay it for y'all?
Yeah,
Please
should I set it up real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, Travis Hunter. They were fighting about Travis Hunter. Should he return punts or not? Is he going to get hurt too much? Wolchuk thinks he should play corner. Broadus thinks he should play receiver. And they've been snipping a little bit back and forth for about 5 minutes.
So this had been building.
Yeah, very slowly. And then it built into this argument about should he return punts.
It's so fascinating. Deion Sanders never was a punt returner. Just because we were scared. We didn't want to play the best corner of all time on special teams to help us score touchdowns and win games because we were scared that he was going to get hurt.
Yeah.
Not scared at all. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you though. When you, it would be weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It'd be real weird though when you put him back there to punt return in week 2, and then he blows out his knee, and then we don't have him the rest of the year, and then we'll talk about. Then you could be scared for your job. How about that one?
Okay. Well, if he goes out there and is covering a play and tears his ACL, that also sucks.
If you would listen to me, I told you that I have no problem.
I don't see the difference.
I have no problem in the field of play. I have no problem in the field of play. I said that earlier. I'm just telling you, as a returner.
So situationally, you would never put him out there either.
No, the situation is part of being in the field. I'm just telling you, as a returner, I wouldn't do it. I would absolutely, but go ahead and do it.
Deion path.
Go ahead and do it though. And if he gets hurt, I'll remind you about it when I'm firing you for doing it.
That's fine. Hey,
okay.
I didn't play like a coward.
Oh,
yeah.
And if you want to have the coward attitude, that's why you're not going to win a damn championship.
Coward,
That's fine for me.
I did win a championship. If you remember that.
Stop. Stop it now.
Whoa. I was wondering. I was like, I mean, he did. Okay.
Put that ring on the table, man.
Thoughts so far?
I felt like I knew it was going to get worse once Zach goes, well, I'm not going to play like a coward.
Yeah.
And he goes, yeah. When Brosh goes, yeah. It was clearly sarcastic. Yeah.
Yeah, guess what? Bam! Ring!
And apparently Zach Wilczuk has heard Brian say that before.
I do have a Super Bowl ring, right?
You do.
I did. I
You
was
do.
part of this.
You do.
I do.
You were part of that.
I was part of that.
You sure remind all of us that you were part of it.
You know why? Because I'm proud of that.
You should be.
I'm very proud of that.
Absolutely.
Are you proud of anything?
Am I proud?
Oh,
I'm proud of a
my
lot of things.
God.
Are you? Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
Proud
You
of
should
sitting
be.
here right now.
Good.
Proud
Good
of
for you.
Proud of what we've done here.
Good.
Proud of my daughter at home.
Good for
Proud
you.
of my family.
They should be.
Proud of a lot.
Be proud of it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I am.
Good.
I'm also not scared to put my best player out there in a game-altering moment to return a kick.
It's not.
Not a coward.
You should. It's not a coward play. It's if you don't have that player anymore, you lose him in week 2 or week 3.
Yeah, I get
then
that.
You're going to be like,
He
oh
could
wow.
also blow out his knee running onto the field.
I absolutely have no problem with. I mean,
like Dre Greenlaw did.
But if you're in a situation
That's
right
part of
now,
the game.
it's part. But returning when you put him in harm's way as a returner, that's your fault.
But
And
he's
if he
not in
gets hurt-
harm's way every time he's on the field.
Absolutely, but he's playing offense. He's playing defense. I'm totally cool. That's what he does. But if he's
So
not a
fourth quarter of the
returner,
Super Bowl, you don't want him to return a punt for you if he's your best option.
You're saying he's a returner every damn time.
I'm saying situationally, at least, I'm definitely doing it.
Situationally, okay.
And I brought that up to you. I threw out situationally.
You've gone from him being the returner, primary returner, to situationally.
Hey,
okay,
I'd have him as primary too.
I understand.
But I think at
We're
the
good.
very
We're
least,
good. No, we're good.
you could compromise
We're
and
good.
say
You're not situationally. Great. We're good. You made it sound like you wanted him to do it every damn time.
I probably would start that, just like the Cowboys did with
Now
Daz.
you're walking that back?
And I thought it was great. I'm not walking it back. I'm having him return punts and kicks.
All right. Good
It's
enough.
good compromise, gentlemen.
Have you ever seen, Kevin, the movie Sorry to Bother You with
Yes.
Lakeith Stanfield? There's a section when he walks up to another guy in front of everybody and they start complimenting each other, but it's aggressive compliments.
Yeah.
And that's what they were doing right there. I've seen blooper videos of managers and umpires doing that, where they walk up and they're like, "That was a terrible call." And he's like, "Well, I think you're great today." And he's like, "I think you're great too."
It
And that's
feels
what they were
very
doing.
much of like, oh, you're so brave to wear an outfit like that. And you're like, wait, hold on. Is that a. But the back and forth of. Yeah, you tell us all the time.
Yeah.
And then brought us going, are you proud of anything? That back and forth right there, those two.
My daughter.
Wolchuk's comment and Broadus's comment, just like.
Well, Wolchuk tries there, like Sean just referenced. He tries to do the my daughter, my family, everything we've done here. Tries to turn it lighter, and then he's pauses, circles right back. He's like, still not a coward. I'll put my guy out there. I was like, okay, he just wants to fight now.
And then I love, it felt like Gavin Dawson, we've all had a guest on before where you're like, hey man, we're up against it. I need you to stop talking. And the second they take a
Jared
micro
Sandler.
breath, you're like, thank you very much. That felt like Gavin Dawson right there, because Broadus like, oh, so now you're backsliding on that too. Sounds like a good compromise, guys. And so I appreciate that he was waiting to get in there and stop it.
My favorite line, I cut it off there because it kept going a little bit, but Lucius was laughing at it right after. He goes, I love that as a diss. You proud of anything? You proud of anything? And then Dawson threw it to break. He goes, they're just a couple proud boys. We're back on G-Bag Nation.
Oh my gosh.
Bassick, what'd you think listening to it this morning?
Yeah, it was awesome.
It's great.
It is an interesting debate as an organization. If you do get Travis Hunter, is how do we get the most out of him while trying to keep him healthy?
And happy.
Yeah, and happy too, right? That's the other thing too.
Because he's going to tell these teams probably, I need to and I want to play blank at receiver.
And this is the reality of it, like it or not. If you're not playing wide receiver, you're only playing cornerback. We drafted you. You're our property. You do have to take into account he might dog it on defense, and then he gives up a touchdown, and he's like, well. Sorry, guys. I mean, that does happen.
Does he seem like that guy, though? He does. He doesn't strike me as that kind of person.
What about Dion? If Dion's acting as the agent and then he starts, because Dion's acting like he's representing him and Shador.
And I'm not saying it would be like this to start, but let's say he does play both and he's amazing at both of them. Does he then get quarterback money? Because they're like, it's a top end cornerback. I got a top end wide receiver. Those are about obviously.
I think he would set a new market that you, in a way, wouldn't have to worry about because nobody else, as far as I know, maybe
Like a
there's
Shohei.
maybe there's a dude who's a freshman in college I don't know about, right? Yeah, he Shohei's it, and like maybe the next guy comes along and says, "I'm doing both," because I just saw 5 years from now, I guess it would be, I just saw a cornerback get $60 million because he also is a really good wide receiver. So he's getting 40 to be a cornerback and 20 to be a wide receiver.
Michael, I missed you yesterday as I was trying to argue Bobby down and saying that the NBA All-Star Game made good positive changes to the format, that Kevin Durant should just shut up, and saying he hates it. Where do you stand on it?
So to be honest, I'm so out on the All-Star Game that I haven't really watched in forever. What are the changes? They're playing like a 3-on-3 tournament or something?
Teams of 8 playing to 40. 3 teams advance tournament style.
I don't mind it. They're trying something different. How do I get Luka to care? Like, Luka has gone out there and walked up and down the court for 12 minutes. So, like, Luka wants to be a starter. Like, he feels disrespected if they pick Ja Morant over him. And I get that, but he doesn't care to play in the game. So, do you think that Luka will try for 1 second of the NBA new All-Star thing?
Hey, has Adam Silver conceived of a third stupid tournament nobody compares about to throw out a problem? That's what he does. It's like when there's a problem, he goes, what about a tournament? Like, what if we do a European-style tournament? He's such an idiot. He's the worst commissioner in sports. He's
what
awful.
about that time they moved the All-Star game,
bad.
and then none of the laws changed, and they gave him another All-Star
You know what?
game?
You know what I'd be way more in favor of if they would do like the 3-on-3 tournament, like he was just referencing there, like do quick games to like 15 or whatever else.
Yeah.
And then you make them play against like street ball teams or whatever, because then they wouldn't want to get embarrassed by those players.
Well, they are going to have the Rising Stars out there as one of the teams.
Yeah, I remember hearing this.
Is Bronny going to be
I
on
thought
it?
he was the best. He gave players everything they wanted, so he must be awesome, right?
Do you not like Adam Silver?
Not really.
Spineless,
Yeah.
generic ass looking Sims character.
Yeah. And I think he caves to everything, and that's kind of blown up in his
I mean,
face.
the only way that I think the players would care, like I think Luka might care, is if you made it the world versus the United States.
I could see that.
That's the only way I
that
think Luka might care, is because now he is trying to beat the United States.
He knows he's win. That's
Well,
why.
what if, or you get an automatic bid into the Olympics for all your international teams if you win the All-Star game.
Or Michael Finley gives him the beer back.
Oh, yeah.
That would work.
Then he's
too.
really focused.
All right, we're back tomorrow with Mike McCarthy at 6:30. Jared Sandler co-hosting with us and our final Boys to Men ticket giveaway. The KMC Masterpiece next on the Fan.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I think we might switch it up right out of the gate.
Are we talking about what Mike discussed?
I think so.
All right, I'm going to let Josh Clark know.
So you've got me, Kevin Hagelin. You've got Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, the famouser Alec Medford. And I want to throw this out there just so we can say that we talked about it. Go ahead and give me cut number 2, and then let's pretend like the second period of the Stars game yesterday never happened.
And the Leafs tie it once again. Here's Robertson trying to dash in. Gets it back. Fired. Scores! Nick Robertson! And the Leafs have their first lead of the game.
3 goals, less than 6 minutes. Probably because of that, you got to see both of the Stars goaltenders last night. And the Stars continue to struggle on the power play. We will talk about that more in depth maybe tomorrow or Monday, but they continue to struggle on the power play. And it's disappointing because so far in this homestand, they're 3-2.
Oh.
They had been kicking ass and taking names at the barn all season long. And now right here, 3-2. Hopefully get 2 more points against the Rangers, but this was a second period that was it was not fun to watch.
Being without Harley and Lundqvist last night, how much of an effect do you think that has on that power? I know they've been bad all season, but last night specifically, because they were 0 for 4 last night.
And so one of the things that I was going to say is it's been the buildup of the flu. We've talked about, like, that's obviously hit the Mavericks. It's hit the Cowboys. I mean, it's hit probably pretty much everybody. And some people think that Ottinger's worn down because Smith had gotten sick and that he was out there, I think 7 straight games or something like that. And so some people are like, I think he was fatigued. He looked off yesterday. I'm not saying he was sick, but maybe he was just tired from play. And I think the overall effect, I'm not just going to say yesterday, but I think the overall effect just wore them down because that second period was rough yesterday.
I wonder, like, you ever get tired of somebody's crap and you're just like, I'm not doing my job tonight because they're crap out there.
Yes, I do. All right.
Might never happen where you were like, I'm tired of that infielder's crap, so I'm gonna walk this guy and see how that. Probably not, because I feel like that's all on the pitcher and like your future and all that.
Yeah, there's that. But I can remember, I even remember his name, Willie Taveras. He was in low A ball with me, and he stunk as a shortstop. And after a game where I felt like he cost me the game and another crappy game in my first full season of pro ball, I went and just destroyed his bat in the clubhouse.
Oh, wow. Took it out on his back, Kevin.
Did you all eventually have to have a conversation
Did he know
after
who
that?
did it? Did he know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't care. I was like, we want to fight. You suck at shortstop.
All right. Fair enough. All right. So we were going to talk about more specifically Luka's defense this season. And I do think that that's a conversation that needs to be had. But also, it looks like he's not going to play tonight, so maybe we can hold on to that conversation. Instead, this had us all discussing in the pre-show. Now, my quick overview. Mike, give us your quick overview, and then we'll start to dive into it.
Quick overview. We brought it up the other day with the Super Cup and everything, but I watched Dan Patrick. I believe he talked about this. I know he talked about this on Tuesday because he was saying, I'm going to watch the Cup. It's the only game on, and I really like basketball, but basketball has a major problem. Well, then I got flooded with on my YouTube, and then it's tough to not find, but Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, Larry Bird, Isaiah Thomas, Vince Carter, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, everybody is like, the NBA is in a bad situation. The ratings are down. It's bad basketball. There's no style. There's no substance. This is the worst the NBA's kind of ever been type of deal. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, former players have always done, I think, a great job in the NBA. I've talked about this in Major League Baseball. Like, I wish the Major League Baseball alumni would not talk so bad about the current game. It does not help out the game that you guys are talking this way about the game. And I was like, the NBA always does a good job. In fact, it almost feels like it's mandatory that there's like this, hey, talk good about the game today so that we can keep the game up to. And it's like, the NBA players have decided we're going to give us our true thoughts, and you can't find a former player, it feels like right now, talking about the state of the game today, the style of the game, the load management of the game, and say that this is a good product. They are destroying the product right now on YouTube.
And so I kind of wanted to get into that conversation a little bit because is that what's happening right now? is this a baseball style boy who cried wolf, our sport is going away, or can it be both? Can the league be plenty healthy, but the product still sucks? And so, because Adam Silver even stepped out on this and said, like, hey, it's not as easy as a 3-point discussion. Because I think that's what it comes down to a lot of people. It's like too many 3-pointers. And I get it. I'm partly in that camp. And he was like, it's not as simple as that. There's a lot more to it than that. And then he didn't really expand on what all they're going to do to change it. But one of the things that I saw this morning that I'm like, okay, the sport is in trouble based on TV ratings going down, right? All right, well, your TV contract is about 10 years long. So, we'll see about that. But here's the other thing. Sportico put out its NBA franchise valuation rankings. So it tells you how much a team is worth, and then it tells you the difference between last year. How many teams do you think went down in value year over year?
Down?
Yeah. Even 0.1%.
5.
None.
Okay.
How many went up by less than 10%?
Less than 10?
Less than 10%.
5.
2.
Okay.
2 of the teams in the NBA year over year went up in value by less than 10%.
So they all stayed flat?
No, but that's at minimum. The least any team went up was 8%. 7 teams, 7 went up by 20% or more. So if I'm on the other side of it, if like I'm an owner or I'm one of the high level people who's like in the billions in these conversations, and everyone over here is like, oh, your game's in trouble, your ratings are slipping. I would love to know in that TV contract if they have a guarantee of certain numbers, because you've seen that like with the Olympics and stuff, and then you have to give a whole bunch of free stuff away, and that could really hurt them. But let's say there's no guarantee numbers in any of ratings, in any of those contracts. Well, here's what I know. I'm set for the next 10 years. Yeah. Player salaries keep going up. I'm looking at that list. Every single franchise in the NBA, just year over year, went up, and 7 of them went up by 20% or more. The Mavericks, they got sold. They fell down the chart, and they still went up 11%, are now worth $4.5 billion. And they're 12th, and they went down the chart. So I'm looking at that, and I'm like, maybe the product is not good.
Yeah.
But it kind of feels like maybe our game is not in trouble.
Yeah, I'm with you in this, that the owner probably feels very secure in his job. It doesn't matter what people are saying about him on the outside. From the owner's perspective, the 30 owners are like, we're doing great. Our evaluations going up. Our TV contracts are going up. We're making more money year over year. So I don't care what Larry Bird and Magic Johnson are saying. I don't care what Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce are saying. I don't care what Dan Patrick's saying. It doesn't make sense to us what you're saying, because what you're saying doesn't match the revenue we're generating.
Now, a couple of things that, by the way, we mentioned this a couple of days ago from the 214, going back to the Stars. The power play misses Joe Pavelski. I don't think you'll find anyone on this show that disagrees with that statement whatsoever. But one of the things, Mike, you said the other day for the Mavs, I spent damn near $300 on 2 tickets tonight.
Yep.
And Luka's out after near a week of not playing. Never again. And so I want to focus on the Luka aspect just for 1 second. He hasn't practiced the last couple of days. I think it's the heel contusion. I apologize if that is inaccurate, but he's not going to play tonight. I'm not saying by any means that he's not hurt. I'm not saying that whatsoever. But if you're the guy or the gal who bought that ticket for like you and your significant other, you and your kid or whatever, do you care? And it's not just tonight. I'm saying, do you care on a day-to-day basis? Are you going to wait to buy tickets until 4:30? Until you see who all is playing and who all is not? It's tough to plan knowing that in the NBA more than anywhere else, you're there for the stars. Like, how many people do you know that go to see a Lakers game versus I'm going to see LeBron?
For sure.
And like, I'm sure that's kind of true in other sports, but like once Dak left, I don't think everyone's like, well, I'm not going to watch football ever again. I just don't think that is the case. And that person is a great example of a bigger problem I think the NBA has.
And I bought a 10-game package for Dirk's last year. And I love the 10-game package that I got. Now, unfortunately, we know Dirk was really hurt. The man can't even walk anymore the rest of his life. But I remember the Oklahoma City Thunder game. Paul George did play. Russell Westbrook didn't. That disappointed my son. Like, he was just like, oh, at the time, Russell Westbrook 2018-19 is an MVP candidate. And it just kept happening. We had a Golden State Warriors ticket. Steph Curry didn't play. And I don't think Klay Thompson played in that game either. It just, out of the 10-game package, I want to say 3 of the 10 games, and only 3 of the 10 games, a 30%, we got to see the players that we bought to see play. I just have never bought another 10-game package. The other thing, too, is, yes, schedules get busy, so you want to plan ahead. So if you bought tickets to this Clippers game, and I'm not saying Luka isn't really hurt. The thing is the NBA...
I want to make that very clear.
The NBA has now blurred the lines if players are really hurt or not, and that started with Greg Popovich, is now we don't know, but I just don't want to spend. We know how much it costs. To me, the best tickets for value, and I don't know the prices anymore, were in the corners of the lower bowl. That was the value ticket, because you move over to like the baseline, like if you're seeing it closer to center court, those tickets go to over like $100. Back in the day in 2018 or 19, it was like $65 to $70 to sit in the corner, where I'm like, you're not behind the basket, you're on a corner, and I love that angle, and I thought, this is the value ticket. And I'm like, those are probably now about $100 a ticket. So you're in the lower bowl, it's $100 a ticket, there's parking, there's food and everything. You want to have a great night with, whether it's your significant other, whether it's your friend, whether it's your kids, and now you're like, wait, for me, I'm just going off my experience, you have a 30% chance of buying a future ticket and it being the game you bought.
And
that's a low number.
And if you see it from the 903, same. I'm taking my family to the game tonight from the 469. This is why I don't buy tickets anymore. I only go to a sports event. And they're talking sports in general. Obviously, here we're focusing a lot on the NBA.
And I decided to save my money. And that run in 2022, I went to 5 or 6 home playoff games because I was like, hey, Jake and Cal, those are my boys. I was like, hey, instead of me spending, I don't know, $1,500 for a 10-game package, I'm going to save that $1,500, and that maybe gets us 3 playoff games. It's going to cost way more. It's going to cost close to $500 a ticket. But if I have approximately $1,500 saved to go to Maverick games, I would rather go to 3 playoff games than 10 regular season games where I know that there's a great chance superstars sit out. Yeah. And then there's a chance that even when they play, they're not really going to try that hard. And I never felt that when my grandparents had tickets and I got to see Dr. J and I got to see Michael Jordan and I got to see Magic Johnson and Kareem and the Lakers. I felt like every game was such a major event. Now, I was a kid. It's different. But I don't know, like it felt like Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson and Larry Bird and Dr. J, they knew that they had to put on a show every time they were on the schedule.
I completely agree with that part of it. And one of the things Mike Tirico said this morning with Sean and Bobby, because RJ wasn't there, but Peyton was.
I heard.
The conversation of how the college effect on it. It took Luka a couple of years to become a national star.
Yeah.
It took, it's taken because guys don't go to college, stay and become stars there. There's no proving ground there because they go from high school 1 year and move on. And so they don't get that proving ground, that ability to become a face in the tournament a couple of years in a row.
Agreed.
And then immediately hit. And so their interest is kind of like, who am I interested in? So that's one little thing that I just enjoyed hearing him discuss.
Can I just say, I agree with that a lot. Like, let's go to
like us on the weekend show.
Yes,
if we had gone no weekend show,
I'd be like, who the hell are these?
Exactly, and it would have taken longer.
So let's just look at the 1992 NBA draft. We could skip around to any kind of time around there. Your top 4 picks: Shaquille O'Neal, Alonzo Mourning, Christian Laettner, Jim Jackson. And we can skip down the list if you want to go to Walt Williams. He already had his entrenched nickname. He was the Wizard. And he was you still remember that. That was more than 30 years ago.
Yep.
Christian Laettner was the
He's hated.
3 pick. But
most hated man in
people cared.
Yes.
They cared. Everybody knew Alonzo Mourning from Georgetown. Shaquille O'Neal, even though I think it had only been 2 years, right? He had made a huge huge name for himself. Was it 3?
He went 3 years.
At LSU.
His freshman year, Chris Jackson, who changed his name to Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf,
that's
and
right.
Stanley
That's right.
Roberts were kind of their best players his freshman year.
I swear I'm not doing a bit. Who are the top 2 picks in this last NBA draft?
Sarr, was that one?
Sarr was the second pick, and I believe Risa Shea.
Both of them were French, right?
Exactly. And you saw them do nothing in college. The closest person I can think of in modern NCAA basketball was Zion. I will concede Zion was a made man before he got to the NBA. I know he went with the number 1 pick, but I mean in terms of like he was a needle mover, but then he hasn't panned out like as good as you thought. And that was the thing. Christian Laettner was a solid player, but that part didn't matter as much as the fact that everybody was going to watch when he got there because either you loved him like I did or like most people, you thought he was a piece of trash and you wanted to see him fail. I do think there's validity to I don't know who the guys I'm supposed to care about are coming up.
I'm with you.
And it takes me, a few years?
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes to really latch on to them. And then some of these guys, by the time they get going, then they've become veterans. And now they don't have to do some of the things they did when they were rookies. And that means be out there and get that shine. I did, before the show, I did tell you that attendance is up. It's not. My apologies on that. However, I want to run through this real quick. Over the last 3 years, I'm going to go backwards. 18,000 average attendance. Right now, 7 teams are at 18,000.
Okay.
Last year, 8.
Okay.
The year before, 5.
Oh, okay.
This year, 19 teams at 19,000 plus, 6, 6, and 6. So over the last 3 years, 6 teams have been at 19,000. 20,000 plus, 1 this year, 3 last year, 3 before. Now that could go up on the other side of the new year when people really start paying attention to the NBA. That could be a difference maker there. But the thing is, last year was a record-breaking attendance year for the NBA.
So a little bit of a backslide does not feel as...
But it's up gigantically over 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19. That window of COVID, they could just kind of take out and block away. But it's up gigantically over that. And only so far has dipped minimally since last year, which was a record-breaking year.
And so I think that leads to one of my primary takeaways is multiple things can be true. Can I think that the NBA product at this specific point in time, like today, is down from what it's been? Sure, absolutely I can. But if the attendance is not really, really going down a couple years at a time and the values for teams are up through the roof and the money contracts for the TV are up through the roofs, how much change are you really going to get?
I also want to ask this too, and Mike, because you got in at a very young age with the NBA. Man, we were way past. I'm sorry. What drew you to the NBA? Why did you? Was it because? I mean, because
I love the up and down. I think basketball to me is the most pleasing thing to watch to the eye.
But was it with you? Was it the dunks? Was it because when I started watching the Mavericks, Dirk and Steve Nash were shooting big threes, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is fun. It wasn't at the volume it's at right now, but I was like, I would hold my breath for threes.
And the NBA is the most continuous flow of action with the star player.
Yes.
Because obviously baseball, stop and start, football, stop and start, hockey is continuous flow, but you see the player that you really want to see in 75-second increments. And so basketball is the most back and forth flow with your star players. All right, Corey's right. We got to go. Thank you guys for getting involved in that conversation.
Awesome.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, which Tampa Bay players scare you and where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Now second and goal from the 2-yard line, far side hash moving left. Right under the pirate ship of that north end zone. Mayfield directing traffic, trip receivers to the left, looks that way, throws that way, in the end zone. Caught ball! Touchdown Tampa Bay! Mike Evans! Fire the cannons!
Which, I do love that. Fire the cannons! In about 2 hours, we will have the great Christmas movie bracket. But right now, we're going to talk about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Which players from the Bucs scare you, and where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? And then, for anybody that was curious, we can talk about this more tomorrow as well. Luka is about to start his own foundation. He's going to make the official announcement on Saturday, which I believe is International Basketball Day. So,
what's the name of it?
The Luka Doncic Foundation. Sorry if you were hoping for something like a little catchier.
Yeah, I kind of wanted like something with 77 in it.
Yeah, I got you.
That's fine.
I'm sorry about that, Corey.
Now everybody knows.
Yes.
Because think about that for a second. If you say, hey, I'm with the 77 Foundation, everybody's like, the hell are you talking about? But
Right.
you say, I'm with the Luka Doncic Foundation, everybody's like,
I
oh,
know him.
Yes, how can we help you, sir?
Absolutely.
Poor man.
Now, we played the connection right there between Baker Mayfield and Mike Evans. Now, aside from Derek Holland, I feel like a lot of people take shots at Baker Mayfield. Derek Holland would never, because he loves Baker Mayfield. But I did want to point out that Baker Mayfield has had, especially by his standards, a very good year. And even that
might be the best year of his
career. Like a backhanded compliment. My apologies for that. So in the last game against a Chargers defense that we've talked about, might have been slipping some, but has been really good all year. He completed 81% of his passes and had 4 touchdowns. He has exactly, fire the cannons. He has a career high 32 touchdown passes this season. He had already tied his career high going into that game at 28. So every single one he added, career high, career high, career high. So, and we're just 14 games in. So to Corey's point, I think you can make a very reasonable argument that this is the best season of Baker Mayfield's career.
Yeah, man. I'm just, when he was in Cleveland, and anybody that wants to discuss this with me, I always think Cleveland's a terrible place to go. He was going to change it all, didn't quite accomplish that. Then he got stuck with Freddie Kitchens, and his offense, his production there got worse. And a little bit of it, I gave credit to him and his failures at the position. And a lot of it I gave to just being at Cleveland. But then he kind of meandered about, still trying to find his way, and then he lands with the Rams. That was great for him because McVay was like, hey, here's how we're going to open you up. We know what you can do. And then that's why going back to Tampa is a really good spot for him because, A, he had the team. It was his team, even though Tom Brady still wanted to take credit for it. And the weapons that he's working with are fantastic. It's really good for him that this is happening. I've never really loved his personality. Never have. But he is playing at his best right now, and you got to concede that.
I was going to throw a shout-out to Mike Evans as well. Although neither practiced yesterday, Mike Evans got the Wednesday standard day off, and Baker Mayfield is dealing with a nagging knee issue, but I think he's going to play this weekend. Mike Evans in that last game, he was connecting with Baker left and right. 9 catches, 159 yards, including a 57-yard touchdown.
Yeah. Kevin, one of the places that part of the game is going to come into a huge factor. We've been excited that Mike is back, right?
Yes.
We're very excited about that. However, Tristan Wirfs and Luke Getty, those dudes have been fantastic. They shut out Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa, Tui Tuipulotu, and they shut out all 3 of those guys. And that's quality offensive tackle play. Mike is a different beast. But they've been really good at protecting on the outside.
Okay, does this feel like strength versus strength to you then? Because in the last 6 weeks, which, is when Micah came back, I don't want people to be like, oh, what an arbitrary time to. I'm not here to argue that the Cowboys defense has been good all year. Far, far from that. But since Micah has come back, since week 10, the Cowboys have 24 sacks. That's the most in the NFL. And so to Corey's point, this feels like whoever wins this matchup of strength of your offensive line for Tampa versus strength of we're getting to the quarterback with Micah back, that feels like the game could be in the balance there.
Yeah, and I don't think Wirfs is actually... No, he hasn't. He hasn't given up a sack this season.
He is very good.
And I think Todd Bowles is like, he's even better when he's hurt. How? How are you better when you're hurt? And he's like, it's just the way he is. He's just better. And so, but that's the combination you're going to see a lot is those two across from each other. And that's a really fun matchup. But if Mike is neutralized, do the Cowboys have the rest of the players to take advantage of it? When Overshown was on the field, I thought they did.
Sure.
When Jordan Lewis is completely healthy, I thought they did. Your defense is depleted is like Detroit right now. That's what it's looking at. So that's a matchup that I say keep an eye on. I don't think the Cowboys necessarily have an advantage on that one at the moment.
I wish I felt better about this game.
Sure.
Because I just don't feel like the Cowboys have a chance. I'm not saying they're going to lose 40-17 like Tampa just beat the Chargers.
Tampa's a good team.
But I just feel like in the end, Tampa is going to win this by 2 scores.
Okay.
I think it can be a close game. I think the Cowboys have shown a lot of heart and a lot of fight through being 3-7, season being over. They're 6-8. Sure, you can throw the 1% out there, but I just feel like this is not a good matchup for the Cowboys. Not that I love Tampa. I don't love Tampa. I just think that Tampa is going to win this game by about 10 points.
And Tampa, since the bye, has been freaking outstanding. And that's the tough thing about this season, right, Mike? Because I know you were kind of saying 1%. Look, I have a segment ready to go, maybe tomorrow. Hey, the Cowboys aren't going to make the playoffs, so what do you want to see them accomplish with it? Like, they're not going to make the playoffs. And so
they got 1%.
Okay, fair enough. But Corey's a 1%er.
I'll take it.
So
just give me a sliver of hope.
The tough thing is, usually you'd go into this and you're like, hey, Mike, even if it doesn't look like it's a good matchup, we got to try to do this. Let's try blah, 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 blah. Okay, but going into this game, or else what? Or else they lose and potentially get a better draft pick. Like, it is tough to dial up the same level of, like, I guess, enthusiasm or pushback to that, because you might well be right, and the Cowboys might lose by 10 points. And the consequence is you went from 1% to 0%. Oh, no.
Yeah, you're watching to see if whoever it is, Leafau, or like somebody like, whoa, that's great. Our middle linebacker situation is solved, you know?
Pretty much, yeah.
So I get that. Or, hell, I don't know. Guyton's not playing, right? Like,
he could, I believe, but yeah.
I'm just trying to throw out, that's what you're really watching for at this point is if I'm getting prepared as a fan, if I'm getting prepared for next year, and yes, I'm going to root for the team on Sunday night, and I want them to win, but you're kind of like, what am I secure about and feel good about in 2025?
I don't have an answer to your question right now. Is that okay, or do we want to? Can I move on?
I demand a positive answer.
That seemed like a hypothetical.
I demand a positive answer.
That's the reason you're kind of engaged. It's not for playoffs.
Yeah.
It's not for Cooper Rush. You know,
I'm paying attention to it as much as I would any other game because this is what I do. But I'm not sitting there going, man, everything's green pastures from here. Another place that I'm a little concerned about is Bucky Irving. Do you know many numbers on Bucky Irving?
I don't.
Right now, because what's been tough for the Cowboys
Captain
most of the season, up until recent. That is Bucky. Yeah, remember he killed...
what is Bucky's last name?
He killed...
One-armed Bucky.
Snow Warrior.
The Winter Soldier.
Yeah. Bucky Irving,
Snow Warrior,
at the moment has a 37% missed tackle rate.
Oh my gosh.
And he has almost 500 yards after forcing a missed tackle. And that's been the thing is Buck's offensive line has been very good at creating lanes. And a lot of the times guys like Eric Kendricks end up, swinging at air.
So hold on, Mike. No, this is the positive missed tackle rate. So people aren't tackling him because I got your Winter Soldier reference, but he's not a defensive. I'm not saying defensively he's missing 37% of the tackle. He's forcing people to miss 37% of their tackles.
Maybe he is missing an arm, and he's not a stiff arm guy. He's just like, dang, I would usually grab that guy's arm, but he doesn't have one.
He's got a metal arm.
He didn't put on his metal arm for this game.
Yeah, Bucky Barnes is the last name.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a cousin named Bucky, so that's pretty cool.
Is his last name Barnes?
No.
Well, who gives a crap?
Last name is Beaver.
No. Bucky
Hey,
Beaver.
speaking of Bucky's, tomorrow we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings right by the Bucky's and Texas Motor Speedway in Fort Worth off of 114 if you want to come check us out.
Irving, at the moment, leads all rookie backs, 852 rushing yards. All right?
As we all would have predicted.
Do you remember the last running back for the Bucs that was a rookie?
Leonard Fournette.
That got this many yards.
I'm sticking with Leonard
Work
Fournette.
done.
Doug Martin. 1,000-yard rush.
Was that the muscle hamster?
Yeah.
Was he
the
a
muscle
Tulane
hamster?
dude?
Yeah, in 2012. He also...
What did you say?
Tulane?
Oh, wow. Dude, this would be their first 1,000-yard rusher since 2015.
That's Mike Allstott.
And it was Doug Martin was the last one to do it, and he did it in 2000. It was not Mike Allstott.
He's a rookie in 96.
Done. No.
Work done, 97. Florida State.
I remember Mike Allstott. He's a huge shoulder.
Cover of Madden.
Mm-hmm.
So protection for Baker
Dougie Martin
Mayfield,
didn't get that.
thumbs up, and then running game, thumbs up for the Bucs. So that's some things that I would look out for.
You know, Mike, what's really interesting about you is for somebody who off air can't stand multiple conversations happening at the same time.
That is true.
Once that mic goes on, you don't really seem to mind that phenomenon
It'll be
at all.
in the middle of a conversation. if you're talking to Mike and somebody else in the room starts talking, he looks at you and goes, "I can't do this right now. You'll have to stop talking until they're done."
But when the show is on, you got no problem just firing up those other conversations.
What are you talking about?
Oh, my God. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Woolchuck just tweeted this out.
Oh, gosh. Is he going after Broadus on social media?
He did mention Broadus here. For those asking, I love Brian Broadus. That's what Woolchuck said. So they're kissing and making up.
By the way, if you want another Woolchuck update, I do believe he might be part of our voting panel for the great Christmas movie bracket.
Really? How?
Coming up next. I'm not answering that. Shut up! Except for this next part. What's coming up on Baseball Nuggets? Tell me that.
Nolan says no to the Astros.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Thursday.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for baseball. Hopefully, baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, baseball nuggets. Brought to you by nobody today. Okay, so just wanted to make sure I got in
sad
there.
every time you say that.
So the big news in baseball yesterday was Nolan Arenado blocked a trade to the Houston Astros.
You surprised by that?
I am a little bit. So supposedly Nolan Arenado said, all right, if you guys want to trade me, fine. I want to go to a team that can win now. He knows his career is coming to an end. He has 3 years left on his contract. Now, the Rockies are already paying, I think, $10 million a year on that contract.
Okay.
Or, like, they take it off St. Louis plate. Or, I can't remember if there's $10 million left that Colorado is paying down on that contract. But supposedly, the Cardinals were going to pay this contract down where it was going to be, instead of like 3 years and $74 million, it would have been like 3 years and $55 million, but with the Rockies kicking in the money, they would only pay approximately $15 million a year for Nolan Arenado. Now, Nolan Arenado has dropped off. Okay, remember, this is a different era.
Oh, yeah.
So he was 33 years old last year. This is the weird thing is, obviously, when I was playing and a little bit before I played, you could play at a very high level for some reason until you were like into your late 30s, maybe even into your early 40s.
Now, are you saying for some reason sarcastically?
Yeah, because in the history of baseball, there's only about a 15-year period, maybe 20-year period where guys were able to play at a high level into their late 30s or take major jumps in their career in their mid-30s.
Right.
And you're like, what in the world just happened? This dude for 10 years was this player, and now he's turned into this?
Yeah. Oh, because the other players were old too, obviously.
Yeah, and they learned
taking
a
advantage
different
of it.
style of hitting, like a different swing path
where
or something.
they went from fastballs to knuckleballs.
Yeah.
I'm sure that happened.
That's probably
Okay.
it.
So Nolan Arenado, just to give you an idea, when he first got traded to St. Louis, his WAR in his first year in St. Louis was 4.0, and then in 2022 it was 7.7. So he was still a great player. People worried about him leaving Colorado for the offense. They knew how great he was defensively. He's one of the greatest defensive third basemen of all time. He has 10 Gold Gloves. But last year, his WAR was 2.5. The year before that was 2.4, and he was healthy. So his strikeouts have gone up. His walks have gone down. So that means his OPS last year, which, gosh, I have to get my head around this. I guess it was probably above league average. I need to go look up what league average was. 719, which just sounds like a bad number compared to his career for his 12 years was is 857. So he's really dropped off. So what's interesting is this. We can look at this from both aspects. Jared Sandler tweeted about this last night, or X'd about it last night. He said the Astros might have dodged a bullet, even though they really looked like they wanted Nolan Arenado, because even though they're saying they still want Alex Bregman, if they traded for Padres, who made the All-Star team last year, I believe with Tampa, then he got traded, and now he's with the Astros, if he made the All-Star team and you were also trading for Nolan Arenado, that sounds like you're totally out on Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
Because they were like, look, if they would have got Nolan Arenado, he would have played third. What do you do with Isaac Padres? Well, you just move him to first base. He also can play first base too. So you're like, that's great, because remember, their first base stunk so bad last year, they had to release Jose Abreu.
Yep.
So they had the hole at first and now a hole at third because it looks like Bregman is gone. And so I'm just wondering, as people are kind of speculating, is this the first player that we publicly know of? Because the Astros are a winning team. You can't say, I'm not going the Astros because they traded Kyle Tucker and I think they're going to lose a lot. You'd say, hey, maybe they're not as good.
Yeah.
But they still, on paper, have a team that last year was good. they might not be as good, but you still have Yordan Alvarez, Jose Altuve. You still have a team. Hader's your closer. You still have a team where you're like, I think they could win 90 games next year. I wouldn't bet on it, but it's possible. And if you have confidence in yourself, if I join that team,
I don't think he does have that confidence in himself.
Well, I don't know. What I'm wondering is this the first time a player's like, I ain't going to that organization publicly? Like where
just the Astros or any organization? Because I think I haven't heard anything about this when it comes to Astros. Usually people are okay with it.
Yeah,
and
but
other
I'm wondering
teams,
if,
it's weird.
If Nolan Arenado, now what we don't know is where is he going to get traded to, because he does have, I guess, a full no-trade clause. He's not a 10-5 guy because he's only played 4 years in St. Louis, and a 10-5 guy is this. You get a full no-trade clause. It doesn't even matter if it was in your contract. If you've played 10 seasons in the major leagues and the last 5 years have been for one team, you get a full no-trade clause.
Wow.
So somebody like once, if I have the years right, 2011, Adrian Beltre signs with the Texas Rangers. By 2016, he has a full no-trade clause because he's already played 10 years in the majors, and the last 5 being for the Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
So 10-5 is huge. As a 10-5 guy, you have a full no-trade clause, and the team cannot trade you anywhere without you saying, I accept this trade. Nolan Arenado doesn't have that. I don't know if he has a full no-trade clause already in his contract, but he obviously has a no-trade clause where he decided with the Astros no. And so I think this is just interesting to me that a player said, I only want to get traded to a winning team. And then the Astros, who are a winning team, he said no to, which to me, I don't think it has to do with them trading away Kyle Tucker. I think he just hates the Astros.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or,
which is kind of like the conversation we had yesterday.
Like, I don't want to play with Jose Altuve. I don't like him.
Or maybe there's a real specific team. Yeah, maybe he doesn't like Altuve, which makes a lot of sense. Maybe he hates Bregman. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But
Bregman would be gone, you would assume.
I'm trying to figure, maybe there is a team that he's like, I want to go to that team.
He's manipulating
and by now eliminating the Astros, it makes it easier for that team to make their play for me because they don't have to over offer here. That could be the case, and maybe it's one specific place he wants to land, or maybe 3 different teams he likes.
And I will say this, I am confused about the Astros right now.
You don't know what they are?
I don't. Now, I still think they're going, if I look at them on paper, they're a competitive team. They're going to compete for the division. I think the Rangers, I'm gonna homer it up here. I do think they're a couple moves away from winning this division. And one of them has to be,
Kirby
for me,
Yates.
it's Kirby Yates.
Yeah.
And then you have to get another setup guy. If you do that, I think on paper, they are arguably the best team in the West. Now, I will say this. On paper, Seattle looks good, and they pee away every opportunity they've had since Ichiro was a rookie.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it, but if you look from 2002, so 2001, they set the record or tie the record for most wins. From that point, they've never won the division. From 2001 after, they've never, 2002 and then after, they never won it. Something always happens with Seattle. So every time we look at Seattle, you just look at their team and go, well, now they have Randy Arozarena along with Julio Rodriguez, and they have the best starting pitching staff in the American League probably. But it doesn't matter. They always screw it up. So I look at Texas and go, they are a couple moves away from me going, I think they're going to do the I don't want to say the Bochy thing and win the World Series again. That's very difficult. But I think they could do the Bochy thing again where they make the playoffs, miss the playoffs, make the playoffs.
Okay.
The other thing, too, is I think there's going to be a lot more demand on these Texas Rangers. I don't want to say, this sounds bad, I don't want to say that the Rangers took it easy on their team last year as a staff or as a front office, but I think because those guys won the World Series,
they didn't push them as hard.
They were kind of like, well, they'll figure it out. They got it. We're not going to do this, or we're not going to do that. Remember how they played last year? Remember when we questioned them at the All-Star break as an organization? Remember when we thought in early September they were peeing away a great opportunity that they set themselves up for, and then they won the World Series. So it was almost like that team bought themselves.
Yeah.
We're not going to, not us, but like I think as a staff, whether you're the pitching coach, hitting coach, whatever, like I don't want to be too critical here because I've seen this guy bounce out of it just last season, and they bounced out of it as a group and won the freaking championship. They still have that on their resume, but I think now as an organization, front office or coach, they'll be more quick to move the lineup around, more quick to possibly bench somebody, more quick to take a guy out of the rotation because last year you were a 78-win team.
Very great, very interesting breakdown. Thank you very much, Mike. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this a fatal playoff flaw for Buffalo? Next on The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Switching up the schedule a little bit today. We'll have Mickey around 11:40. But right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Gridiron Gravy, of course, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why just paint your home when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. All right, let's start with, I'm curious if you think this is a potential fatal flaw for the Bills in the playoffs. Let's go to cut number 6, because I started to wonder. We talk about this a lot with Detroit for injury reasons, but what about this for the Bills?
Here's a 3rd and 17. The pass. Complete! St. Brown slips through a tackle. Inside the 20, to the 10. What a play on 3rd and 17. The Lions are back in it.
Now, their defense has had some problems. The Bills' defense in the last 2 weeks alone has given up 79 points.
Mm-hmm.
In those 2 games, they've forced 1 turnover. You saw them earlier this year get smashed by the Ravens. Now, I know they have plenty of talent there. They're very good on offense, but do you think the Bills' defense, they've given up the 12th most points in the NFL this season, so not terrible, but not great. Do you think that leaves them vulnerable?
Kevin, I just went and looked and kind of Googled Bills defense.
Okay.
And the first Reddit thing says, yes, our defense sucks. Ha ha ha, so does yours.
Oh, okay.
And that, like, hey, look, they're not doing very well, but everybody else is not doing well against them either, so they're just outscoring you. They're not very good at run defense right now. That's been a big factor for them. I think, personally, this is great if you're a defensive coordinator, because heading into the end of the season, unless you're just seriously missing a lot of key pieces, heading into the end of the season, you have an opportunity to go to the tape now and say, look, guys, this is where we're bad. And if we want to be able to win in the playoffs, we have to clean these things up, especially if they're small things. But yeah, they aren't playing at their best level right now. They're tied with the Cowboys for the highest percentage of big runs allowed in the NFL.
Whoops.
But also lead the NFL in busted run percentage. So they're really bad.
Here's what's good for Buffalo. There's not a great team in the NFL.
I get that.
Kansas City Chiefs have a horrible offensive line, which causes them to not really score a ton of points. You look at Detroit. Their defense now is horrible because of injuries. You look at Philadelphia. Out of a lot of these teams that are competing, they have the worst quarterback. Now, they have a lot of things going right for them, but I think you can look at every team and there's no,
and they have maybe what would normally be a fatal flaw.
And I get Patriots didn't win the championship in 2007. That was a perfect team. They just played crappy on the Super Bowl day, or the Chicago Bears ran over everybody, or the other day you're talking about, what was it, the New York Giants one year just beat everybody by a zillion points?
Yeah, and
Phil Simms New York Giants.
And the Vikings in 98, I thought were...
The Cowboys in 92, 93, perfect team. Like that. Then you're looking at it going, how do we win? They have to play bad, and how do we make them play bad? Well, you can't. You just have to hope they do. And so I think this year, these playoffs are going to be somewhat wide open because all of these teams have something that you can take a major advantage of.
Now, we mentioned Baker Mayfield didn't practice yesterday. He did take part in the open to the media portion of the Bucs practice today.
He loves a microphone.
I don't know if...
Does he like 2 turntables?
Probably
that's
so.
where it's at. So
who got that reference?
Mike has to be pleased right now.
Yeah, I understand us. I want to know our
Alex
audience.
should be playing the song right now.
There's no way he could have anticipated that nonsense was about to play
I bet
out.
he doesn't know what song that is. Alec, you have a clue what song that is?
I was making sure that Brian Callahan isn't about to cuss
Okay,
on our
good.
airwaves.
Do we still feel good about that audio?
Yeah, we absolutely do.
Okay,
All right.
good. Let's take you to Titans head coach Brian Callahan. Now, look, I just kept the first 20 seconds of this. It's 2 minutes long. We're not going to play all of that, but essentially he was asked, hey, is your team soft?
I mean, you really want to get me going today? Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I think it's complete and total bullshit. if you want my honest opinion. These guys are tough man. They go after it every day. They play hard as hell. And there's at no point have we ever put on tape at any point this season that this is a soft football team.
All right, first off, when I listened to that yesterday, first thought, sounds just like Chris Woodward.
I could see that.
After all the talks we had with him, we got his staccato and everything. Secondly, every coach is going to say that about their players. Every reporter that covers a team, too, in that beat is probably going to say the same thing, knowing what those guys physically go through. Compared to us, they are not soft. As fans, if we see them not giving the best effort that they possibly can, that's the first word we go to. So, that's where coaches have a disconnect on that. But there's no way he's going to sit there and say, yeah, we are. I guess Gerard Mayo did that this year, though.
But I did like the distinction he had between, we're losing games, but I don't think we're putting out tape where we look soft. He did distinguish, you're right, we're not winning. I disagree with the other part.
Yeah, I think he's being honest from his perspective. I mean, we are going to talk about it, but at 5-7, Jason Kidd called out the Mavericks for, defense, and somewhat without doing it through Luka, kind of like, I don't know how to get through this guy. So take your time, sit out a week. We'll say you have a fake injury, and then the team went on a nice run, and Luka came back and has been awesome ever since.
Now, I'm disappointed in the 214 who said that was the Beastie Boys. However, there were lots of other people who knew that
I had to reboot my computer, so I'm catching up.
There's quite a few people.
Some of y'all got it correct.
Who knew it was back. Now, I wouldn't have guessed this, but let's take this to the it could be worse owner file. Woody Johnson of the New York Jets and our government. He supposedly
He's in our government?
Go look it up.
What does he do?
Go look it up.
Oh, is he one of the cabinet guys?
So,
Toy Story?
Diana Rossini, she has an article talking about all of the just meddling and not helpful things that Woody Johnson has done. And one of them is he reportedly nixed a trade for Jerry Jeudy last offseason because he felt like his Madden rating was too low.
Awesome.
Freaking bum.
Do you think that's true? And second, do you want us to ask Jerry tomorrow if he knows any players' Madden rating?
Yes, I definitely want that asked. I do think that because I believe Woody, I've seen him a couple times connecting with his younger, I don't know if it's a kid or nephew or something. Yeah, one of his kids. He's connecting there. He also has that necklace that has all the diamonds in it that says Woody on it and all that. And he tries to be hip and cool. And Kevin, as the United States ambassador to the UK.
I told you.
He does like to meddle, all right? So he likes to get in there with things. I think he's made terrible decision after terrible decision his entire time with the Jets, though. They've been bad.
It is interesting being around organizations how owners or let's say front office people who weren't hired for their sport, they're hired because of their marketing or management of a business, and they're awesome at that. How much they want to be a part of the sport, and they will do things like that. And as a, let's say, person who is managing the football team or another team, you have to be nice about their opinion because they are your boss.
Yep.
But you have to try to convince them not to go with a video game rating.
Yes, that is very fair. I'm going to mark this down in the category of I'm not buying it.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I should distinguish because these are two back-to-back ridiculous stories. Let me backtrack. My apologies. I do believe that for Woody Johnson.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's this next one. I'm not buying it. Aaron Rodgers says if he comes back and plays football again next year and the Jets have a young quarterback, he will, quote, mentor the hell out of them. Do you believe that Aaron Rodgers will go out of his way to mentor the hell out of a young quarterback?
I would love to ask Jordan Love that. How did he treat Jordan Love? Did he say, hey, just watch everything I do? Here's some tips on some things, and other than that, good luck. I'll see you later. I would love to know what Jordan Love learned from him along the way.
Can I just say that's what I think happened? Like your essential breakdown, I could see.
Just watch me and
I'll see you
hang
later.
around. I feel like that would be the case. Now, he might be saying, I'm going to mentor the hell out of him the same way I did Jordan Love. And that's how I learned. That's how he should learn. A lot of these guys, I mean, Parcells, he had Bledsoe, he had Testaverde around because he said it a lot of times, and I mean, he got lucky. He wanted the younger guys to watch them. He wanted them to see how to become a pro. You carry your clipboard around. You have your pencil with you. Those are the things that you can't be dumb about. And then all the other stuff, when it comes onto the field, that's when all the other stuff matters.
Yeah, I think he's lying.
All right. I know there's a lot of ground to cover, so if you want to guess, that's fine. If not, I can just tell you the answer. ESPN put out an article, the biggest mistake each team has made since 2020 is that, and it's just one mistake for every single team. And then it also kind of ranks like how bad this mistake was in the hierarchy of all the NFL. Like, for example, the number one mistake a team has made since 2020 is the Cleveland Browns trading for Deshaun Watson and signing him to a 5-year, $230 million fully guaranteed contract. The second worst is Denver trading for and extending Russell Wilson, because clearly that was a disaster. So I don't know if there's anything that jumps to mind for you for the Cowboys. To put it in context, theirs is only ranked 25th. So they're like, yeah, this was stupid, but you could have done way dumber things in the last 4 or 5 years.
We'll be all in.
Okay, it was not him saying all in. That's a fair point. Choosing Michael Gallup over Amari Cooper. And so essentially you gave the 5-year, $62.5 million extension to Michael Gallup. You put the franchise tag on Dalton Schultz. And that's another thing that I know at least you, Mike, I can't remember, Corey, were against that move at the time because he's like, hey, solid, but I don't know about all of that. And instead, they had to move on from Amari Cooper. So that $22.4 million went to Gallup and Schultz, and they could have spent the $20 million on Amari Cooper, and instead they traded him and got the 5th-round pick, and everyone was super mad about that.
Can I give you 2 that come to mind?
Sure.
One, it hasn't played out, so you can't really put it on the list, and that was giving Dak the contract they gave him right before the season started.
This year it looks bad.
Because now you're stuck with a person who looks like he's going to really deal with injuries to the lower half who's deteriorating on you. The other one that I thought of was when Zeke held out in Mexico partying and you gave him that huge contract. I have to put my timeline correct.
I think that might have been 19.
Okay. So
otherwise, that's it for sure, and that should be higher up on the list.
Doesn't it feel like from that point, DeMarcus Lawrence was like, and rightfully so, he's like, well, then I won't play next year. I'm just going to get surgery done where I physically can't play. And then I give him the contract now, so he'll do the surgery now. And then you just look at what CeeDee Lamb just did. You're going to look at what Micah Parsons isn't going to be in Oxnard this year. Just so you guys know. Like, I'll bet $1,000.
I will not take that bet.
Matter of fact, I just had the conversation with somebody about that, about what I feel, the way they're going to handle it and the way he'll handle it, and that's dead on.
And I feel like that giving in to Zeke after playing 3 years and having 2 more years left of major control on him, being the 4th overall pick, has led the Cowboys to giving in to every agent. And every agent knows they'll give in.
We did discuss this, though, when it comes to, and not in particular Zeke and Dak, but the NFL treats that last year as their opportunity to sign a player without having to deal with free agency people, like having to overbid.
Yes.
They always do treat that year before.
And sometimes 2 years before.
Because we've discussed that. Look, man, you can wait if you want.
Sure.
You say on most instances, you're like, do it as early as possible.
Yes.
Or if you're going to hold out all the way.
And it just depends on the position, right? Like if you're a center, then maybe if I'm the team, I'm going to wait because center money hasn't really gone crazy in the NFL. But like if you look at those positions, if it's somebody who rushes the passer, if it's a wide receiver, if it's a quarterback, if it's a defensive back, those prices aren't going down.
Right.
So if you're sure that person's part of your future, first of all, see if you can get the deal done. And I realize both sides have to want to get the deal done. See if you can get the deal done. And then you can also fiddle with that signing bonus or that guaranteed money a little bit more because now you have an extra year to kind of, I always say flatten out the money is the way I'm just like drop the price. By the way, for people who are saying Zeke was 2019, for the people saying Taco, that was back in 2017. So those would not be eligible for this award or dishonor. I don't know, however you want to describe it.
Kevin, I know you have a lot of other things on your list.
Go for it.
But this text, I think this is a fascinating discussion. Maybe we could do it tomorrow. what, and I don't know if we've even discussed this before, what would it say or what message would it send if Parsons did choose to leave and sign somewhere else? Because I don't think it would change much, because I think the Cowboys would spin it in a way that they would be like, it doesn't matter.
The issue with that is the system. It's a great question. The issue that with that is the system that the NFL has in place is you can't leave. All right, because think about it. Micah Parsons is under contract for another year. Okay, well, I don't want to re-sign here. Tough franchise. Well, I'm going to play my butt off, and then I'm going to leave. Tough, double franchise. So
you get paid a lot of money.
You do, but you can't leave. You can't leave for another 3 years.
You can check out anytime you want.
But you can never leave.
Look at all the music we know.
If you're a first-round pick, you have 7 years of control of the organization.
Exactly. And so I appreciate the question. It's just the NFL has set it up where that's not really an option.
So the best way for players to get their money is to just sign extensions beforehand with their own team they were drafted by, whether or not they're winning.
Or, for most organizations. In this organization, I'm going to bet on myself because we traditionally negotiate in favor of the players. And so
that's a genius part of what Jerry wanted too, right?
Yeah.
They can't leave because we can continue to do these things no matter if we're winning or not.
Pretty much. By the way,
he thought people would come here because they were the Cowboys and they were winning.
Yes. At the time, it's just like when NBC signed Notre Dame. NBC was like, we got Notre Dame. Nobody's ever going to be able to touch this. And then you got into the deal and you're like, oh, crap. They're not really Notre Dame anymore.
Right.
That's the same thing with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Oh, crap.
Oh, crap.
We're not really the Cowboys anymore. By the way, Clyde Edwards-Helaire got picked up by the Saints after being cut by the Chiefs. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus this NFL quarterback is just like me. No, not his height. Next.
products? I gotta remember that. You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me. I love it.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're an hour away from the great Christmas movie bracket. And Mike is become enamored with Texas high school state championship football. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM, where a quarterback that is listed as the same height as me, but there's no way he is an inch over 5'4", has just scored.
I thought you were arguing that he was taller than that, and I was like, you're out of your mind.
No.
He connected with his brother here.
Yeah.
They're not, their last names are not all Bulldogs.
It's on the back of their jerseys.
That's Stanford Bulldogs. That's not all of their last names.
They were trees.
So they created this school after this family of Bulldogs was born.
Was it one man or like a family of brothers?
This is your time, Alec. It's your decision.
Impregnated the whole city. Well, maybe they just all moved to one city.
They had one
because he impregnated them all.
No, I like your first idea better, Mike.
Okay.
Because they're all Bulldogs.
This is the dumbest thing I've heard all day.
Wow.
That's saying a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think it is. Just wait.
No. Okay.
There's a lot more
Excuse
day
me.
left.
He said, so far. I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay, it's time for AM on the FM. We got the question of the day, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer that question. Then we're going to hear how Kyler Murray is just like me. And no, it's not because of the height. Haha, get that out of the way. Get that out of the way. We'll get to that here in just a second, but we do have the question of the day. It's actually inspired by one of our teammates here. Ruben Portillo is out on vacation. He's in Minnesota. And he sent me pictures yesterday of him at the Mall of America.
Yes.
And it made me think, that is one of the most random places that is on my bucket list that I have to go to some point in life. So I'm asking you guys.
Half the show's done that. Half the show has definitely done that already.
We live there.
I've been there. It's awesome.
Look at that. So I'm asking you guys and the Tolos, what is that one totally random place that you just have to go to at some point in your life? Because for me, it is the Mall of America, because growing up, Nickelodeon would always run commercials for it, even though we live in Texas, but they had like giant exhibits and stuff in the kids area, so they would run ads for it. And as like a 7-year-old kid, you're like, I want to go there. You have no idea how travel works or anything. You're like, I'm going to go there. Then you ask your parents and they're like, well, it's in a different state, so we'd have to get on a plane and get hotels, and that costs money, and we don't have money. So never got to go, but I will go one of these days, especially because of the giant Lego exhibit that they have.
Yes, the Legos there are incredible.
Need to see it.
Let me ask you this. I want to know if this qualifies. What if I didn't know I needed to be at this place until I was already in the state? Then I found out about it, and I was like,
that's fair.
Okay, it's Carhenge in Nebraska.
Yes, I've seen this.
Okay.
Not in person, but I've seen it.
So it's essentially, as you could probably figure out, it's like Stonehenge, but it's made out of old cars that have all kind of been painted silver, although there's a lot of like design and stuff all over the cars and writing and everything now. But we wanted to go, me and my son, me and Brandon want to go to all of the states. And so we stopped in Nebraska. I heard about Carhenge and I was like, we have to go there. And we did, and it was awesome. And if you ever get the chance, because you're in Nebraska for some reason and you have some time to kill, it's super cool. People have put time capsules in there. They're going to dig up in like 20 years or whatever. It was really fun.
That sounds awesome, dude.
It was awesome.
There is a place in the Micronesian Islands.
Oh my gosh.
I think it's Metrachar, and it's an island called Palau. It's Palau's jellyfish lake. All right, so this is a lake full of jellyfish that don't have stingers because they have evolved out of it. So they can't sting you. It's full of jellyfish, so you can swim in it. And it's a very private kind of thing. But
you believe them?
Like, look at this. I believe them because I saw Jeff Corwin swim in it.
Okay.
But that's what the island looks like. Kevin, you know this for me is perfect. It's secluded. I don't need a phone.
The lake looks like a giant number 8.
Yeah, it's just surrounded by nature, and it's a lake that has this in it. I have no clue how the jellyfish got there. Maybe somebody picked them up. Maybe there was a hurricane and they got in there. But I saw Jeff Corwin, I believe, go there, and I just thought, that is so awesome. And I said, one day, that's where this. So that is my bucket list, random, weird place that I've always wanted to go. This wasn't supposed to be in the United States, right? Like, did it have? Okay.
It can be anywhere.
That feels very limiting. It feels like you can only be in the United States.
One country. Come on, there's a whole world out there.
I don't know. I'm
Mike's
looking
done
at
it all.
Yours wasn't like the Hall of Fame.
He went to Italy this year.
Well, I feel like that's not weird.
Okay,
does that make sense? I want to go to Cooperstown or like I'm not crazy about this. Whereas in Pennsylvania they play the Little League World Series. Like that might be cool to visit, but I feel like
Chop's been there.
You're talking about a place where they made cars into Stonehenge.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
that is just pretty weird.
I went to this traveltriangle.com webpage. It says in a 2024 compilation of 59 weirdest places across the world you should stop by.
Okay.
So I don't know. I was kind of looking at that going, does anything interest me here? Someone's like the Dead Sea.
Okay.
But
that would be cool.
That would be
Are you just going to try to see if you can float?
I mean, to be honest, the place I really want to go, I do want to really go to Israel. I want to go to Jerusalem. I want to do all that. But I'm scared to I'll be honest. I'm scared to death to go there. So I don't think I ever am. Maybe that's wrong, but
because of the travel, because of foreign
because of the
issues,
the
I guess.
war.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's ever going to stop. So it's like, I don't know. I just think it would be very tough to travel to Israel and enjoy. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. To enjoy things without thinking that a bomb's about to drop over here.
Got some good ones coming in on the text here right now too. Those are not. Well, come on. That one's, you can't say that.
Is it the one that said your mom's bedroom?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'd like to direct you to my pinned tweet at Alec on the radio on X 469. So there you go. And let me know what you see. Let's see. I did see the running of the Bulls in Madrid.
Ooh, yeah.
I would be too scared. Like, if I was, like, in a balcony watching from above, sure. I'm too scared.
Can I ask you about that? Let's say you are in the balcony. Who you rooting for?
The chaos in me wants to see a couple people get flipped over.
Okay.
But, you know, nobody, like, I don't want to see anybody die or anything, but, you know.
Go to the Roman Coliseum 2,000 years ago.
I want to see some people get humbled, you know. Let's see. From the 210 Great Stone Forest of China. There's some really cool, like, national landmarks and stuff. Like someone said Big Bend from the 540. That would be fun. Somebody from the 214 wants to go to New Zealand.
Oh, the Australian Opera House. I already gave mine, but that would be...
In Sydney?
Yeah, that would be super cool.
That would be amazing. I'd love to see that.
By the way, really quick update, Alec. The quarterback's brother is playing linebacker and just made a really nice play.
Pretty sure that's the running back,
Old Bulldog.
Is he any taller?
He's like 5'10".
Yeah, unfortunately, though, the one guy out of all of the brothers there, he's the shortest. But
they're
he is
not
the
all brothers.
I mean, when you're on one team, you are a family.
Could you be cousins? Because they have the same last name. I have the same last name as my cousin. Some of them, not all of them.
That's a good point, Mike.
Because my aunt, like blood aunt, would marry somebody and they would change their last name. So even though we were cousins, we had different last names. So they had to make sure that they all kept the same last name.
I told you this before, Alec. It's up to you. This is your time.
Oh, I invite it. I think Mike is a delight. I love his input.
I think it's something to think about.
It is. He gets the gears turning.
All related.
I mean,
you can't prove that.
On the back of my warm-up jersey at Duncanville, it said Bassick. And then there was another person that said Davis and Owens and Washington. I don't know if it would have. It didn't say our city.
So you
our
can't
city was
even
on the front.
comprehend the idea that they might put their mascot name
When
on the
you
back.
were at Bryan Adams, did on the back
We
of
couldn't
yours.
afford names.
Okay,
but if we had, it would have said Majors.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were poor.
It wouldn't have said the Bryan Adams Singers.
Yeah.
I don't know what your Bryan Adams are. They're
We were Cougars. Mike.
the Green Cougars.
I don't know why our colors were green and white. Never made sense to me.
Hey, he did make one of my favorite Christmas songs of all time.
Alec, how many schools' colors would just be brown because they're named after the Bears or the Cougars or the Lions?
Point.
Like, you just we're all the same color.
Yep.
Yeah, how did some of these teams get to these?
Because they're all animals. We're the kangaroos. All right, well, guess what color a kangaroo is? Same color as a cougar.
Pretty much brown.
Yeah. Maybe like a lighter shade, a little tan in there somewhere, I don't know. That's a great point. Now I'm completely thrown off. Kyler Murray was asked about cold weather. He's about to play in it because, you don't really do that in Arizona. And he is just like me because he followed up wanting to know a little bit more about the exact temperature.
No, I mean, I've played in cold weather before. It's not, I don't know how cold it's supposed to be.
Like 35
degrees? Yeah.
His one response was just S when he found out it was going to be 35 degrees at kickoff.
That was my response this morning when I woke up and looked at the temperature outside.
It was 34 when I woke up.
And then on Christmas Day, it's supposed to be like 68 or something.
Why?
Because it's Texas, baby.
I just love all these news channels on Twitter.
to England.
That is not even the right number, Mike.
I don't know. I'm learning new things.
How are you an adult in charge of so many people, Mike?
Oh, yeah. He learned a lot yesterday, didn't he?
Woo!
During the breaks. Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I loved.
Are you going to go back to those friends who told you the incorrect definition?
They didn't. They just didn't expand on the definition. I guess they thought everybody knows this. I just didn't know. I thought it was a baseball term.
Hey, remember, you can go to Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow and find out what exactly happened because we can't discuss that on the air. But I love all these Texas weather stations that are tweeting out graphics of like chances for a white Christmas, and it's just like different colors, and it's like no chance in hell. Like
no chance in blue.
Yes, like this is no chance in purple. How about 0% in yellow? Like I just love those because it's not happening this year. It makes me sad.
There's always like a 0% chance in hell, though.
This is true.
Probably.
It's very hot.
Actually, there's I believe somebody texted the other day. They are from Hell, Michigan. I believe it's Michigan.
Oh,
they said
snow
there
in Hell,
is
Michigan.
a chance that hell freezes over.
That is great.
So that is something that I saw on the fan page.
And before
Stanford gave up a touchdown.
Dang it,
There's
man.
a flag.
If only it was
Oh,
taller.
no, they didn't. Dallas Cowboys did it again, holding.
Before we wrap things up here, I do want to mention that Netflix did just release the trailer for the Jerry Jones documentary.
Do we need to grab that audio?
We probably can. We can turn that around, but it is out there and it looks intriguing. I mean, I feel like we're all going to watch it.
Alec was on Mr. McMahon.
It's called Jerry Jones,
Hope it's not like that one.
the Gambler and His Cowboys. That's what it's called.
It's a great title.
Looks like Reagan makes an appearance in it.
And
Ronald Reagan?
Wow. Okay. And
And
before
Bush.
I get on out of here, I do want to mention, you guys mentioned it in the live spot yesterday, that I did purchase a new car from Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell a couple of days ago. Got myself a new Blazer, and my first order of business, thanks to Justin Rudd and company out there, I want to get the windows tinted. So I like taking the Sean Sharif method of trying to shop Tolo whenever I can. So if any of you have any shops out there that can help with that, or if you know people that can help with tinting my car's windows, 877-881-1053, or at Alec on the radio on socials, I'd like to give you my money before I give a stranger my money. So,
and just
let me
to
know.
prove we tell the truth, did they treat you right at Platinum Chevy?
Man, I was in and out in under, 2 hours? Like, the process was super smooth.
There's a lot of paperwork to get a car,
There
too.
was a lot of paperwork, but the paperwork was probably the quickest part. It was just me being a hard ass, in the negotiations. But we got the car done, and it is sitting outside, and I'm excited to drive it home. So thanks to Platinum Chevy.
Delightful. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, I got a little Rangers note for you next on The Fan.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll talk with Mickey Spagnola in just a minute, but I got an opportunity to watch. I think we'll play the audio at some point in the show. Watch the teaser trailer for the Cowboys documentary. The teaser makes it look like a puff piece because they have all the Cowboys talking. It's like America's team is America's team. Yay, 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 Jerry Jones, soap opera 365. So I'm just curious, like, how far into this we're going to go. Plus, it's hard to fit a lot of content into like 35 seconds. So I'm sure there's going to be a whole lot to it, but I looked fine.
I thought you were like, I was like 35. I thought you were going to say minutes. And I was like, it's only a 35-minute documentary?
No.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It feels like it will probably be like the Mr. McMahon one where it's like 5-6 parts, hour a piece, give or take. And so you'll get like a 5 or 6 hour long documentary.
I feel like it's going to tick a lot of people off. Because it's going to be like they're going to tell the way they look at it all. And it's going to be the reality that every Cowboys fan that has been griping about them for the last 10 years, it's going to be their reality. So they're going to be like, see, exactly. All he wants is the money. He just wants this. He just wasn't. And they're going to be like, that's exactly what I thought about this.
See, I forgot to check, and I'm going to go look now if the Cowboys put out the trailer or not. And indeed, the Dallas Cowboys Twitter account did repost the trailer for the Netflix doc. Take that for what you will.
I'm pretty sure the McMahon family was not putting out the, hey, go watch this documentary on what our dad did.
I know McMahon actually, like, the first thing he said was, hey, this makes me look really bad, y'all.
Yes.
So please don't watch it. Or watch it and just think that about it.
Take that for what you will. Right now, we bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas.
We were just talking about the Netflix trailer drop for the Dallas Cowboys documentary coming out next month. It's only 35 seconds. Fascinating if you want to take a look.
I'll have to.
Did we learn anything in the press conference with Mike McCarthy?
So from a injury standpoint, it looks like Cooper Beebe should be able to go. He had been out in concussion protocol, and it looks like he practiced yesterday and got through it, and they anticipate him to do the same. TJ Bass still trying to get through. They'll see what he can do today. So if Beebe's back, then Hoffman will move back to, I'm guessing, starting at right guard, and that would lessen the problems on the offensive line. Although I did notice yesterday Adoga didn't practice with the ankle, so that means Guyton probably practicing, and we'll see how much he is able to do today. I noticed when just looking at the injury report, Tampa Bay has got 5 starters that didn't practice yesterday. Now, it was an easy walk-through practice. I think maybe one guy had rest, but they had a bunch of veteran guys. I guess we're at that time of the year.
And Baker did practice this morning, so he did. You can cross him off.
Cross
the list.
him off.
Yeah.
Now it's down to 4.
Yeah. You mentioned. I wanted to backtrack just a second. You mentioned Brock Hoffman. I'm just curious. Besides just his play, his attitude, he feels like somebody that you want on the field on your side.
Yeah. If you remember when training camp began, and I don't know that they totally did this in deference to him being a little bit more of a veteran, not much, than Cooper Beebe, but he was working with the first team at center. And then they decided, okay, we're going forward with Beebe, and he kind of got lost in the shuffle. But since he's, gotten this opportunity these last, 4 games that he started, with only 2 starts in his, total NFL career before that, I think he's played awfully well. 3 of them at guard, I should say, and 2 or 1 at center, or 1.5 basically at center. I mean guard, center. Sorry. And so I think he's done a really nice job, and I think example of maybe what he's doing, TJ Bass is doing, is this is the time period that Rico Dowdle's, rushed for more than 100 yards in 3 consecutive games. Now, they haven't been playing the top competition in the NFL during that streak, but, Tampa Bay is kind of in the same boat weird season for them. They lose 4 straight, and then they win 4 straight.
Out of the bye, yeah, they've been playing really well.
But they beat the Giants, Carolina. Does that sound familiar?
And
Vegas,
the Raiders.
And then, they beat the Chargers, who are 8-6, but the other, the other 3 teams are 7-34.
Ooh. And you can make a strong argument. Those are the 3 worst teams in the NFL. And if not, certainly 3 of the worst 5 teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
So I agree with you on that for sure.
So, I guess it's all relative, but you still got to go and play. The other thing I was curious about, because if you remember fourth quarter, Andrew Booth took over at the other cornerback spot, and I thought Oruwariye had gotten injured, and it sounds like they just wanted to give Booth some time. So, because I didn't see Oruwariye on the injury report, and I was like, well, that's strange. I thought he went out with an injury, but evidently not. They wanted to take a look at Booth. So, be interesting to see just who starts at that other cornerback spot.
Yeah, no, that is
especially with Baker Mayfield, as well as he's been playing this season, and that offense in Tampa Bay has been very productive. With the fact that they keep piling up the points. So 10 of their 14 games they've scored at least 25 points. So that's pretty stout.
And I think in 8 of those they've gained at least 400 yards.
Yes.
So and I know last week they got 506. So it is, regardless of who your competition is, but I'm with you about the level of competition. Their offense has been putting up some pretty stout numbers.
And so we're going to see, and it's not just Baker, throwing the ball. They've been running the ball awfully well also. So, and that's one of the things that, the Cowboys had to improve on, this entire season, especially the way they started the game. So, yeah, they've been pretty productive offensively. So this, we'll find out a little bit more about just where this defense is. We think it's improved, but who did it improve against? So I think, as Mike McCarthy said, this is a big challenge for us.
Yeah, what is the place that you'd like to attack the Buccaneers the most defensively?
To attack them?
Yeah, with Cooper Rush in that group. Where do you want to attack them? Because it feels like they have a pretty stout defensive line, stout line. Like, it seems like they're pretty good at a lot of different areas. Maybe CeeDee Lamb will have an advantage against their corners.
I think if you can continue to make teams respect your running game, then I think that you can exploit it with CeeDee Lamb, right? Because if you're running the ball well, maybe it lessens how many double teams he has to face. And unbelievable job he's doing playing through that shoulder injury. The fact that he doesn't back off, and when what is he, like third in the league, fourth in the league in receptions, and just doing what he's doing right now. 4 1,000-yard seasons of his 5. No Cowboy wide receiver has done that, and 3 of them are in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So yeah, he's being awfully productive. But I think the balance they've had lately with the fact that somebody's got to respect their running game, I think has opened up things and makes it easier for Cooper Rush, as long as he can hang on to the ball, right?
Hey, Mickey, how tall are you?
How tall am I?
This is going somewhere, I promise you.
Okay, probably shrinking, but somewhere around 5'6", 5'7".
You would probably be an inch or two taller than the quarterback at Stanford playing in the state championship game right now.
Stanford.
Yes.
Yeah,
isn't that where the Cowboys wide receiver was from?
Which one?
I don't know. It's a small town in West Texas. They have an enrollment of 184 students.
He was the guy that got here and had a ranch out there.
James
Remember
Washington. Yeah, James Washington.
James Washington.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Man, he's a foot taller than this quarterback.
So, yeah, they're in the state
So I
championship.
could have had a chance if
Dude,
I went
if
to a
you-
smaller school,
If you
right?
get a chance to turn on this game, he's literally the smallest quarterback I've ever seen in my life for like a varsity football
He
game.
makes Bryce Young look like he's built like a giant truck.
Is it on right now?
Yes,
It's on
it
right
is.
now. It's almost halftime. It's 14-7. Ganado is beating Stamford. But it is amazing how little this kid is.
I got to play sophomore team, so I'd have been the smallest left guard in the world.
Never give up on your dreams, Mickey.
never
Never
thought left guard.
give up on your dreams.
I got 3 plays.
Hey,
That's amazing.
that's 3 times better than Rudy.
That's right.
All right, thank you very much, Mick. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right. Good job, guys. See you.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola. That might be the first time he's ever said good job after one of our hits with him. Coming up next,
He's proud of us.
let's do some NFL overreaction or reality next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, the more famous Alec Medford, who is now the spinner belt champion of the world. It is time for NFL overreaction or reality. My first question, we've debated this for probably like a week or so.
Should Travis Hunter play special teams next year?
We're not. That leads to problems.
Let's bring in...
Man, how great was Gavin Dawson's tease? When in the tease, he goes, "What are you proud of?" And like, tremendous. Tremendous. If you haven't heard the tease, this is top-notch. Just top-notch work being done there. Regardless of, you're right, yeah, good job, Gavin. All right, regardless of whether Mike McCarthy is here or not, overreaction or reality, Mike Zimmer will be the Cowboys defensive coordinator next season.
Based on everything I heard from Jerry Jones, yes. And it sounds like, and that's not just Jerry, it's Steven as well. Steven gave very long, hey, we love what he's doing. We knew it would take some time for them to the defense to grow into it and all those things. So I don't think they want to go through another offseason where they have to get personnel to fit a new defensive coordinator. They feel like his defense can hold up in the NFL. And so it sounds to me like they just love what he brings to this team.
Without a doubt, yes.
Okay.
I don't think it's right, though. I'm not saying
that's fair.
I'm not saying he shouldn't be the defensive coordinator, but that should be whoever you hire as the head coach. He should interview Zim to see if he wants to keep him, and if he does, he does. But this is the way. This is the Cowboys' way. We really like this offensive coordinator, or we really like this defensive coordinator. You have to keep him. That already. I don't get why Jerry Jones doesn't understand this. That already cuts a little bit of the leg off of your head coach. Now, if he loves Zim, it works out perfectly because Zim is a non-threat to be a head coach ever again in his life. And so
I would probably agree.
So you're
with
not
that.
worried about that threat. Where if you
Except for maybe the Cowboys.
Well, I don't think so. I really don't. I think if you keep Kellen Moore, that's a threat. He's a young, upcoming coach. I'm not saying he was the best offensive coordinator ever, but I think at least with Zim, he's not a threat to you if you get the head coaching job. I think that Zim could interview for the head coaching job if it becomes available here and only here. But I think if you keep Zim, you're not worried about him. From what we hear from maybe Patrick Creighton, Jesse Hawley, a few other people, is like, hey, Jason Garrett always had his eye on the Cowboys head coaching job. And I don't think you want to be in that situation.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Bears season wouldn't have been screwed if the Commanders' Hail Mary didn't happen. Now, hear me out. Go back to that game. The Bears are about to win. They're going to be 5-2,
right,
and will have won 4 straight games. Instead, that turns into a loss, and it's the first of 8 straight losses. Along the way, they lost consecutive games by 1, in overtime by 3, and again by 3. So overreaction reality, I'm not saying they would be winning the division or anything, but if not for that Hail Mary, the Bears are in a totally different spot right now. Like maybe 7-7.
Okay. I think the problems that have persisted over the last 4 games for them will have continued to persist.
Okay.
I that one play right there was pretty emblematic of your coach
and
the discipline and where the focus needs to be. The play, however, against Detroit at the end of the game is the one that ultimately was the reason he got fired.
Yes.
And I still think that would have happened. So I think that's an overreaction because I don't think they're there in a lot of different areas. I don't know if that would have kept Eberflus's job either. I don't know if that would have been enough.
If that Detroit thing still happens, maybe not.
And that game was a bad game.
Sure.
Go back to that Washington game. That was an exciting play.
Yeah.
But that game was awful.
Yeah, overreaction. They'd have lost all these other games.
Okay. Fascinating. NFL overreaction or reality. The AFC playoff field is already set. Now, the Chargers are 8-6. The next closest challenger to them is the group of the Colts, Dolphins, and Bengals, all at 6-8. I will argue to you right now, we still got 3 weeks, and maybe something could change in terms of like who, if the Steelers or the Ravens win the division or whatever else the case might be. Oh, that's unfortunate. That kid got tackled.
We can't watch a football game and do a show at the same time, guys.
Yeah,
Muggsy threw it to the wrong team.
Why do I have to be the voice
right.
of reason
I'm
keeping
sorry.
us in track?
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Corey.
But my argument is the 7 teams, they're set. The AFC playoff picture is locked in.
Yeah, I also think in the NFC too, except for one spot. I don't know who's going to win the division in the West.
Okay.
So I think out of the 14 spots available in the playoffs, 13 of them are secure.
And that is interesting. I'm curious about the Commanders, if they're able to hold on or if one team that doesn't win the West is able to snag that other spot from them.
Don't they play each other? Don't the Seahawks and
the Rams play each other?
That's a loss, right? Somebody has to get a loss.
So
that gives them 7 losses.
Oh yeah, they do. That's the last game of the season.
Yeah, so I feel like that's how I feel. I feel like that. I don't know who's going to win that division.
I got you,
but I do. To your one question,
yeah,
AFC's done. We just don't know the seedings yet.
I'm looking at, Indianapolis and Miami and Cincinnati can't do enough.
Yeah. I'm with you.
And honestly, for the Chargers to fall out, they would have to lose to Vegas. And that's not happening. On the last game of the year, I don't think the Chargers are losing to Vegas.
No.
But, man, I'll tell you what, for positioning purposes, there is a Broncos-Chargers game upcoming that will be a lot of fun. That one should be an absolute blast.
Now, I know the game has been several days now, but NFL overreaction or reality, go ahead.
Do you mind if I...
Yeah.
I said something and I disagree with what I just said.
Oh.
It should be a blast if the Chargers care about positioning.
Okay.
This is what always weirds me out, and the teams are like, you know what? We really don't care about the positioning here. We're just going to throw this game away, and then we'll figure out our playoff game. And sometimes I don't understand that. It's go out there and try and win and maybe get the best position, but they don't always do that.
You sound a little cold. Polar. Bipolar?
Kevin.
Because he has 2 different thoughts that are colliding in his head.
I get it.
Like 2 different people arguing inside his own head. Isn't that what bipolar is? Or is that where you see letters upside down or something?
877-881-1053 if you would like to help answer Mike's question.
I just want to see how long he was going to keep talking, honestly. I was like, if I keep flipping my pen, I think he'll just keep going. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. Last Sunday is exactly why you don't believe in the Steelers. And so they went up against a good team, and they got thumped, and it was, in the last 2.5 quarters, didn't feel that particularly competitive.
I think they're a good defensive team. I don't know what to make their offense, but without Pickens, I still think they're a different offense. So let's get Pickens back out there and see how much better they are when he's on the field.
Do you agree with what you just said?
Okay, that is
reality.
A fair point. Steelers fan.
But reality.
Point.
Yes.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, I didn't believe in them early in the year, and then I'm like, crap, maybe I should believe in them. And then, yes, you lose, was it 10 points or 14?
14.
Yeah, you just like, they just don't look like the team that can do something special in the playoffs. And it'll be, if they beat the Ravens, do I change my mind?
They're going to win the division, and they historically have done very well against the Ravens. Let me start with you on this one. I know he can do a lot of things, and the dude is tough as hell. But overreaction or reality, you would not play Patrick Mahomes on Saturday. They play again on Wednesday, mid to high ankle sprain. I heard what he said. He's like, I could play. I'm good to go. I'm not disputing that he's tough enough to play.
Yeah.
I'm disputing the numbers game of, does it not make sense to at least wait until Wednesday?
I'll agree with you, but obviously not knowing how he's feeling, like I don't know. And if he can go, if I can win this Texans game, and now I have to assume this. I have to assume Buffalo's winning against the 3 minor league games they have left.
Although if Buffalo loses a game and you win one, you're good to go.
Yeah.
But probably not.
So I need to win 2 out of my last 3 games to get the bye.
Yep.
if I can beat the Texans at home. Now, I don't want to your point, it doesn't matter. If Patrick Mahomes can't play in the playoffs, it doesn't matter. So I have to make sure he's able to play in the playoffs. But if I beat the Texans at home, then I have to win one of my last 2 games, and I get the bye. And I would love if I'm the Chiefs, my perfect scenario is I don't have to play him, I still win, but most likely you'd lose. I play him, win, I play him, and I beat at Pittsburgh, very tough game. And then he doesn't have to play against the Broncos. He doesn't have to play the next week because we got the bye. And so I gave him that time, hopefully, to be as healthy as possible. So, but I'm with you. If it's like, hey, we know if we give it 4 more days, you are going to feel so much better and it's going to be more stable, then I'm with you. And I will say, okay, let's sit him out this Texans game. But I feel like if you sit him out the Texans game, you lose.
I could see that.
Interesting. I need him for the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I'm doing everything I can to keep his body ready for that.
I think that's where I'm at as well. NFL overreaction or reality, the Lions will not get the number 1 seed in the NFC. They hold the tiebreaker over Philly, but they still have that last game against Minnesota. So obviously Minnesota is still in the mix. Philly is still in the mix, even though right now they both have this. All 3 of them have the same record. It just feels like those injuries have mounted on them so much.
I mean, they have a competitive game against the Bears. Like that's going to be another one where they could have another injury. A competitive. It should be a physical game against the Niners. It should be.
Yeah.
Unless the Niners are like, hey, I'm done. So
maybe they are.
Yeah, like they might say, "Hey, we got to go ahead and wave the white flag this year." That Vikings game is the one, though. Kevin, this one's too close to call.
Okay, because remember 2 weeks ago, I think it's 2 weeks ago, maybe last week, I asked, will the number 1 seed come down to that last game, Vikings against the Lions?
And did we say yes?
Yes.
So here, I'm still there. Too close to call.
I would
no
lean
losses, just too close to calls.
I'd lean towards Philadelphia's winning out. Their last 2 games are home against the Cowboys and Giants.
Think the Cowboys can't beat them?
They play Washington this week?
Yeah. So that's the tough one, at Washington. So I'll lean towards Philadelphia wins out, even though it is tough to win. How many freaking games in a row have they won? 1,
10.
2, 10. So
that's a franchise record, by the way.
To win your last 13 games in a row would be spectacular. So should I say, yeah, they're going to win their last 13 games?
Man, that Philly-Washington game feels like a very high-stakes game now in terms of, not the division.
And that's a nooner.
Yeah, but in terms of Washington wanting to hold on and make sure they have the edge for that playoff positioning, Philadelphia trying to stay in there for the number 1 seed, obviously division rivals. That feels like a pretty high-stakes game this weekend.
I'll be tuned into that one for sure.
Minnesota will lose one of their next 2 games.
Okay.
Because it's at Seattle versus Packers.
Yep.
They'll lose one of them. I don't think they're going to win both of those. So I do think it'll come down to Philadelphia and Detroit for the 1 seed.
Okay. And then let me get one more question out there for you. NFL overreaction or reality, the Giants will be looking for a new coach and GM after the season because of poor play and the airplanes. How much?
Hold on, re-say that again.
The Giants will be looking for a new coach and GM because of poor play and the airplanes.
What? The Jets are the airplanes. That's why they're called the Jets.
Is that what you mean?
No.
Because they play at the Jet Stadium?
Okay, I guess they both play at the same...
That's in New England.
No, it's MetLife. No, because remember the planes are flying by with the messages each week.
Oh, gotcha.
And the Giants...
I was thinking, all I could think of was the drones, and I was like, what?
The Giants will cave to the pressure of poor play and the airplanes. One or the other, you could make it. Both? Done.
I don't know, man. They seem so fully supportive of everything that they got going on there. The team's not good.
No.
But they seem fully supportive of Dable and the GM. I think that's a bad choice. I think the GM's poor. Like, he's been bad. But they're saying fire everybody, Kevin.
Yeah.
So when do you want to fire everybody? Before the season ends? Tell all the players, get your stuff. Get out of here. We're not even playing these last games.
You won't even have a team.
Yeah. Pack up your bags.
Look, we talked about this the other day, too, from the 682. I disagree with this narrative very much. Mahomes isn't even playing good this year. Him being out doesn't guarantee a loss to the Texans. I will agree that him being out doesn't guarantee a loss. I very much disagree with the last part of it. Patrick Mahomes first 6-7 games of the season, had the worst run of football in the regular season I think he's ever played. Take a look at the last 7 or 8 games where he's turned the ball over, or he's thrown interceptions in one game and has 14 touchdown passes. They're not the same mind-boggling offensive stats, but to say he hasn't played well, I think that is just factually untrue.
And he plays well when it matters the most for that team.
That is for damn sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The time, it has arrived. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush and the Expressway. The great Christmas movie bracket. We've done the research. We have the audio. Now it's time for y'all to vote. Get ready. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Starstruck first. Here's Dodonov. He scores! 22 seconds in to the second period.
Hey, guess what? We go a lot poorer after that. The Stars lose to the Toronto Maple Leafs. They ruin Jake Ottinger's birthday, although I guess he had a pretty big part in that as well. And then J.D. Benz surpassed Mike Modano for the most games ever played for the franchise at 1,143. So congratulations to him for that. I know it didn't end.
Still not the most beloved, though.
Do you think it's tough?
It didn't end. He's not done.
I didn't end the way he wanted to. I meant the game.
Oh, okay.
Do you think it's tough for these 2A schools that these kids are in full pads and they all have to go out there and play an instrument at halftime too?
I mean, otherwise they're not going to have a band.
You take the top pads off and you go out there and play just in the bottom pads. That's what I did.
Aren't your pads connected to your jersey now, though? I see those guys putting on their jerseys. The jersey's already on the shoulder pad, so you'd have to go like shirtless to play in the band.
Yes, you have your undershirt. Never mind, Mike. Let's move on to the bracket.
All right. It's time for the great Christmas movie bracket. Now, Eric Chiafalo, you asked for analytics on this. I have provided. We've brought in the nosebleed seats to help us with the voting. But here's how it's going to go. Twitch, YouTube, and fan text. If we have a tie, we're going to you to break the tie. So be prepared. All right. We had 36 movies get votes. However, the bracket's only the top 16. We had 20 voters from across the station, although 2, I will let you guess, did not give a complete 5.
Oh, I know one of them. I don't think Broadus has seen 5 movies in his whole life combined.
Oh, yeah. He just went into Wonderful Life, right?
Brian Broadus gave
Miracle.
us 2.
You think he's proud of that?
And Sean Sharif gave us 4.
Corey,
He's a proud boy.
I like where you're going here.
Say that.
I like where you're going here.
Were we not supposed to talk about that?
Probably
No,
not.
of course we can talk about that.
The two that just missed out, these are the first two out. Christmas Story, which sucks, and The Nightmare Before Christmas. They both just moved out.
Perfect.
Just missed out. Miracle on 34th Street, Charlie Brown Christmas. They were in that next 2 out.
Dude, how about Die Hard, a 2 seed on here?
All right, the number 1 seed, receiving 5 of the top 20 votes, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. It eked out due to one of the last 2 votes, overtaking Die Hard, which is the number 2 seed. Die Hard received 4 first-place votes. The Polar Express, perhaps to some a surprise number 3 seed with 3 first-place votes. And Home Alone got 2 first-place votes. Not in those top 4 seeds, although also receiving a first-place vote. How the Grinch Stole Christmas with Jim Carrey. Love Actually, It's a Wonderful Life, 4 Christmases,
Boom!
Christmas Chronicles, and Just Friends. All propelled into the bracket.
Just Friends is underrated.
By the first-place vote. Are you gentlemen and all of the listeners out there ready to get going?
Yeah, I'm fired up. I didn't realize Just Friends was a Christmas movie. So
I didn't either.
That's awesome.
I
think
considered
it is.
putting it to 5 on my list, but it is. I think it is a Christmas movie.
Shout out Jamie Palomino.
Absolutely.
It is a really good movie.
My wife watched a movie called Little Women or Some Women or something last night.
Little Women is a book and a movie.
A Christmas movie?
I don't think
It's like
Is The Holdovers a Christmas movie?
I guess.
They said it was, I guess.
Yeah. I'm in the...
Is Necessary Roughness
Little
a Christmas movie?
I will say no.
All
right, the number 16 seed to start this off. Just Friends versus... Go ahead and hit the audio, Alec. Cut 11.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun, old-fashioned family Christmas. No, we're all in this together. This is a full-blown 4-alarm holiday emergency here. We're going to press on, and we're going to have the happiest Christmas since Bing Crosby tap danced with Danny Kaye. And when Santa squeezes his fat white ass down that chimney tonight, he's going to find the jolliest bunch of this side of the nut house.
By the way, if you're asking if your favorite movie didn't make it, Friday After Next did receive votes, but not enough to get into the top 16. I really like Just Friends, but I'm voting Christmas Vacation.
Yeah, CV. I'm hip with the shortening things.
Yeah, you are. You are. I love Just Friends. This is underrated, but it is Christmas Vacation.
Yeah, same here.
All right, I don't even have to vote.
Yeah.
All right.
I will play deciding vote in this room though. So I'll wait.
CV
until
has the
last.
Riz.
Oh my God. Okay.
So did Chris Brander, man.
Our 8-9 matchup. This is going to be tough. The number 9 seed is Bad Santa. Going up against the number 8 seed, hit me with that cut number 12, the original cartoon Grinch.
Then the Grinch thought of something he hadn't before. Maybe Christmas, he thought, doesn't come from a store. Maybe Christmas, perhaps, means a little bit more.
That's my vote. I watched 25 minutes of Bad Santa, hit pause and go, what the crap are we watching? And my wife said the same thing, and we gave it 5 more minutes and turned that crap off.
I'm sorry. I like Bad Santa a lot. I vote for that.
I bet you do.
I can't even speak on the 1966 cartoon.
You've not seen this?
I did see it, but I never go back and watch it. This is Bad Santa for me.
Oh my God.
Yeah. This is going to go ahead and... I mean, Billy Bob Thornton?
What say you,
Are you
Corey?
kidding me?
I'm voting for the Grinch.
All right, it's 3-2 Bad Santa. Alec, man, by the way, the last time we did one of these brackets, Alec pissed Derek Holland off many times. It was amazing.
Yeah, he was not happy with me, and he wouldn't be happy with me here, probably, causing chaos. We're tying it up, the Grinch.
No! All right. YouTube, Twitch, you haven't even seen it. How do you know? YouTube,
Bad Santa's
Twitch,
good.
the fan text, 877-881-1053.
Reindeer.
The Grinch, the cartoon with Boris Karloff from 1966. versus Bad Santa. Who gets your vote? Who will advance to the quarterfinals to potentially get run by Christmas Vacation? We will find out about that. You guys keep track of the votes. We will move on.
Bad Santa was doing fat women in the dressing room.
How is he doing them?
From behind.
68.
Yeah, it's your Christmas.
Okay, that's my fault for thinking that you guys wouldn't say anything
That's
about
not a
that.
Christmas movie.
It is. He plays Santa.
Yeah. The story of Santa.
A Christmas movie doesn't have to mean uplifting.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to need you guys to track these votes because they're coming in like a bajillion at a time.
We've lost a lot of people from Bad Santa.
Grinch is one.
Grinch is one?
The Grinch is one.
How, are we checking YouTube and the Twitch to
I'm looking
confirm
it up.
this?
I got all three of them up right now.
Okay.
This
and
is
the
not
Grinch
Jim
one.
Carrey's Grinch.
It's not Jim's Grinch.
This is the 1966.
Don't you worry.
You're right. It's the better one.
Don't you
All right,
worry.
let's go
Blasphemy.
to the 5-12. Always controversial possibility for an upset. Seed number 12. A shocking amount of people voted for Home Alone 2 is the number 12 seed, and I believe the lone sequel, kind of, in the bracket. It goes up against the number 5 seed. Give me cut number 13. It's this movie.
And what can I get you for Christmas?
Don't tell him what you want. He's a liar.
Let the kid talk.
You disgust me. How can you live with yourself?
Just cool it, Zippy.
You sit on a throne of lies.
Look, I'm not kidding.
You're a fake.
I'm a fake?
Yes.
How'd you like to be dead? Huh? No, he's kidding.
You stink.
I think you're gonna have a good Christmas, all right?
You smell like beef and cheese. You don't smell like Santa.
Okay.
I can't tell you how often I use "you smell like beef and cheese" in my life.
I had no
hilarious.
idea until last year how many people hate that movie.
Yeah.
Like, I like that movie.
Wow.
There is a shocking amount of people out there who hate
There's
that
a lot of
movie.
hate for Will Ferrell.
Yeah, a lot of anti-Will.
I think it gets better the more you watch it.
I want
do
to
too.
pay with you everywhere.
Yeah, I had a dream that I got into like some sort of improv battle with Will Ferrell, and I was like, shouldn't you be selling out, doing some more PayPal commercials somewhere? And that helped me win. All right, Elf
great
or
dream.
Home Alone 2?
I'm voting for the man who played baseball in spring training.
He did play for 3 different teams. Yes.
I think more than
Or
3.
is it 4?
Might have been more than
He
4.
played all the positions. That's Elf.
I'm going to go with Elf.
Okay, what say you, nosebleeds?
It's Elf, 100% for me. But I do like the birds in Home Alone 2.
The pigeon lady.
Yeah, she's great.
I like Home Alone too. I'm not going to S all over it like Hagee
You
sounds
should.
like he wants to.
You should.
But
Here, now I'm going to stop you there.
it's Elf.
It's
Okay.
my bracket. I'm going to stop you there.
Uh-oh.
Here's why you should hate Home Alone 2. What happens at the end of Home Alone? Because they just redo the entire movie exactly the same. And instead of an old man, there's an old woman. So what does Macaulay Culkin do for the old man? He helps him out to reconnect with his son. What he needed the most in the world. What does he do for the old lady who is homeless while he's staying at the plaza? He gives her a little turtle dove. He doesn't say, would you like to come stay at the plaza? Would you like any of this food? Would you like any of these presents?
She
to
wouldn't
go
be
get
happy
clothes or anything?
She wouldn't
Nothing.
be happy there.
Valid.
You can't bring your pigeons into the suite.
Yeah, and that's what made her happy.
She loved her pigeons. She was just happy with what she had.
No
she,
birds in
she
the
found
plaza.
She was happy with what
positivity.
she had because that's what she had. If you upgraded her to the plaza, then she would become happy with that.
I think she'd
For
be
just
missing
like a
those
few
birds.
days, you can't give her the plaza for life.
That's true. Elf or
Elf.
Okay. Corey?
Yeah, I'm going Elf.
All right. Elf advances. Now,
I know him.
We have to watch it tonight, actually, my wife has said.
I want to see if there's an update. By the way, if you're concerned that Gremlins didn't make it, literally no person voted for Gremlins.
Okay, I'll be honest, I have not seen Gremlins.
Gremlins is awesome. It is a holiday movie. It has the most depressing story
Okay.
you'll ever hear in a
Does it
Christmas
hold up?
movie. I think
it was good in the 80s.
Sounds great.
I think it does, except for the one part where you can see the guy push the tree over. That's supposed to be the gremlin jumping out. Other than that, yes.
They kind of look like big fur babies.
Yes, it does.
Or Furbies. Is that what they were called?
Yeah, that's kind of where Furbies came from.
Okay. Now, this could be an upset because I know at least one person in this room will vote for the number 13 seed for Christmases versus this movie.
Everyone in this family hates me. Then maybe you should ask Santa for a new family. I don't want a new family. I don't want any family. Families suck.
Just stay up there. I don't want to see you again for the rest of the night.
I don't want to see you again for the rest of my whole life. And I don't want to see anybody else either.
All right. That
All because
felt,
of cheese pizza.
That felt like
Yeah.
the...
Well, you never spilled the code.
That felt like the Woolchuck Broadest debate right there. When you guys both decided to escalate, because when he goes, I don't want to see you for the rest of my whole life, it felt like the moment where Wolchuk goes, yeah, we know, you tell us all the time. And he goes, I'm proud of it. Are you proud of anything?
What are you proud of?
It felt like the same moment where he's like, let's just burn this thing to the ground.
Yeah, that's when things really got turned up.
Just blow it up.
It was just, I mean, witnessing it in real person, like right there live in person, was just fantastic. Dude, watching these guys go at it like that.
I'm going to vote for Home Alone.
So am I. There's an awesome interception that just happened.
Oh,
in
it was
high school
Bulldog that
football.
got it.
Yeah, guess what? They're all brothers.
They're all brothers, all named. They're
That
all
is
Bulldog
the
family.
mascot for the team.
Or cousins.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go, Kevin. We end our show every single day with some form of
say goodnight,
Kevin. Say goodnight, Kevin, and that's from this movie. So I will go with Home Alone.
I'm going to go to Chiafalo because I know who he's voting for.
I mean, I can't believe nobody has Four Christmases in their top 5.
From the 972, Four Christmases is so damn awesome.
There we go.
Let's see if you can get more votes.
That's a good casting.
When did this movie come out? I don't even know what it is.
2008.
Okay,
Yeah, I just watched it for the first time a day or two ago.
Who's in it?
Vince Vaughn and Reese Witherspoon and John Favreau and Robert Duvall, Sissy Spacek. There are a lot of
outstanding
people in
cast.
that
John
movie.
Voight,
Yeah,
John Favreau, Christian Chenoweth. It's a great cast.
It's a great cast.
Does it struggle to
gonna vote
hit the
for it?
golf ball
No,
later in life?
I think Home Alone was like in the top 2 for me on my
Okay.
list, so it's hard not to go home. This is unfair to Four Christmases, but give me Home Alone.
Now, this next one, I think one of these movies could go on a run. The number 11 seed, It's a Wonderful Life, versus give me cut number 15. This is the number 6 seed. A lot of people voted for this movie.
My son died.
The Grinch!
Well, that worked out nicely.
That's what I'm voting for.
I love that movie. I really do. I think it's fantastic. And Jim Carrey said he might be in for a sequel here.
Because he needs money.
Maybe.
Like, remember, he was like, I'll never act again. Then Sonic 3 came on. He was like, I need some money.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I was very into Martha Mayhew. The love interest in that. And I love the light shooting gun where he shot the lights up onto the house. I want that because it would be easy.
And fun.
And I've never seen It's a Wonderful Life. I will vote for It's a Wonderful Life because the Grinch movie with Jim Carrey is trash.
Ooh.
Okay.
I'm going
Trash.
Grinch. I'm going
that was
Grinch.
a complete heel turn right there in your face.
Wow.
Garbage.
You go full McAfee here?
Just makes me feel uneasy the whole time I'm watching it, like I have a stomach bug.
Do you follow?
Yeah, it's the Grinch.
Okay. I will vote. Alec, what do you vote for? Do you vote the Grinch? I'll think
What are
about
you, an
this.
NBA ref? You're waiting till the ball goes in or not to call a foul?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Valid.
Just to go against Corey, I'm voting for the Grinch. I
Okay.
like both of them the same. I really do.
And It's a Wonderful Life. It takes the entire movie to get to Christmas.
That is true. But they did invent snow on film in that movie.
Well,
just
and
in
it's a
case
good
you
movie.
wanted to know
But I
that.
was watching it like, where's the Christmas? Where's the
That's
Christmas?
fair.
And then finally, we got it at the very end.
Some people are upset. Trading Place is not on the list. Trading Place has got a couple of votes. I got votes from 20 people across the station, not including myself. It just didn't have enough. All right, the number 14 seed, Underseeded. This is a fantastic movie. Scrooged is the number 14 seed with Bill Murray versus, give me cut number 16. This is a dark horse.
Those lights in the distance. They look like the lights of a strange ocean liner sailing on a frozen sea. There is the North Pole.
I love it.
I'm going to vote for Scrooged.
Me too.
My man. I'm going Scrooged as well.
Whoa, a 3-0 lead immediately for Scrooge.
And Mike doesn't like the Polar Express.
Boring. If you need to take a nap, watch the Polar Express.
I love it. I love the book. I love everything about it.
I liked the Polar Express, but Scrooge is way better.
I can't remember watching Scrooged, but I'm really just voting against the Polar Express.
This was
here.
my 1 seed.
The Polar Express?
Yes.
It's embarrassing.
You know, that makes sense. That does.
Are you proud of that?
You probably saw that as a kid.
I'm very proud of it. Yes, I saw it in theaters and
Yeah.
IMAX.
I can see why that resonated.
I built a Polar Express train out of cardboard as a kid.
Yeah.
Wow.
My heart.
So, Mike,
Yeah.
you vote Scrooged?
I'm sorry, Alec. I didn't mean to crush your entire Christmas.
Oh, you
dreams.
did.
The 14 takes down the 3. I am stunned.
And it won't make it past the next round. That's
We'll
we're going to have 2 Grinch movies at the
We'll
end of this
see about
sucker.
that.
Let's see.
We will see about that. All right.
Yeah.
The number 10 seed, Love Actually, against, give me cut number 18. This is our number 7 seed. That was a lot of numbers. I'm sorry.
You killed him.
Did not. And he's not Santa.
Well, he was.
He's got some ID on him, I bet. Fella, if you can hear me, I'm just looking for your identification. Once you figure out who you are, I'll give you a lift back to the mall. If something should happen to me, put on my suit. The reindeer will know what to do. Yeah, right.
That is the Santa Claus with an E, where Tim Allen becomes Santa Claus. I'm voting Love Actually.
Oh, are you kidding me?
No.
Are you anti-Tim Allen? Anti the Santa Claus? That
Not
movie was
anti-
awesome as a kid, and it still holds up.
Love Actually has Liam Neeson in it, Hans Gruber, nudity, and Keira Knightley.
It's the nudity. If there's anything with boobs in it, Kevin's all in.
You get a pretty. I mean,
Yeah,
you
got
see a
Shannon
you see-
Elizabeth, January Jones,
that
Elisha
sounds like he's on my
Cooper,
side.
and the other girl
That's
from
where
Banshee.
Kevin learned his signature move by blowing on his hands before he grabs them.
Wow.
Are we?
dude. See,
No.
hey,
No.
shout out to
No.
you for learning something and then being able to apply it like that.
Is that Kevin?
That's a skill.
that is inaccurate.
Did I let out that? Should I not said that on the air?
I vote Love Actually,
Hey,
Mike.
hey.
What say you?
Dude, Tim Allen shows plenty of skin in that movie.
Yeah.
You need to go. You might need to circle
So your
back.
vote
He
is
really
for the
does.
Santa Claus?
There's no question it is.
Okay.
He shaves and then immediately, boom, beard right
I know,
back.
that's my nightmare.
And if there's
that
one
happens to
food or beverage that I'd like to try from a movie, it might be the hot chocolate in the Santa Claus.
Thank you.
They make it seem just delicious. The Santa Claus is the win.
That little elf girl
Corey,
makes the best hot
Love
chocolate.
Actually.
you. Love Actually, it's 2-2. We go to Mike.
Don't F this up, Mike.
Mike?
TSC.
The Santa Claus.
Let's go.
It's 3.
Boom, baby.
It's 3-2 Santa Claus going to Alec. Get ready, voters. It might be up to you.
Man, I just love love. But I hate Love Actually. Oh! This is Santa Claus. Not going to no vote.
I love you, Alec Medford.
The Santa
I love
Claus
you.
advances. Now, the last matchup
Nailing it.
in our first round.
I got 7 circles.
Okay, you're doing great, Mike. The number 15 seed, The Christmas Chronicles, which was propelled into this bracket by Mr. Gavin Dawson. That is a fun movie. Versus the number 2 seed, Argue All You Like. It's been decided. Go to cut number 17. It's this movie.
I'm a cop from New York. New York? Yeah. Got invited to the Christmas party by mistake. Who knew? Better than being caught with your pants down, huh?
So
I'm John McClane.
It is Die Hard as the number 2 seed.
And now he writes in Houston.
That is different. Yes.
I knew he was a football guy.
I do like Christmas Chronicles a lot. I'm voting Die Hard.
I think Red One is going to make its way into people's hearts. It
Okay.
is an
Was it
action movie disguised as a Christmas movie, and it was fun. So we have one real action movie right now in Die Hard in this list. I'm voting Die Hard.
I don't even know the Christmas Chronicles. I've watched Die Hard, so that's what I'm voting for.
Okay.
Good call. Me too.
Die Hard it is.
Yeah, I haven't seen Christmas Chronicles either, but and I used to fight against Die Hard as a Christmas movie. But it's won me over.
Yeah, what's the point?
It's on Christmas Eve.
Exactly. We have our quarterfinals. First quarterfinal matchup. The number 1 seed, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, versus the number 8 seed, the cartoon Grinch from 1966.
Vacation-ish.
I'll
You
say
ever
Vacation.
thought about wearing those white pants that
Yes.
Uncle Eddie wears?
Yeah,
having the moose glass.
Yeah, because
Flavors full.
The moose glass I do approve of.
They're out there on Amazon.
Don't you think, Corey, if Kevin over there with what he's rocking with
Oh my
wore those
gosh.
white pants, it would even be
stupid.
like,
Hammer time.
yeah.
I'll tell you this. My favorite line in that movie is when he goes, surprised. If I woke up with my head sewn to the carpet, I wouldn't be more surprised than I am right now. I vote Christmas Vacation. You do too?
CV, yeah.
Christmas Vacation?
It's Christmas Vacation.
Yep.
All right, Christmas Vacation is rolling into the semifinals. All right, I have no idea how this is going to go. Alec, we're going to start with you on this one. The number 5 seed, Elf, against the number 4 seed, Home Alone. Which takes it?
I got to go Home Alone. I was torn, but I'm going Home Alone.
Mike?
This is a tough one, too, but I'll tie it up at 1, Elf.
I'm going to go Home Alone as well.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning Home Alone.
It is 3-1 Home Alone as we move over.
Corey hates Elf,
I'll
right?
go Elf. No, I love Elf. I do love Elf, so I'll leave it up to Eric to be the
Chief
judge.
Follow, it's 3 for Home Alone, 2 for Elf. Will you send it to the people?
Kevin McAllister, you're advancing.
Home Alone moves into the semifinals.
My first X.
Sorry, Mike.
It's okay.
The bracket's busted.
I think it's those are 2 good quality movies.
Well, I think the bracket might have got busted in the last round with this one. Scrooged, the number 14 seed against the number 6 seed Grinch with Jim Carrey. Let me start this off by saying I love me some Cinderella. Give me Scrooge.
The Grinch, TG, baby.
I hate Christmas. I hate it. Yeah, I think I got to go with the Grinch here. But hey, I'm glad Scrooge at least advanced.
Yeah.
Grinch.
I guess Scrooge.
Oh, 3-2. Alec, we go to you. The Jim Carrey version of the Grinch or Scrooge.
Tell me who we want.
If you say Scrooged, we go to the fan text and the YouTube and the Twitch. If not, the Grinch moves into the semifinals.
We need a little more chaos. Give me Scrooge.
It is a tie. 877-881-1053.
You proud of that, Alec?
Frankel and Frankel.
You know my middle name?
Injury attorney text line or the YouTube or the Twitch. Who will advance the semifinals? Lucius helped propel Scrooged into this bracket. A couple people voted for it. It wasn't going to make it until Lucius's vote put it over the top. That's one of the last 3 votes that I got. Who is going to advance? Now, while you guys, man, there are a lot of votes.
I feel like Elf is the most divisive of any of these.
Yes, I agree, yeah.
Yes, it is. Now, as we move into the other quarterfinal, and you guys
Grinch
can help me decide.
It is back and forth everywhere else.
Okay.
Grinch has a slight edge.
We'll give you guys another minute to figure this out.
This is a good battle.
Man.
In the meantime, 7 versus 2. The Santa Claus versus Die Hard.
Die Hard.
Die Hard.
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus.
Man, this is 2 championship teams for me.
2 1 seeds, huh?
That's what it feels like.
His other 1 seed already lost.
Yeah.
There's just so much Christmas magic in the Santa Claus. The snow globes.
You forget about when Die Hard says now, or in Die Hard, they now have a machine gun.
Hey, and I'm a big Hans Gruber fan. One of the best villains in movie history.
Agreed.
Yippee-ki-yay, boys. I'm going with Tim Allen and the Santa Claus.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
What is
Okay.
happening?
Hold on, let's pause that for 1 second because it's 3-2 Santa Claus going to Alec. Do we have a decision on the Grinch and Scrooge?
Kevin, I want to be honest with this. The Grinch was edging pretty hard. And now all of a sudden, Scrooge has edged a little harder.
It's an edge off?
It is an edge off. There's no way at the moment, Kevin, to decide based on the amount of texts that are coming in for Grinch and Scrooge. I'm dead serious.
Should we go
about
get
this.
another voice?
We need to quickly get another voice.
Twitter poll?
It is a back and forth
Gavin Dawson!
battle.
If you can hear me, will you come on? He can.
Oh, here
come
he is.
on.
He sprang up there, the explosiveness.
Wait, can we vote on the Santa Claus versus Die Hard?
All right. We might need you for a couple things. All right. The Santa Claus has 3 votes, Alec. Die Hard has 2. What say you?
You know, someone screamed Die Hard. But I'm not going to. The Santa Claus is advancing.
All right, Santa Claus
my
wins that one.
gosh.
That's crazy.
Classic.
All right, Dawson, what we need your help with is The Grinch starring Jim Carrey and Scrooged starring Bill Murray. It's a tie in the room.
It's a tie
on the
everywhere.
fan text and the YouTube, like 1,000 to 1,000. Wow. It's up to you, not that, to decide.
I love both these actors. You know, Jim Carrey is one of my favorites of all time. But I'm going to have to go with Bill Murray.
Scrooge, the number 14 seed.
If y'all have it, If you have a problem with it, take it up with the general.
Continues.
The Gulf Coast here, boys.
You think he's proud of that?
Take it up with Lucius too.
Oh, yeah, Lucius
He
got it
voted
in there.
Scrooge higher than anybody else. I'm so sorry. So here is your semifinal
It's actually
matchup.
a really good semifinals.
Christmas Vacation against Home Alone and Scrooged against the Santa Claus.
This is a strong semi.
Christmas Vacation against Home Alone. This is the 1 seed against the 4 seed. I love both of these movies. Give me Home Alone.
CV.
It is 1-1. For the person who just said, where the hell is Home Alone at? It's in the semifinals. Thank you for listening. All right, Woolchuck, Christmas Vacation or Home Alone?
This is
Unless you want to pass your vote to somebody else.
This is like choosing between two of your favorite children here, and I only have one.
Exactly, so this should be easy.
Give me Christmas Vacation.
It's 2-1 Christmas Vacation. Who wants to vote next?
I don't even feel good about it.
Oh my gosh.
I don't even feel good.
I would rather be on a vacation for Christmas than be stuck at home alone.
Okay. Is that 3-1?
It is.
3-1. Christmas Vacation leads over Home Alone. Corey, Alec, who would like to vote next?
Look, the child in me would be voting for Home Alone.
There's
that
a
was
child
that
in
was
you?
so amazing as a kid. You're at the house.
Gross.
You get to shoot somebody with your pellet gun. You get to light a dude's head on fire.
You filthy
But
animals.
as an adult, I appreciate Vacation a lot more because,
Because you're Sparky?
Christmas is weird.
So Christmas
it's one.
Vacation.
It's Vacation.
Okay, Christmas Vacation. The number 1 seed advances to the championship. Now, in our other semifinal, it is the number 7 seed, the Santa Claus, against the number 14 seed, Scrooged. Where do you guys go?
The Santa Claus.
This is 2 bracket busters right here.
It is.
It is.
Going toe to toe. And
You're
it
gonna
seems like this is like coming in here today, I would have never thought this would even be a battle.
Agreed.
Because the Santa Claus is just so much better.
Do you agree with this from the 2-1-4 with Die Hard losing? This is the biggest upset since App State beat Michigan.
I don't know. We have like 1 minute left.
Probably
we better
so.
hurry up.
True.
Yeah, I just got to lean with Bernard and those lovely sweaters of Neil. Give me the Santa Claus.
All right. Anybody else want to vote for the Santa Claus?
Nah.
Okay. Well, I need
Me?
Okay.
There you go, Medford.
Bah humbug.
The Santa Claus is in the championship. The number 7 seed.
Oh, baby.
Who's overtaken Love Actually, Die Hard, and Scrooge versus the number 1 seed. Christmas Vacation has defeated Just Friends, The Grinch cartoon, and Home Alone. Who is the winner, Mike Bassick?
CV.
Corey Majors.
Ain't she a beaut?
That's 2 for Christmas Vacation. Nosebleeds?
It's been a valiant effort by Tim Allen carrying his team, dragging them to the championship. But the 1 seed is the 1 seed for a reason.
It is 3-0. Woolchuck, this is your opportunity to keep it going or end it.
Christmas Vacation is typically my favorite Christmas movie. But for the sake of this bracket, for the sake of the people, I do want to keep this going, and we're going to go with Tim Allen and the Santa Claus.
Oh, my gosh.
Let's go to Alec Medford. By the way, for people asking what happened to Jingle All the Way, The Nightmare Before Christmas, they were in the group of 36, but none of them made the bracket.
Jingle All the Way is a good one, too.
Alec! What? Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sinbad. What say you?
We joke enough about my age. Derek Holland did it during the Thanksgiving food bracket, so I'm just going to live it. The Santa Claus.
Oh, my gosh. What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
This is the rolls.
It is 3-2.
This is not as bad as rolls.
It's because the 3 seed was the Polar Express. If you would have moved Home Alone or Elf to the 3 seed, we'd have a hell of a battle.
Yeah.
It's 3-2. We have a hell of a battle.
Vacation and Home Alone, Kevin, was the AFC Championship.
I'm not going to work here anymore if we pick this
Like your
Santa
Bills
Claus
Chiefs.
thing.
Yeah. The NFC Championship in 92.
I love our audience.
I'm going home.
I would love to send it to them, but
it is Christmas Vacation.
I will take Christmas Vacation. And 4-2, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation has won the first ever 105.3 The Fan Great Christmas Movie Bracket. Think about what it's beaten to get there. Just Friends, The Grinch, Home Alone and the Santa Claus. It is mowed down some serious competition.
Beat some blue bloods. It's like the 2011 Mavs.
It
gauntlet
is.
that Dirk went through.
It really, really is. Christmas Vacation. We did all that voting to end up at a place that we probably could have gotten to either way. Christmas Vacation is your winner.
I'm proud of it, boys.
The great Christmas movie bracket. So now when Brian brought us, ask you what you're proud of, say this. Coming up next.
Awesome work,
It's time
boys.
for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Let's ask our friend Kyle Yeomans if he agrees with our assessment and our bracket next on the phone.
Something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you missed it, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, the winner of the first ever 105.3 The Fan Christmas movie bracket. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
From the 817, I've just quit my job delivering Christmas packages because your movie bracket made me lose all faith in humanity.
Man.
So there you go,
harsh.
Kevin. There you go. Look what you've done.
Will you just follow up and tell me what you wanted to win?
Look what you've done is all I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
And we're now joined by DallasCowboys.com's Kyle Yeomans. Kyle, how are we doing today, man?
I'm great, guys. How are you?
Vacation just defeated the Santa Claus in our great Christmas movie bracket. Do you agree that the Vacation is the champion?
It's an all-time classic. It wouldn't be my favorite holiday movie. I would have to go with, honestly, this might be a dark horse. I don't know how deep it made it into your bracket, but I love Elf with Will Ferrell.
So
that's one of my favorites.
Elf lost to Home Alone in the quarterfinals.
That's understandable. Home Alone's kind of that powerhouse blue blood in terms of the brackets and the classic programs. But Elf is kind of that newcomer. They're kind of like Gonzaga. They're probably not going to win a national championship, but they'll always be in the conversation. They can make a run year in and year out, you know? I think that's kind of where Elf lines up.
Kyle, we're having fun watching high school football as Stanford's playing right now against Ganado. And all the kids' last name on Stanford is the Bulldogs.
No, it says Bulldogs on the back of their jersey. So
we're having fun that they're all the same kids. But could we watch 15 years from now a high school game where Yeomans passes to Yeomans and hands off to Yeomans, and Yeomans makes the tackle, and there's half of a sack from Yeomans, and the other half of the sack goes to Yeomans?
We've got two of the three taken care of, unless my baby girl wants to play some football too. But I will say, in the early stages of dreams down the line, that's a high one up there for me. That would be incredible to see Yeomans complete a pass to Yeomans for 6. I would probably I'd be like, you know what, there's the peak. I've lived the life that I need to live, and I'm good from that point forward.
That would be really awesome. And you get to call that game too, and you're just like, oh man.
I would find a way to make that happen. I would call somebody. I'd be like, listen, you don't understand. Let's make this happen along the way. By the way, Mike, did you make it out to Highland Park, getting the win in overtime over Denton Ryan?
I didn't, but I bought my tickets today. I am going to Saturday mornings, 11 a.m. championship game.
That's awesome. How fun is that going to be? That's so cool. Chance to get back to the mountaintop. And then how about North Crowley? I told you guys last week.
I'm wearing my Duncanville hat, yeah.
Panthers. I told you that game was going to be nuts, and they were my pick, North Crowley, at the start of the season to make a run and win it all. And the fact that they were able to take down Duncanville shows, hey, they've got every opportunity to do so. And North Shore didn't take care of their side of the bracket either, so they don't even have to see Galena Park North Shore.
It does feel like a weird thing not knowing either one of those are actually in this tournament for the first time in a long time.
North Shore got stomped too.
Yeah, they got to be pretty bad.
Hold on, before we dive into Cowboys, Saturday is going to be a very, very busy day with college football playoff bowl games, but also, as you just pointed out, high school state championships, some NFL games.
Yeah.
Seems like Saturday is just a full football slate for us.
Yeah, there's so much just going on. It's unbelievable how much football, because I thought it was odd when the schedule came out and the NFL said, hey, we're going to put 2 games on Saturday this week and kind of continue that, because normally there isn't college football this week, or at least the big name games. There's a couple bowl games there, here and there, but with it being the 12-team playoff, now they kind of compete against each other. I was kind of shocked to see that the NFL kept that rolling and said, you know what, we're still going to put games on Saturday up against the college football playoff, because I know as an NFL employee, I'll have to kind of keep an eye on the NFL games, but I'm a college football fan. So there's probably a better chance of me turning on and leaving on the college football playoffs as opposed to a couple of regular season games in the NFL.
Dude,
Do you think
our boss just
loved
what Kyle just did?
Do you think they, just because of the way the calendar fell, they pretty much had to, since the Christmas games are on Wednesday, and so they had to put those same 4 teams in on Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that plays a factor into it, but do you have to really play those Christmas games? Do you have to get them closer to the holiday? NBA already has kind of taken over Christmas, and you know that those high-level NBA games, I know the Mavs are playing the Timberwolves on Christmas Day. Why not just leave that to be? You've got Thanksgiving already.
No. But you know how the NFL is. The NFL is like,
absolutely.
Christmas used to be your day. Now it's ours too.
We're going to take this one as well. Just like Christmas took over Thanksgiving to a certain extent with Black Friday and all the shopping elements, the NFL is also going to take it over just because we want to and we're the NFL. Sure, I think a lot of that plays a factor, but man, it is a lot of football this week. I'm not going to complain about too much football, but it's going to be tough to keep up with all of it because high school, college, pro, and then all of that being played at the highest level. It's going to be a great day to watch. No short of boredom when you've got the remote in your hand this week.
That's right. Now looking forward to this Cowboys-Bucks game. You just noticed this morning Tristan Wirfs hasn't given up a sack this year, according to Pro Football Focus. How's that matchup with him, Micah? Whatever they line up across from him, going to look for you?
Oh, he's the real deal. I mean, when you talk about a cornerstone for your offensive line, of course, Dallas has had a couple of those through the last couple decades or so. Of course, with Zach Martin most recently, you've got Tyron Smith, who was a cornerstone as long as he was healthy. Early in his career, he was where that was. That's what Tristan Wirfs is for Tampa Bay. They know, okay, doesn't matter who we're playing, we're going to throw him on that side of the offensive line, and they're not going to have a whole lot of success because Wirfs is there. So I'm interested to see it because Mike has been playing at such a high level. And even with missing the amount of games that he did early in the season because of the high ankle sprain, he still has a chance to hit double-digit sacks, and he's thinking about that. Like he's ready for that opportunity because he knows he's going to try and affect the passer. He's going to put pressures on the board, but double-digit sacks means something in this league if he wants to get to that total. So with him playing at such a high level, it's going to be a heavyweight collision, worth the price of admission in terms of watching one of the best offensive linemen in football right now. I'd put him at a number 2 or number 3 offensive lineman in football for the most part. And then you would have an argument at number 1 as well, whereas Micah Parsons, same sort of deal. He's been number 2 in the Defensive Player of the Year voting in each of the last 3 years. He won't be there this year just because of the time missed. But in terms of impact, you could say he's one of the 2 or 3 most impactful players defensively in the NFL. That's going to be
in the regular season. Yeah,
in the regular season. And, of course, his sack numbers have been known to drop off in December and January as well. So I loved what we saw against Carolina. I would love to see it again from Micah Parsons and Osei Ojezu. I'll throw his name in the mix since he's been fantastic as of late. But if he's able to continue and end the year strong, I think you have a lot more confidence with this defense going into next year.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if their coaches were to all change, Mike Vrabel right now is favored to be the next Cowboys coach and the next Jets coach. How do you think he'll do working both of those jobs simultaneously?
Yeah, you're starting to see it become more and more of a thing, Kevin. You've got Shohei Ohtani in baseball, pitching and hitting. You've got Travis Hunter who just won the Heisman. Yeah, it's these two-way guys. No, that's pretty funny that he is rumored to get both of those jobs are favored. Is there one that's favored more than the other?
Yeah, the Jets is favored more than the Cowboys.
I kind of figured that'd be the case. I feel like we're getting to the point where, these last 3 games are going to be tough for Dallas, no doubt about it. Tampa Bay is a good team. They've won 4 straight. We know what Philadelphia brings, and you got to play them on the road. And then you've got a home game against Dan Quinn, who's not going to be happy to see you after what happened in Washington. So these last 3 games will be tough. But winning 3 of 4 changes things, even with the frustration of how this season has gone, just from hey, this is now what they're having to work with. We've talked about these injuries extensively throughout the year, and the fact that they're still winning games, even though they're games they should win, it does set the table to make an interesting point in these last 3 weeks. If you win 2 of 3 or all 3 of these games, then I don't know if you could argue there's been a better patch job from a coaching standpoint than this Cowboys team down the stretch to win what would be, what is that, 5 of your final 8 or 6 of your final 8 or something like that. It would be a tremendous turnaround if you were able to get it done, but that's what's on the line these next 3 weeks for this coaching staff.
And then how do you stop Mike Evans?
Corey. You don't stop Mike Evans.
Yeah.
You don't. And it's just plain and simple. The only reason he doesn't have 1,000 yards for the 11th straight season to start his career, which is already an NFL record, is because he missed so much time. And he still might get there over the next 3 games. I mean, he looked about as good as anybody in the league last week, and you've given up 100 yards to a receiver in 3 of your last 4 games. Jamar Chase put up 177. You had Terry McLaurin put up 100-plus in a touchdown, and then you had the gentleman last week, Jalen Coker. He had 100 yards and a touchdown as well with that 83-yarder against Carolina. So you've given up high-end stuff. It's just, can you slow down the rest of that offense? Because Mike Evans probably going to get his own.
Are we ever going to see DeMarcus Lawrence play for the Cowboys again?
Oh, man, that's a tough one. And I love D-Law, man. I've always been a very high – I've given D-Law a lot of high praise. It's tough because he's at the end of the contract. He does have kind of a weird void year at the end of that contract, and it's kind of a weird scenario. They could maybe work something out and bring him back, which I think they'll try and do. But if you're talking about impact and how much time he's missed this year and where he's at in his career, I wouldn't be shocked if we have seen the last time that D-Law will play for the Cowboys. He'll continue his NFL career, whether it's in Dallas or elsewhere. I hope it's in Dallas, and I hope they're able to kind of bring him back on a team-friendly and a D-Law-friendly deal. But it's just one of those things. It's you have to look at the writing on the wall, and the writing on the wall is that he's on the backside of his career. His impact has seen a slight dip, even though it hasn't been a ton of a dip. But the price may not match the production. And with it being a contract coming up and a tough salary cap scenario, I just don't know where he's going to fit in unless they do have a very team-friendly deal to get it done. I hope it does. I really do.
Man, we really appreciate your time today, Kyle. I will chat with you next week, man. I will get in touch with you because we got some bowl games to talk about locally next week. All right, man?
Yeah, sounds good. I'll be ready. Just let me know. Thanks for having me.
There he goes. He's going to produce a football team one day, as Mike just said.
Might.
And,
I like
we're
Kyle.
all looking forward to rooting for that team.
Bulldogs just hit a big play.
They did. And their quarterback, the size thing, it really caught my attention when he's like jumping to throw that pass. All right.
Can you imagine winning a state championship when you're in a town of less than 2,000 people and your school has less than 200 people?
No, I really can't. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, 4 games in the next 2 days. Who you picking in the college football playoff and which game is most likely to end in an upset? Let's talk about some college football next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, yeah. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Fan Replay is presented by Ciroc Vodka, and this segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And it is a quarterback draw, and Jennings towards the goal line, in for the touchdown. And SMU seizing control on the road.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got 4 games in the next 2 days or so, and as Corey has brought up, Saturday is going to be packed. More Texas high school football state championships at AT&T Stadium right now in 2A. Ganado and Stanford are knotted up at 21, I believe, in the fourth quarter. And then you also get a trio of college football playoff games and then a pair of NFL games. Saturday is a spectacular day for sports, especially if you love football. Let's bring on Carter Freeman to talk some college football. Now, I want to dive into the playoff because as we were also simultaneously watching this game where, Mike, are you cheering for Stanford because they have the littler quarterback?
Not, I would like to say yes. I was happy that they scored the touchdown. I just want to see it be like a last second.
Okay, I got
play.
you. I got you.
They were off. Stanford caused a fumble, but they were offside, so it doesn't count.
Now, I want to clean up a couple of college football things that are left over before we dive into the playoff. Kurt Cignetti from Indiana has been named the AP Coach of the Year. I can't say I'm terribly surprised by that. One of the other candidates would, of course, have been Rhett Lashley, and the thing that Rhett Lashley was just talking about is the transfer portal window in December being absurd. And I
agree with him.
Okay,
it's free agency during the playoffs. Like, could you imagine that in the NFL?
No.
It's coaches being able to do interviews for other teams while in the playoffs.
Well, and to SMU's point, Preston Stone, their backup quarterback, is still on the team, but he's in the portal. Yeah. So he's actively looking to leave. But if Kevin Jennings were to get hurt, not be able to play, Preston Stone would have to step in.
So my daughter goes to University of Texas. Yep. Humble brag, I guess. I don't know. I'm just saying. She has to have she does have her classes in for next semester. They have to be, you have to have your classes done by January 6th.
Yep.
Like if you didn't put in your classes by January 6th, you don't get to go to school. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I think this is the tough part is how do we do this with football players, knowing that if they're going to be on your spring team and do all the practice, today is the 19th?
Yes.
So you have approximately 2 weeks left to get your classes in and what you're taking.
I'll tell you this, Mike, and I will agree with you immediately if that's why the rule is set up that way. If it's set up for those school purposes, I get it. I don't know why it's set up like that. Somehow I doubt that the NCAA is like, oh, we got to help out our students. But if that's what they're doing, then I get it.
Yeah, well, that's what they say is it's because of the academic calendar because nobody else has that. But it's just become such a loud issue and such a noticeable one, especially now with the 12-team playoff and, more teams as a part of this. But I don't know how they change it unless they, make the student athletes employees and make it, some different way, because otherwise, they're not changing schools' academic calendars, and that seems to be the thing that they do this all by.
Let's just get rid of the school part, and just.
I mean, isn't that the way we've been trending for?
When I was at Texas Tech, I'm pretty sure the football players didn't have to go to school.
That's the way to do it right there, for sure.
Now, in terms of the playoff itself, I have a feeling everybody in this room is probably to a certain extent rooting for SMU. I understand if people are rooting for Texas.
Man, and TCU, don't forget about them.
They're not in this bracket, I'm sorry to tell you.
Don't forget about them, though.
Oh, is there another team besides the Texas teams that you guys are like, I would like to see them win?
Would like to see win?
Maybe win the whole thing.
Well, I picked Oregon to beat Georgia in the national championship game before the season, so I'd like to be right. And Dylan Gabriel, formerly OU quarterback, now at Oregon, I would like to see him have some success.
Okay.
But just in terms of these first-round games, would love to see SMU go to Penn State and beat them. I think there's actually, of all the first-round games, I think that has the highest likelihood of the lower seed beating the higher seed. That being said, if Penn State beats SMU, I might pick Penn State to go to the national championship game. I think it's that much of a pivot.
Really?
What Penn State showed me against Oregon in the Big Ten championship game was a lot. I was really impressed with it. And if you look at their bracket, if they beat SMU, Penn State would go to the Fiesta Bowl, play Boise State. I think Penn State's a better team than Boise State. If they can do enough to contain Ashton, Genty, and the rest of the team, I think they could win that game by double digits. Then they would play the winner, most likely Georgia, in the semifinal. Georgia's going to most likely start Gunnar Stockton, their backup quarterback. We have no idea what to expect out of him. So, and if Penn State's already won 2 games and they go in the semifinals against a backup quarterback and a good Georgia team, SEC champion, don't want to say they're not. I don't know. I kind of like that path for them if Penn State can beat SMU, which I don't know if they will.
Who are they likely to play if Georgia can't win their first round? I know their first round game, the bowl game.
It would be either Indiana or Notre Dame.
Okay.
And I think Penn State.
You think
could beat
Georgia is going to beat one of those two teams without a quarterback?
I will still say yes, just because what they did against Texas in the SEC championship game was really impressive to me. They're down at halftime with a backup quarterback coming in, and they come back and win that game. Like Texas should have, honestly, they should have won that game by a lot more. First of all, they should have won that game in my mind watching it. But then for Georgia, the rest of the team to be that resilient to not only come back and win that game, do it with a backup quarterback, I'm not going to bet against Georgia until I see them really struggle against, one of these other teams. And I know they lost to Ole Miss and lost to Alabama in the regular season, but when it's crunch time, Kirby Smart's teams turn it on.
I have a top 3, Kevin, that I've decided on. And yes, SMU is number 1.
That makes sense.
And if TCU was in it, they'd be right there tied at 1A, 1B.
1A, 1B.
And I couldn't decide there. Following that, though, I want Kirk Cignetti to win it all.
That would be amazing.
Because of the jump out of it. And that would be very amazing for SMU, too, if that was the thing. And then on top of that, the third one would be Boise State. And Ashton Genty just running his team all the way to a championship and nobody being able to stop him. And then that's a guarantee, Mike, that Jerry Jones is like, get that kid in my backfield. I want him right now. Let's figure out how to get that guy. So that would be my 3. But if all else fails, because those are all underdogs in my opinion there.
Okay.
I do kind of want to see if Arch Manning could somehow fall into the starting role in a game and then take them take Texas all the way.
Okay, so now that's a really interesting question to discuss. How much do you think we'll actually see Arch Manning? Because people were frustrated, or fans and some pundits were frustrated. You didn't see him more against Georgia. A lot of people are arguing about Quinn Ewers and what he deserves if he's about to head off to the draft. How much playing time do y'all think Arch Manning is actually going to get? Let's say Texas goes on like a nice run in this. How much playing time is he actually going to see?
I don't think he'll see any more than we've seen over the last couple games.
3rd and 1, 4th and 2s.
Yeah, like there'll be packages for him, but I get that Ewers has struggled, especially in the red zone.
Yeah.
But I'm just not buying the idea that a redshirt freshman is going to come in a playoff scenario and just be 10 times better than the guy who's already started 26, 27 games in this Steve Sarkisian system. I'm just not going to buy that. And Ewers might not be good enough to take them there. I just can't believe that Manning is going to come in and just instantly be better. We saw him come in against Georgia in the regular season, and he looked like a freshman in that game.
That's true. Do you buy the idea that Arch Manning is the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy next year?
I mean, when he started this year, he looked really, really good against Mississippi State and against UTSA. So Texas is going to play all the same teams that they played this year in the SEC, as well as I believe they actually start next year with Ohio State. Ooh. So that if you're going to launch a Heisman campaign, and I believe it's in Columbus, that'd be the perfect spot to do it. But I think it'll be high up there because Texas quarterbacks with Steve Sarkisian have success. And if Arch is supposed to be as talented as we all think he is, he's going to have a lot of success.
How many overtime games? The over-under is just one. Do you think there'll be an overtime game in the college football playoff tournament? The whole thing.
Yeah, I think there will.
There's more games.
I think there's going to be 2.
Ooh, take the over.
Especially with how many we felt like we saw late in the season here in those championship games.
The lines are large.
They are.
So far. So it'll be interesting. By the way, just an update. Ganado drove the ball all the way down the field to approximately the 5-yard line with 2 seconds to go. They have barely made their extra points.
The kicking has been shaky today.
So
didn't they just miss a field goal pretty hard?
Yes. So it is going to be almost the shortest field goal you can have for a state championship.
It's coming down to the last second like you wanted.
But this could be the longest field goal this kid's ever kicked from I guess it'll be from the 12-yard line.
Probably.
He's kicking it from. Where did you guys try it in Oxnard?
From the 10.
So this is approximately where you guys tried kicking field goals from. This is only for a state championship.
With nothing on the line. Yeah. All right, Carter, highest and lowest scoring game this weekend. So we've got Notre Dame and Indiana Friday night. You got 3 more games on Saturday. What will be the highest scoring game? What will be the lowest scoring game?
Highest, I will go with Texas and Clemson because I think Texas is going to blow Clemson out. I think they're going to put a lot of points on them. I was talking to Alec about this earlier. The only reason Clemson is in the playoff is because they made a miracle 56-yard field goal.
That's
at
true.
the end of a game they were going to lose if it went to overtime, in my opinion. So I don't think they belong in the playoff. They're in it. Texas has just crushed teams that they are way better than. So I think Texas put up a lot of points. That'll be your highest scoring game. The closest.
They called a timeout, Carter, to ice the kicker.
I'm trying to keep focus on both here. Lowest scoring, that'll be tomorrow night. Indiana, Notre Dame in the cold, in the weather, in the, just, I don't know, something about that game. That's going to be some burly Midwest style football. That's going to be like a 20-13 style game. I think Notre Dame will win, but I think it'll be low scoring.
Now, I know he won the Heisman. ESPN has also got him number 1. Is Ashton Genty the best player in the college football playoff? And if it's not him, is it Dylan Gabriel?
I'll say Genty's the best.
Okay.
He's been the best all season. It's hard to go against a quarterback of an undefeated team when he's number 1 in the country, but
here we are.
Yeah. Stuart Mandel, Mike's guy, on with Sean and RJ this morning, was saying that Oregon's just kind of boring because they just go out and take care of business, so you don't really talk about him. But yeah, he's been great. I think they're definitely a 1-2. But is Quinn Ewers a top 50 player? Because ESPN didn't have him in their top 50.
Would you put Cam Scatterbo up there? Because I know people are, oh my God, he missed. He missed that game-winning field goal.
Just like you and Oxnard.
I was wondering that too. With 25 seconds, the coach decided to run the clock down to 2 seconds for that.
I don't know if I've ever seen Mike this involved in any game.
So
except for maybe the World Series.
Split state title, right?
I feel terrible. So Ganado, that kicker missed from the other hash. I think it's the same kicker pretty badly on a short field goal. This was for the state title
yards.
from 21 or 22 yards, and they missed it. So we will go to overtime at AT&T Stadium. But Arizona State, they might have the least attention of them. In fact, I'm going to change that. Arizona State is getting less publicity going into the playoff than any other team there is. And they have a great player in Cam Scatabo. What does he do? And are you surprised? Everyone's like, oh, yeah, good for you, Arizona State. He made it.
He breaks tackles. He's
He
a
really
tackle-breaking machine. I saw him do it live in the Big 12 championship game, and it's just he's so, what do they call it, like a low center of gravity with those certain running backs? Like, you just can't, it's really hard to take him down if you don't tackle well. So he's been on a heater the entire season. I believe he finished 5th in the Heisman voting. It would have finished higher if people hadn't turned in their ballots before championship weekend, because I know a lot of writers did.
I could see that.
But this is why the 12-team playoff is fun, because Arizona State, not a lot of people have been talking about them. They've been one of the hottest teams in the country for the final half of the season. And they take that and win the Big 12, and they get the automatic bid to the college football playoff. This will be the real test to see if that can carry over after about a month layoff, because they'll be playing in the new year. I believe January 1st is when January 1st is when the Peach Bowl is. So it'll have been a month, but the way they've been playing for 2 months now, and their one loss in that time was when Sam Leavitt, Arizona State's quarterback, didn't play.
So 2 things. I will definitely admit a mistake. I said Ashton Genty, my bad, won the Heisman.
That's what I thought you said.
He was second. Travis Hunter is not in the college football playoff, but I apologize. I will argue against this from the 817. Ashton Genty hasn't played anyone of value. They literally lost to the number 1 undefeated team in the country by 3 points.
On the road.
And he had a
at the last
monster game.
Hey, Corey, how do you think Kevin's going to feel going home today that he knows he made a technical mistake during the show? He said one word wrong.
He's gonna feel so bad that he's gonna release a statement just like Sammy Sosa did.
What does he have to put a statement out about?
Sammy Sosa has apologized for some of the things that he did during his career as a Cub and said, I hope the fans can welcome me back. Tom Ricketts has now said, we are ready to move forward in accepting Sammy Sosa back into the Cubs family.
Wow.
So what a wild moment right there for that turnaround.
Yeah, the Cubs said their final statement was, we're going to put a cork in it. You get it? He used the cork bat. And he didn't even run to first. He chased the bat.
He was like,
that part was the weirdest part.
You're supposed to run to first, Sammy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Mayfield wide open. McMillan, walk-in touchdown. His third in the last 2 games, and that was as easy as it gets.
Oh, K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, as we are all heavily invested in this Class 2A state championship. We are now in overtime of the Ganado-Stamford game. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
I'm doing great, man. This is a good drama.
It really, really is.
Missed 25-yard field goal for the game, now in OT.
And
unbelievable. Maybe a fumble at the goal line.
And I think they should have gotten credit for the touchdown on the play before. They ruled, no, he's down. And then they fumbled the snap. But it's high drama here at AT&T Stadium. We're moving to second down. Now, I know he's tough. I know he wants to be out there. I get all of that. But Andy Reid said just a little bit ago that Patrick Mahomes is probably going to start on Saturday against the Texans. They play Saturday. They play again Wednesday. They have a very tough schedule going ahead in terms of time frame. Would you consider just waiting until Christmas, even if he's like, yeah, I think I can do it? Because Patrick Mahomes is your offense. Your offense has not been great this year, but he is your offense.
I think he can do all right. You know, if he can be mobile in the pocket and plant his feet well enough, his baseball skills allow him to play a little bit off balance, a little one-legged at times. So, I like it. I would just, really have a short leash on him as far as taking him out if he's obviously is struggling, and tell him we don't need to be scrambling or putting that thing in any more danger, because a sprained ankle can get worse, pretty easily.
Yeah, and they are obviously they need him so much that you'd rather have a healthy Mahomes than a hobbling Mahomes.
I think that's where I'm at.
With home field advantage.
Yeah.
I'd rather a healthy Mahomes going on the road.
You're not giving him any credit, are you?
No, I'm not. I mean, you're pretty much chalking it up as a loss probably, but especially Mahomes has been hit more than any quarterback this year, and you're about to have the Texans. That pass rush,
I'm just having fun with you.
That would scare you a little bit.
I'm with you.
Didn't he win a championship on one leg throughout the whole playoffs? Am I crazy about this?
No, he did. He did. And he's a genetic freak. Like with this ankle stuff, he seems like he comes back pretty quick. I think he's dealt with this his whole career.
We're a faker.
But
I got what you're saying.
Missing a game, they prove they can go on the road. If they lose the 1 seed, it stinks for them, but they'll be just fine. I think the safe thing is
they have, right, is Buffalo.
Yep.
Is that the one loss?
Yep.
So you still have, a couple of games to play with,
You
right?
still need to win 2 more, because Buffalo's schedule is it's
I think
so
they're
pathetic.
playing Duncanville and North Crowley to finish off their season.
I'd rest them versus the Texans.
They play. Do you know what Buffalo has the rest of the way?
Are the Jets involved?
They have
Jets, Patriots, Jets.
Yeah, they have Patriots, Jets, Patriots to finish off their season.
All right.
So they're
probably
you would
winning
think
out.
They're not going to lose.
You got to find a way. You got to keep playing, man.
Divisional games, though, man. Cowboys beat the Commanders.
That's a good point. I'm guessing this changes nothing for any of y'all, but I do want to check. The NFL is adding a punting contest and a game show to the Pro Bowl skills competition. Would you like to see NFL Family Feud or Jeopardy? Would that get you in on the Pro Bowl skills competition?
Yeah, maybe some Price is Right.
Yeah.
Jeopardy be great. I don't know about the punting competition. I guess it'd be pretty cool to see how accurate they can do it and how far they can kick it. But I would rather have non-punters punting.
Okay.
For entertainment value.
Okay, here we are. I just do the old show, The Gladiators thing.
The American Gladiators?
American Gladiators.
Yes.
That's what I want to see. I want to see 2 dudes get up on a balance beam with clubs and hit each other.
I'm with
try
you.
and knock one guy.
I always wanted to shoot people
through,
with that tennis ball
or run
cannon.
through the right door, and there's a guy on the other door with a pad on the other side waiting. Maybe not. I would rather see that kind of competition. Who can avoid the tennis balls being shot at them?
Yeah,
that's what I want to see.
Watching NFL players guess Wheel of Fortune phrases could be pretty spectacular.
Do you think they'll get another one where it was Bitcoin is the future and that person had a different answer?
I missed that one.
Oh.
I'm still stuck on the sausage guy.
It's only 151. I'm sure our boss would appreciate me not repeating the exact same
probably so. Probably so.
Answer.
We should play a game called What Is Brought Us Drinking right now because it looks sterile.
What is that?
It looks
tea.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say it looks like a light tea of some sort or urine.
Peach is spelled P-E-E, though.
So it's like the wings with a Z, where that means they did not have the federal minimum amount of wing meat in there to be able to call it wings with an S.
Broadus, you've seen a lot of high school football?
Back in the day, not recently, yeah.
Have you ever seen a littler kid play quarterback
I haven't seen
in your
this
life?
kid yet. This number 2?
Yeah. Watch when he takes the snap.
Okay.
It looks like, honest to God, a 5th grader playing quarterback.
Here he goes.
He's good. I'm not saying he's not good.
Yeah.
He's
a
good.
3-year starter.
Those
Yeah.
practice
He
stars.
is so little.
The hell of a practice guy.
Man, are they all named Bulldog?
Wow.
They are all Bulldog family.
Don't fall into that trap with these idiots.
I think he's serious,
Yeah,
Kevin.
there were a couple guys, and they
It's
went
a
to
small
town
team, right?
They were like, we got to create a state championship team, and they took the guys that were like brothers.
Mike, he's very small.
Yeah.
He's very
and
small.
they said, we have to make a football
What
team in this
classification
town.
is he?
This is 2A.
Bulldogs will do it.
No, what is he? What year?
Oh, he's a senior.
Okay.
Oh.
So, I mean, look.
4th and 4.
You're thinking he's probably
Here's
going
the
to
game.
be the last.
You said he's 4'4"?
No,
it's
fourth
and
Mike.
4.
I'll take the under.
Do you guys have any concern about Luka injury, or do you think
When did he get hurt?
And that was going to be my question. Or do you think they're like,
We played
hey,
2 weeks ago.
he doesn't feel 100%, so let's go ahead and rest him here and be like, oh, he's hurt, load management.
I love it.
He didn't practice either.
I think it's clear you want him playing his best basketball late in the year.
Okay, I'm with you.
May and early June. So I'm with it. I feel like that this is how you want to play it if you are in a championship mode. If you're not, or if you have big career goals of playing every game, I guess I can live with it. But once you're a player who's kind of injury prone, not bad injury prone like Porzingis, where it's like career threatening injuries, but it's little ones that nag you throughout the year and wear you down, I think they're managing it perfectly.
I know you voted for Christmas Chronicles. Are you okay with National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation winning the Christmas movie bracket?
I understand it's a classic, but the whole franchise does not entertain me that much with Chevy Chase. I just think it's a little too slappy.
Interesting. What do you guys got coming up on the program today? I'm assuming full high school football reports.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated on the scoreboard throughout the day. We'll have Eric Kendricks joining us for the Eric Kendricks Show 440.
Very nice. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Remember, tomorrow we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Off of 114 in Fort Worth, off of 114 over by Texas Motor Speedway.
Go for two.
If you want to come and see us, we'll be on 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Come see us or tune in right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Go for 2.
Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got 5 hours of sports coming up. General Insurance Service, if you see me, bear me. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, and the Super Bowl winning scout of the Green Bay Packers. Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzy. You do have Wolchuk and Chia Follow in the house, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, watching high school state championship games.
Oh!
That ball is intercepted on a fourth down attempt. Can he take that to the house for the game?
He can. He knows. He can, and he's not. Yeah, he's definitely not sure.
Go, you got to go. Got to go. Make a call.
Yeah, get in there, buddy.
Go.
Got a C on his jersey. It was intercepted in the end zone
play, right?
by Ganado.
It is an offensive play.
Yeah,
it's a fourth down.
That's game, right? We're in overtime.
That should be game over.
Did he step out of bounds?
I don't know.
They probably blew the whistle.
Like
what are we doing? I thought that was an offensive play.
I bet they blew the whistle.
Do you think they messed this up?
I think the refs just forced Ganado here to now go make a play. There he is. He's in. Oh, he stepped out.
He did
stepped out back on the one.
Stepped on the one.
It's a house call from 103 yards for the game.
All right.
Oh, dude.
Well, this is fun. You can imagine
kicking himself.
The excitement of everybody gathered there at AT&T Stadium. The cheerleaders are like, "Go, buddy, go!" Yeah, number 10, he just stepped out of bounds there
right
on the
foot. Oh, Jim! Oh, Jim! Ganado's got a shot to win it, boys.
So now Ganado takes possession with a chance to beat Stanford here from the 25-yard line. We'll keep you abreast of the situation here. Welcome into the G-Bag Nation. How the heck you guys doing today?
Awesome, bro.
Sunny weather, cold morning. Holy cow. It's 37 when I stepped outside today.
Chilly, windy, but sunny, and I'm proud to be here.
Have we heard that we're outside on Sunday for the pregame?
I have not gotten any intel on that. I was just crossing my fingers and hoping that we would be.
I think it was like a low of 37.
Indoor. Oh, then we're going to be inside. We'll be in the Sham studio.
I think you need to bring one of them Green Bay coats for Chief.
Oh,
this time
I got
around.
a couple of them, yeah.
The park out.
I got the park out.
From the Super Bowl year.
So we're invested in this damn game now and trying to open up a show.
It's tough. It's like back when we used to do night radio and you got a good game on, you know?
Tied at 28, double overtime, and if Ganado scores here, they will get the win. Let's have a Jerry Jones conversation to open up with, because there's a new show coming out on Netflix. It's called America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys. And the money quote in the promo that's getting people fired up on Cowboys Twitter is Jerry Jones saying it's bigger than winning football games. What do you guys think he meant by that? And Wolchuk, how much does it bother you?
I guess need to see it, to get the full context on it, but it pretty much just proves, I guess, a lot of the people that have been saying, hey, they don't care about winning games. They're caring about the pageantry and the money, the success that comes with it. it's hard to argue it. But, I mean, I don't know. I'm excited to watch it. I'll definitely consume it. But I think that this speaks to a lot of the frustration that me and the fan base have, where it's like, dude, where are the priorities? We know you are the richest organization in all of football. And, Brian, you talk about this all the time.
Yeah.
Like, this team, the Cowboys were good before you bought them.
They were.
And they had won Super Bowls. They had Hall of Famers. They had already built the legacy of America's team. What Jerry's done as an owner is fantastic. But where do you put the priority of winning championships? And it seems like maybe that has been lost.
I believe we're going to triple overtime because Ganado just got nothing. Now coming up on 4th and 11, and as Mike told you, their field goal kicker missed a 25-yarder for the game at the end of regulation.
Only 21.5-yarder on that one that he missed. Now, I watched the Netflix one recently. I binge watched it and got bad sleep because of it. I watched Mr. McMahon, and that's the documentary on him, and they went hard, I will say, on his sex life.
Oh.
And everything, all the other stuff. Jerry would never allow, like...
I don't think so.
I asked this exact question to Derek Eagleton this morning.
Because,
really?
Vince...
I go, how much controlling do you get to do of this? And he says... Netflix is one of those organizations where if we can't post it, we're not going to do it. So he was thinking that this was not going to be Softballville. This was going to be something that pretty. But there's some things that you know about, Derek said, because I said, I mean, it's Netflix, right? And he goes, yeah. And I go, well, man, I remember Drive to Survive and stuff like that. It's pretty telling. And he goes, oh no, Netflix do these docuseries. And if they're going to do them, they're going to do them their way, and they're not interested in your feelings at all.
Do the Cowboys have like editorial control when NFL Films is out there for some reason or another?
I think that's
what they're used to.
Yeah, that's like they could do things with the training camp stuff like that, Hard Knocks and all those things. But like Derek was basically explaining to me that when Netflix, when they show up, they either say you either do it how we want to do it, or we're just not going to do it at all.
Well, Jerry's a proud man, and I'm sure he loves the fact that they can stay relevant without getting back to a Super Bowl in 29 years. It loves the fact that the stadium is sold out, and they're worth over $10 billion and all that. Missed field goal, we're going to triple overtime. It was wide right and short. So it's tough out in these.
That was from 86 yards where that ball ended up.
Yeah. It's tough out in these country towns because a lot of them don't play soccer, although... some of them do. It shouldn't be hard to find at least one kid who's got a powerful leg that can kick it accurately. But I don't. By the look of that guy's footwork, everything looks uneasy. I would imagine he hasn't spent much time even with the kicking coach.
Well, how about the holder keeping the laces?
He kicked the tee.
Oh,
he kicked the tee.
The guy kicked the tee.
Why wouldn't you go for it on 4th and 11 if that's your kicker? He barely made the extra points. Like literally, He's 4 for 4 on extra points, but barely made those. Why wouldn't on 4th and 11 go, we can't make a field goal from here. Just try 4th and 11. Let's see what happens.
How big was stepping out of bounds now?
Yeah.
It's
huge.
Massive.
Yeah, that kid's going to be kicking himself forever.
Yeah.
Which one would feel worse, the kicker or that kid?
Stepping out. I mean, you make a good defensive play. And
it was with his inside foot. His inside foot went all the way out of bounds.
I'm not lying. Is it the same kid? I'm not sure.
No, it's not.
The kid
it was
who
number
intercepted
10.
it was not the kid who just tried the field goal?
I think he was number 11 or 10 or something like that.
Yeah, 10 was the interceptor. I think 11's the kicker.
Can't be too sure.
That kid found a way to have his right foot step out of bounds on the left sideline.
Yeah.
That is pretty insane. That would have been a walk-off pick six for the championship.
He'd be 46 years old still thinking about that.
For sure.
Yeah.
Unless they win this game. And well, even if they win the game. Okay, there's a touchdown on first down from 3 yards out as Ganado has gone up 34-28.
And isn't 7 the kicker?
I think 7 is the kicker.
I think 4 is. I think 4 is.
I don't know who it is.
I think seriously, I think 4 is your kicker. I think.
Well, 7 just bailed them out.
Okay, so we're in the third overtime now.
I think you got to go for 2, don't you?
I think you just do one play.
Yeah, they just do 2-point conversions.
Yeah, I think we're done kicking. I think we're done kicking now, if that's the case.
Well, that's a relief for that kid.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
No question. What a great play.
So on top of the Netflix series coming out that we're interested to see, there's a story about Jets owner Woody Johnson today. Have you guys seen this in The Athletic and New York Times?
This
is an all-timer, dude.
This is like, okay, I feel a little bit better about where we are as Cowboy fans because at least it's not that bad.
Yeah, this is like the worst case scenario, or what people fear the most out of Jerry Jones. I mean, it's very much applying to Woody Johnson. Maybe without a good, it's like Jerry Jones is like Woody, but with better impulse control and a better scouting department. Athletic spoke to 20 team sources. And the consensus is he's over-involved and impulsive. So that was the 2-point play. Now
Philly special.
Stanford's going to try their shot. And it's intercepted. Ganado wins the 2A Division I championship. Congratulations to those boys and that coach and everybody involved in that community.
The quarterback just intercepted the ball.
That's awesome.
What a beast.
Yeah.
A touchdown interception
Yeah.
in back-to-back plays. Pretty outstanding. Okay, how about this spot-on comp to Jones, though? There is some stuff as you skim through this article that you're like, that sounds exactly like Jerry. Some inside the organization believe Johnson's consumed with the public perception of his franchise, sometimes at the expense of the on-field success. It's the same disease, just different degrees of it, right?
Yeah, where you're not putting the winning and the stuff on the field, as you mentioned, as the priority. So I mean, that's pretty apples to apples there. He takes it to a different level.
Yeah.
A hilarious level, as I know we'll get to. But yeah, there's definitely similarities. Both of these guys don't have winning Super Bowls as their number one priority.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think it's any coincidence that they're two of the most disappointing teams over the last 3 decades. The Jets, my entire lifetime. That's just not a coincidence. I wonder if Jerry reads this, if any of it resonates with him, especially in light of the quote from the Netflix promo. He demands players are benched. Okay, that happens around here. I don't know if it's a demand, but it's a heavy suggestion. He nixed a trade for Jerry Jeudy, though. That's the crown jewel of the piece. Why? Well, Denver and New York were hammering out this deal last year for Jeudy, and suddenly, they call Woody for his, final approval, and he says no. They ask why, and Woody says because his Madden rating isn't high enough. Which makes people think that maybe this is Brick Johnson, doing the work.
Yeah. It goes
his
back.
Video game playing son.
Yeah, it goes back to his college age kids that are shadow GMing this thing, and that's part of the reason why Madden comes up.
That's such a shame. If for the guys and gals and everybody that's in personnel that. And to have to go through that,
and here comes some 19-year-old named Brick.
Just the ownership that doesn't have any faith that you can do your job the correct way.
And now out goes your first-round picks for Devontae Adams, right? Because you didn't have Jeudy to go along with Garrett Wilson, so that the issue compounds. If you have Jeudy this year, Judy's in Cleveland has 1,000 yards already.
Yeah,
sure does.
Amazing.
I think the Madden rating is a fairly accurate ballpark summation of how you are producing now, but you pay your scouts and your executives.
That's the problem. That's the biggest problem I have, and trust me, we didn't do Jerry Jones any favors when I worked there. I mean, favors like helping him with. He trusted us, and we did a horse-ass job in a lot of ways. And so I can understand why maybe ownership goes away from something. Maybe, they're involved, but that's just a disservice to your. If Joe Douglas is working on a deal and they feel like that they've got the evaluation right, and then the owner walks in and says, "Hey, I don't want to do the deal for that reason," then you're just, you might as well close your door and start to get on the phone and try and find where some other jobs are that you can maybe go find.
Another quote says it's the most dysfunctional place imaginable. We're talking about the New York Jets and Woody Johnson. And doesn't this resemble Jones as well? Your job becomes managing Woody, said a current team executive. It's not unique for an NFL GM. The difference here is that not only are you managing Woody, but you have to manage all the people who influence him.
See, we had that problem for the time I was in Oakland. We used to meet to talk about what we were going to say and not say to Mr. Davis.
Wow.
We used to have meetings, and because he would come in the afternoon, like around 5:00. That's nice. And then he would work all night, and then you were on call like all night.
He looks like a nocturnal fellow. So that makes plenty of sense.
So we would have a meeting and talk about, okay, listen, the old man's going to ask you this question today. This needs to be our answer. And we would and then you could hear you could hear as.
So you guys were ball sacking the owner?
Just making sure everyone was on the same page.
It was a coup d'etat.
We were making sure that we're on the same page because you could hear all our offices were lined up. So you could hear one phone ring and then the next phone ring then the next phone ring and then the next phone. You could hear it all the way. And we wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page because all he was looking for was somebody to say, "Oh, sure, Mr. Davis. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah." Because there were certain players that he fell in love with that couldn't play. So we had to make sure that we were lined up in order to make sure that didn't happen. That guys that he absolutely, this Calvin Branch, he could play. He's a star. You don't know. And then, "Oh, no, Mr. Davis, we've got other guys." And that's what we had to kind of do.
But because all you needed was one guy to tell him what he wanted to hear.
He would then... Well,
he's a good player.
Michael Lombardi likes the player. He talked to Michael. Didn't you like the player, don't you, Michael? And yeah, Mr. Davis, and we'd all look at Mike like, what do we mean about? What do we mean about here? And I'm just using Mike's name, but there's some organization I shouldn't say. I worked for one that was like that. That was that one. The Cowboys was different because Jerry listens to a lot of people. He has a lot of people that are willing to give their opinion, to him. I remember, with DeMarco Murray, the scouts busted their ass on working on DeMarco Murray when he got drafted in the 3rd round. And the first thing that Jerry said was, that Barry Switzer told us all about DeMarco Murray. And the scouts were all like, they were all seized up because they're like, we just did our job today.
Yeah.
We went to Norman. We did the legwork. We went the background work. We do, and that's where I had the
that was Switzer.
Yeah, it was Switzer. I mean, he immediately says that. I remember Jeff Lurie coming up to me in the draft about Curtis Enos with the Chicago before he was at Penn State, and Mr. Lurie looks at the board and we had Curtis Enos like in the 3rd round, and Mr. Lurie goes, "That sure is low for that Curtis Enos, isn't it?" And I'm like, well, Mr. Lurie, he's a big back. He's heavy. He's going to get heavier. He's slow now. We're doing the legwork on it. And he went back, and what he did was he talked to all his crony owner friends and guys that, and now you're fighting that. Now he comes back. It's like, I think you guys got this Curtis Enos too low. I mean, that was a battle that we had during the day of having to deal with owner goes off, gets all crony friends, talks about player, and now there's doubt about the scouting department. And
did Lurie move him?
No, he said, okay, if you guys feel that way. And to this day, if I ever see Jeff Lurie, he thanks me for the Curtis Enos one.
For Enos?
That's incredible. He thanks me for that. But I thank him for Trotter because he let us have Trotter. But he says, no, he goes, you guys were right about that Curtis Enos. And it's been since every time he sees me, he reminds me about Curtis Enos.
Some absolute banger quotes in this. Apparently, when Mike White in 2022 played a game for the playoffs, and he was bad. Amazing. He I think he threw a pick to end the game or something like that, eliminated from playoff contention. And White was horrible anyway, but he walks into the locker room, throws his helmet down, just walks into the shower. A few minutes later, Woody walks in and says, "You should throw your helmet on the floor because you bleep and suck."
In front of everybody.
Yeah, in front of everybody.
Yeah.
And Mike didn't hear it, but word got back to him, and Woody had to apologize and everything. Jerry's always going to take care of his guys. He wouldn't do something like that, would he?
You know what? I never remember the time, and the last time I was in a locker room with Jerry Jones, and it was 2005. So, but I never, ever remember him going up and saying a player sucked or anything like that. Now, in meetings and stuff like that, we had those conversations, but never in the locker room. Never in the locker room.
8.5 inches.
Yeah, he was always very complimentary.
Very complimentary of those players.
Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. What's the biggest football team-building mistake since 2020? Well, maybe we just saw it. It's coming up next year, G-Bag Nation.
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Thanks for making us part of your day. We're 7 minutes from the G-Bag of the day. Best audio for the world of sports. I don't know. Maybe we might hear Brian and Zach from last night again here coming up in the G-Bag of the day.
Let's go.
Would you like that, Brian? Or
you never. I'll tell you what was hard, and Zach and I were talking about this walking down the elevator. It was so hard not to cuss.
Yeah.
I mean, like literally, you think about that and you have kind of a discussion like that. And I've had discussions in war rooms with that, and every other word was an F-bomb.
Yeah.
And I'm shocked I didn't go F-bomb mode.
Might have run out of dump button if you'd done that.
I know. I would have probably said it one time, and then you guys would have all looked at me like and gone, whoa.
That would have been a segment ender.
Yeah.
Okay, segment here brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. What is it, Wolchuk? What's the Cowboys' biggest mistake over the last 5 years?
So Barnwell, he did it for every team. He said the Cowboys' biggest mistake, and we'll see if you agree, was choosing Michael Gallup over Amari Cooper in 2022. So the last time the Cowboys find themselves approaching a salary crunch, they made the distinctive decision between the two wide receivers. Gallup was about to hit free agency. Cooper was coming off an 865-yard season when he played through injuries. They decided to save money by spreading the more expensive player's salary throughout the roster. So we know they shipped off Amari to Cleveland, and instead they decided to pay Gallup. They also then said, Dalton Schultz, you can leave. He went to Houston. Cooper, meanwhile, posted back-to-back 1,150-yard seasons for the Browns, and we know kind of what has happened with Michael Gallup. Do you look back on the last 4 years and say, that is their biggest mistake?
I don't, because I think Amari Cooper is maybe tough to have in your building. Like what the Raiders said about him, I think it kind of jives with what happened here, where people just aren't sure that he's committed to football. And I can see that, because of Amari Cooper is just a different kind of guy. I think it's Dak Prescott's third contract. Boom.
Just signing it?
Yeah. He had the ankle trouble over the offseason. That was letting this thing ain't stable. He's been injury prone for a lot of his second contract. He's not getting better, and you do that. So hopefully, they can get him the kind of protection that he's going to need to have a great, pocket to throw from, and hopefully a good running game as well. And I still think you can win in spite of that. But making him the number one paid quarterback, I think that one on the ledgers definitely sticks out.
Any thought about not firing Mike McCarthy and making Dan Quinn head coach?
It was just at that time with how the defense and how bad they had looked. I think
maybe after the Green Bay.
It was just there was so much of a sour.
I know the defense was not great against Green Bay, but
and it wasn't good against Buffalo. Like it seemed like against the good teams they kind of had fallen apart. But in hindsight, that's something you can look at.
I like what you said, by the way, Dawson.
I like the Dak thing too.
Yeah,
the only caveat to the Dak thing, I guess it's similar to Mike, right? Like you've got to have who else? Like who else are you putting in then? Do you have a better replacement? Now they're looking at where they're not even going to have a top 5 pick. They're not going to be in a position to take Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward with the way this is played out. I still ultimately agree it's probably going to end up being a big mistake. But what are they going to have done, or what would they do at quarterback if they didn't pay Dak? And then you're still having to pay him money, which is something people don't talk about. But even if Dak left for free agency, I think he's still on your book for a good chunk of money.
You would hate this answer I'm about to give you. You play Trey Lance and rally again. Maybe you're bad again.
Yeah. And hey, maybe you end up getting the crappy pick.
And you keep stacking picks. You get your cap right. You play with Trey Lance as the bridge. And then, it probably is not going to end up good enough. And then now
I don't hate that answer.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go back one more year into 2019, then you would do Ezekiel Elliott and the $50 million guarantee.
The Zeke second contract is bad.
I mean, Jalen Smith's contract was awful.
Sure. And did that come in 2020 or later?
That was 2019. Yeah. 5 years, $64 million.
And I agree, a lot of the texts, like, they didn't necessarily pick Gallup over Cooper. I do think the Cooper thing got personal.
It did. Yeah. It did. It got very personal.
Well, but then you add to that, maybe it is at least the second biggest mistake that, the only getting a 5th rounder for him.
Sure.
That's a big mistake, yeah.
I mean, hey, the 4th round trades, I mean, they could have drafted a runner if you didn't trade for Trey Lance with that 4th round pick. The 4th round that they just traded for Mingo. Here's one that I was talking about.
Can I add one more?
Yeah.
Was it a mistake to get rid of Tyron Smith?
I would still lean no on that one.
If anything, they waited too long on it.
Yeah, they knew he was running down, and they probably got the best out of him last year.
Okay.
I mean, he's done now,
unfortunately
right?
for Tyron, yeah, he's on IR now with the Jets.
Yeah.
You know, they got so lucky last year with how healthy he was. It was like lightning in a bottle. Yes, he finally was healthy. I had doubts that was going to be able to be replicated again this year.
This Diggs contract is not going to be one they're going to be happy.
No, the injury
it's not looking good right now for sure.
I mean, if he's not available to play, that's a big bummer. I was wondering, we were just talking about the Jets, and since he brought up wide receiver, Barnwell did, with kind of what we've looked at here early on with the draft, Brian.
Yeah.
And now there's Garrett Wilson being floated out there with trades. If you end up with the 16th overall pick or whatever it is, would you consider trading your first rounder for Garrett Wilson?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think I would too.
Yeah.
Great routes, good hands. You know, there's a lot to like about him.
Yeah. The guy that I would absolutely.
But you got to pay him. He's on the same calendar as Micah.
Yeah.
That's a huge factor in it. You're right.
I'll tell you what, though, but
he's better, I think, than anybody that you're going to probably draft there.
Yeah, because if I don't have a shot at McMillan from Arizona,
like Burden or Wilson, I'm going Wilson and all day.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's why I'm kind of looking at. I don't know if there's anybody that's going to be on the board at 16 that's better than him.
Yeah, but you have to control for money. It's $15 million more to have it, Wilson.
Yeah.
Per year.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Chuck. An interesting discussion indeed. We'll have college football coming up at 2:40. Time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Yo, check. Big Lizard. Gotta get my levels right. All right, there we go. Now I can hear myself. I sound a lot better.
Nice.
Sorry. I don't know what it sounded like to you guys, but boy, it was chaotic in my ears. I'll tell you what.
Loud and clear on this end.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go. On a Thursday, big Thursday for Big Godzilla. Straight Game Podcast is our winner right here. Mike Bibby, Eddie House, Ty Ellis. Shout out to the Ellis family out here in the DFW. This week we found out that Eddie House is not a fan of Mike Dunleavy. I had no idea. In fact, he talks really, really vulgar about the fam. Just nasty.
Y'all had a hell of a squad, though.
No. What's crazy is we almost had your ass and Mike Dunleavy, and I told him this. He. You
don't like Mike Dunleavy?
I hate that mother.
You or she Wallace, a lot of people do.
I hate him. He's a piece of
Dude.
He's a piece of He's a piece
I know. And Rasheed, a lot of guys don't.
No,
like
he's
Mike.
a piece of That's all it is. He's a piece of
So here's what he did, right?
Not a but a piece of you know what
Mike thought he was smarter than everybody.
And his breath stank smell like
Come on, man.
He's a piece of
Come on.
Mike Dunleavy. This is about you and your team. That mother man. You know, and don't cut that out. Because that you know what I'm saying at the end of the
That was violence.
That was violence.
That was violence, bro. That was a drive-by on Mike Dunleavy. My God, man.
Man, Mike's got to be 70 years old now or so, but I bet he still wants a piece of all three of those guys.
I believe it. If he heard that, I'm pretty sure he has by now. Yeah, he's rubbing that Bengay on his knees right now, trying to get him, see if he still got it.
Checking a men's tea clinic. I'll get him by the springtime.
Yeah, man. All right, it's what the people want. Woolchuck and Broadus beefing over who's going to return some punts and kicks out here.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, hold on.
The spirit's up. We're here tonight.
I love it.
I love this one, too.
That's enough.
Hey!
I was putting together toys last night with a montage of the best Christmas songs. This one came on. It was great.
Yeah, this one right here jams, bro. Yeah, Woolchuck and Broadus right here beefing over who's going to return some punts out here. This happened at 6 o'clock hour of the G-Bag Nation.
It's so fascinating. Deion Sanders never was a punt returner. Just because we were scared. We didn't want to play the best corner of all time on special teams to help us score touchdowns and win games because we were scared. He was going to get hurt.
Yeah.
Not
Right?
scared at all.
Like,
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you though. when you yeah, it would be weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It'd be real weird though when you put him back there in a punt return in week 2 and then he blows out his knee and then we don't have him the rest of the year. And then we'll talk about then you could be scared for your job. How about that one?
Okay, well, if he goes out there and is covering a play and tears his ACL, gosh, that also sucks.
If you would listen to me, I told you that I have no problem.
I don't see the difference.
I have no problem with the field of play.
regardless.
I have no problem with the field of play. I said that earlier. I'm just telling you, as a returner,
so situationally, you would never put him out there either.
No, the situation is part of being in the field. I'm just telling you, as a returner, I wouldn't do it. I would absolutely, but go ahead and do it.
Dion path.
Go ahead and do it though. And if he gets hurt, I'll remind you about it when I'm firing you for doing it.
That's fine. Hey,
okay,
I didn't play like a coward.
Yeah,
and if you want to have the coward attitude, that's why you're not going to win a damn championship.
Coward,
that's fine with me.
I did win a championship, if you remember that.
Yeah,
I do have a Super Bowl ring, right?
You do.
I did. I was part of this.
You do.
I do.
You were part of that.
I was part of that.
You sure remind all of us that you were part of it.
You know why? Because I'm proud of that.
You should be.
I'm very proud of that.
Absolutely.
You proud of anything?
I'm proud of a lot of things.
Are you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
Proud
You
of
should
sitting
be.
here right now.
Good.
Proud
Good
of
for you.
Proud of what we've done here.
Good.
Proud of my daughter at home.
Good
proud of my family.
It should be.
Proud of a lot.
Be proud of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Be proud of it. I am.
Good.
Good. All right. Fine.
I am.
All right. All right.
Okay, so I was unclear last night live how it started. It's clear Brian started it.
You think so? Because I think I definitely.
When you said it'd be weird,
I was egging Brian on.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, he definitely was,
I
bro.
was.
He called him a coward and
that's
being scared.
Coward, yes, the coward. The coward was the all in.
I know the coward thing,
But it started with the scared.
because we've talked about it before.
Yeah.
That scared business right here at the very beginning.
Don't be a coward.
No,
Yeah.
right here. Right here.
It's
But
so
imagine if
fascinating.
Deion Sanders never was a punt returner, just because we
He
were
would
scared.
Right there. Just because we were scared.
We were scared.
He said it all smarmy too.
We were scared.
And as Broadus was talking throughout the argument, Wilchuk's being smarmy the whole time. Yeah, he's still scoring.
Yeah.
Just their little things under there.
It was triggering.
Oh,
The
would have choked you out. Yeah.
I think we both agreed to, though, in a big moment, you're putting him back there, right?
In a big moment,
Yeah.
probably, yeah.
Yeah.
In a big moment, but I'm not saying I'm doing it every time. I'm not. He's not my primary guy.
I can agree to that.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
That's a good compromise.
I think that's how it ended. The whole argument ended too.
Yeah.
I didn't have all the time to play the whole damn thing. You know what I mean? Big Godzilla.
What are you proud of?
What are you proud of?
You proud of anything?
Proud of him?
No, I'm not.
Had me driving home thinking about the things I'm proud of.
I'm telling you what, man. I'm just.
I was like, man, I am a loser. I'm not proud of a lot of things. I gotta get it together.
I'm proud I didn't cuss. That's really because
Good for you, man.
I was
For sure.
I'm proud that when the microphones turned off, you didn't stand up and then start cussing and screaming at him during the commercial break.
You can
That
go sit in the other room.
I was proud
I
of you.
tell you
with
what,
the way
man.
you handled that.
It's this tea I'm drinking now. It's kind of calming me down.
The Genty.
Yeah, I think it's making me a lot calmer.
I don't think
the
so. I don't think it worked last
no,
night.
No, the word
Kaluma, Calamine or something like that.
yeah.
I don't know, man.
But see, it was the whole thing. It was the coward. That right there.
I'm
just
scared.
Scared coward. That triggered me.
Okay, I got more. I got more.
Sorry about that, Lucius.
Jeez. Come on. Come on. All right, Chiafalo's got all the answers, apparently. Or at least he's ready to answer Gavin Dawson at any given moment, even when Gavin Dawson is calling for some audio.
Okay, we go to Jerry with Sean and RJ. Things going much more smoothly, this time of year. And this was a very interesting question. Are McCarthy and Zimmer tied together because they're both in the expiring year of their contracts? We're going to get Jerry.
Well, in a way, I
appreciate
do.
that. Appreciate that, Chief.
Especially after the last.
Appreciate
You
that,
paid me back for like a month ago when I was reacting to a story that none of us were listening to.
Yeah. No, it kills me because I remember vividly your transition to we're gonna go to Jerry, and then I just blacked out.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you teed up a question there or whatever, and then I can see on Broadus' face he's not about to say anything.
Yeah.
I can tell peripherally Walchuk was not going to say anything, and they both had great reasons not to be.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I guess I got to save this moment.
My turn. What was that question again?
We had to do it yesterday though, where you Wolchuk brought up about it was baseball. It was somebody.
Oh yeah.
And then you're like,
Nolan Arenado.
and then you read it, and I was like going,
like 20 minutes later, we got breaking news here, guys.
That one hurt though.
It's a trap though with 5 people on the show because you can be like, oh, they got it. I'm going to go look into this real quick, right? And then the next thing you know, people are staring at you.
Hey, what'd you say?
I wasn't even confident with an answer. I'm like limping in with like.
It's very much like me. I was like, yeah.
All right, last one, man. We already up against it. I'm going to get the wag of the finger for this, fellas. I'm going to blame it all on you, too. Yesterday was a church day. I prayed you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. And I see, Freddie Haynes, I see that you have linked up with Professor Karen Hunter for a podcast about Revelations and the 7 Seals. Drop it. Stop teasing it and drop it. I want to hear what you're talking about here because I feel like we're in a particular time. All right. We've got a worship team. They're struggling with this Christmas song.
It's got potential.
Potential.
Oh, no. The 6-year-old on drums?
Yeah.
Let's try that one more time. I think we should try it out again.
Redo.
Woo!
You just ruined Christmas, honey.
1, 2, 3.
Nope.
1, 2, 3.
Perfect. That's much more like it. Is it Eddie House on Coach Dunleavy, Wolchuk versus Broadus? Chief answers a throw to audio, or is it the worship team struggling with the Christmas song?
That never gets old.
I'll go with what the Tolos want, and that's the fight. Chief.
Yeah. I'm not going to be a coward and vote for anything else.
Right. Lucius, would you be proud to vote for any of these?
Yeah, Chiafalo got the answers.
There you go. It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
I'm going to throw one at Eric's way, too.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
Chief. Yes! Good job, Wolchuk.
Let's go.
Not a coward at all on that one.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the Chief. In an unrelated story, Wolchuk versus Broadus, honorary 5-time champ, and eligible for G-Bag of the Year.
Take that.
What are we doing next, Wolchuk?
Let's preview the college football playoff. Who are the best quarterbacks? What are the best weaknesses? And did Quinn not make this list? That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Oh, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. C-Note's coming up at 3:20. They brought back one of their former draft picks today. We'll get you that and more. But right now, it's time for some college football. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, tomorrow night, it's kicking off, baby. It is
tomorrow
the college football playoff. Let's go.
Tomorrow night.
I can't wait. This is going to be amazing. Saturday is, it's one of the best football days. We've been talking about this all week, but as a consumer, this is going to be a dream scenario where you do have some NFL football. I have seen Mother Football, Shereen Williams. They're going to take away from some of the college football watching. I think it really just all depends on how good are the games. I think for us that are just going to live and breathe football that day, we're going to try and be somewhere where we're watching at the same time. I got multiple screens up. I got the NFL game. I got the college football playoff game. And then whichever game ends up being better is what you'll probably end up focusing on. But this is going to be a blast. And tomorrow night, we get Indiana, the Hoosiers, going to South Bend, Notre Dame, and we get the delicious Shamrock
bread pudding.
Yeah, I'm
it's
in for
bread
that.
pudding.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the caramel.
It's the pudding.
Babe Laufenberg's there. He sent me a picture in his IU Letterman jacket.
Oh, there you go.
He didn't wear it for Rudy?
No, he said if he finds Rudy, he will attempt to kick his ass.
Perfect.
After he just watched the movie and didn't think it was all that good. So
he's got a good taste.
Tomorrow, though, is one of those days where, man, if you had a sports book within striking distance, that is a sports book Saturday for the ages to just hang around surrounded by the TVs, because they're all high stakes games. Of course, the playoff games in college, but even the NFL games at this point in the season, you want to be immersed in that. That would be a no-brainer situation where you're like, gosh, dang it, I wish we were in Vegas, or I wish we had gambling legal here, because it would be a sportsbook Saturday for the ages. Yeah, and it's unthinkable to find an online sports book.
Unthinkable.
I wouldn't want to violate U.S. law like that, considering, our founding principles of freedom. It just wouldn't seem right, Wolchuk.
Yeah, so we got a text why the NFL? Well, we do have 2 Saturday NFL games. We got Texans-Chiefs at noon. Then we have Steelers-Ravens at 3:30. All 4 playoff teams right now. Then Saturday at noon, you've got SMU-Penn State. Then at 3, we've got Clemson-Texas. And at 7, it's Tennessee and Ohio State. Now, CBS Sports came out with their ranking of the top 10 quarterbacks, or just the quarterback power rankings of the playoff. I found this interesting because I heard Sean and RJ this morning, and then I saw it on ESPN. But ESPN put out the top 50 players in this playoff. Quinn Ewers of Texas is not in the top 50.
Wow.
And then when you look at the rankings from CBS Sports of the quarterbacks, out of the 12 teams that are in this, Quinn is number 9. He is ahead of Maddox Madsen, the Boise State quarterback, Nico at Tennessee, and then Gunnar Stockton, who's really the backup at Georgia that's going to be playing in place of Carson Beck, who's got the elbow injury.
I think Sarkisian does a lot of stuff right, but I'm just trying to figure out why you would not go with Arch, after everything you've seen over the last couple of seasons. Is he loyal to the guy? Is he trying to make a statement to other quarterbacks that I'm going to stick with you?
Yeah, I absolutely. He has to believe. He goes, listen, this kid got me here. And so I think that's where he's at. I don't think he wants to be a coach that's one of those guys that treats his quarterbacks that way, because he's got to think about future.
Yeah.
Not only Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning, but he's got to think about other 5-star kids that are going to come to his program. And if you get a situation like, well, man, he treats the quarterbacks not very well here, then you're going to have a situation. Did Texas A&M have that problem a little bit with Jimbo Fisher? They had a bunch of transfer. Murray. They had all these quarterbacks that left.
Absolutely,
they left because
they had a quick trigger on them all.
They had a quick trigger, and you wonder if Texas A&M was on a run where they had a bunch of really good quarterbacks, and then they all left and went somewhere else. And I think as a coach, he's thinking a big picture right now. He's probably thinking, yeah, great, we're in the playoffs, but if I don't do this the right way, maybe I'll never get another guy like this again.
And I think that's 100% accurate, everything you said. And everything that I'd heard of is the team also does love Quinn, Quinn's loved in the locker room. But it was, I couldn't help but see the reaction after Arch Manning goes in against A&M runs for that touchdown, and he's walking back to the sideline, and he's flexing, and everybody is just mobbing him on that sideline as well. It seems like there's a lot of love for both quarterbacks. And
I think Chief had the right idea. He said it yesterday. Just have packages for Arch, so you can kind of get
sure they will.
The best of both worlds. And he knows more about Arch than we do. Like how is he going to be under pressure? What's his decision making? Is he going to stay locking into a primary wide receiver? And those are probably things that he trusts Quinn Ewers to manage the offense better.
No doubt. And the experience level. I mean, Quinn has been there, done that. I mean, Carter was talking earlier with KMC, like, okay, that he did put Arch in against Georgia, and Arch did not look great in that moment. No. But I've used the same reference that the 702 has with Alabama and when it comes to Jalen Hurts and Tua.
Yeah.
And ultimately, they had to go to Tua to win a national championship. Yeah. I think if Texas is going to win a national championship, there is going to be a point where they will have to go to Arch Manning. That's just how I see that, if they're going to get it done. Otherwise, I don't think just playing Quinn is good enough to get themselves to navigate this.
No, great defenses lock him down. I want a mobile guy.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. That's the word mobile. And that's what you lose right now. And maybe that's because Quinn Ewers is compromised with the leg injury, the ankle injury, and he's not as mobile as he needs to be in this day and age. When you're playing against these defenses that will get after you, you have to be able to escape. And I don't think Quinn Ewers does that well enough.
No, and he can get some happy feet in the pocket. We've talked about that. I mean, there's times he throws an absolutely gorgeous ball.
At Alabama game,
touchdown in Michigan.
Exactly, yeah.
Like that was a hell. I mean, the Alabama when they went to Tuscaloosa.
When they went to Tuscaloosa, I mean, that was one of the prettiest passes you'll ever see in a huge game. But there was just not enough of
just
those.
The lack of consistency. Yeah. There's moments where you're like, wow, that's a first rounder. Yeah. And there's moments where you're like, would I take that guy day 3? Yeah. I don't think he's got an NFL future. Kevin Jennings, by the way, of SMU is sixth best on the CBS Sports list.
Colt's going to get him.
Gabriel at Oregon, Curtis Rourke at Indiana, Aller at Penn State, Riley Leonard at Notre Dame, Sam Levitt at Arizona, and then Kevin Jennings. They're 6th ahead of Will Howard.
Wow, they're underrating our guy in a huge way.
I think so, too.
Come on.
Yeah, Kevin Jennings to me is the only reason why I think SMU still got a chance, even in the snow there and the cold weather.
Yeah,
I'm just hoping tough. Kevin Jennings can run his way to an SMU pony victory, but it is going to be tough.
Yeah.
Well, we're fired up for that college football weekend. We'll have more coverage on that coming up in just over an hour. Danny Cannell's going to join us tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. He's always firing opinions and often controversial, but very informative as well. So Danny will join us tomorrow there at 6. It's time now for the NFL News of the Day, though, Wolchuk. Where are you taking us?
Don't call this team soft. A Cowboys what if. And again, at least we're not the Jets. That's next.
Man, I just...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Micah Parsons speaking this afternoon. Will he be rooting for Philadelphia as they try to make a run to the Super Bowl? You know, he's a Philly guy. He's also talking about his contract. Does he need to be the highest paid player? Could he hold out? We'll have the details on that and more coming up in the C-Note here for you in 20 minutes. Right now, it's time for Zach Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day.
All right, this one's hot off the Shefty press as Alvin Kamara apparently has a groin injury that is still being evaluated, but it's possible that it is a season-ending injury and that he has played his last down this year. So for a lot of Tolos that are cruising around or wherever you might be listening and you're in the fantasy playoffs and you got Alvin Kamara, that's a big one, but does make some sense as New Orleans nothing really to play for the remaining 3 weeks. If he's got a groin injury, you just reworked a deal with him. He could be shut down, and you're looking at 2025 for the next time you see him. That's another season not getting 1,000 yards for Alvin.
Wow.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking.
It's like the craziest stat in the NFL.
He did have a catch. Maybe he heard it on this catch, the leaping one-hander. That was just incredible.
Was that the touchdown? I think it was the touchdown from Cedric Wilson, the trick play. TD Tuesday trick play was fantastic. And he comes up limp on that play, but he was so open he was still able to score.
Yeah.
But
I mean, any wide receiver, that would be a play of the year.
Yeah.
This guy's incredible and ageless, it feels like. How long has he been in the league? Like 10, 12 years?
Yeah, he's got to be approaching 10 now, don't you think? I mean, he was part of those really good Breeze teams that had chances to go to the Super Bowl. I think Drew's been retired now for, 4 years?
Yeah, he's 29. He was drafted in 2017.
All right. A little younger than I thought.
Yeah.
By the way, Kavonte Turpin, already 28. Way older than I thought.
Well,
I looked him up.
Had that late start in the NFL when you're playing, what was it? Was he in the USFL? Is that where they got him from? He's the USFL
Birmingham,
MVP?
Yeah. I believe it was Birmingham.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, I think Birmingham was.
We got
Auburn.
our kicker. We got their kicker.
The Birmingham Stallions were. Yeah, that was Butter.
They're one of the better teams
Butter.
in that thing.
Yeah, they are, and they got probably the most recognizable jerseys.
Lou Holtz's son's coaching that thing up.
A lot of Skip Holtz. He is. Yeah.
Where's Lou Holtz at right now?
I don't know where Lou is. It's a good question.
No, I was just doing the Ryan Day thing.
Oh, there
after
you go.
Holtz
Yeah. Where are you, Lou? Where are you? Huh? After he beats Notre Dame, where are you, Lou?
It's part of the college football kegger opener, and I love it.
The Chiefs have ruled out left tackle DJ Humphries for Saturday's game against the Texans. They've ruled in quarterback Patrick Mahomes. He is going to be playing when it comes to their matchup here on Saturday against Houston. So I guess that's not a huge surprise for me. I know Mahomes has really done some freaky stuff with these ankle injuries throughout his career, going back to Texas Tech, probably back to his high school playing days at White House. But he's going to be a go. But this offensive line is something that should be concerning, and I wonder now if you're definitely going to have an emphasis on, we're getting Isaiah Pacheco the football, we're going to run this thing, and we're going to try and just limit the amount of dropbacks for Patrick Mahomes if we can, if you're Andy Reid. They are activating Hollywood Brown, so that's a huge win. As he's been practicing, he's been getting back, so barring any setback, he could be playing this Saturday against Houston. So they get their ace wide receiver back. Huge for them right now.
I mean, their inability to make plays downfield, I feel like, is just smashed, and this might open up things significantly.
Yes, because he's got that burner speed that they've really. I mean, I know Xavier Worthy does too, but for whatever reason, the deep ball there hasn't quite been on the same page. They haven't been connecting consistently. Maybe Hollywood Brownie does. Now, staying in the AFC, you don't want to call this team soft. All right, we go to the Titans. Brian Callahan. He went on an epic rant yesterday. I actually was listening to it during one of the breaks. I'm like, this is really a head coach right now? It is. And I guess you had a report that somebody called his team soft, and he was asked about it at his weekly press conference.
Did you respond to that idea?
I mean, you really want to get me going today? Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I think it's complete and total bullshit, if you want my honest opinion. These guys are tough, man. They go after it every day. They play hard as hell, and there's at no point have we ever put on tape at any point this season that this is a soft football team. Like, I can't even wrap my mind around how that would even be a conversation. I mean, just because we don't win games doesn't mean we're soft. These guys play their ass off. They play hard. They play physical. You can ask any team that plays against us that when they come off the field, they know they played us. Yeah, that makes me relatively angry that would be some presumption. That means you just don't watch the shit. You don't do anything about it that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're looking at. So I won't stand for. I'm not going to stand for anybody calling his football team soft. I think that's bullshit. So if there's opinions out there that feel that way, then they don't know anything about NFL football. So I'd like you to walk in there and call one of these guys soft and see what happens. This is not a soft football team at all, mentally or physically. And I think one of the things mentally that's really been impressive about the team is that the way that they keep fighting through the way that this season has gone. They've not shown at any point that they're not up to the task. They come out every day and work. They have. I'm really. You're gonna really get me going now. These guys come out here and they do everything possible to win games. And if there's any assumption anywhere that's outside of this building, again, we don't focus on all those things, but there's no possible explanation to say that this team is soft any way, shape, or form, mentally or physically. And the way that they go about their work it's insulting to me, to them, to everyone that works here. So I'm not that no chance ever in hell would I ever admit that to be the case, and neither would anybody in this locker room. So you can kind of shove that one right up your.
I can't believe it.
Yeah,
that was.
Man,
sounds just like his dad.
Was that a 2-minute rant?
Basically, just telling everyone go bleep yourselves. My team is not soft.
It's so weird when non-players call pro football players. These are some of the toughest athletes in the history of the world that we're looking at. I think it's possible to be relatively soft compared to the rest of your competition, but every one of those guys to a man is tougher than everybody not in that building. So. I do want to say that. It's funny when he's like, we don't focus on it, but it gets him mad.
He's so triggered. He was triggered.
Yeah.
He was ready to go off, and I get it. That's a word you throw it around NFL locker rooms. You know that, Brian. That's triggering right there. And look, we had that conversation about the Cowboys early in the season when they were just getting run on and they're giving up, blowing leads at home. They're giving up. They're down by 20+ in the fourth quarter. It's like, okay, is this a soft football team?
You can have a soft run defense, but it doesn't mean the guy's energy is soft. They're just not good or not physical enough.
No. If you're lacing up and playing on Sundays or whenever your game is, these guys in the NFL, no, they're not soft. The Jet stuff is just crazy what's going on. We covered a lot of it in the open, the influence of Madden ratings and the Woody Johnson decision to maybe not trade for Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy did say today that he just doesn't believe that. He thinks that's fake. Maybe it's just so shocking you don't want to believe it. It does. It does sound like how in the world could anybody be making a decision in real-life football based on a player's Madden rating? It does sound like something that would be completely made up. But the thing is here, when it comes to the Jets, and we had pushback dating back to this time last year, Diana Rossini, she's telling us about the dysfunction there. And Aaron Rodgers is calling her out and saying that's a bunch of crap, that's bull bleep, I don't know where you're getting this from, who's the source? And it turns out all to be true. So it's hard to say that this isn't true.
He was only an 81 overall. If you're thinking about getting a first-round pick.
85 or better. Are you kidding me? I'm out on the 81.
That is a very difficult question to answer, though, because, in the end, you're happy to be where you are, and you don't want to say anything that would suggest you wish you would have been traded to the Jets. Obviously, you don't, but also the team that you're on is pretty dysfunctional as well. If you are stuck in a rut, in a league that is meant for parity and fluctuations, then you look no further. It's no coincidence that the loser teams have this kind of stuff in common. Jerry's just the least offender of the group.
Well, the stories just they continue to come out in this piece from The Athletic. And this is Zach Rosenblatt, Diana Rossini, Michael Silver, all awesome at their job. So we go back to after a Thursday night win on Halloween, they beat Houston, the Jets do. And it was the first win for Jeff Ulbrich after the Jets fired Robert Saleh. Rodgers had a game ball in hand, ready to give it to the interim coach. But before Rodgers could speak, here's good old Brick Johnson. What's he done? Took another game ball, awarded it to wide receiver Garrett Wilson in a profanity-laced rant in which the owner's son later posted to Instagram. Woody Johnson then gave Ulbrich the ball Rodgers had been holding. Multiple players said the energy felt drained out of the room. One player called it the most awkward, cringeworthy, brutal experience.
What a play by me.
So the college kid Brick goes and grabs his own game ball.
Yep.
And
hands it to Garrett Wilson, has a whole speech to the team.
To the team?
Yep, to the team. Then owner grabs ball from Aaron Rodgers, who is ready to do his own. Like, okay, we fired our coach. We just finally got a win for the first time. Thursday Night Football, big win. Rodgers is about to say something. Give the ball to him. Maybe this is going to be a galvanizing moment. Instead, Son steps all over it, and now the owner, Woody Johnson, big times Rodgers, grabs the ball, gives it to him instead, and everyone in the locker room, they're just like, what the hell is going on right now? Gross.
Wow. I do think that was the Garrett Wilson
it was the one-handed
touchdown.
Yeah. Which, deserved. Badass moment.
It's game ball worthy. 9 grabs, 90 yards, 2 touchdowns.
But maybe you just wait till the team actually does their thing.
The idea that Brick Johnson's even in the locker room after a game, let alone having any authority to rally up the troops and say, "Hey guys, we're going to go ahead and present the ball." You're like, what are we even doing right now?
And apparently his sons are bringing friends and even girlfriends into the locker room. Isn't that just weird?
This sounds like a Clippers deal. When we were watching that Clip series on FX.
I'm telling baby girl she's got to stay outside.
Hey, get up and stand around. Let my guest see you. Hey, get up, stand. Look at this guy.
Sugar, why don't you get to the car?
Take that towel off, son.
Meet you at the car, babe.
It's weird, man. So I don't know. At least it doesn't sound that bad here. We got our own problems, but you're not the Jets. Now we go to Jahmyr Gibbs on Up and Adams with Kay Adams, and Jahmyr tells a story about the draft. And he might have. What could have been? What could have been with Jahmyr Gibbs? I wonder how you would have felt about this, Eric. Take it away, Jahmyr.
I'm from Chicago. Jahmyr, I'm from Chicago. What are you?
Oh, it's going to be so cold, bro.
What do you mean? Yeah. That's not your favorite?
No. I ain't gonna, when I was in the draft process, I said I just didn't want to go to a team up north. That's the only thing I said.
At least you got a dome. God gave you half your little Christmas wish.
Yeah, but I'm happy I came here, though.
Yeah, I would say can you imagine playing anywhere else? No way.
No, I said that. I was like, because the Cowboys don't get me too. I got 24. And then I was like, imagine if I was a Cowboy right now. I'd be so sick. I'd be hot.
That's a great bite. I love that.
So at pick 24, where the Cowboys did end up taking Mozzie Smith. Jahmyr Gibbs had been available. He believes he'd have been a Dallas Cowboy. Now, I didn't appreciate the shots thrown there, Jahmyr. I did not.
He'd be sick.
He'd be sick. Come
that's
on.
That's just pandering for the home crowd, though.
100%.
Yeah.
But how different would we be viewing this team, and would you have been bummed if at 24, Jahmyr Gibbs out of Alabama had a star in his helmet?
In retrospect,
Just
no.
did
At the
what if,
time, I would have been
Cowboys, what if?
disappointed. At the time, I would have been thinking, wow, you had this big defensive tackle, a chance to plug that middle for the next 8 to 10 years, and you go with a running back. We have bigger needs than that. Tony Pollard was still an option.
Yeah.
So, no, I would have not enjoyed that at the time. But in retrospect, that would have been perfect.
We wouldn't have to worry about it now.
I hate that he's sick to his stomach, dude.
I know he didn't sick about it.
The Detroit disrespect.
There really is a lot of Detroit disrespect that's
piling
coming out.
on. I know they're a lovable team, and for a lot of reasons, you just watch them and you're like, hey man, it's lovable Detroit, but they had bone to pick with the Cowboys.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
They have really rubbed our noses in it.
Yeah, they sure have. I'm about maybe I should turn here. Maybe I should turn coat on the Lions. Go bleep yourselves, Detroit. I still love you, Dan Campbell, but this is getting to be too much now. On a showboat in our house. Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs would be sick to his stomach if he wore a star on his helmet.
I'll tell you what.
F you.
The fans are going to be fired up about this. Cowboys fans are going to want to feast on some lion. The players, no doubt, will be offended and maybe even work extra hard in the offseason trying to catch Detroit. But it doesn't matter. The leadership of the organization does not care.
They don't. It does appear that Isaac Guerrero, the running back for San Fran, he's going to be out against the
hamstring,
Dolphins.
Huh?
Yeah, that hammy. Also, Trent Williams will
4 running backs for the Niners.
So is it going to be a Banacanda?
I think it's going to be a Banacanda.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a Banacanda.
Might be a little fantasy.
It could be.
Swoop.
Could be a sleeper there.
Playoff time.
Maybe prize picks. You get in your more or less in the Abanikanda running yards. There you go. And Kyle Shanahan told reporters Trent Williams may not play again this season.
I think we're getting to that point.
Why
now.
would you?
So
why would you?
I think we're getting to that
We're
point.
just going to go ahead and get healthy, move forward on this. I did see, per the 33rd team, the left tackle you're going to be playing against this week in Tristan Wirfs, along with Penei Sewell of the Lions. They're the only offensive tackles with 400 or more pass blocking snaps and have a goose egg when it comes to sacks allowed.
Next gen stats that this sends to the team says he has 1.5.
1.5. He's allowed 1.5 sacks?
Yeah.
Okay,
Wirfs?
so back off here. 33rd team versus next gen.
Wow.
But like I said, that's the next gen stuff that goes
So
to.
should we lean next gen here?
It's the stuff the teams get.
I wonder if they'll get community.
But
noted.
they also pinned that 80-something yard pass that they had in the Carolina game.
Yeah,
they pinned that one on Hooker,
and we don't know for sure if it was his fault.
No, we don't know for sure.
Maybe they're doing foolery stuff over there.
That's just the GPS numbers on who's closest.
Yeah, they call it nearest defender is what they do.
Nearest defender.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson says he hopes to re-sign with the Steelers in the latest Hard Knocks episode. I guess that was a big part of it, and I could understand why Pittsburgh wants to bring him back. They're 10-4. He has looked at times like vintage Russell Wilson, and I don't know what else they're going to do at quarterback. Maybe if it's a team-friendly type of deal. They paid him $1 million this year.
You're playing for a top 5 NFL franchise historically. You're obviously not vintage Russell Wilson anymore. We would love to do a very a team-friendly contract with you, maybe even for multiple years. But if you insist on being Mr. Unlimited with your contract demands, we're drafting somebody. I think that's the way you'd have to approach that. And I think for Russell Wilson at this point in his career, it's got to be an incredibly attractive offer.
Right, especially for a team and a coach in which you can win for.
Yeah.
This stuff was weird. I meant to get to this yesterday, but Tyreek Hill, like what the hell is going on there in South Beach? He put out that it's time for me to go coach on Wednesday on Twitter. Did not offer any further explanation. I mean, they're 6 and 8. And Tyreek Hill has floated out the retirement ideas in the past. But yeah, he does have a bunch of kids, and I think that he has said he would love to coach his children as well. But I don't know. Is he like kind of just throwing stuff out there, or is he maybe looking at the end of his football career here sooner rather than
Apparently, he was meeting with the media today and was just like, I see what Deion Sanders is doing. I see what Michael Vick is doing. And I see what Teddy Bridgewater, who just won a state championship in Miami High School. So that's what he said. He was like, I just see these guys all doing the coaching thing, and
so down the line,
now it's going to be my turn.
It's not like I'm about to quit and go be a coach.
No, I don't think so.
All right, what Micah Parsons has to say about maybe rooting for the Eagles as they go on their run, and how he's approaching the first offseason where he could hold out. His thoughts on that and more in the C note coming up next. But I want to.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, buddy, welcome back. It's time here for the C-Note Cowboys News of the evening. It is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Please drink responsibly. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is in a car truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Micah has made it clear he does not need to be the highest paid defensive player. Said that'd be nice, but added it would be nice to be surrounded by good players and win championships. It's going to take as many guys as possible, so I want to work with them as much as possible, and I don't need $40 million per year. I need to be somewhere I can have a lake house.
What'd you say?
He said he would like a new contract.
Oh, lake house. Before
the start of training camp, though. But said he wouldn't plan on holding out even if a new contract isn't done in the offseason. I love hearing that from players that I'm rooting for, and for all the trash I talk about the Cowboys and their leadership, I still root for this team strongly. But I just would not recommend that. And I imagine his agent is going to tell him, dude, they'll likely, mess it up. You give him a $10 million discount. What are they going to do? Michael Gallup? Terrence Steele. This just isn't a team that's proven to be resourceful. But more than that, they've proven that when they're close, they don't really go all in. They think all in is signing their own guys and backloading their deals, so they end up in cap hell anyway. That's the crazy thing. This team ends up in cap hell once every decade, even conservatively managing their cap. They won't do it on purpose in an attempt to win a Super Bowl like the Rams, Buccaneers. They're just constantly trying to make the playoffs. And I don't know. I feel like a lot of the things that Mike has been saying recently, are going to resonate strongly with the fan base. Mm-hmm. But you can't trust Jerry Jones. And I think most of these guys, when they get drafted, they fall for hey, it's family. I want to be here for life. And then they are here for 10, 12 years if they're great, and they never really get all that close to a Super Bowl. So I would check the history, and I say this, in part because I think Micah listens to our show and he needs to hear it, but also because I'd love it if Micah could put genuine pressure on Jerry Jones to be more aggressive with the salary cap management. Maybe he's the guy to do it.
His agent will, though.
David
Mulligatti, is it?
Yeah, David Mulligatti.
Yeah, he is a bulldog. He is a bulldog. He is not going to pull any punches or give any favors or any of that stuff.
Micah, you go say the right things with the media. I'll handle this.
Micah is a very media savvy guy.
Yeah,
very media savvy. He understands this. He has this ability to, he can be polarizing. He could be in love. Everybody can be in love with him. With his play and all that. He and Dak Prescott, they very much know how to play this game. And Micah's got a bulldog for an agent, and this guy is going to get every dime out of this front office that Micah deserves. Okay. I don't doubt that. And I think he could say this. I think he could talk about, well, what's the difference between 30 and 40? No, because he knows his agent's going to go in there and kick their ass. Is what's going to happen.
And some guys are just, they don't have that feeling like I need unlimited money.
Yeah.
They're going to be happy with a much more humble type of deal. Like when Sean Lee was drafted for a couple of years, he lived in an empty apartment with a mattress on it. He was like, I don't need stuff. I need football, and you're fortunate to get a guy like that, who, is going to be great and not press you for the most. But I think you're right, Brian, that his agent will. But then he talked about, his offseason. In the last two off seasons, he's done his own thing. Is he rethinking that? He was asked, are you going to be around? Could you hold out? He says, well, at some point, if I got to learn a new scheme, I would love to have Zimmer back. But if I have to learn a new scheme, if they do change or he just feels like he's ready to go with the horses, I got to learn a new scheme. I got to be around guys. That's a chemistry part. And I still got to be there for that part. Was Micah's absence, anything to do with this defensive struggle in the first half of the season? Is he looking at some of the feedback that he got the last 2 years and thinking maybe I wasn't doing that right, going off sumo wrestling and hand fighting?
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe so. I think that, because, even when you talk about, and if you read what he said about the Eagles, it's a drastic difference to what he has said in the past. I think there's absolutely been growth. I think there's been learning. Now, it could also be, I think that somebody that wants to be skeptical is like, he is coming up on a contract. So say all the right things, do everything that needs to be done to make sure that you get paid. But I do think that everything that you've illustrated there in terms of what he's done in the past, what he said in the past, maybe the fan base being more open than ever to say, like, okay, we'll trade you then. Yeah. That's fine. Go ahead and trade him. Get a bunch of picks back. Move on. Is he worth paying? No. The fan base turned pretty darn quick from a year ago this time when Brian and I were doing Holiday Radio and suggested it, and it was like, go F yourselves, to all of a sudden it kind of seemed like an overwhelming support to move him.
So the Cowboys need Washington to lose to keep their playoff hopes alive. Lose all of their games. Cowboys have to win all their games. Plus, they need additional help. So, it's not just, hey, you're from Philadelphia. Are you rooting for the Eagles? It's, hey, the Eagles have to win to keep your playoff hopes alive. What do you think about that? He said, no, at this point, it's bleep Philly. Yeah. Even if we get eliminated, I got to crush Philly, bleep them. I hate them now. I'll be seeing them talk so much on social media.
I love that. That's the answer we want, baby.
Yes, dude. When you teased that, I was nervous that he was going to be a little too filthy friendly.
Yeah.
Like we've seen him in the past.
Yeah.
But this is exactly what you want.
Didn't he sit courtside in a Tyrese Maxey jersey?
Yes.
Yeah. I guess it's a Dallas guy, so you can be playing both sides of that. But neither part of this rivalry wants a guy playing both sides.
I think Mike is kind of realizing now with the podcast and stuff, and then the position he has within Bleacher Report, that the Dallas fan base is important to his existence in the media, as we all know. You know what I'm saying? You can't piss off the Cowboy fans. Those folks are loyal listeners. They don't always want to hear you talk badly about their team, but they're very, very loyal to the content that they. So I think he realizes that showing up at Sixers games, talking well about Philly, maybe interviewing Darius Slay, might be bad for his bottom line. That having the Cowboys nation on your side is worth more to you than just being that guy. And I think he's pivoting now because he's seeing this in the media and his numbers. Yeah. People are saying, hey, when you have on Slay, this is what happens.
Shut up, bitch!
When you don't have on Slay and you just talk about the team, this is what happens.
Like you have Jordan Love on right after you lose in the playoffs,
this
right?
This is a smart guy. He's smart because he realizes by pivoting that he needs to continue to try and endear himself to his fan base, because I hate to say this, folks, you're dollar signs.
Yeah.
You really are.
He's also over 25 now, which can be a big point for maturity. He's been in the DFW now for 3 years. I know my first year here, I still felt more Trailblazers fandom in my heart than I did Mavs.
Yeah.
And over time, that's very much evened out, and now I watch way more Mavs games.
Bad for business for you.
Yeah, but
and
plus
you attacked Stevie Ray Vaughan too when you got here. You did attack Stevie Ray Vaughan,
and I'll stand on that.
Whoa!
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Not necessarily an attack of them. I just don't get it. Like I don't get U2. Like Blake the other night didn't get Adele. There's just some musical acts that I'm like, okay, a lot of people love them, but maybe not my thing.
Not your thing, yeah.
Maybe
like Blink-182. I love Blink-182. You
in the home of Stevie Ray Vaughan, though? That's what you want to do?
Pardon?
In the home of Stevie Ray Vaughan, that's what you want to do?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to do that. Okay. I still regret that statement, but I feel obliged to just stand
on business.
Yeah. Now the Blink-182 thing, you could retreat from quickly. That's pathetic.
They were one of that and Eminem. They were two of the first albums I ever bought or CDs I ever bought. But I love Blink-182. I always will. When it comes to Micah's deal, we like them to get ahead of this. We always talk about this. Like, should the Cowboys get ahead of the contract? Is it beneficial for them to wait on this one? You don't get this one done this year, just to try and stagger some of these deals out?
I think that's the biggest issues that they have. If you ask those guys and gals over there, the staggering has been a problem for them.
They're all up at the same time.
They're all up at the same time. Yeah.
What was the first record you bought, Chief?
It would have been the I don't know that I bought it, but it was gifted to me. Nellyville.
Okay,
nice
with Hot in Here on there.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one.
Jam, Brian.
Lucius played it the other day. The Eagles' Long Run. He played a song off the Long Run album, and that was the first one I ever bought.
Lucius.
Nas. I believe is Illmatic. Yeah, that's the first one.
Stroll Through Time.
Yeah.
I mean, when hip hop music took off in the late 80s, you couldn't get it on the radio where I was at in Portland. There wasn't any sort of a rap station, so we had to go and find it and get an adult because the parental advisory explicit lyric sticker on it. You'd have to find an older kid to buy it for you or something. So that was a different time indeed. But we would make tapes. That was more of ideal. One person would buy it, and then you would go over to somebody's house and make 7 or 8 copies of it with the person that had the kick-ass stereo.
Yeah,
that could cut those dubs together. Okay, according to NFL's Next Gen stats, Dallas currently has a less than 1% chance of making the playoffs. Should the Cowboys pull an upset, it will increase all the way to
4%.
1%.
Oh.
That Bengals game is looming large.
Oh, huge.
Yeah, that might be the moment of the year when it comes to the draft pick.
Get that thing to 7-7.
So the Cowboys have to win all, and the Commanders have to lose all of them. That's why it's so difficult. And Dallas needs to win against Tampa this weekend to avoid elimination, but a Commanders win over the Eagles would eliminate Dallas as well. Not only that, the Cowboys need losses from the 4 teams between the Commanders and Cowboys in the standings.
Isn't Atlanta in there somewhere?
So none of those teams can go undefeated the rest of the way. Yeah. Dallas can win and Washington can lose, but if the Seahawks keep pace, it's Seattle. The Cowboys would need to lose out as well. Holy cow. It ain't happening.
No,
so at least you'll be picking at worst, 18th? Is that the last pick of the non-playoff teams, I think? 18th? Okay.
Around there.
We got to run Nation. When we return right here in the G-Bag Nation, we have Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, what am I doing today? I get to talk about Tampa's defense today. We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, we have more college football coming up at 4 o'clock with you. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, Joel. Thank you very much to Reliant as well. Can I real quickly do a G-Bag, you make the call?
I would love it.
Okay, this happened to me today walking into the Star. It's a young man, probably about 13, maybe 14 years old. He was carrying a football.
Cutting school?
He was carrying, I don't know, he was maybe on a tour. Maybe they were, because they were coming out of the area where you kind of meet for the tour. But he's carrying a football. So he's kind of throwing it around, and I see him coming at me. And then he takes the ball like he's going to run, like he's got it tucked away.
High and tight.
High and tight. I walk by and knock the ball out of his hand.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
How did you go? Did you punch out like Leofau, or was it like a tomahawk?
I'm walking by. I got my backpack on, and he's carrying it in his left arm.
Mm-hmm.
So I go for the punch. I punched
Peanut
it.
punch.
He punched it. I punched it out of it, and he drops the ball.
Wow. Was this your good shoulder or your bad shoulder?
This was my left, so I was able to punch it with the
across
left.
his body, or he was carrying it close to you?
He's holding in his left. I punch with my left.
Okay.
And knock it on the ground.
Did you recover it? Scoop and score?
I kept walking.
Nice.
And the guy turned, and I go, I got you.
I got you.
And his buddy started laughing.
Bitch.
I go, his buddy started laughing.
Okay.
All right. Now, my teammates on the break this morning, Amber Garcia and Derek Eagleton and Nick Harris. Amber goes, who hurt you in your life? When I explained this story, and I'm like, no, Amber, I'm teaching the kid ball security.
Yeah.
Right.
He's kind of throwing the ball around. He puts it in his arm, and he's kind of like he's running.
Yeah.
And then I go up and knock it out, and the ball was obviously on the ground. It's going to be a fumble. It's going to be my ball. We're going to dive on that ball, and it's going our way.
Sure.
You're not going to Terrence steal that thing?
No, I'm not. No, I'm just going to fall on it. By the way, I was watching tape the other day. There was a tip ball that went backwards. Guyton just fell on the ball.
There we go.
He just ran back there and fell on it.
We're learning.
He didn't even try and pick
We're
it
learning.
up. It was like it was an incomplete pass, but he ran back there and fell on it.
Just in case.
So we're learning along the way. Okay. Amber, and then Derek was happy that I was teaching the kids some life lessons about ball security.
Exactly.
Was I wrong by knocking the ball
once
out
he
of
tucked that thing, he was simulating you as the guy in the hole or whatever.
So
or in
he was
space.
doing the fake basket shot where you spin off a guy and like you kind of act like you do the rip move like you're Russian.
Mm-hmm.
You do like a fake rip and you like dip like you're getting around
This
the
kid
block.
sounds like a badass. I love this kid.
Yeah, he's having fun, and I think it's super fun when people are messing around and you get involved for just a second. Like they're throwing the football around at soccer games, little kids. I'll try to pick that thing off or break up a play.
When you're in the Star, you're in a football environment too.
Yeah.
You got to be ready. You got to be ready for coaching.
Like I say, Amber was like, who hurt you?
Good football vibes. Yeah. No.
See, I was thinking that I was just having fun with the kid because when he's throwing around, he wasn't going to slap it out of his hands as he's throwing it up.
No, that'd be
But he went into running back mode. So he put the ball and he tucked it, and then I'm walking by and I kind of reach, I kind of go, boop, boom.
See, I think the only thing that might be in trouble is if you came across his body and knocked him down.
Yeah.
But once he's got that ball on your near side, you can make a clean play.
We were passing right by each other, so he was trying to make a cut, and I closed the space.
Yeah.
Now, if I would hit the kid in the wrist and hurt him, sure.
Yeah, that's the dangerous game that you were playing there.
I thought about that.
Tussle with a dad on your hands.
Yeah, I thought about that, but his buddies were like laughing at him
for sure,
and the kid turned and was laughing at it too.
Yeah, that's a tip of the cap. That's a guy. That's a competitor himself, and he knows that he's going to be better off because of it. Like he'll never forget that moment. Yeah. I bet he never fumbles again.
Yeah, I just was curious though. Was I in the wrong by doing that?
No,
absolutely
dude. No. Ball security's extremely important
in that scenario. Not at all.
If you could have taught him the cover 2 or whatever in that moment, that would have been worthy as well.
Oh, I just died. I mean, I didn't expect him to dive on the ball on the concrete.
I was kind of expecting you to do that. I am a little disappointed that you didn't finish the play. Play through the damn whistle.
One of my favorite commercials all time was the NFL 100th anniversary when
oh yeah
they're in that ballroom.
Yeah, so
and the ball, and then Mike Singletary goes ball, and they're all diving on it, and they're all throwing it around. That's
so good.
That is a really good deal there. So okay, so you guys are good with what I did then.
Yeah,
all right. I was a little worried that you guys would say,
you're
an idiot. You're an idiot for doing
I
this.
think you're bragging.
I'm not bragging. I'm just saying that I don't know if I'd do it again now. If you guys would have come out and said, hey, listen, I brought us that.
Scared again, huh?
Yep. Don't be a coward, Brian.
Come on. These guys, the Buccaneers, are going to play nickel 70% of this game against you, and they allow about 5.4 yards of play doing that. This unit allows the 9th fewest explosive plays as a defense. And, they've had some problems, with some people, their numbers, the metrics and all that say that they're not a great. I think this team has had some problems in the secondary because of injuries. I know we had Brianna Dix on, but you watch and how they're trying to kind of make up for some guys. I think the problem here is that, to me, they're starting to get some guys back. Now we'll see if Zach, your safety, gets to play.
Oh, Antoine Winfield Jr.
Yeah, we'll see if he plays. I'm kind of hearing some things about him that he almost has to be perfect, like physically. Really? Like he's
a little Yu Darvish in him.
Yeah, a little Yu Darvish in him, that he absolutely has to be feeling it to get out there.
DNP today.
Yeah, well then that means he's probably not going to play in this football game. But you're going to get a loaded box against these guys. That's going to be something. They have the highest rate in the league, and when it comes to the loaded box stuff. And the problem is when Dallas plays against loaded box teams, they don't rush the ball very well. Dallas is the 5th fewest yards when teams play loaded box against them, and that's even playing with Dowdle playing.
Now you got the alpha Brock Hoffman in there, though. Things might change.
The alpha.
So another thing this team does really, really well is they tackle. They allow the when you start to talk about receptions and stuff like that, 7th fewest yards. You watch them on tape, they got guys like David and others, and Winfield you mentioned. These guys tackle particularly well. And so what's going to happen is you're likely not going to have any real run after catch. But does Dallas really have any run after catch generally? Unless it's Turpin or somebody like that, right?
Maybe CD.
Yeah.
So they're not great in coverage, but they do tackle well?
They do. They tackle really, really well. But like I say, the problem that they have is their pass rush really is, they've got some guys, their pass rush comes from their defensive tackles. It's not really from their edges. But they bring a lot of safety blitz. Nobody, I should say this, when we say safety blitz, secondary blitz. And I think there's only one other team that blitzes more than this team does with secondary blitzes. So you're going to get linebacker blitzes, you're going to get safety blitzes. The problem again, now when you start to watch that and you see, I went back and looked at all the sacks that the Buccaneers had, with the blitzes and stuff, you're dealing with a quarterback. Your quarterback doesn't particularly play well against pressure.
Yeah.
And then when it's secondary pressure, he's really not good.
How's the ball skills in the defensive backfield for Tampa and their awareness? Because I think this game's got to look like last week where Cooper rushed through at least 2 that could have been picks and they ended up touchdowns.
Yeah, they're much like what you look at Carolina when you play with the off coverage. Carolina last week gave you about 7 yards of of cushion, which is one of the biggest cushions you get in the league. This team's the fourth most when it comes to that. They're terrified with giving up the big play. That's their when they play a ton of zone, they play a lot of single high, and teams have kind of hurt them on that because they've given up plays up the seams. And so, but they're into totally playing with the deep safety, playing their corners at depth, and then just trying to keep everything in front, rally and tackle. That's what their defense. I mentioned about the explosives. When you talk about run defense, it's amazing with this group is, and I was like, man, they do a pretty decent job here with the, when it comes to at the line of scrimmage or beyond the line of scrimmage with the tackle stuff. They're actually a better defense with Vita Vea off the field, a better run defense with him being completely off the field.
That's weird.
It is weird. But you look at the number, how the metrics,
like yards per carry or success rate,
it's like yards per carry. Like when he's on the field, opponents have rushed for like 5 yards a carry. When he's been off the field, it's about 3.4.
Wow. Whoa. That's wild.
But you know what teams are doing to him? They're running the ball on the edges.
Okay.
They're staying away from him.
When he's on the field.
Gotcha. And so what's going to happen to Dallas is, where does Rico Dowdle run the ball generally?
Inside.
Middle. Inside. See, that's going to hurt you right there. You're going to, maybe the Turpin plays that we saw, or maybe not Turpin, but maybe it's more about Rico if setting that thing going off the edges there to try. If you're going to get Beebe, Hoffman, Steele, and then you get Schoonmaker or Ferguson or something like that. I mean, they did a really good job last week of securing that edge. Okay. I'd keep after that. If that's part of what you're going to do with Turpin, because that's where the Buccaneers struggle, is the ball coming off the edge. The teams that run inside against them, it tends to be a little bit more of a problem for them. So
sounds like about 24-16 Tampa to me, based on these last two Krusty's corners.
It's like Cansey's an undersized end.
Well, he plays as a tackle, so that's what happened. You get him and Vita Vea and those guys. They get really they're a front that like to move. And when I always say the movement, they're big twist, and they're also, though, like I say, the blitz, the linebacker blitz, and then the secondary blitz. So they're going to try and move the front. Other than Vita Vea, he's going to just try and push the middle of the pocket, but they're going to bring some kind of combinations. You might have 3 guys down, 2 standing up, and then that's how they're going to rush you. So they
got some good athletes there.
Yeah,
with like
the metrics say they're like Dallas and very poor, but I think they're digging out of holes. I think they're digging. I think they're playing better, but their hole was so deep because of some of the earlier stuff that happened. But if Dallas doesn't handle the blitz well in this one, then they're going to have problems. If they don't find a way to get the ball to the edge in the running game, they're going to have some problems. And they've got to have more than just one receiver win against single high coverage, especially when they're going to play off coverage on you. You got to find a way to win on the outside.
Got your hands full with the playoff hopes slim to none. Sounds like they just got a little bit slimmer. I mean, the offensive description yesterday was pretty daunting. This sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Chief, where are we going next?
College Football Thursday, Darty, featuring more CFP previews. We got your 2025 Heisman favorite and your College Football Throwback Thursday clip of the day next in the nation.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blade.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Sweet Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, G-Bag Nation. In 48 hours, you are going to be in college football paradise. And as we open up hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation, we have some college football to discuss. The Eric Kendricks Show is coming up at 4:40, though. Looking forward to our weekly chat with him. Wolchuk's Top 10 right around the corner. Here's the chief at that college football, Darty.
All right, who's the underdogs that you're on? Who is going to be a bracket buster of sorts? Round 1 college football playoff. Who you feeling right now? I mean, I don't know if I have the cojones to go full on Clemson's beating Texas, but I do have them covering. A 12-point spread, I think, is pretty ridiculous here in a game where I believe Clemson has the quarterback advantage and certainly just the general big game experience advantage. Now, you're on the road, and Texas's defense, I think, is still just too good for me to pick them to lose the game. But in terms of Clemson covering, I feel great about it. I feel great about SMU covering. I know that, I mean, it's an 8.5-point spread there. Playing at Penn State's tough. The weather's going to be a factor, but I don't feel like. I mean, how many times has James Franklin spit the bit versus top 10 opponents?
A lot.
The pressure is the pressure
yeah.
is huge,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's actually ever beaten.
No, I don't think. I think he's 0 for in his life.
I don't think Ohio State's good in big pressure situations anymore. Their defense isn't great, and the Tennessee quarterback wide receiver combinations are very explosive.
Yeah, I'm liking Tennessee as well. I just don't
Tennessee
know
to just outright win?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know what version of Ohio State to expect here after what happened against Michigan, having that type of defeat. You know, you had a senior group that had never beaten the Wolverines. The only reason why they really came back was they wanted to go ahead and finally put a feather in their cap. They beat Michigan, and then you lose at home in the way that it happens. And now you've just had to let that linger, and you don't know what's going on with your head coach. I know the AD came out and supported him. I think you have to. The AD did what the AD has to do when your team's getting ready for a playoff, but even at home, Tennessee's pretty battle-tested. I think I'd lean with the Vols, and I don't know, there's something about Indiana. I think Indiana's going to be ready to play tomorrow night. I wouldn't be stunned if the Hoosiers were to upset the Fighting Irish.
And I don't feel great about UT in this matchup because I think Clemson has some pretty good defensive linemen, and if one of those gets hot, has a matchup he can exploit, we saw against Georgia what that can mean for the Longhorns.
Yeah, definitely. And Will Chambers just texted me and said that James Franklin is 0 versus top 4 opponents.
Yeah.
But I think even versus the top 10 opponents, it's not very good. I mean, he's got plenty of pressure on him for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, Ryan Day. I mean,
Most
if you're power
any
ranking the
coach.
pressures,
Absolutely.
yes. Like there's some people that feel like Ryan Day is going to be gone if he doesn't win the whole thing.
Yes.
Like that's the standard. Certainly getting booted in the first round at home would be a surefire firing.
Okay, here we go.
Let me ask you this, though, real quick.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that if Ohio State won, if they beat Tennessee, that the matchup that they had against Oregon, the fact that they went to Eugene and it came down to really a final play,
It was a great loss.
does that help Ohio State maybe the next time that they play Oregon?
Yeah, I think that the rematch, you usually kind of think that it helps the loser.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that maybe Ohio State I'll tell you, it's the team that I'm kind of looking at. And I know it's not talking about this week's stuff. I don't think I want to play Arizona State.
No, the way that they executed in that Big 12 title game, I was like, holy moly. Like, Sam Levitt's good.
They've been on a run.
And that runner's a tough one to bring down, Cam Scatabo.
They play well on defense. They run the football. They're kind of built to just beat you up and wear you down. And I wonder if, I mean, that matchup, I know I'm talking about Texas and all that coming up. But
yeah, because that would be Texas's matchup.
That'd be
and
Texas,
you would think the Texas run defense would be able to withstand.
Man,
but
I'd like to believe that. But, I mean, watching Arizona State play, I think they're on like a 7-game heater right now.
Yeah, they've been playing some really good football.
Yeah.
Early in the year, it was turnovers and big plays that were going against them. They don't have much of a pass rush.
No.
Their secondary is not great. It is Arizona State after all, so you can imagine they have holes around their program. But if they can control the game and stay ahead and not turn the ball over, I can see it.
I tell you, I just if you're looking for a dark horse team,
yeah, Arizona State's gonna be tough
Arizona
out.
State. I just think the way that their style and their coach is crazy enough to win something.
Oh, he is, and he'll gamble. I mean, he'll go for some weird fourth downs that you won't expect. 3-17 is James Franklin's all-time record against top 10 teams as the head coach of Penn State. Most recent win was in the Rose Bowl, 35-21, when they beat Utah.
Okay. Yeah.
Not good.
No. I do think that SMU covers that 8.5-point spread. By the way, it sounds like you guys would take Tennessee to cover the 7.5 because that's what the Buckeyes are favored.
I love it. Yeah, I like the Vols.
And I like this little nugget here. If this is a tight,
I think the Vols might win straight up there.
I'm picking the Vols to win.
It sounds like that's our G-Bag Nation underdog money line pick of the week.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it.
It looks like we're going with
At least the most likely underdog to win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and I still think Clemson could, but
Clemson might be.
I like this note though from Bill Connolly. Like if this ends up being Ohio State Tennessee tight ball game, he just notes that like Ohio State tends to get conservative, and since the malfunctioning on the final play against that Oregon Duck team that you were mentioning earlier brought us, their quarterback Will Howard, he's 17 for 31 for 174 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks when a game is within 1 score in the second half. So, I mean, and again, as we talked about, the general pressure that Ryan Day
and you're at home,
is feeling.
And that crowd could turn on you.
All those players are going to be feeling that. So, yeah, that's going to be
one of the best edge rushers in the country going after you, and that Pierce kid. He's a fun. That's going to be a fun one to watch. Circle that, draft fans, especially Cowboy fans. That could be a first-round option for you.
Well, since we're showing love to Tennessee, let's tee up our Throwback Thursday college football clip of the day. This is Jamal Lewis, former volunteer running back. His quarterback, of course, was Peyton Manning, and this is his Peyton Manning story.
When I first got there, he came to my room, and he was just like, if he had like 4 or 5 sheets of paper. And he said, look, you want to play this year? And I said, yeah, I want to play. And he was like, well, here go all the protections that he said, because if you're going to play, you got to be able to protect me. Yeah. And he wrote down the protections, gave them to me. He had them all written down. I wish I still had it. He had them all written down in pencil. And he said, learn these. Yeah. And he said, I promise you by the 4th game of the season, you'll be starting. Mm-hmm. And lo and behold, 4th game of the season, I was starting. And but he was one of those guys that, man, like in practice, you know, I remember Coach Cutcliffe, who was the offense coordinator at the time, you know, he came to me and he told me, he was like, you know, you can't play for me. And I'm like, why? And he's like, because you're not a practice player. You know, and he's like, you're a gamer. And I'm like, yeah, I'm a gamer. Shit, yeah. Right. But at the same time, he was like, tomorrow, come out here and watch number 16. He said, watch number 16 practice. And I watched him, and he was just like, every single play was full speed on 100 and like to perfection. Yeah. And after that, you know, I just kind of modeled my practice and my game after that, where it was like, no matter what, you know, like in practice, I was going to be 100%, you know, full throttle.
So great story, awesome story. Love Cutcliffe coming over there.
Awesome,
like, dude, you can't
play together.
You can't play for. Oh yeah, I mean, what a duo right there.
That's
it's awesome. Like pick your poison defensively. Is Peyton going to dice you up, or is Jamal Lewis just going to go bowling ball style and run through all 11 defenders? And Jamal Lewis is one of my favorite, just underrated running backs that kind of gets lost in the mix. But man, for a few years in Baltimore, he was a monster.
He was so good.
But the Peyton stuff, like it's not by accident. These are different breeds. Like when you're talking about the 0.001% of greatness, like I just watched the first episode of the Aaron Rodgers documentary, and it goes back to him as like a high school player and college, and you know he's got a great story. Just objectively looking at it, like Aaron Rodgers' story from where he started to where he is pretty amazing. But his high school teammates, the quarterback that was older than him, and he's like, yeah, Aaron was just a different breed in terms of just the work ethic and just immersing himself and being the best at every possible way at the position. That's from a young age. And then you see Peyton Manning there in college, despite his his off-color stuff that he did in college. He was big-time football committed.
Yeah, and that was very regrettable.
Almost tainted everything for him.
Yeah, he really almost did.
But man, there's no great players that aren't obsessed with the game. You know, you're not going to make it. I think there are some terrific athletes, and maybe they look nonchalant, or you think they don't care, and they're doing it all on athleticism. But I just don't think that's possible to get to this level. You add pressure to the conversation, and we keep talking about the short leash stuff with Quinn Ewers. Outside of Ryan Day, Quinn Ewers might have the most pressure on him when it comes to these, just individuals in this college football playoff. He knows, we've already seen it in the Georgia game, it's not going to be long if things go weird on you. It could be still the first quarter of the game, and you're getting yanked. But the storylines for him, where it's him versus Klubnik returning to Austin, of course, and several of his Westlake teammates play for Texas.
Michael Taft had one of the best state championship interceptions I've ever seen on Quinn. And Michael Taft has been grading out every week as one of the best safeties in the country. Walk on. It's amazing what he's done. And then they got a defensive end at Texas, also as part of that Westlake national championship or state championship team.
Yeah, a lot of stuff coming full circle in that particular game. And I have in front of me the odds-on favorites to be next year's Heisman Trophy winner.
Kevin Jennings.
Would you like to take a guess? Kevin Jennings is on the list, but you might be able to. Kevin Jennings,
Garrett Nussmeier,
plus 1,200.
I like it. Garrett Nussmeier and Arch Manning, I bet are both on there.
Yeah, Garrett Nussmeier.
That's your 1 and 2.
They're 1-2.
Arch plus 600. He's the favorite to be the Heisman Trophy winner, and then it is your guy at LSU, Garrett Nussmeier.
Yeah.
And then after that, you get to John Mateer, who was the number one quarterback in the transfer portal, who visited OU yesterday and went ahead and committed to him.
Okay.
So now here's the interesting thing about that is his offensive coordinator, of course, Arbuckle, came from Washington State. So now you have that beautiful marriage between a quarterback who already knows the offense, right? But Washington State's head coach, just also left for what? Was it the Wake Forest
job? And this is right after he was complaining about the portal and poaching players and all that legal stuff that's going on, and there's no loyalty, and he just leaves.
Now, the funny thing is now the rumors are that maybe the guy that Oklahoma just brought in to be their OC from Washington State Arbuckle might
the head
end up
coaching job.
Yeah, and it's very early in the proceedings, but people are already making that connection. If he wants to be a head coach, would he now punt on the Oklahoma Sooners OC position that he just signed on for like a couple of weeks ago to go be the head man at Washington State where he just left? And then what does that do to Mateer? Would Mateer say, okay, well then I'm not committing to OU, I will go somewhere else? I don't know. But that would be a nightmare situation for Sooners fans who right now feel great about the direction of their offense, at least for next season. That should be strong.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And he's third right now as the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman for next year.
Is the Tennessee quarterback in there, Nico?
Yeah, let me see where he's at. If he's listed here. Yeah, he is. He's behind Kevin Jennings, though.
Okay.
So he's like 10th or whatever. Or actually, he's got the same odds as Kevin Jennings, plus 1,200. So honestly, that might not be a bad futures play there. I don't know what next season's outlook looks like for SMU, but if Kevin Jennings is there, then you're going to be in a pretty good position. Now, did you guys watch the meaningless bowl game last night? Because I
saw the
didn't,
fake punt.
But the fake punt, dude. UNLV versus Cal. This is what is this? The Art of Sport LA Bowl. Okay.
Isn't that Gronk's pick? I watched it last night.
Yes,
by the way.
it is.
It's the only thing going on.
Yes.
I saw the end where I'm like, is that Gronk handing over the trophy?
It was. Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. But okay, so did you see the fake punt in real time?
I did. I've seen everything.
Was that not one of the coolest ones you've ever seen?
Badass.
Quite amazing.
Rowan steals that and uses it on Sunday.
Oh man, yeah. They snap it to the punter, and everybody runs like it's a normal punt. Everybody's just going down to cover. But one of the gunners from the far right side, as everyone is sprinting down the field, he's just running like a slant route basically across the formation.
Blockers downfield.
And so he's just sort of hiding in plain sight. But yes, all the guys that are quote unquote running to go cover the kick are actually just a full blocking brigade. Yeah. And the punter just takes the ball and throws it to the gunner that's cut across the field. It's so simple. I'm like, how have we never seen this before? Because it was perfectly executed, and it ends up being a huge chunk play.
Is that a two-handed shovel pass from running punt position? Just turn that baby outward and flip it. I love it. The only thing I don't like is you wasted it on a meaningless bowl game. I'm saving that thing for a conference title game or, at least a win and you're in situation.
Yeah, but you're UNLV and you're like, this is as good as it's going to get for. This is their Super Bowl.
This is a big one for
well,
them.
they just got
the Art of Sport LA Bowl might as well be UNLV Super Bowl.
Well, Dan Mullen just got the UNLV job, so maybe there'll be some creativity there.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, the special teams coach is auditioning to keep his job. Yeah. Probably.
See, this is where if
Dan's
you're that creative, creating one play, you've got a full bag of other ones you could throw out there for you.
What about that sack celebration? The bowl, a bowl sack is more impressive than any other sack that you could get.
Yeah.
And so the celebrations are supposed to be pretty awesome. But we had not one, not two, but 3 bow and arrows coming out of the Memphis defender, number 99. He sacks the quarterback. And this is probably his first ever bowl sack. And so he took advantage of it. And he did, because we've seen the violent, like AR-15 ones. This dude went old school with it and acted like he was pulling arrows out.
We've seen this with our guy Cooks.
Yes, but not directed, not at the player that he just embarrassed.
As the guy is laying on the ground, you just bam, 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 and you walk off.
He did 3
so
of them.
Disrespectful. I love it.
He gets a bowl sack on the quarterback. Yeah. He gets up, and then while the quarterback is still laying down on the ground.
Oh no.
The defender is mimicking if he's pulling out the arrow, boom, fire, and then he pulls another one, boom, fire, third one, boom, fire, and then the offensive line gets all in his face, but he's fired up and he doesn't care. Yeah. So bowl season's back, boys.
Thank you, Chief. What a college football darty to wet your whistle there for the upcoming weekend. It's going to be incredible. We can't wait to chat more about with you throughout today's show and tomorrow. Eric Kendricks' show is coming up at 4:40. What are we doing next, Wolchuk?
All right, we got our top 10 of the day, and we continue our year-end list, the top 10 best teams since 2000. Who is the best sports team since that 2000 year? That's next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. Eric Kendricks show coming up in 15 minutes. Here's Wolchuk Top 10. You're Wooly Bully.
All right, 7-0 Gunter leading Woodville, by the way, at halftime of the 3A D2 championship, as we've got that on to entertain us. We'll get to the top 10 best sports franchises since the year 2000 in a moment. Which franchise do you think reigns supreme? Do we get some DFW franchises that might crack the list? Spoiler, Cowboys aren't in. Okay, there's no Dallas Cowboys listed when it comes to this, because this would be like success. This one is, Gavin, this is success in the sport. Wins.
Okay, thank you.
So not financial. Financial driven, they'd be number one. We know that. Forbes has that for us. This is like championships. And that so far since 2000 has been very, very elusive. In fact, can't even really make a conference championship. That's tough. And division titles just don't quite do it for this one.
Question, is this just professionals or is this also college?
Great question. just professionals.
All right.
No colleges. This would just be pro sports. I did just see, okay, Eric, and if you want to pull up the gift the gift package, really, that Mahomes gave out.
Joe Burrow's trying
This is pretty cool. Did this outdo what Patrick Mahomes did? Joe Burrow gifted his offensive lineman an authentic Japanese katana swords. I guess swords is plural here, so we got multiple Japanese katana swords.
Yes.
They're all unique. Each sword comes with its own story from certain towns or battles. He put them all in a room, had them pick theirs out. The quote is, "Joe does a great job at buying gifts that are extremely meaningful," said Orlando Brown. "The fact that he bought me a sword, it's the most ancient form of respect. Would you rather get to pick your own battle katana or get whatever Patrick Mahomes gave you, which was a Rolex watch and Lucchese boots?"
Yeti cooler, Rolex watch, Lucchese boots, Oakley's, and Norma Tex.
Is this like an ancient katana?
Yes.
Yeah, I think these are like legit.
Authentic Japanese katana swords.
Okay, because I just watched that movie Infinite with Mark Wahlberg. That's the one I was watching with the lady last weekend when she was like, So I got a little bit of an education on that, right? And the ones that were made in ancient times, you know, like some of these arts and tactics for making these things aren't necessarily that prevalent today. So you're getting a piece of history and a very unique item. Or stuff I could buy myself. I'm going with the katana.
Yeah, I'm looking at this handmade. You're looking at anywhere from $12,000 to $25,000 or more, it says. Wow. So a little bit vague there, but definitely not cheap. The most expensive katana is the Sanchomo, and that's 5 million buckaronis.
Woo!
Wow.
So you might get more value depending on
the
which
one you use on the
katana
chomos.
sword.
Yeah. I think the katana is. That one's pretty awesome.
Oh yeah,
like people are really gonna want to come over and see that. And like, are you displaying? Where is that being displayed? That's not like hiding in the closet somewhere. That's up on a wall.
Yeah.
Or maybe right by the nightstand or something.
Could be
individual story that comes with said katana as well. So now I've got like a party story. Like, look at my katana. This is the battle it was fought in. This is the town it came from.
Like, what's the body count on each katana as well?
Like Tom Cruise used this in The Last Samurai.
How many people have been killed by this thing?
Okay, if you were one of the 5 Burrow offensive linemen, would you like him to give you the history of all the swords before you go in there?
Absolutely.
So you can research.
It sounds like that's what he did. It was like it laid it out.
He gave him a booklet and said, "Okay, here are the 5 swords."
Yeah, we got to go way back too.
Okay,
I don't want like a World War II like spare officer katana, you know, that they wore in a battlefield.
Okay.
I want to go back at least probably 1600s.
Okay, so you don't want to go in there cold.
No.
You want to know the history of the 5 swords.
No, let's preheat this thing.
Okay, how do you determine who gets first pick?
Best player.
Ooh, now I don't know how they
or
did
is the
that.
veteran? Does the veteran dude get first pick?
Now that I think about it, we're probably we're drawing
Does Ted
numbers.
Karras-
We're drawing numbers. I don't want to
Karras
show
get first
favoritism.
pick? He's the center. Does he get first
Is he
pick?
the oldest?
I was about to say, I think he probably
I
is.
think he'd probably go on seniority, don't you?
I think he'd go on seniority too.
Well, if that's the protocol, then we're doing that. But I just
that
want,
is a tough
I want something to take any potential bias out of the equation.
Yeah.
Right. I don't want guys resenting me because I picked the right guard.
Like,
or
I'm
something.
sorry that you got to pick first and somebody took the katana you really wanted. Now we've got infighting with the katanas. Somebody's going to die.
Is there a chance that the swords are not all of equal value?
Yes, there is a chance.
Yeah.
He put them all in a room and had them pick theirs. So there could
So
be
you
like,
might be picking a bum sword.
I think they're all above bum.
Yeah, I don't think any of them is going to be a bum sword, but there could be one that is better than the other.
One of them could be your $5 million sword maybe one time, right?
In theory, you're right.
In theory.
It could be.
But then we could have like Dawson's talking about like maybe this guy wasn't as famous for using the sword. So you pick that one. That's a bum sword.
I think you would definitely want one that has some numbers to it. You know, a champion fighter whose names have been etched in the halls of dojos for years, as far as your model combatant.
Okay. Where would you start? I'm asking you, where would you start in your educational process of what sword to pick? Do you go to an expert? Do you go to a sword expert?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think this is all happening in real time. I don't think he's like saying, "Hey guys, tomorrow, just so you know."
That's what I'm
this
asking.
is happening. No, I think this is like, "Hey guys, surprise, surprise! I got a bunch of swords in here, and you get to pick one. And here's like a 20-second synopsis about each one. Go have at it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, or you're right. Because of this, maybe you just wait till afterward to tell them the story.
I mean, at this point in the game, they probably are all going Chat GPT for answers, right? What can I get figured out?
If I was Joe, I would probably say, okay, they're the swords, pick one. And then when you pick it, then you get the story.
Yeah,
That's what I would.
Then you're just going off the
all of a sudden,
idea.
there's like a little video. There's like a little like a sword expert comes up and says, "You selected," and he gives you the history of the sword. And everybody's like, "Oh,
it's a pretty sweet deal there."
Yeah,
really, really cool.
Yeah.
Chris Strong just sent me something about the bang guy at the Stars games. We'll get to that a little bit later on the show. This guy's gotten arrested apparently. So if you get annoyed by the dude who puts up the bang sign at the Stars games, we'll get to that later. All right, top 10 best franchises since 2000. Honorable mention, you do have your Dallas Mavericks. Of course, the Mavericks have 3 NBA Finals appearances, 1 title since 2019 postseason appearances, and they do have a regular season record just under 600 right here. Astros were an honorable mention. They can go believe themselves, as were the Indianapolis Colts because of the run, of course, they had with Manning. Packers are on here. Bruins of Boston, the LA Dodgers, and you've got the 2 teams just on the outside looking into the top 10, the Baltimore Ravens. 2 appearances, 2 titles in Super Bowls, 15 postseason appearances. And then the New York Yankees, 5 appearances in the World Series, 2 titles, 20 postseason appearances.
Wow.
Pretty impressive.
How could you not pick that? That's not a top 10er?
Not a top 11, just on the outside.
Oh, okay.
Number 10 is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Since 2000, have 3 appearances in the Super Bowl, 1, 2, and 15 postseason appearances. Number 9 is the Tampa Bay Lightning, who went on a hell of a run.
They went on a good run.
5 Cup appearances, 3 titles. Man, it would be fun to have been a Tampa Bay Lightning fan since 2000. Really, Tampa Bay was like title town there for a little bit with the Bucs Super Bowl run, the Lightning Stanley Cup. Number 8, you got the Penguins of Pittsburgh. 4 Cup appearances, 3 titles with Sid the Kid. You've had Crosby, Malkin, Letang. They all played their first game together in 2006, and since then, they've been one of the most winning franchises in all sports.
Make me a milkshake Malkin. That was classic calls the Penguins play-by-play guy.
7 is the Chiefs of Kansas City. 13 postseason appearances, 4 Super Bowl appearances, 3 titles with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. 6 is Golden State. 6 appearances in the finals, 4 titles, 10 postseason appearances. 5 is the Red Sox. 4 appearances in the World Series, 4 titles. So the titles trumping what they've got with the Yankees. Number 4, the Miami Heat. 7 appearances in the finals, 3 titles. I get it.
Pat Riley, the GOAT.
You had LeBron, Wade, Bosh, and then Wade and Shaq. Yeah, I mean, Pat Riley knows how to build a champion.
It's 3 titles, and why isn't it 4?
For what?
It's because Dirk swooped in and said, "Go believe yourself."
Yeah,
that's right.
Greatest title run in NBA history, if you ask me.
Jet was huge in that series too. A lot of guys were.
Well, and JJ Barea. LeBron stopper.
Hey, Deshaun Stevenson.
Deshaun Stevenson with the 3-ball. And we can't forget Brian Cardinal. The glue guys deserve the love.
Yeah.
And what he did was unbelievable.
Culture guy.
We're going to skip over 3. It's that team where Charles Barkley hates the city and there's like fat women or something, so he says.
Oh, I think
they cheat for their championships.
There's weird stuff going on there.
Yeah, that's San Antonio for
But great
sure.
food. Great Mexican food.
Oh.
Number 2 is the Lakers. 8 appearances in the finals, 6 titles since 2000.
Ouch.
Unreal. But number 1, the greatest sports franchise over the last 24 years, and this is probably their last time to do it.
Ever.
The New England Patriots.
The New England Patriots.
9 appearances in the Super Bowl, 6 titles. Belichick, Brady. Enjoy it, Boston, because you're not getting it back.
Thank you, Will Chuck. There it is, another top 10 in the books. We have the Eric Kendricks Show coming up next right here, G-Bag Nation, The Fan.
Coming up on the next
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
fine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023, y'all.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and every Thursday we chat with Cowboys linebacker Eric Kendricks. It's brought to you by Keurig and by Dr. Pepper. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What's up?
Hey, good afternoon, man. Another takeaway. A couple big plays in the previous game. Is that just good fortune happening, or are you making a read based on how the play's flowing of where the ball could pop loose?
Well, I mean, I covered my guy on the play. You know, you just kind of do your job, and you kind of react and run to the ball, and good things happen when that, you know, when you do so. It's crazy because I've always complained how I've never got any tipped interceptions until this year. I got 2 this year, so I'm not complaining at all. I'm gonna take them as they come. So it was cool to be a part of.
And hopefully that continues here this week against Tampa. Do you guys feel good about, you know, this thing going in? And what do you think about Baker Mayfield?
Yeah, you know, I feel like you know, especially in Tampa, he's coming to his own. You know, I feel like obviously he's been a player in this league for a while, but you know, he's in a spot where he's, you know, making completions, you know, doing the thing, running the offense, playing with a lot of confidence. So yeah, you know, I feel confident in our group. You know, we're going to go in there and hopefully give them some trouble.
You know, they've been saying, at least the critics are, oh well, you haven't beat anybody, but Cincinnati's defense and Cincinnati and Washington's offense, I think, are ranked like both top 10. I think 3 and 6. So do you feel like you deserve more credit than what some people have been giving you?
I mean, I don't think that we should be looking for credit right now. I think we should just be, you know, getting to work. You know, I feel like obviously we know what we're capable of. We have a little bit of confidence on our side. We've played some great teams throughout this whole year. One of the hardest schedules I've ever played in my career. But that being said, you know, it's that time of year where you got to win.
Eric, how's that linebacker room right now? I mean, losing Overshown was a huge bummer, but Maris Leofau, I mean, he was jumping off the screen watching him against Carolina.
Yeah, you know, I've been like I said earlier. I mean, I'm just blessed to be a part of this group. You know, I feel like it's a bunch of young, hungry guys that do things the right way. You know, treat each other with respect. You know, come to work ready to learn, and sky's the limit. You know, it doesn't surprise me what Maris did stepping up. You know, he's been preparing and learning throughout the season, and he's a great player.
Hey, Eric, what makes a good blitzing linebacker? What traits do you have to have? Because you've got a great feel for how to kind of navigate those situations that Mike puts you in.
Yeah, you know, I feel like you know, the situations that Mike puts us in, you know, it's knowing a little bit what the offense is doing, how they're trying to strategize against you. But when you're rushing the quarterback, you know, I feel like the less thinking you can do, the better in my situation. You know, but you know, it's hand placement, it's leverage, it's just your tenacity to get to the ball. It's a little bit of a feel type thing. There's all different characteristics that make you know, good pass rushing linebackers.
Where would you rank Micah in terms of best players you've ever played with?
Ah, man, Micah has so many special attributes. His motor is crazy. I think that his closing ability to get to the quarterback, like when he does turn an edge or when he does, you know, beat somebody, like the closing, how fast it happens, I would say is probably compared to anyone I played with is the best. You know, I've been around some greats. You know, I've been around Danielle Hunter, Khalil Mack, Micah Parsons. You know, so I feel like I have a good say in this. You know, everyone brings something different to the table, but I think his close is special.
It really is. We were actually just discussing when it came to holiday gifts amongst your Joe Burrow just gave the linemen katanas for Christmas. I don't know if you've ever been a part of like a linebacker gift exchange. Yeah. And what do you think of the katana as a gift? I mean, it sounded pretty badass.
I mean, that sounds cool. You know, you can hang it up on your wall and you could take it down and just slice somebody in half at a moment's notice. I think that is pretty cool. However, I've been a part of some really good linebacker gift exchanges, whether it's like a little Secret Santa type situation or, you know, a white elephant. I've been a part of some cool ones.
What's the best you've ever gotten, and what's the best you gave?
The best I've ever gotten, I like I don't know. I like the weird stuff. I have these. I got this little sculpture. Sounds crazy. It's like these two figurines that I just that I love. I mean, I've gotten some. I don't know. I've gotten a lot of stuff. Shoes. I've gotten some glasses. I think the best gift you can get to somebody who has everything is you kind of just get something that they would never buy themselves, or something that's totally off the wall. So I've seen a lot of crazy stuff being passed around, but you know, the typical like, you know, backpack or, you know, duffel bag or something like that.
Hey, Eric, if it was up to me, I'd get you a 427 Shelby Cobra myself.
That's what I make.
If I had the money, I'd get you one of those because I know how much you love cars.
You know what? I would take it happily. You know, if anyone would gift me any car, I would have fun with it somehow.
I missed you last week. I just had the transmission crap out on my vehicle, so I wanted to get some advice from you.
I don't know. I'm not doing anything with that, so I don't know. You didn't miss me at all.
The Eric Kendricks Show here on the Fan. Do you give any advice to guys that are like getting ready to go through their first big contract negotiation?
Yes and no. I just feel like if anyone wants to ask me for advice, or if anyone, you know, if we're on the conversation topic, I would definitely give, you know, my advice or my experience on things. But yeah, you know, I feel like if someone comes to me, I will give advice for sure.
What if they asked, should I take less to help the team sign more players?
I don't know. I don't know I don't know who we're talking about or what we're talking about. But if that's what they're saying, you know, I've been a part of that. I've been a part of people who've done that. So, you know, money in all respects isn't everything. It's important to get what your value is worth. It's important to, you know, to get compensated for your share essentially. But at the same time, if somebody was coming to me saying that, I would be like, you know, depends on the situation. Money, you know, your happiness in one place versus, you know, the money you may receive at another place. You know, I like I said, I played with Anthony Barr for a number of years, and I remember he was in free agency, and he was going to take a contract with the Jets or the Vikings. You know what I mean? And it was kind of a money type of thing, and he chose the happiness aspect of it. And it worked for him, you know what I mean? So, not to speak on it, but and money isn't everything.
Yeah, it was Micah. You know, he's coming up. I guess he's eligible at the end of this year. And last week he said there's not much of a difference between 40 and 30 million. And I thought, man, that's got to be awesome to be able to even conceptualize that.
I didn't know that, but that's a lot of money. But at the same time, you know, I don't know the details of it, but I'm sure he knows what he's talking about. Smart guy.
How important are OTAs as a team leader? Is that something you got to be there for chemistry and all the chatter and being on the same page, or is that just kind of like you know, just a learning opportunity for younger players?
I think that it's, you know, there's some positive aspects to it. You know, I think that it's a double-headed sword. No, I feel like in my experience, in my thought process, you know, I'm 10 years in. I've seen a ton of players, you know, get injured during OTAs or, you know, that period of time where it's like it sets them back. So obviously there's certain camaraderie, there's communication skills. If you're learning a new defense, you know, there's so many positive things. There's, you know, there's a team camaraderie and just hanging out with the guys every day in the weight room. Like that's all great. You know what I mean? There's so many great things about OTAs. But you know, for the distance and the amount of time that you share there, a lot of people have their own people they work out with, and they get in shape their own way. And not saying that you can't do that at the facility. However, you know, everyone's got to be professional when it comes time. So when it comes time for season, you better know where you're supposed to be. You better know your assignment, your alignment. You know what I mean? They're not going to wait for you. So your performance in the field is dictated upon you individually, and less about, you know, OTA's minicamp, I feel like.
So sorry about yet another Micah question, but he talks a lot, and it's usually fire. And today he said bleep Philly. It was classic. Is there a team out there that you've played a number of times that you just can't stand for whatever reason?
I mean, honestly, like that I can't stand. I mean, Nah. It's everyone. It's like I just build that in my mind when I'm about to play somebody. So it doesn't matter. Like, you know, it's when they're running out of the huddle. If I'm at an away game and they're running out of the tunnel, I'm saying, you know, F you under my breath. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like,
yeah.
It's really just everybody else who I'm playing against at the time.
Eric, when's the last time you?
I hate USC though. I mean, if that counts.
Okay, that's fair.
There you go.
Are you plugged into the playoff that's about to happen?
No, not at all. Unplugged.
Well, USC's not in it, so that's
Don't worry.
They've been embarrassing. Honestly, this has been a good run to be able to kick on them a little bit.
Everybody's leaving there.
I did see a bunch of people like transferring and stuff like that, but
yeah, Lincoln Riley's found a way to sort of nuke 2 big time programs by leaving Oklahoma and then going to USC, and they've sucked. But when's the last time you sports cried?
I sports cried?
Yeah.
Man, like 2 weeks ago, probably.
Okay.
Bengals game.
Bengals game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
an overshown.
Talking about tears? Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, that was more about overshown, or was that just the combo of losing the way you lost?
It was, you know, obviously it sucks losing. You put your soul into it, but it was a little bit, you know, I shed a tear for my mans, you know. It's just a tough situation to be in, you know. I feel like working as close to him as I can, you know, and you know you want the best for him. So I feel like it got me for sure.
That game, I mean, are you guys still thinking about that? You could be 7-7 right now.
No, I mean, you got to let it go. I mean, you could say that about probably more than just that game this season, you know. So it's not at that point. You got to just close the book and start the new chapter. You know, which this week is, you know, the Bucs. So you know, we're moving on.
Defensively, you guys are really kind of humming along right now. Like, things are really grooving. Are you kind of envisioning maybe this is the future of something big? You'd like to run it back here with the Cowboys?
Man, you know, I would love that, but you know, time will tell. I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm just gonna keep doing what I do, put my head down, you know, do what I can to get these dubs.
Hey, Eric, when you see kids throwing around the ball like in a park or something, or maybe in front of the Star, do you ever join them, or maybe go make a play on the ball just for fun?
like in front of the facility?
Yeah, just kids messing around.
No. I've seen them, but if I usually see, you know, sometimes when I do see, you know, people play, I just kind of let them be. You know, I just kind of watch it for what it is, because for me, it's like that used to be me. So I kind of just like, I kind of just watch them and kind of be like, it's the simple things, you know. It's the enjoyment, it's the love for the game. What's bringing them out there, you know, whether they're playing 3 flags up, or, you know, just playing some 3-on-3 tag or tackle football. I kind of just sit there and watch and get a little bit more fulfillment from the game in that sense.
We did a Christmas movie bracket with our midday show earlier today. Christmas Vacation did win the movie bracket, but do you have a favorite Christmas movie?
I mean, the elf snowball fight is just it's a classic for me. Will Ferrell. What else? I like This Christmas with Chris Brown.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. What's another good Christmas movie?
Home Alone.
Home Alone. I mean, shoot.
Did you get into the Grinch at all? The Grinch seemed pretty controversial.
I'm not a Grinch guy, to be honest. I'm not a Grinch guy.
You know, one movie I've seen recently that didn't get mentioned is just Claws with a K. Have you seen that?
I haven't, but isn't that what's that one action movie that's kind of considered
Die Hard?
Die Hard,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, final question, man. You've been killing it, and if you got to go, please do. If you have something here at the top of the hour, but I guess Xavier Legette got the conversation started, and then Jerry Jones on our morning show this week disclosed he and his family enjoyed squirrel, even eating the brains at times. What's the wildest animal you've ever eaten, Eric?
Oh, dang. I can't say I've eaten squirrel, so
can't beat it.
So just gonna throw that out there. I think the craziest thing I've probably eaten is probably something like some raw fish or something like that. Like,
yeah,
some type of. I'm really trying to think. Some type of like
you never had
squid
snake?
or octopus.
Snake?
Octopus.
I haven't had snake. I've had like the octopus, you know.
Okay.
Like ceviche?
No, I've had like grilled octopus, like where you could see the the tentacles or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know what they're called, but
well, right on, dude.
Probably that.
Thanks again, and thanks for an extended interview this time around. We're having a blast chatting with you. Give him hell this weekend. We'll be pulling for you.
I appreciate it. Take care.
There he goes. You too. Eric Kendricks here on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Keurig and Dr. Pepper. And from there, we go to an edition of the finest, Chief.
The secret sauce to Josh Allen's MVP caliber season, and not so fast on this big-time running back injury next in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes, 15 minutes really. We'll reset you on some of the explosive takes Micah Parsons had today with assembled Cowboys reporters. Time now for an edition of the finest. Here's your chief.
Okay, we discussed earlier just how annoying the Lions have become. They were likable. We appreciate them, but they've been disrespectful. So I'm not thrilled to bring you the news that apparently, reportedly, allegedly, after Lions running back David Montgomery spent the last few days consulting with medical experts, sources are now optimistic that the star avoided the season-ending surgery that was initially feared. Montgomery will rehab with the hope that he can return at some point in the postseason.
Wow.
Okay.
They finally caught a break up there. I mean, if all the injuries they've had, I mean,
if they get him back and
some good news at least.
Yeah, if he's usable, I mean, you might have a Super Bowl where you have Montgomery and old Aiden Hutchinson, who keeps proclaiming that he will be back for the Super Bowl if they make it. So, yeah, we'll see. I don't know how effective or how quickly they can get him back on the field here. If they get the 1 seed, that'll buy him obviously an extra week, but. Maybe
they
it's
get that. Bleep those guys.
Maybe it's not all for
going to the Rams.
All for naught there.
I do root for teams to break their century or half-century drought.
Yeah,
it's probably even longer for that 3/4 of a century drought for the Lions. They've never won this actual Super Bowl, right? Yeah, no.
They've never been to a Super Bowl.
They're starting to be unlikable with how much they're trash talking the Cowboys.
America's team.
But yeah, on a Cowboys note, I think we should be encouraged by teams that can break 3/4 century droughts from the Super Bowl, because we're probably going to need that here.
Yeah, damn right. And you got just some crossover with Dan Campbell, Aaron Glenn. There are some Cowboy ties, but certainly the way they've conducted themselves, I just never really thought of them as hateable. Yeah, bleep those guys, right?
It's funny that the Ford family, they're like, yeah, we'll give you money so you can help your franchise, and here they are, winning.
Yeah,
more than you.
Yeah. There's a lot of back scratching going on there. Am I crazy for thinking though? I feel like it could end up being a blessing because of Gibbs' explosiveness, right? You're handing it to Montgomery. That's going to do a great job getting through an 18-week season, right? But once we're in big games, sure, you want the physical runner, but just a couple of huge plays from Gibbs, extra touches for him. He's more difficult to game plan for as well, because he's better catching out of the backfield.
He's a good receiver.
We'll see. I'm sure they can use all the injury luck they can get at this point. And I guess it turned out to just be an MCL sprain.
Yeah, I guess that ultimately that must be what it is, a sprain more so than a tear.
He might be superhuman.
He finally just found the right doctor is what it was. He was on his third opinion.
That's the Jason Witten, right?
The Jason Witten doctor.
I need the doctor to tell me what I want to hear. Okay, this is not something that's torn. I can play on this. Thank you.
Huh. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. When you go expected yards per carry, David Montgomery is at about 4 yards expected per carry, and he gets pretty much exactly what he's expected. When you look at Jahmyr Gibbs, he's expected like a little over 4.5 yards per carry, and he gets over 5.5 yards per carry.
So not crazy.
So, but remember,
higher workload. And,
it's a 1-2 punch, and you gotta wear down the defense before Gibbs can do that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it's certainly nice when you just have the combo platter of different styles and keeping dudes fresh. But I'm sure Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be rocking and rolling here. And they'll just be crossing their fingers that he stays healthy. Now, elsewhere, you're going to get Spencer Rattler starting for the Saints this weekend. You also have Rashad Bateman, wide receiver for the Ravens, and they got a game, obviously, on Saturday versus the Steelers. Huge AFC North battle for the division, and Rashad Bateman is dealing with a foot issue, and he's wearing a boot. So he might not be playing on Saturday. Something to monitor there. Elway, a documentary about the life and career of John Elway, is coming to Netflix. So they're just hammering away at these documentaries, man. These sports documentaries must be really, really good for business, because you got the SEC football one. Obviously, you just had the Aaron Rodgers one drop, and I'm one episode in, and it's definitely interesting, keeping me around. Even my wife is enjoying it. So, and then, of course, the Jerry doc that we've known about, but That'll be coming out. They just said 2025, right? They didn't give like a specific time of when it's actually.
I bet it'll end up being probably in the summer leading into the season would be my guess.
That's what Derek Eagleton was thinking too. Yeah.
I mean, these shows are great. They're binge watchable. Sports continues to grow not only in the market share but in the mind share of people. You know, more people than ever are consuming it. In short, we made a great decision getting into sports media, gentlemen.
No question about that. All right, we have more on the Woody Johnson bombshell story today in The Athletic.
I love this story.
It just keeps getting better.
Well, we know about the Madden stuff with Jerry Jeudy, and of course, that's not the only time he's pointed to Madden ratings to try and justify making or not making a decision. So one of the paragraphs reads, Johnson's reference to Judy's Madden rating was, to some in the Jets organization, a sign of his son Brick and Jack's influence. Another example came when Woody Johnson pushed back on signing free agent guard John Simpson due to a lackluster awareness rating in Madden.
Wow. No, this can't be. We're really doing this?
This is real. This is a real story from a credible journalistic outlet.
And now that College Game Day is back, I'm wondering why Woody even has a scouting department.
Just look at the game.
You can get all the ratings off the college players too.
That's how he builds his board.
Who's the highest rated on college football?
That's a great idea. Yeah, so he didn't want them to sign this guard, John Simpson, because again, it was a lackluster awareness rating in Madden. The Jets ended up signing this guy anyways, and he's had a solid season. Pro Football Focus has him as the 8th best guard in the NFL this year. So at least there is some like overriding power where you don't just have to say, okay, because Woody Johnson has this Madden issue with a player, we can't sign him, because they still ended up signing him. It's just so funny that it boiled down to the awareness. Like he's pointing that out about a guard, and it's turned out to be a top 10 guard in the sport this year. So this is an all-timer, man. I mean, Jets radio must be on fire today with, the calls from Jets radio. We should have done some spying.
Dude, yeah. Inflammatory.
How many receptions over 30 yards do you believe, would you guess, that Tyreek Hill has this year? Catches over 30 yards.
No, this has got to be like 4.
I'm going to go with maybe 1. I don't think he's had one since the beginning of the season.
Donut?
Fantasy hurts.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill hasn't had a reception over 30 yards since week 1.
Oh, no.
So
my fantasy team's felt it all year.
It's a very tough situation. And really shocking. And I wonder.
Even with Tua back, it's like, come on, guys.
Yeah, even with Tua back, it really has not mattered for them whatsoever when it comes to the Tyreek Hill super beast production. I think it was probably the play where he got he was acting like he was getting arrested because it was the first, that was on the heels of him being arrested before the game. I think that was the play.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Where he had his 30-yard reception and he hasn't had one since.
Jeez.
I don't know.
That's crazy.
Okay, why is Josh Allen having the type of season he's having, especially over the last 3 weeks? Well, he did get engaged to Hollywood starlet Haley Steinfeld 3 weeks ago, and the run he's on is freaking ridiculous. Here's his offensive lineman, Deion Dawkins, discussing what's been the big difference for what appears to be this season's NFL MVP.
The fact that Josh is having fun, bro, we're all having fun, and I don't want to keep bringing energy to it, but I'm telling you, like, when you have a strong female behind you and when you're in the right mental space of going home and everything is peaceful and going like to your cell phone and seeing a heart in your phone and it just makes you bubble or something, it's something about it. He's having fun because everything around him is right. And because he's right, we're right. And because we're right, he's right. And it's a fun year.
You really think Haley has something to do with it?
What'd I just say? Yeah. Right. That's what we're talking about.
I mean, come on. That's what I'm talking about. And the proof is in the pudding. I mean, since getting engaged, 14 touchdowns, over 1,000 yards, 0 turnovers, not a fumble, not an interception, and also he's been sacked 0 times. So since being engaged, he was having a good season, but this 3-week stretch that he's on is out of this world ridiculous.
Do we have any kids yet?
No, just got on the knee and proposed a hand. I think it was like during their bye week, like 3 weeks ago or whatever.
For me, it was when I had my first daughter back in 2011 on a dime. It just pivoted so much in my life, the work ethic, the seriousness about stuff, And I suppose starting a family in this way could kick in some sort of added feeling of responsibility, maturity. So I wouldn't be surprised if there is a definitive impact on that.
Yeah, he's on the cloud 9 of love. But I'm with you when it comes to it's the fatherhood thing that really. I mean, imagine what the level up will be when he gets dad strength and he gets dad perspective.
Oh, it's scary.
We could be talking about the best ever.
Maybe
Josh Allen, ladies and gentlemen.
He's definitely making a case now for this being a two-man show at the top of the quarterback pyramid.
Success, like just push through and finally get the championship.
Yeah, I mean that's the only
thing that he's been like. He's lost to Burrow and Mahomes in the playoffs. That's it.
I mean, in that divisional round game at Arrowhead a few years ago, the overtime barn burner was an all-timer. So congratulations to him and Miss Steinfeld. I wonder if it's going to be Josh Allen Steinfeld.
I don't know how you play that.
If he's crediting her this much, if the teammates, the entire locker room's like, this is a different version of you since being with her. Yeah. Maybe he goes hyphenated last name. That'll be his demise.
I love it, Chief. Thank you so much. Edition of the Finest is in the books. Let's hit the Expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top. LA Live is coming up at 5:40. Will Micah Parsons be rooting for the Eagles this week? They got to beat Washington for the Cowboys to stay alive, and he's from Philly. We'll reset you on some of the juicy things he had to say today and the rest of the world of sports here coming up next in the nation. I have to chat D&M Leasing with you before we get there, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, now is the time to pick up that phone and call D&M or go to dmautoleasing.com. You're going to be talking with my preferred outfit for all my new vehicles in DFW. 3 easy leases in my driveway every night. I've done over 10 of them over the years, and I'm about to do another one. You just have to think, what is the perfect vehicle for my family? Maybe you don't know the exact make and model, but you know a body style. D&M can talk you through that, all the best make and model rebates that are out there, and then, get you a monthly payment that's screaming up to 50% less compared to buying. Right now, nothing down and nothing due for 60 days with the easy lease from D&M Leasing. Thousands of
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Swipe?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maple?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Swipe?
DFW Security's state-of-the-art cameras, access control, security, and smart home. From now until Christmas, protect your home or business with the best.
DFWsecurity.com.
Welcome back, Nation. Let's hit the Expressway. We're going commercial-free to the top. LA Live's coming up in about 16 and a half minutes. Okay, segment's brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Please drink responsibly. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. The Expressway presented by the On Time Experts. And it is time for the Buffalo Wild Wings Football Hour, presented by Buffalo Wild Wings.
Where B-Dubs is football.
And Kansas Masterpiece will be right there by the Speedway tomorrow.
Ooh, that's your neck of the woods, huh?
Buffalo Wild Winging.
That's a nice spot up there. They got a lot going on.
Yeah, dude. Whenever I went to high school, it was a dead zone. It was just the D Mart, which was the Dandy Mart, but all the Andy and Dandy fell off, so it was just the D. It was just D Mart, and they sold katanas. They had they had ninja stars, nunchucks, different types of paraphernalia, little toys, and then also you could get your Arizona iced tea for 99 cents. It was a one-stop shop, dude.
Man, that sounds amazing.
I'm talking about you could throw a rock from your home room to the D-Mart, and you're like in 11th grade.
Perfect.
Now, though, it is popping like crazy.
It's booming.
Yeah, they got a Buc-ee's up there. They got like
the Buc-ee's. They got the Tanger outlet malls. They got the Twin Peaks with the eats, the drinks, and the scenic views. But of course, they got the B-Dubs there as well. KNC Masterpiece playing the flag.
The B-Dubs.
Right on. I know Tarrant County always turns out. Is that still Tarrant County up there? Or is that Denton County maybe?
That's
I
a
think
good
that's
question.
Denton. I think the Speedway's in Denton County.
Technically Denton County.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's jump into your news of the day here with everything developing. Just something to get out of the way, and I'd love to hear if you guys think this guy still has some potential. Justin Rogers back with the Cowboys and wearing his number 96 practice jersey. 2024 7th rounder, signed off the Bengals practice squad. So is this has journeyman written all over it? Is there any reason to believe he can do something still, guys?
I kind of felt like, though, that we were talking about this when I was on the break today of what do you remember about him? And the fact that they were rolling guys in there as much as they were or trying to, and it didn't seem like it was one of those things where you're kind of like going, okay, well, this guy needed to be on the roster. And then all of a sudden he's not even on the practice squad. And he ends up in Cincinnati. This, to me, has a lot to do, I think, with, they're in a situation where they're probably looking for next year and maybe some depth and some guys that they liked. And it saves them from having to potentially use a draft pick again. Yeah. Or, there's a guy that they worked with that they liked, but they couldn't, like I said, I just don't remember a whole hell of a lot of being out there every day in practice feeling like, man, we got to have this guy here.
Yeah.
And I just don't. But that's sometimes you do this for depth, thinking about, the future signings and things like that. They have a roster spot because of the injuries. Why don't you go poach a guy and maybe it takes you not for 2024, but for 2025. It also helps this kid, by the way, I think I'm right about this, that if he's active or if he's on the roster for 3 games, he gets a year credit for his pension.
That's good.
So it's beneficial for him to make this move and not just stay on the Bengals practice squad.
The thing I remember the most was he seemed to head a Mozzie to me. It was more so like Justin Rogers going through these drills, and it was kind of like, Mozzie, where are we? But things must have faded for him over the course of camp.
Well, best of luck to him. Welcome back to Dallas. Micah Parsons is one of those guys that you want to have around for a long time. Unless a team offers you like 3 firsts, and then you'd have to consider it. But that's probably not going to happen, even though he's worth it. Had an absolute banger of a media session this afternoon. I'm reading off John Machota's Twitter account, but a number of talking points coming off of it. Not a fan of the current transfer portal structure in college football. Asked if he was offered $5 million in a Lamborghini in the portal if he would leave. He said, no, I'm built off love and loyalty. Okay, so, this might, just go right hand in hand with his approach to free agency, but sticking in the college football, arena here, I think, my biggest complaint with that line of thinking would be the coaches never showed love and loyalty. The programs ripping your scholarship never showed love and loyalty. For the first time, the players actually have a way to fight back on a system that was built to exploit them. And now that, there's so many complaints about the portal and everything that comes along with it, and I get those complaints. I mean, you want continuity as a coach. Having to recruit these guys every year is terrible, but I think from there we can maybe reach some sort of a compromise or fair deal between the two sides, because in order to have a fair deal, both sides need to have power and leverage. And now the players do. But it was cool to see, Micah, favoring love and loyalty to that extent in that conversation. He also made it clear he doesn't need to be the highest paid defensive player. It'd be nice to be surrounded by good players. Players are going to help you win championships. I want to keep as many guys as possible, and I want to work with them as much as possible. I don't need $40 million per year. I need to be somewhere where I can have a lake house. So he's just like you, Brian. He's just like, man, as long as I get a lake house and I'm going to be retired and comfortable and have security, I'm good.
Yeah, his lake house will be really, really nice. Probably got a really nice big old bass boat out there, too.
He did say he would like a new contract before the start of training camp. The Cowboys have not been good at getting deals done on schedule for quite a while.
Yeah.
But if you're talking like that, like Jalen Smith jumped the line. Remember when he was willing to take what the Cowboys thought was a team-friendly deal.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this one will get done, Brian?
Well, I think it's going to be different because of David Mulugheta. I think this agent he is going to negotiate very, very hard. Adam Pacifica, Todd Williams, Stephen Jones, they're going to have their hands full, capable negotiators. And, if Micah gives David marching orders to do this and say, hey, let's get this done, then maybe you can. But, they know that this deal is on the horizon. So they have an idea of the parameters of what they can do and can they make it work. But I know with David, he is going to try and get every dime he can for this guy, and he probably will.
He was asked about, the offseason and his plans and if he could hold out, and he said, I got to be around the guys. There's a chemistry part. I still got to be there for that part. What do you think, Wolchuk? Is Micah going to be around this offseason? Do you see him as a holdout threat?
I hope not. I mean, it sounds like he won't be. But we have heard him say things, and then the actions don't necessarily match that. I do think we've seen some tremendous strides. Maybe we should credit the agent and the people around him for helping him when it comes to maturity and accountability and some of those things. But I think as of now, I'd lean yes. I think he's learned and saw the importance, especially how slow the defense came about. And maybe they've got a new defensive coordinator again next year. We'll see what happens with the coaching staff. But I'd like to think that he learned that it is very important for him to be part of this thing.
Yeah, but we have no idea what type of sumo wrestling excursions might present themselves.
Maybe Bleacher Report has him and C.J. Stroud going out there and doing something again. That could be very possible. I don't know what the schedule is in the offseason.
Yeah, I want to wonder, did their first half defensive struggles have anything to do with his absence? But he's been so great, and his impact has been so massive. I think the play kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that the coaches and the players really didn't have very good marriage of the thing to start out. We saw some things in training camp and all that maybe this would be encouraging. But overall, though, the coaches didn't teach it well enough, and the players surely didn't pick it up.
Another thing in training camp, Micah was talking about being more vocal and going around to some of his guys and saying, are you good? How are we doing over here? If he'd been there at OTAs working with Mike Zimmer, whose relationship really didn't get going until the season was underway, maybe you could hammer some of those things out a little bit earlier.
And the buy-in aspect of it. I mean, that's what Chauncey Golston talked about with Brad Sham during the Cowboys Hour, and he said when you have success with one defensive coordinator like Dan Quinn, it's kind of like, okay, we did things this way. Now you're doing something differently. I don't know for sure if it's going to work this other way. It's almost you've got to see on the field that success. But maybe if you see your best player in a Micah Parsons fully buying in and committing, then everybody else is going to follow suit. Early on, I mean, he said there's going to have to be some kind of coming together when it comes to Mike Zimmer. Like, Zim wants to do one thing one way. I want to do something else. We're going to have to compromise here. And it seems like now he's on the same page and fully bought into whatever Zim's wanting him to do.
Yeah, and Zim had some great things to say about him this week. There's a piece, I believe, in The Athletic from Machota as well. Zim said, we have a good relationship. He came up to me during the game Sunday and said, we need to run this. And I said, dude, it's the 2-minute drill. Can you relax? It's start on the sheet right here. You see it? And he was like, okay. He means well, and he's very smart, concluding he's brilliant. So that's high praise for any coach to a player when you're talking about what's going on between the ears. That's what allows a guy to go to the next level. Now, I would imagine if I'm on the Cowboys, and I'm tuning in early Sunday for Eagles and Commanders. We have the Sunday night game. I'm rooting so strongly for Philadelphia to keep our slim playoff hopes alive. I mean, Washington's bad enough that they could lose all 3 games, and if you luckily win all 3, I mean, the chances are less than 1% right now. But Micah said, nope, at this point, it's bleep Philly. How would you look at that, Brian? I mean, I can make exceptions if it's in my own benefit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think Micah takes the attitude that a lot of Cowboy fans are. I mean, there's people on Twitter all the time. You're trying to explain somebody will say, hey, Broadus, who do we need to win tonight? And you explain it, and then you'll have 17 people say, there's no way in hell I can root for Philadelphia. I'm sorry, I don't care how bad it is. Should have won the games earlier in the year. You know, that's the kind of, and you're like, I'm just trying to tell you your best path to victory or your best path to the playoffs. But people, they just cannot bring themselves to root for that team in Philadelphia. They just can't.
Yeah, I'm right there with them. You know, I think there's just something about that fan base, and especially with their success they've had recently with Washington fading and New York fading the way it is. There's a clear number one villain. Okay, trailers out for a new Cowboys show on Netflix. Quote, America's Team, the Gambler and His Cowboys. That is the title of it. Looking forward to watching it. The money quote, Jerry Jones says it's bigger than winning football games. I'm sure he's proud of that. Brian, what do you know? Are we going to learn something about Jerry that we don't know yet?
This will be interesting because this is probably the last one. You know what I'm saying? It's probably the last big this documentary or this series it took a long time. It took a year and some this year as well to kind of pull it all together. I think this was the one that's probably going to tell the story that he wants to tell. But I do believe the way that the Netflix people operate, they're going to tell the story the way they want to tell it. And you know, Jerry's going to give them access, and he has in all this. So I think this is probably the final one. And I think that we will learn some things about Jerry Jones that we did not know, just because I think this is the last one.
I mean, I'm hoping for at least 3 or 4 segments out of this show. You know, some great audio.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure that we'll get that.
A good controversy.
I'm a little bit. I mean, I'm going to see it and I'll watch it. I remember being so disappointed and underwhelmed with Netflix, the Florida Gator documentary they did, Swamp Kings.
Was that one of the Untold Stories
Yes.
ones? Because that one has been criticized for not really telling the real stories.
You barely got into any Aaron Hernandez, a lot of the off-the-field stuff with Florida. It was almost just kind of like a puff piece for Urban Meyer and Tim Tebow is kind of how it felt.
That's what I don't need.
And I'm scared that and look, Netflix has come out with a lot of great stuff, and they don't hide anything when it comes to like Drive to Survive and a lot of that stuff. So I'm hopeful that we won't get that.
What about the wrestling dude, McMahon?
Yeah, I didn't see the McMahon deal.
See, from what I understand, they went after McMahon. They went after the sexual stuff that he did. All the things. So that's kind of where you're thinking that maybe that Netflix is like, listen, I don't have time for you to tell me what we can and cannot do here.
Sure.
Well, and you know, earlier you said that, and I've been thinking about it, and if I think that's a great marketing message from Netflix, but I think Jerry Jones is so powerful in the world of television entertainment that if we got into fetishes and kink and weird juicy details, I think he can pick up the phone and get something like that to hit the editing room floor.
Well, yeah, man, I don't disagree with you. I just wonder, why did then Vince McMahon not do it? I mean, he's a billionaire dude too. I mean, that made.
I wonder
has he been stripped of his power? Did Vince McMahon have?
I don't know. That's a great question.
I just know that I'm believing that Netflix is going to do us right, and maybe it's not all going to be sizzle. But I think there's going to be enough of it that you're going to go, huh?
That was good.
Okay, I understand that.
I mean, if the opening scene is going into his office overlooking the practice field and he's smiling and talking about how when he bought this team he was never going to go on a magic carpet ride with his family and he's the most lucky man in the world, I think at that point I'll just hit stop and wait for anything on social media to prompt me to pick it back up. Quarterback Patrick Mahomes will start for the Chiefs in Saturday's game against the Texans at Arrowhead Stadium despite sustaining a high ankle. He did look good out there, said Reed moved around pretty good. You're always looking to make sure they can get out of the way, not to further any harm to them. So that's what I look at. So they're confident, or perhaps unconfident in Carson Wentz and feeling like that number one seed is very important to them. So he's going to play. Stars defense and goaltending let him down for the first time in over a week. Leafs got 3 goals in 5 minutes last night there in the second period, and they end up winning the game 5-3. Man, what's going on with Toronto? The Stars are now 0-5-2 in their last 7 against them.
That's the Leafs have the Stars number. It's okay, though. If you ever caught them, one, they won't make it to a Cup final. But if they ever did, they'll find a way to choke.
I'll tell you what, though, what was interesting, though, with Dallas being down 2 goals and pulling the goalie there, I mean, and almost bringing it back, you kind of felt like the momentum was on Dallas' side to maybe get the equalizer there, but man,
I wonder if there's a little fatigue going on. You get the flu that's spreading throughout the team. You didn't have Thomas Harley last night. Those might be. I mean, look, they're excuses. They are, but just throwing something because that second period was so awful.
It was bad.
They'll host the Rangers tomorrow. I got a Mavs note here real quick, and then we're going to get to LA Live in about a minute. FC Dallas announcing the signing of free agent defender Lalas Abubakar to a 2-year contract. He's a really good defender, been playing for the Colorado Rapids. 29-year-old is a Ghana international player, so he appears for them in international competitions, and FC Dallas desperately needing defensive help. Luka not playing tonight against the Clippers, but he's in the news. Morning News with a piece about the Luka Doncic Foundation had its public launch today, a campaign to revitalize and grow youth sports, spearheading the cause with a financial pledge of $2.5 million. He said, I would say just to get the kids to enjoy basketball without pressure. Just like me when I was young after school, I always went outside and played some hoops. That's the goal. Talks about the joy he gets from the game, which is crazy because it looks like he's in a battle out there. You know, I would think of joy like with Steph Curry. You know, there's a guy who's having a lot of fun playing, but he invited 750 kids from the Dallas area tonight to attend the game against the Clippers. 7 out of 10 kids walk away from sports by age 13, though. That's pretty big. He says, when I'm on the court, I'm having fun. It feels like the ball is smiling back at me. That's classic.
Yeah, they got bald guys like me knocking the ball out of their hand. That's why they give up sports.
It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
Only Jerry stories I want to hear is from David Wells.
Oh, that'd be juicy. Yes.
Fascinating breakfast guy. I mean, I love going to breakfast with him on those road trips.
Those are the stories I want to hear because David Wells knows the real stories out here.
He knows.
He knows where the bodies are buried.
He does.
Netflix, holla at David Wells.
Yeah.
Tap Roosevelt on the shoulder.
There
Be
you
like,
go.
Roosevelt, I need some stories.
Yeah.
Or Fix It Rich.
Let's go.
Wow.
That'd
be something.
Let's go. All right, let's get into a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live right into the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
Oh, yeah.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Throw neighborhood in the air.
Everybody get high.
I'm 54. I'm recently divorced from a 34-year marriage. My question is, how long should I wait before I
You waited long
start
enough.
to date?
You waited long enough.
Today.
Tonight,
right now. Okay, are there any takers in the house? Who's available?
I'm single.
Take my number down.
Oh, no.
Okay.
What's your number?
It's
All right.
346. Wait, check out the back though.
Oh! She said, check out the back, though.
Hey, we can go right now. We can go right now. Hey, we can go right now.
Wow. She said, check out the back, though. Grandma was feeling herself. This is LA Live for Thursday, December 19th, 2024. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. That's right, ladies. It is shine time. It's shine time. This 15 minutes is for you. This whole 15 minutes is for you because this is all I got for you. Always for the ladies. But first, let's get this on out the way here. Unbelievable ending for G-Bag of the day today. I just knew Broadus and Woolchuck's disagreement about having your star player return kicks and punts would be the highlight of this moment. I thought so, but it didn't. Chiafalo snuck one past the goalie. It got kind of weird during the voting.
I demand a recount.
Yeah, hey. Hey, little Starlink. And Chiafalo right here, he's just answering any question out there thrown on the G-Bag Nation. Any question you throw, Chiafalo's going to answer it, buddy. Even if it's Mr. Dawson just asking for some audio.
Okay, we go to Jerry with Sean and RJ. Things going much more smoothly, this time of year. And this was a very interesting question. Are McCarthy and Zimmer tied together because they're both in the expiring year of their contracts? We're going to get Jerry.
Well, in a way, I do. And especially after the last ball game.
I didn't have a strong answer. What'd you even ask?
Yeah, I love how you attacked it, though. Let's see here.
I have no idea.
When you think about it.
I was definitely going to dance for about 10 seconds before I figured out where I was. Yeah.
Oh, man, I ain't mad at that. All right, LA Live, 105.3 The Fan, Ladies Night. It's for you, ladies. This 15 minutes is for you. And, ladies, I'm going to confess with you, be honest with you. I'm totally convinced that most of these athletes are weirdos. They're really good at what they do in their sport. But when it being social and just understanding their environment, hey, I don't know. Too many hours on a practice field, I guess. You didn't get out there and socialize with people as much. And a whole lot of people were kissing your behind, too, because you're so great at your...
Never heard no.
Yeah, that, exactly.
Never heard no.
And there's a culture of, the people observing you are haters, Anything negative, haters, I'm blocking that out, so... It's tough to get the truth, you got to be accountable.
Not socialized well. They're kind of weirdos, especially after watching Travis Hunter and his old girl. Travis Hunter's out here trying to explain all of his old lady's bad behavior away. Just refuses to look at her and say, yeah, that looks kind of funny.
Yeah.
Not saying you can't be in love with the girl. I'm just saying that looks kind of funny, bro.
Some guys like the
She's kind of
toxic.
selfish right now.
Yeah.
She's young.
Very,
she's
yes.
young. She'll probably grow out of it, but she's definitely very selfish right now. Yeah. And you're trying to explain away all of her bad behavior. But I'm not going to dwell on that. This right here is for former cornerback Dominique Foxworth.
Oh, okay.
He said Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts is getting a pass over other NFL quarterbacks because he's a handsome fellow.
Oh.
That's some hating right there.
Yeah.
Man, y'all should be giving him a harder time, but y'all won't because he looks good.
He's too pretty.
Wait, is that a compliment?
Yes. That was the weirdest thing I've heard this week. I was like, that's kind of weird, man. Now, I understand Jalen Hurts does look like Shamar Moore. He looks just like him.
Okay.
But come on, fam, what are we talking about here?
Jalen Hurts is benefiting from pretty privilege.
Because
he got up on that the press conference after the game, and he acted like he was Josh Allen. Look at this man with his cane gold, looking like Nino Brown.
New Jack City, baby. I'm my brother's keeper. Yes, I am.
We're all with $3,000 million trillion worth of diamonds on his neck, and he acted like he just went for 400 yards for 3 weeks in a row. Man, you had one good week passing, and everyone forgets it when he starts batting his eyes at you.
That's some hating. Ooh.
That's damn good television right there. Shout out to Fox for that.
It is entertaining, but it's definitely some hating right there and a weird angle by Mr. Foxworth. Until
Slow news week, I guess.
Until I seen a conversation between Dominique Foxworth and his wife.
Uh-oh.
And they were talking about Jalen Hurts. And then I started realizing, I see where the hate is coming from.
She planted the seed.
I see where the hate is coming from right here.
It's like that Mark Wahlberg deal.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I thought. I was like, this is how Dawson must have felt sitting next to his old lady while watching the movie.
Yeah.
You're ruining the movie for me.
Yeah, it was a pretty good movie. Infinite, I'd give it like a 7 out of 10 if you're looking for something.
Listen to Foxworth and his wife talk about Jalen Hurts, and she's gushing. She's 100% gushing, and Foxworth's got to sit there with his.
Yep.
He looks like the twins, Sylvester Stallone.
Danny DeVito?
Danny DeVito and
Schwarzenegger.
Arnold. Okay, Foxworth is looking like Danny DeVito right here in this situation. It's crazy.
I don't care if anyone else in the world thinks I look nice. My daughters, they're so sweet. Wow. They tell me, like, you look nice. I mean, I want to think I look nice. If Jalen Hurts happened to see me and he thought I looked nice,
I was wondering, we should put a clock on how long it takes to you.
Like, because I'd be like, look at him thinking an old woman looks nice. You know what's interesting about Jalen Hurts? Okay, obviously, I'm not saying he looks old, like in a bad way.
Oh, my God, you're tiring me, lady.
He looks mature. He does.
He is mature.
He is, but most importantly, he looks it.
From a football standpoint, that's one of the things,
I don't
most
care
positive
about that
things
standpoint.
about. Well, I think that those are connected. You can't be a mature football player and not be a mature human. And it seems like a lot of decisions he made with the people he surrounds him with are a reflection of him being more mature than most people. You want me to wrap it up so you can talk about how handsome he is?
Wrap it up so I can talk about the fact that he looks mature, which makes me feel like when I see, quite honestly,
you feel less like a disgusting person.
Sanders and Shiloh Sanders, they're very handsome too, but they look like babies. So I can't look at them and be like, ooh, they're handsome. I can look at Jalen Hurts even though he's a baby too.
He's not a baby like that.
Okay, he's not a baby like them.
He's
but
like 26, 27.
Okay, and I'm 39.
Yeah.
But yes, if that 26, 27, however old he is, want to think I look nice. But the person I care most about me thinking I look nice is my husband right here.
You look nice.
Oh, good clarification.
Tried to save it.
Wow. Yep, tried.
Yeah, I see where it comes from.
Going on.
She has a whole lot of thoughts about it, bro.
Let's talk Jalen Hurts here for a second, okay?
Oh, my God.
Man, I'm surprised he got that many words in. The tough thing about Hurts is he's super tall, too. It's not like Mark Wahlberg where you can just point out his height, you know?
He's got to wear high heels.
Yeah. You got nothing. You got nothing. He's rich and tall and strong.
And he can run.
He actually might be the most handsome quarterback in the league.
Plus, he fast.
Think so?
I mean, I'm just trying to go through the Rolodex.
Jimmy Garoppolo?
Here. I mean, this is
I'm not going to go through the Rolodex. What do we? Yeah, that's Dawson right there. Well, I'll tell you now.
Gavin, what do you think?
Who's the hottest quarterback in the league right now?
Burrow?
I would.